In the capital, the dawn air was exceptionally fresh. Along the tree-lined boulevard, early risers in sportswear jogged along their usual routes, headphones on, immersed in their music. By 5:30, the breakfast stall that opened before dawn was already packed, mostly with people unaccustomed to cooking at home. Deep within an alley on the eastern side of the city, a young man sat at the entrance of a small tofu pudding breakfast shop. Business was brisk and there was no room left inside, so he could only sit at a small table in the passage outside. In front of him on a slightly wobbly table sat a bowl of tofu pudding and 2 deep-fried dough sticks. In a small dish to the side lay some pickled mustard greens and a braised egg. From an old-fashioned radio nearby came the sound of a news broadcast. Last night's Leonid meteor shower drew large crowds of onlookers. On this very day last year, comet Sagittarius BP039 was captured by the sun's gravity and ultimately became part of the sun, turning this day into a festival for countless astronomy enthusiasts. Emobai stared at the steaming breakfast before him, then glanced around. Office workers streamed through the alley, coming and going. Everything felt strangely unreal. Just half an hour earlier, the body now called Emobai had still belonged to a man born in the capital of Jingdu, heir to his parents' and grandfather's properties, an idle second-generation homeowner drifting through life in this great city without purpose. Yet after 6 o'clock that morning, a different yet familiar soul took over this body, the soul of Emobai from a world 10 years in the future. Emobai had not yet fully realized that he had returned to his own body from 10 years ago. Instinctively, he believed he was dreaming in a coma, and that the most beautiful part of this dream was the breakfast stall in front of the old Sihiyuan gate. Hesitating slightly, Emobai scooped up a spoonful of tofu pudding and gently placed it into his mouth. The familiar taste surged up from the depths of memory. It was delicious. Then he bit into a large piece of crisp, oily dough stick, the taste of happiness itself. Emobai kept his mouth tightly shut and did not open it again. Along with the food, there was also the fresh blood from where he had bitten through his tongue. The sharp pain at the tip of his tongue finally made him realize he was not dreaming. This was the front of his own home before the apocalypse erupted. He fished an iPhone out of his pocket and glanced at the date on the screen, May 5, 2025. Emobai's pupils constricted sharply. This was 3 months before the apocalypse. On August 5 at 9:30 in the morning, the end of the world would descend. His heart clenched violently. Emobai clutched his chest and lowered his head, gasping for breath. His final memory from 10 years later was of exploring an underground tunnel, feeling a massive tremor and seeing a blinding white light, and then when he awoke it was 10 years earlier in 2025. Drawing deep breaths with effort, Emobai gradually calmed himself. He did not know why he had been sent back to the eve of the apocalypse 10 years earlier. Yet since he had returned, he had to do something. At that moment, a pale blue frame popped up in Emobai's field of vision like a dialogue window in a computer game system initializing. Welcome to the Doomsday Shelter System. As the designated manager of a shelter, you must first possess one. Primary mission: find a suitable location in which to construct a shelter. Emobai was stunned. A shelter system? What on earth was this? He waved his hand vigorously before his eyes, but the system interface remained in his vision. Even when he closed his eyes, it still shone in his mind. Then he thought, since he could return to 10 years ago, having such a strange system did not seem entirely unreasonable. Convincing himself thus, he mentally selected the button to accept the mission. In any case, there was only one option he could not refuse. If he did not accept, who knew how long this thing would keep hovering in front of him? Shelter Manager Assistance plugin activated. Manager, please begin searching for a suitable site on which to build the shelter. Tip: choose a relatively safe area with a sparse population. Emobai quickly finished the tofu pudding in a few mouthfuls, grabbed the dough sticks, tossed 20 yuan on the table and left the stall. His home was in a hutong just off the alley. Pushing open the heavy double wooden doors, Emobai stepped back into his family's Sihiyuan. According to his late grandfather, their ancestors had once been among the prominent families of the old capital of Jingdu. It was said that a top-ranked scholar had even emerged from their line. Sadly, after several wars, the family withered and their fortune was nearly exhausted. All that remained was this courtyard and over 1,200 square meters Sihiyuan with the standard layout of old Jingdu. From the materials used, one could tell it had been solidly built back in the day. After so many years, the outer walls and door beams were still sturdy and sound. His grandfather had said that even the stone bricks lining the few square meter fish pond in the courtyard had been carted out from near the old imperial city a century ago and were considered fine materials. Emobai headed straight for his room on the right, a suite in the eastern wing. Inside was his study where his computer sat. Turning it on, he opened Baidu Maps, and a detailed map of the entire capital instantly spread out before his eyes. Gazing at the map that included both the city proper and its suburbs, Emobai searched his memories, trying to recall what had happened. He still remembered that on the day the apocalypse came, the first nuclear mushroom cloud fell in the southern part of the city, flattening more than a dozen square kilometers. The 2 nuclear blasts that struck the western district were smaller. There were also impacts in the southeast. He recalled the broadcast mentioning 3 major evacuation points, emergency zones to the west and northwest, and 1 at the northeastern airport. This meant that those 3 areas were never hit by nuclear strikes later on. Because the east and north had relatively low population density and the Northeastern International Airport had limited capacity, most evacuees were directed along the northern ring road toward the two western evacuation zones where large train stations could move civilians in bulk and where the capital's remaining garrisons were stationed. But Mobile clearly remembered that the refugee convoys following the railway northward toward the grasslands were struck by the last wave of nuclear missiles in that war. Most perished en route. As the capital of his motherland, the area around Jingdu was hit by more than 40 nuclear warheads from 5 different countries. The surrounding industrial zones and military bases almost entirely vanished. If the capital's missile defense system had not intercepted the majority of warheads aside from a few government officials in underground bunkers, hardly anyone would have survived. Therefore, to increase his chances of survival, he could not follow the masses northward. In the end, there had been a few relatively safe zones around Jingdu. Besides the northwestern evacuation area, only the northeastern part of the eastern districts remained. Mobile's gaze moved to the northeast section of the map. Their residential and commercial districts were relatively sparse. Much of the area consisted of former factories and housing that had been demolished and redeveloped into cultural parks, film and media zones, and several well-known universities. Though these places held a fair number of people, they were not dense residential areas. Once disaster struck, they were paradoxically the least crowded locations. With a simple search on a local life services website, a flood of property listings appeared. Over the next 2 days, Mobile followed several real estate agents to inspect properties around the eastern fourth ring and beyond the fifth ring. His requirements were not complicated: solid structure, ample floor space, and preferably a basement. When talking to the agents, he used the name of the metal crafts workshop his grandfather had owned before his death. He claimed he planned to set up a modern metal craft studio that could serve as both a workspace and combined lodging and storage facility. At the same time, Mobile entrusted an agency to sell the Sahiyuan his grandfather had left him in the eastern city, as well as the 3-bedroom apartment his parents had left him in the western district. Given housing prices in Jingdu, these properties were worth close to 100 million yuan. Together with the more than 1 million in his bank account, these assets had once been the foundation on which Mobile planned to coast through life as a contented slacker. Now, with only 3 months left, he no longer clung to such worldly things. When nuclear fire fell, who could say how many luxurious mansions like these would be reduced to ash? The real estate market in Jingdu was not exactly booming at the moment, but his 2 properties were rare and valuable, so buyers quickly appeared and paid deposits. In less than a week, the transfer procedures were complete. After paying the taxes, Mobile moved his own belongings and a few keepsakes of his family into a temporary warehouse in the eastern district and continued searching for a suitable site. What he now possessed was more than 80 million yuan in his bank account. For a whole week, the so-called shelter system had been quiet until just now. Roughly at that time, the agent showing Mobile properties brought him to a newly developed media and cultural park just outside the eastern fifth ring, 1 subway stop away from the Communication University. It had once been a state-owned machinery factory. A few years earlier, the entire plant had moved to Hebei and the old grounds and buildings had been converted into this media park. A moderately well-known cultural media company had taken on the redevelopment project 2 years ago. Due to issues with investment and attracting tenants, however, very few companies had moved into the park so far. Only the developer's own film production company, a stage theater specializing in nostalgic performances, 2 fusion restaurants, and a private boutique guesthouse. The media park covered nearly 4 square kilometers. On the north side, it bordered a main arterial road, while to the south it connected to a newly opened software park. Though the buildings were old factory structures, the internal landscaping was surprisingly good. The main drive was a 2-lane road, and the surrounding buildings clearly bore the thick aesthetic of the 80s and 90s: solid red brick walls, tall chimneys and water towers, and sizable workshops and warehouses. According to the agent, all 3 large warehouses had already been converted into major film studios. The original office building had become staff dormitories for the park, while the former factory dorms had been leased to the guesthouse as a hotel. The remaining structures were mostly awkwardly sized buildings, including several auxiliary facilities from the old factory. Among them were a bathhouse and a large power distribution building. The agent was energetically promoting the bathhouse building in front of them. The 2-story structure had good ventilation and light with a generous interior space. It sat along the park's main road with a small parking lot out front that could hold more than 20 cars. What the agent did not know was that in Mobile's vision, a pale blue box had appeared: suitable shelter location found, power distribution building. Mission complete. Reward: 1 miraculous master key. Note: capable of opening most mechanical locks manufactured before March 2025. Mobile froze for a moment. First, why was the power building more suitable than the bathhouse? Second, his mission reward was a master key. Lost in thought, Mobile subconsciously tuned out the agent's unending stream of introductions and sales pitches. The seasoned agent quickly noticed his absent-mindedness and assumed it meant Mobile was simply not interested in the bathhouse building. So he led Mobile to the power distribution building less than 50 meters away. It was a tall 3-story concrete structure. Each floor was more than 5 meters high, and the first floor exceeded 6 meters, so despite having only 3 levels, it stood as tall as a 5-story residential block. Unlike typical factory buildings, this power building, though adjacent to a side road, sat within a sizable enclosed yard of its own. Inside this yard stood a towering metal water tower and the entrance to an underground garage. In other words, beneath the power building lay an underground storage area. According to the agent, the underground garage had originally been part of a civil defense project. When the factory was completed in a difficult era, they had built a semi-underground garage here to serve as an emergency warehouse. Finishing his explanation, the agent pulled a ring of keys from his leather bag. Pointing to the ramp leading down to the garage near the weathered gate, he said, "I have the keys. I can take you down for a look." According to the park's contract, the basement is also part of the lease, though it requires a small additional rent. "Don't worry, the fee is very low." He then unlocked the heavy iron gate secured with a thick chain. Moby craned his neck for a look. From the outside, the yard did not seem large, but circling around the entire power building, its actual area was considerable. The outer wall was made of thick staggered layers of red brick roughly 3 meters high, topped with old-style outward slanting iron wire frames that after all these years remained largely intact. In front of the power building was a modest open space large enough to park several cars. On the other side of the yard stood the water tower and a small independent pump room, beneath it another brick building now emptied of equipment. As for the power building itself, they had to walk around to the side to see that an entire south-facing wall had been removed. The agent explained somewhat awkwardly when the factory relocated, the transformers and other equipment in the power building were still usable. They were no use to the media park though, so they were dismantled and taken away. Because the equipment was so large, they simply removed an entire wall and used cranes to lift everything out. The discarded bricks from the demolished wall were still piled between the southern side of the building and the park's boundary wall. Beyond the more than 5-meter-high southern wall lay the neighboring software park. Entering through the gap in the wall, they found that the interior space was indeed enormous. Each floor had more than 400 square meters of area. The main frame was heavy reinforced concrete and the floors were poured concrete slabs. No wonder they had opted to remove an entire wall instead of cutting through the floors and staircases. The work would have been immense. The staircase leading upward was broad and built in segments. Perhaps to accommodate moving equipment, the stairs were about 30 centimeters wider than usual, all of solid concrete construction. The same staircase led to the roof, where a small rooftop structure stood. The waterproofed roof itself was wide and open, with only a few ventilation pipes protruding. Moby asked to see the underground garage. The agent used a key to open the iron door from the stairwell leading down. Because no one had entered for a long time, it was pitch dark inside. Using his phone's flashlight for illumination, they saw that the ceiling was also quite high, nearly 6 meters, with a ring of narrow ventilation windows along the exterior walls allowing a bit of natural light in. The floor area was unexpectedly large, even greater than that of the power building above. While the ground floor inside the building had only a little over 300 to 400 square meters, the underground garage extended to more than 500. The waterproofing appeared to be well done. Though it was underground, the space was not particularly damp. Most of the hardened concrete floor was quite dry. When they returned to the surface, Moby did not reveal any clear intention to rent or buy. He merely asked routine questions about the rent and what kind of renovations and structural changes would be permitted. The agent quoted a fairly reasonable price, though it required paying a full year's rent up front. Generously, he added that they could allow 1 month for renovations. Moby did not give an immediate answer. The next day, he merely stated that he was interested in both the bathhouse and the power building and hoped the agent could negotiate with the park management to secure better terms. During the 2 days of waiting, Moby did not remain idle. First, he contacted a foreman he knew, Old Chen. The man had once led a construction team at a state-owned enterprise but had been squeezed out for not currying enough favor with his superiors. Moby had met him when working as a project supervisor after graduating from university. Moby appreciated his straightforwardness and conscientious work, while Old Chen found Moby easygoing and unpretentious. They were not close friends but shared similar temperaments and had drunk together a few times. When Old Chen heard that Moby had a big job on hand, he readily agreed. He said that aside from a few regular electricians and handymen, most workers would need to be hired externally, but he guaranteed they were efficient and reliable. As long as they were paid properly, working overtime and continuous shifts would be no problem. Moby wired him a 300,000 yuan deposit up front, then told him to assemble the crew and prepare their tools. They would be starting work in a few days. 2 days later, with the help of a real estate agency and the investment office of the Media and Culture Park, Moby successfully signed a lease for the power distribution building at an annual rent of 860000, turning it into the studio and dormitory of the Plain White Metal Processing Crafts Company. At Moby's strong insistence, the Culture Park reluctantly agreed to a 5-year lease, but the payment terms were adjusted: the first year's rent to be paid quarterly every 3 months, the second year in half-year installments, and from the third year onward in a single annual payment. The director of the Culture Park's investment office proved to have a sharp eye. Seeing that Moby had already brought in a renovation and reconstruction crew, he knew a fortune would be poured into refurbishing the building. Fully decking it out would cost at least 3 to 5 million. It was only natural, he thought, that the other party would be stingy about the lease term in order to conserve initial funds. It was entirely understandable. Mobai also secured a only-and-a-half-month renovation period. He actually did not care much about this buffer. By then he would only have to pay the first quarter's rent. 3 months later the end of the world would arrive, who would still come to collect rent from him then? The lease was signed in the morning, and by afternoon Old Chen's renovation crew had swept into the culture park in a flurry of activity. After an 800,000 renovation deposit was paid, construction began immediately. Over the past 2 days Mobai and Old Chen had essentially finalized the reconstruction plan. First came the courtyard's outer wall and main gate. The wall's height was adequate, but its thickness was slightly flimsy. Inside, Mobai reinforced it with an additional low concrete wall high enough for a person standing on it to expose their upper body and shoulders above the parapet. At the same time, steel beams and angle irons were installed between the two walls for further reinforcement, and even the barbed wire atop the wall was replaced with new material. As for the original gate, it was discarded outright. A new full steel gate was custom made, consisting of 2 layers of double grills onto which 2 steel plates were welded. Sliding tracks at the base of the gate and along the walls allowed it to open and close smoothly. Mechanical locking structures were embedded in both the wall and the ground. Once the gate was shut, turning the handle 90 degrees would deadlock it firmly from within. No one outside could hope to force it open, not even a typical car crash would be a concern. Next was the courtyard water tower. After Old Chen's workers inspected it, they guaranteed it was intact and ready for use at any time. Mobai simply had them redo the waterproofing, apply a fresh coat of anti-rust paint, and lay new piping. With that, the tower's storage capacity would be enough to supply drinking water for 20 people for at least a year. Of course, Mobai did not intend to rely solely on stored water. A week later, in the pump room beside the water tower, a newly arrived installation company was setting up a water circulation filtration system. The unit required no external electricity and could run long-term, needing only periodic filter replacement. To protect this system, Mobai specifically had the pump room's walls and roof reinforced. In addition, the roof of the power distribution building held a retractable rainwater collection system connected to the filtration device, ensuring a fresh supply of water to the tower. Yet, considering the radioactive dust and acid rain that would fall after the apocalypse, its usefulness would be limited at best, better than nothing but hardly decisive. Finally, near the planned first-floor kitchen, a small electric distilled water filtration unit was installed for use in emergencies. The previously demolished south wall was rebuilt and reinforced with concrete. Between the 2 layers of brickwork, lightweight lead-coated metal panels and concrete were used for additional strengthening, bringing the total thickness to more than 40 centimeters. The underground garage was cleared, cleaned, and repainted. The floors of the entire power distribution building were rezoned according to plan. The first floor would serve as the main preparation room, dining hall, kitchen, and a small food storage area. A laundry room was arranged beside the stairwell. The second floor was dedicated to lodging with 6 4-bedrooms and 2 double rooms. It also housed the largest communal restroom and shower area, as well as another laundry room. The third floor was reserved as Mobai's private domain, with his bedroom, personal storage, living room, and recreation room, the largest space being his workshop. The rooftop was packed edge to edge with solar panels, while the rainwater collectors were mounted along both side walls of the stairwell. Though solar power would become inefficient under the shroud of radioactive dust in the post-apocalyptic world, the more panels laid down, the more free electricity could still be harvested, and any amount would be a gain. As for the largest underground garage, one roughly 100 square meter workshop was set aside inside it, while the remaining space was divided into 3 independent warehouses, each over 100 square meters and fully isolated from one another. The entire power distribution building was equipped with central air conditioning and a fresh air system which, if necessary, could maintain positive air pressure indoors to prevent outside contamination from seeping in. Overall, the construction proved more complex than Mobai had imagined. Although he poured over $4 million into the first week alone, the money vanished in the blink of an eye. The second week's power reserve plan consumed another more than $2 million, equivalent to installing the capacity of 20 electric cars worth of lithium battery packs on the first floor, with an identical battery bank mounted on the third floor. These backup power reserves could keep the power distribution building running in energy-saving mode for at least a month without any external electricity supply. The rooftop solar panels and 2 high-power fuel generators in the basement were tasked with replenishing these battery banks. In another corner of the basement, 2 massive fuel tanks were carefully installed by workers beside the generator room and the underground garage. Encased by walls and thick concrete, each tank could hold 16 cubic meters, about 13 tons of diesel or 12 tons of gasoline. It had to be said that installing such tanks in the basement skirted the gray areas of regulation. Under normal circumstances, a metal processing factory would never receive approval for storage tanks of this size. Not to mention that the diesel and gasoline stored here cost 20% more than ordinary fuel on the market. The overall renovation of the power distribution building proceeded in an orderly fashion. As for Old Chen, Mobai had only one requirement: finish on time and use solid materials. One day, while Mobai was overseeing a few workers installing window grills on the third floor, he watched them handle the not-osmal windows. He had removed the original broken glass, replacing it with double-layered thickened tempered glass, thick enough to be effectively bullet-resistant. Outside each window, thickened aluminum alloy shutters were added. Once closed, they formed a sealed box covering the entire window. The outermost layer was a cage-like grill protruding outward from the wall. It did not obstruct the shutters opening and closing and left some extra space. This cage was extremely sturdy and coated with anti-rust paint. Not only the third floor but all windows were equipped with similar protective structures. The railings on the first floor were particularly robust, custom-made at a special steel plant. According to the manufacturer's claims, even a heavy truck ramming into them would not cause deformation. As he watched the third floor railings being installed, a few people approached from outside the courtyard. Leading them was Director Wang from the Culture Park's investment office, unexpectedly followed by two soldiers in uniform. One glance told MO by they were likely non-combat staff officers. Wondering what the officers were doing there, MO by exchanged the customary pleasantries. Director Wang then introduced the soldiers behind him. This is Captain Lin from the District Armed Forces Department. They're here to inspect the civil defense facilities in the Culture Park. Civil defense facilities. MO Bai was momentarily stunned. Yes. When the old machinery factory relocated, some tasks were overlooked during handover, so the civil defense facilities were never properly transferred. If not for Comrade Lin from the Armed Forces Department, I wouldn't have known there was an entrance to an air raid shelter in the underground garage of this power distribution building, Director Wang said. An air raid shelter entrance. This time MO Bai was genuinely astonished. Although the basement currently only had the fuel tanks and generators recently installed and the rest of the underground reconstruction had yet to begin with no partition walls in place, he had still been working in the underground garage for nearly half a month. Yet he had never seen any sign of an air raid shelter entrance. Captain Lin carried a briefcase from which he took an old-looking document bearing construction blueprints. Frowning slightly, he explained the underground air raid shelter of the Hongqing machinery factory has two entrances. One is in the office building, what is now the dormitory behind your park storage room. We've just inspected it. Both the sealed metal door on the surface and the inner airtight door have various issues and require repair and maintenance. The other is in your courtyard's underground warehouse. There is a section of passage that was sealed after the civil defense project was completed back then, likely a ramp for transporting supplies and construction materials. The blockage is probably just a single brick wall, Captain Lin said to the young soldier beside him. Xiao Li, you'll handle the inspection later. Xiao Li, you'll check it later, Captain Lin instructed the young officer standing beside him. Then, straightening his expression, Captain Lin addressed MO Bai and Director Wang. The military district is currently conducting a major inspection of civil defense installations. The armed forces departments within the city will be inspecting and maintaining the air raid shelters and related facilities under their jurisdiction. Many older civil defense structures are not suitable for public use, so after we assess internal conditions, we will carry out necessary repairs and maintenance and then seal them again. The relevant costs during this process will be reimbursed by the Armed Forces Department. We hope you will cooperate with our work. Director Wang promptly agreed, and MO Bai also stated that he would cooperate. Captain Lin then departed, leaving behind a second lieutenant surnamed Li who looked to be only in his 20s. Second Lieutenant Li was a platoon leader from the engineer company under the District Armed Forces Department. Though only 26, his professionalism was immediately apparent. Holding a flashlight, he glanced over the blueprints Captain Lin had left, then quickly located a section of the west wall in the underground garage where the wall surface was slightly recessed and the base was damp. Borrowing a hammer from a worker, he tapped lightly twice and nodded in satisfaction. This is it. Behind this wall should be the sealed entrance to the civil defense facility. After speaking, Second Lieutenant Li made a phone call. An hour later, two green military trucks entered the park through the side gate. More than a dozen soldiers jumped down, bringing with them a variety of tools and equipment. These professional engineers moved with great speed. Two large impact drills quickly bored several holes into the wall. Under the glare of mounted work lights, they could see that behind the broken wall lay a short passage with a curved ceiling. The passage was just over 5 meters wide and high, apparently once wide enough for vehicles to enter. The passage was very short, less than 2 meters in, and there stood a wide metal gate. The green door already bore mottled rust. Second Lieutenant Li signaled his men to bring down a metal wheel from the truck, its center fitted with a pentagonal metal rod. After adding a bit of lubricant to a matching pentagonal socket beside the gate, they inserted the rod and several soldiers working together began to turn it. As the wheel turned, the great door, sealed for perhaps 30 years, slowly opened. Several soldiers equipped with flashlights and other tools stepped into the air raid shelter beyond. Second Lieutenant Li turned back to MO Bai and Director Wang. My apologies to you both. The interior of this civil defense facility is still classified, so civilians are not permitted to enter. Director Wang said he had no objection. Curious, MO Bai asked, when you maintain these air raid shelters, what exactly do you maintain? Second Lieutenant Li smiled slightly. That's hardly a secret, he replied. Pointing at the large door, he said, first are these metal ceiling doors. Although civil defense facilities are supposed to be maintained roughly every 10 years, in reality many have gone 20 years without proper upkeep. Take this gate for example. If we didn't add lubricant now, it might soon seize up with rust, and opening it would become a serious ordeal. So we need to lubricate and maintain it, otherwise even if everything inside were in perfect condition, a door that won't open renders the entire facility useless. Mo nodded repeatedly. Nearby several soldiers were pushing hard against the great gate while two others applied lubricant to the hinges and locking points, rotating the mechanisms to ensure the oil penetrated every part of the door. From Mo's vantage point he could see that beyond the gate stretched a similarly wide single-lane roadway sloping downward at about 20 degrees, curving to one side, a spiraling ramp leading deeper underground. Then Mo suddenly noticed a small doorway in the wall right beside the tunnel entrance resembling a tiny gatehouse or guardroom. Seeing his surprised expression, Second Lieutenant Lee joked that is indeed a guardroom likely used during construction of the air raid shelter by whoever manned the entrance, checked materials and kept records, a gatekeeper's post in other words. He then instructed a soldier to take down a flat green metal box from the truck. The soldier entered the guardroom and bolted the metal box to the wall. Second Lieutenant Lee explained inside will place maps of the underground air raid shelter and emergency evacuation routes. After so many years, the original paper instructions posted on the walls have all deteriorated. These new ones are laminated and can be preserved for a long time. After watching for a while, Mo realized it was not quite appropriate for him to linger there. Taking advantage of old Chin calling for him, he headed upstairs. In the temporary office on the first floor, he began sketching on a blank sheet of paper. The underground garage wall lay less than 2 meters from the steel gate with the little guardroom pressed right behind it. This meant the guardroom was barely more than 2 meters away from the opposite wall of the underground garage, and as long as he avoided the reinforced concrete structure around the main gate, the guardroom's sidewall should be only brickwork. Though he did not yet know what lay inside that civil defense facility, having a spacious underground air raid shelter beneath his future refuge could only be a boon. Unexpectedly, a little over an hour later, 2 more military trucks drove directly into the underground garage. Sneaking a glance, Mo saw Second Lieutenant Lee directing soldiers as they loaded wooden crates carried out from the air raid shelter onto the trucks. Before long, the fully loaded trucks drove out of the underground garage. Before leaving, Second Lieutenant Lee apologized, explaining that their work for the day was unfinished and they would return the next day. He asked that no construction be scheduled in the underground garage for the time being, and Mo agreed. Watching the departing military trucks, Mo could not help but wonder what exactly they had loaded onto them. Back at the hotel room he had rented in the Culture Park, Mo took a thorough shower and then lay on the bed in a comfortable position, beginning to sort through his memories. His recollections of the apocalypse from his previous life were not particularly clear. It seemed that the act of crossing over had likewise caused problems in his memory. At present his memory relied mainly on what his brain had stored 10 years earlier, while an extra decade of recollections had been forcibly crammed into it, inevitably causing confusion. To him, many fragments of memory were like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle that required a calm mind to rearrange into a coherent whole. If his memory served him correctly, on the 25th, 2 months from now, without anyone knowing the exact cause, the Third World War would erupt suddenly. The war would escalate far beyond ordinary imagination, and on the 28th, just 3 days later, the first nuclear bomb would detonate over Europe. In the following 48 hours, thousands of nuclear warheads would be launched across the globe. Nearly every city on Earth would be annihilated, radioactive dust would blanket the planet, and the world's end would arrive just as foretold in ancient prophecies. After surviving combatants hid in underground shelters for a year, scientists among the survivors discovered that the Earth's surface ecosystem had changed far beyond their expectations. They had thought the massive veil of radioactive dust would shroud the sky for a century, yet in the radiation-saturated environment, life on Earth exploded into unimaginable transformations. After catastrophic die-offs, countless animal and plant species rapidly adapted to the harsh planetary conditions. Most astonishing of all was the botanical world. Vast numbers of plants capable of absorbing radiation and growing at incredible speed began to spread wildly across the Earth's surface. Radiation on the ground and in the air was dissipating at a rate visible to the naked eye. After another year, radiation levels on the surface had fallen to the point where humans could barely survive there again. Yet when humanity set foot on the surface once more, they found themselves facing not only mutated ferocious animals and bizarre unfamiliar plants, but also humans who should have been long dead, risen again under the influence of an unknown mutagenic virus. Unprepared for this, humanity once again plunged into the despair of figuring out how to survive. In this wasteland of universal danger, humans, like all other life on Earth, soon adapted to their environment and developed their own path to self-empowerment. Scientists named this path the evolution sequence, and the few who obtained strength far beyond that of ordinary humans through it were called new humans. The next morning, awakened by the workers, Mo was surprised to see a convoy of 7 or 8 military trucks entering through the side gate of the complex, quietly stopping outside the power distribution building. After Mo opened the door, Lieutenant Lee apologetically said, "I'm sorry. Due to the substantial workload mandated by our superiors, we had to come as early as possible. There is quite a bit of work to be done in the underground civil defense facilities of the old Hongqing machinery factory, including moving some old stock materials and updating some of the existing equipment." Mo nodded and instructed the workers to open the large door and lighting for the underground garage. They had cleaned the underground garage yesterday, so it was still quite empty now. Lieutenant Lee expressed his gratitude and directed the trucks into the underground garage. Mo noticed that although these trucks were covered with tarpaulins, the condition of the vehicle tires clearly indicated that they were carrying a considerable amount of goods. Counting a total of 8 military vehicles entered the garage, suggesting that the underground civil defense facilities were indeed not small. Old Chen beside him scratched his head and said, "These soldiers are really impatient, more so than you who have worked as a supervisor." Mo patted Old Chen on the shoulder and drove out of the complex. 2 hours later, in an industrial park on the outskirts, he met with the sales manager of Tianqing Machinery Processing Factory. After handing over his business card, the sales manager warmly received Mo by. "Our company specializes in various small and medium precision machining equipment. Please let me know your need. I am engaged in the processing and export of metal artworks, and I have just opened a new studio that requires a complete set of new equipment." Mo handed over a list. Looking at the equipment on the list, the sales manager beamed with joy. Although these were all small processing machines, they were the most advanced models. The total price could reach over 2 million, making it quite a substantial order. After some operations on the computer, the sales manager looked up with a smile and said, "We have all the equipment you need in stock. When would be a suitable time for delivery? We also provide installation and commissioning services." Mo quickly signed the contract and requested that they deliver it to the cultural park next week. Looking at the light blue box in front of him, the task displayed shelter branch tasks. First, workshop equipment completed. Second, water circulation system completed. Third, power supply system completed. Fourth, accommodation space not completed. Fifth, maintenance and dining space not completed. Sixth, material storage warehouse not completed. Looking at the densely packed list above, Mo felt overwhelmed. It was astonishing that a shelter required so many things. In just half a month, over 10 million had already been spent, and the entire renovation of the power distribution building hadn't even completed the foundation. It seemed necessary to hire more staff. Returning to the cultural park, Mo had not even entered the courtyard when he received a call from Director Wang of the Investment Promotion Office saying he had something to discuss with him. Upon arriving at the Investment Promotion Office, Director Wang smilingly informed him that there was a 2-story bathhouse building just diagonally across from him that had not been rented out. The park had now decided to convert that entire building into a public warehouse available for merchants within the park or for external rental, with each divided warehouse approximately 100 square meters. He wanted to ask Mo if he was interested in renting one. Mo initially intended to refuse because he was planning to convert his underground garage into a warehouse, and removing the workshop could still leave over 400 square meters for storage. Moreover, there were plenty of places within the power distribution building to store materials, so additional warehouse space was not urgently needed. However, seeing the eager look in Director Wang's eyes, Mo suddenly thought that in the apocalypse useful materials would always be in short supply. Having another place to store supplies would be beneficial, especially since some materials were also resistant to nuclear explosion radiation. Additionally, this was also a good idea. Many materials that were not urgently needed, such as backup construction materials, metal materials, generators, and even wires and light bulbs, though not frequently used, were essential and needed space for storage. Mo nodded, indicating that he could rent at least one warehouse, and inquired when the renovation of that warehouse building could be complete. Director Wang happily stated that only a month would be sufficient and it would not delay Mo's storage needs. By the time Mo returned to the power distribution building, it was already dark. The workers informed him that Lieutenant Li and the soldiers had completed their work and the convoy of military vehicles had also left. Old Chen told Mo something that puzzled him. Some of those military vehicles had left in between but came back again, seemingly transporting something from the air defense shelter, indicating that a considerable amount of goods had been moved in. Mo stood in the garage staring at the smooth white wall before him, somewhat dazed. These engineers were indeed efficient. They not only closed the door but also rebuilt the wall. Moreover, they had even painted it, showcasing remarkable efficiency. Mo looked at the white wall and then walked about 4 meters to the left, estimating that it was the position of the small dispatch room, and marked it on the wall. That morning, Mo watched over 40 workers busy at the construction site. Compared to the previous 2 days, the number of workers had almost doubled. There were people working in all 3 floors, including the basement. Due to the generous wages, Old Chen was also working hard. All the electrical wires and cables had been laid out using all large reinforced conduits. Additionally, the double-layer solid brick walls of the building had been reinforced and special metal plates were added between the double walls. Although it was not visible from the outside, structurally the entire power distribution building could withstand a magnitude 9 earthquake without any issues. Looking at the time, the project had been underway for 3 weeks and it was time to call that guy. Picking up his phone, Mo dialed a number. On the other end of the line was one of his juniors, Zhang Ji. Mo was from the mechanical engineering department, while Zhang Ji was a special recruit from the electronic machinery department. Before university, he had several patents to his name. However, due to accidentally peeking at the girls' dormitory while testing a rotor drone, he nearly got expelled from school. Initially, the two were merely acquaintances and alumni. 4 years ago, this junior Zhang Ji lost everything when he was swindled by his business partner in the electronics trade, and even his girlfriend ran away with someone else. Undeterred, he attempted to make a comeback, but no one was willing to help him, not even his family, who refused to fill his bottomless pit. Later, in desperation, Zhang Ji somehow thought of Mo, with whom he had played with drones in college, and came to seek his help. Zhang Ji, who initially had no expectations, was surprised when Mo Bai, who was basking in the sun at the courtyard, simply asked him, "You can write an IOU, right?" At that time Mo Bai only lent him 200,000. Unexpectedly, a year later, Zhang Ji secured a new patent for a security monitoring system and his security company's business flourished. By the end of the second year he repaid the 200,000 he owed Mo Bai. Later this guy framed that IOU and hung it in his office. After receiving Mo Bai's call, Zhang Ji quickly brought a team from his security company to the cultural park. Looking at the power distribution building filled with workers, he scratched his head and said, "Boss, are you planning to go for a retro industrial style?" Mo Bai gave him a light knock on the head and said, "Stop the nonsense, I'm asking you to help me with the work." Upon hearing that Mo Bai had entrusted him with the security monitoring system, here Zhang Ji jumped up in excitement. Mo Bai had previously rejected Zhang Ji's proposal to install an impressive security system in his courtyard, arguing that it was an old house with only old neighbors. However, for the current power distribution building, Mo Bai set the highest requirements: reliability, durability, and no blind spots. Zhang Ji and his team spent half a day inspecting the power distribution building and proposed two plans. One plan involved setting up a monitoring center in the maintenance room on the first floor equipped with multiple large-screen monitoring displays and installing 24 cameras to monitor the entire building's interior and exterior. The second plan included 36 monitoring probes and dynamic monitors, including the outer walls. An additional monitoring center was arranged in Mo Bai's personal residence on the third floor to control all the cameras. Looking at his plan, Mo Bai sighed and said, "You're still too conservative." After that he provided him with a rough plan that left Zhang Ji somewhat stunned. Firstly, the monitoring center would be located within Mo Bai's residence on the third floor with a full set of 8 monitoring screens. The maintenance room on the first floor would serve as an external monitoring center equipped with 6 monitoring screens, and there would also be an additional small monitoring station in the underground workspace using 4 large screens. These arrangements would ensure that no matter where Mo Bai was working, he could keep control of the surroundings. The entire monitoring system could be controlled and monitored via a personal wrist computer equipped on his left arm, and the entire building's power system and access control could also be integrated. In addition, temporary additional monitoring cameras and other dynamic sensors, including a laser sensor alarm system, would be required. Another very important aspect was to equip several high-quality drones for mobile monitoring. Zhang Ji looked at the preliminary plan and was completely taken aback. This was not just a new residence's security, it was like a research facility of an umbrella company from a video game. Looking over the plan and then at Mo Bai's excited expression, Zhang Ji, who had originally looked dazed, revealed an expression of excitement. "Boss, this plan is too cool and too challenging. Don't worry, I guarantee I will do my best for you, hee." Seeing Zhang Ji's enthusiasm, Mo Bai was quite pleased. This junior may not be very emotionally intelligent, but he was very reliable when it came to professional matters. Soon Zhang Ji's security team integrated into the construction crew. That day Zhang Ji excitedly pointed to an unpackaged large gray-white surveillance camera and said, "This is the best outdoor security monitoring probe. It's not only high definition but also has night vision capability, and it features dynamic monitoring ability, allowing it to automatically track moving targets. It's also very sturdy and durable with strong anti-interference capabilities. Of course it's a bit expensive, costing over 10,000 each." Mo Bai was not short on money, so he directly purchased 100 of these cameras along with a batch of other security cameras that had fewer functions but were still of good quality. The external monitoring needed those large powerful ones, while the internal security monitoring required smaller cameras. There were also several hidden cameras that needed to be installed in the stairwell and kitchen. However, what Mo Bai did not mention was that these cameras would be removed in the last few days, packed into boxes and placed in the basement. This was because the electromagnetic pulse from a nuclear explosion could potentially damage these delicate electronic devices. They would be reinstalled after the nuclear explosion when it was possible to return to the surface. Following Mo Bai's instructions, a metal slide rail was installed on the south wall of the cultural park. At first glance, the slide rail on the wall was inconspicuous and no one noticed it. However, along with it was a camera gimbal capable of moving along the rail with a 360-degree view. Once installed, it could move back and forth along the entire south wall and had a retractable mechanical arm that could freely raise and lower. When necessary, it could extend the camera outside the wall, making its functionality quite powerful. Zhang Ji had put in a lot of effort for this camera mount. He mysteriously asked Mo Bai if he was planning to spy on someone and was promptly kicked out by Mo Bai. "What girl?" The south wall only faced the building of the neighboring software park and a vacant lot between the north wall. As Zhang Ji worked on the security project, the tasks unexpectedly kept increasing, especially with the drone system that Mo Bai requested. Zhang Ji proudly declared that this was his company's top-end product, the CV200 automatic security drone. Its most notable feature was its stable flight performance and over 4 hours of battery life. Moreover, what stood out was that this drone, equipped with a high-definition camera and infrared sensors, had route editing capabilities, allowing it to edit patrol routes and remember them. This meant that once it flew a route, it could automatically patrol along the same route next time. Even more impressively, the dynamically equipped sensors could automatically record moving people or vehicles and track them. Zhang Ji proudly proclaimed that this intelligent security drone had attracted the attention of several large companies and governments, resulting in substantial orders. The units he was providing to Mobai were also taken from a large company's order. Mobai was not greedy. He bought 4 of these high-end units that cost over 180,000 each, along with a batch of other drone models produced by Zhang Ji's company, as their batteries and remote controls were compatible. That day it rained, so Mobai instructed old Chen and Zhang Ji to work indoors while he went out for a stroll. Holding an umbrella, he walked around the cultural park for a while, avoiding the monitoring on the main road, and slipped to the back of the dormitory building. He remembered Lieutenant Li saying that another entrance to the underground civil defense facilities was located in the small warehouse behind the building. Arriving at the dormitory building, he indeed saw a lonely small room underground on the west wall, about 10 square meters, with an iron door locked with a chain. Mobai glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then pulled out a peculiar-looking object from his pocket. Overall it resembled a short screwdriver, except the front end of the handle was a cylindrical bronze metal rod with a button on top, and that was all. Seeing that no one was around, Mobai held the lock on the chain with his left hand and pressed the front end of the bronze metal rod against the lock hole, pressing the button on the handle. Suddenly something strange occurred. The bronze metal rod began to soften, and as the handle was pushed, it gradually entered the lock hole. When Mobai felt a jolt, he knew it had reached the end, then released the button on the handle. After waiting 2 seconds, he gently turned the handle, and with a click the large lock on the chain opened. Mobai pressed the button on the handle and slowly pulled the metal rod out of the lock hole. What emerged was a bronze metal key which perfectly matched the large lock in front of him. Releasing the button, the front end of the handle transformed back into a cylindrical shape. It reverted to its original appearance. This was the reward obtained from completing the shelter system task, a universal key capable of opening any mechanical lock. Mobai looked at this peculiar universal key in his hand, filled with questions. It appeared to be made of some kind of memory metal that softens and shapes at specific temperatures, but he couldn't understand how this memory metal identified the lock hole and precisely transformed into various keys according to size. The most astonishing feature was that once a lock had been opened, the next time he merely approached the lock, the key would automatically transform into the shape that could unlock it, as if this universal key really possessed memory functionality. Putting the universal key back in his pocket, Mobai pushed open the iron door, revealing a storage room inside. Some shovels and hoes were leaning against the wall, along with a few bamboo baskets used for transporting soil. It seemed that this small warehouse was currently being used by the gardeners of the cultural park. On the floor of the warehouse there was an iron door that opened upward, and to prevent people from stepping on it, a thick wooden board was specially placed on top. Opening 2 iron doors, a staircase extended downward, unexpectedly dry, with metal handrails newly painted in green anti-rust paint on both sides. It seems that Second Lieutenant Li did quite a bit of work a few days ago. The entire underground passage sloped down at about a 30-degree angle, approximately 3 meters wide and less than 4 meters high, meant for pedestrian use, distinctly different from the vehicle path leading from the underground parking garage. A new plastic pipe was laid along the top of the passage with explosion-proof lighting every few meters, which, while not very bright, was sturdy, energy-saving, and durable. On the wall further down the passage there was a red metal box that looked familiar. It was the same box Second Lieutenant Li had shown him used for storing blueprints of civil defense facilities. Mobai shone his flashlight on the box and took out a master key, quickly opening it to reveal a bound and sealed booklet inside, with the cover reading Eastern District Civil Defense Facility 78014, indicating the identification number of this underground bunker. Inside the box was also a large old-fashioned flashlight, and in one corner was a small box resembling an old switch with a lever that could be flipped upwards. Mobai did not touch it. Once electricity was involved, it could trigger surveillance. If the underground civil defense facility was powered, Second Lieutenant Li would likely come with a team the next day, so it was safer to be cautious. Flipping through a few pages of the booklet, it contained some basic introductions and the primary functions of the facility. It was evident that this civil defense facility was classified as a medium-sized community shelter capable of providing refuge for approximately 200 to 300 people, along with storing some emergency supplies. Mobai remembered that while Second Lieutenant Li had brought in quite a few supplies, it was still far from sufficient for hundreds of people. Perhaps they only needed enough emergency supplies to last 2 or 3 weeks, as the typical duration for disaster relief was about 2 weeks before rescue occurred. Placing the booklet back into the box, Mobai continued down the passage, estimating he walked about 100 meters underground, reaching a depth of 12 to 15 meters. Mobai spotted an explosion-proof door. The single explosion-proof door was also made of steel, similar to the one in the underground parking garage, featuring a pentagon-shaped insert hole about 10 centimeters in diameter. However, Mobai did not have a compatible tool for the interface, which was likely a specialized opening tool for civil defense facilities used by the armed department. Considering that his master key could not morph into such a robust tool, it seemed impossible to open this door. He would have to think of another way later. A month passed swiftly. The functions of the water and electricity systems and the distribution building had all been completed. Next came the installation and debugging of living facilities. Old Chen directly replaced the workers with a team experienced in home decoration, as they needed to be professional for these detailed tasks. First was the equipment for the kitchen and dining area on the first floor. MOBI designed the dining area to accommodate over 50 people simultaneously with a semi-open kitchen layout directly connected to the dining area resembling a buffet setup. The kitchen, while not large, had 4 stoves and a sink along with all necessary commercial kitchen equipment like ovens and refrigerators selected for their energy efficiency. Behind the kitchen was a small cold storage room mainly for frozen meats. Considering that after 3 months they would rely solely on solar power for these appliances, MOBI did not need a large cold storage. The task list for MOBI's shelter system indicated that the main quest was to build a new shelter with 12 essential components as side quests. He had completed 9 of them, with the first 2 of the remaining 3 being resource warehouses and personnel accommodations. These 2 could be finished once the interior decoration was complete, but the last task concerning defensive weapons had stumped MOBI. In places like the United States, South America, or even Southeast Asia where firearms are not prohibited, one could acquire weapons as long as they had the money. However, in a country where even BB guns are restricted, obtaining any weapons was extremely difficult, and even cold weapons required permits. Though challenging, it was not impossible. As a mechanical engineering student, MOBI understood well that as long as there were materials and processing equipment, some relatively simple weapons could still be homemade, but for safety reasons he could not do that just yet. The ordered metal processing equipment had arrived and it would take 2 days to install everything. Additionally, a set of 3D printing equipment had also been set up in the underground garage workspace. Before this workspace could be utilized, MOBI needed a discrete defensive device. After searching online for a long time, all similar entries were illegal. MOBI realized that continuing this search might attract unwanted attention. He thought that since he couldn't find blueprints and finished products for pneumatic and chemical-powered launchers on domestic networks, he should be able to find them on foreign websites. Using a VPN, MOBI contacted a university classmate studying abroad. Through his introduction, he found a popular forum in Europe and America dedicated to antique and retro weapon research, frequented by enthusiastic collectors of antique weapons. He paid €10 to register as a premium member, and in the forum's specialized section he found a plethora of blueprints for antique firearms he had never considered, including not only old black powder muskets from a century ago but also many bizarre designs from before World War I, alongside rifles and machine guns used by various countries during the war, such as the early German Mauser GEW 98, which was the predecessor of the famous Mauser 98K from World War II, and Russia's Mosin-Nagant rifle and the remarkably fast-firing British Lee Enfield rifle. Complete blueprints for these antique rifles could be found in the forum. Additionally, there were blueprints for slaughter machines from World War I, such as the Maxim water-cooled heavy machine gun and the Hotchkiss M1909 machine gun. However, the majority were various weapons and their accompanying blueprints from World War II, as most had long passed their patent protection period abroad and numerous experts on the forum had extracted them. Merely fantasizing about these blueprints was not enough. Among these enthusiasts were many with practical manufacturing experience, some even having worked directly in relevant institutions and companies. These experienced enthusiasts and hobbyists proposed many incredible retro firearm modification schemes on the forum, such as converting the British Lee Enfield rifle to fire 7.62 NATO rounds. A Mauser 98K sniper rifle with an extended barrel and rail system was just one of the more conventional designs. MOBI also found a Japanese Type 38 rifle capable of firing 50 Browning caliber machine gun rounds. This was no longer a rifle, it was essentially a cannon. Aside from those bizarre and outlandish designs, the most important aspect was that some niche yet surprisingly practical shooting concepts had been realized with the help of others. One such idea that greatly impressed MOBI was modifying the Lee Enfield rifle to fire Warsaw Pack 7.62 by 39mm rounds. Although the effective range of the original Lee Enfield rifle, even with a scope, was only between 400 and 500 meters using the Warsaw Pack's standard 7.62 by 39mm rounds, the effective range remained the same, with the only difference being a slight reduction in bullet power. However, a well-placed shot would still be lethal at 400 meters. The stable trajectory of a bolt-action rifle combined with the firing rate and high magazine capacity of the Lee Enfield rifle became apparent. Unfortunately, under modern conditions, even a standard Alaska rifle with a 4x scope could achieve similar results, making such designs seemingly appealing, practically marketless, and limited to nostalgic forums. MOBI valued another aspect, which was that under domestic circumstances 7.62 by 39mm old-style rifle ammunition and 5.8mm rifle rounds were the most common. As for NATO and Warsaw Pact 7.62 by 51 full-power rounds and 7.62 by 54mm rifle ammo, they were scarce and difficult to obtain domestically. Therefore, this seemingly useless rifle design could still be viable under specific conditions. Of course, if he could get a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle in the country, it would be much better than this antique rifle. The difference between semi-automatics and bolt-action rifles was still significant. MOBI had been active on this forum for 2 weeks and unexpectedly found a private gunsmith in Germany who specialized in customizing antique firearms. Many enthusiasts on the forum had their unique retro firearms designed by him, and he was very skilled in using modern techniques to create these antique weapons. After contacting the gunsmith, he inquired whether he could customize a few required antique firearms. Surprisingly, the gunsmith replied that the firearms he requested could be customized, but due to domestic policies these custom antique firearms would still be considered contraband, making it impossible to import them through legal channels. However, this gunsmith, being in the business for years, had connections. According to his account, Europe had specific smuggling channels to Asia which would transport goods to places like Pakistan or Vietnam and Thailand, where they could legally enter, then use underground smuggling routes to bring them into the country, directly delivering them to the door. Of course, the shipping cost often exceeded the value of the goods themselves. A week later, Mo Bai placed his exclusive order. According to the gunsmith, he would receive the shipment within a month. As the countdown clock ticked down, Mo Bai began to worry whether these life-saving items would arrive before a world war broke out. In addition, Mo Bai had been busy selecting the necessary supplies for the shelter during this time. These supplies included not only basic necessities like food, drinking water and medicine, but also components like generators, spare parts, backup battery packs, solar panel replacement parts, as well as spare light bulbs, tubes, electrical wires, fuses and air switches. This was just the electrical related items. That day, Mo Bai received the ordered metallic consumables, a small batch of neatly arranged iron ingots, aluminum ingots and steel ingots stacked in rows on the material rack in the underground workshop. The excess was sent to the newly constructed resource warehouse for storage. Next were some steel bars, concrete and steel plates and angle irons for reinforcement. These heavy items, not frequently used, were directly placed into the temporarily rented warehouse across the street. Then there were liquefied natural gas tanks for the kitchen. The gas cabinet in the kitchen could only hold 4, while 10 more were stored in the basement, along with 10 filled gas cans placed in the opposite area's warehouse. Bedding sheets, pillows and other items also needed spare quantities. He prepared 2 tons of laundry powder and detergent. Personal clothing and protective gear were also essential. 20 sets of 3-proof protective suits were prepared with gas masks and air filter canisters fully stocked. He also gathered various outdoor survival items like hiking gear, shoes, climbing ropes, tents and outdoor cooking tools, ensuring complete readiness. For example, he had 30 entrenching tools. Flashlights and outdoor walkie-talkies came in several models and could be used according to different situations. Finally, the largest stockpile was of food reserves, which naturally included easy toaster, long shelf life, military and civilian compressed biscuits, canned goods and field-ready meals, all with shelf lives exceeding 2 years. In the apocalypse, food was the most valuable commodity, especially compressed biscuits and canned food, as people could go to great lengths, even risking their lives against mutated monsters, just for a few bites to eat. In areas where most radiation had dissipated, drinking water was not yet scarce. Underground water resources could still be found if one was willing to search. However, after a nuclear detonation, the land that had not been cultivated for years was mostly unsuitable for growing crops. According to statistics from various survivor bases, the total number of people who died from starvation and the conflicts caused by resource shortages exceeded even those who perished directly from the nuclear bomb. These grim statistics indicated that in the apocalypse, reliance on human nature was the most challenging aspect. Mo Bai understood this well, especially since he had struggled on the brink of starvation several times. No one knew better than him what immoral acts people would commit for the sake of the scant food available. Therefore, he divided all food into 3 parts. The majority of long-lasting food was stored in the resource warehouse of the underground garage, protected by solid walls and iron doors. A portion with a shorter shelf life was kept in the food storage behind the kitchen, and another portion was maintained in his personal warehouse on the 3rd floor. 2 months had passed and the countdown timer showed only 25 days remaining. The main preparations were nearly complete, and all Mo Bai could do was try to gather more supplies. The 3 resource warehouses in the underground garage were already filled to the brim, not only stacked to the ceiling but also crammed onto the floor, overflowing with various goods. The last one was the medicine storage, a room of less than 50 square meters containing 3 refrigerators filled with various medications and medical supplies, especially various antibiotics and trauma medications, along with a substantial amount of anti-radiation drugs and treatments for radiation. These were the most precious resources in the apocalypse. These supplies could be considered the most valuable items in the entire shelter. However, Mo Bai did not view them this way. He had a detailed map at hand that was continuously being perfected, marking all potential locations within the city where vital supplies might be found, such as hospitals, pharmacies, supermarkets, convenience stores, warehouses, logistics centers, police stations, military facilities, etc. Where he could likely locate food, medicine, weapons, ammunition, other living supplies, and construction materials. This map was built upon the main map, which he improved little by little, marking it and eventually printing and laminating it by area. This was his survival map for the apocalypse. Checking the remaining time, Mo Bai continued to stockpile supplies while testing the conditions of the power distribution building's water and electrical systems, and arranged for after-sales technicians to make adjustments to achieve optimal performance. Since there was still time, Mo Bai also asked Zhang Ji to install an internal local area network system for the power distribution building, with the main server set up in the underground garage workshop. On several parallel servers, Mo Bai downloaded a vast amount of movies, TV shows, music and other cultural entertainment programs. His server's hard drive array boasted a capacity of over 10,000 terabytes, more than enough to accommodate these files. Then he added various single-player and local area network games, including a remastered version of the original Counter-Strike. Zhang Ji, seeing this, helplessly thought that Mo Bai must be planning to turn the building into an internet cafe. Mo thought for a moment. Since he had already installed so many things and every room had connections, he simply ordered dozens of high-end computers. They weren't expensive. Mainstream configurations cost over 10,000 each. He placed 2 in each private dormitory and attached 5 to the dining room and maintenance room walls. He even placed 1 in the laundry room. Following Zhang Ji's advice, he kept most of the terminal connections on a separate local area network, physically isolating them from the surveillance network. Only the maintenance room basement and his personal space on the 3rd floor could access the monitoring system. At that time, Mo's account still had about 20 million in funds, which wasn't enough to satisfy him. Adhering to the principle that it's foolish not to spend money when you have it, he rented an entire row of small warehouses in the new storage facility across from the cultural park, providing a place to store his supplies, which continued to fill these spaces in batches. That morning, Mo was signing off on the logistics delivery of 20 boxes of military-grade chocolate which required low-temperature storage. He had them packed in specially purchased polymer storage boxes and moved into the underground garage, where there was still some space at the end of the corridor and the temperature in the basement was only a dozen degrees. These chocolates could last a long time. At that moment, he received a phone call from a logistics company saying there was a shipping container from Cambodia that needed his acceptance, asking whether to deliver it directly or for him to pick it up. Cambodia. Mo was taken aback, wondering when he had bought anything from Cambodia, but suddenly it struck him, the order from Europe. It had been a month already and he thought it might have encountered problems on the road or been detained. He didn't expect it to actually arrive quickly, providing the address for the logistics company to deliver it. Around 1 in the afternoon, a medium-sized truck entered the cultural park bearing the insignia of Jinton Logistics, indicating it was a small logistics company. 2 workers unloaded an enormous wooden box from the truck, which was secured with many wooden slats to protect its contents. The delivery note stated it was a vintage motorcycle. After settling a frighteningly high shipping fee, Mo drove his small forklift to bring the large box directly to the underground garage, then went up to close the metal gate of the yard and returned to pull down the iron gate of the garage. Taking a crowbar from the tool rack, Mo began to pry off the wooden boards from the box one by one. After a busy half-day, he finally managed to remove the outer 2 layers of wood. Beneath the heavy packaging was not a motorcycle but 2 stacked large green polymer storage boxes marked with a row of unreadable numbers in English with a logo that was the emblem of the gunsmith's workshop from the forum. He picked up his phone and checked an encrypted email in his inbox, which contained a series of passwords. Following the 6-digit password, Mo opened the lid of the upper storage box. Inside was a thin layer of film. After tearing it off, he revealed the contents. Within the spacious box were several neatly arranged walnut boxes edged with brass strips, exuding an aura of elegance and vintage charm. Mo took out the first long box and opened it. Inside, a velvet-lined compartment revealed a combination of metallic and natural wood finishes enhanced with gun oil and wood lacquer, radiating an enticing sheen under the light. It was a standard Mauser 98K rifle firing the 7.62 NATO standard full-power rifle cartridge. Equipped with an 8-fold optical sight mounted on the rail, the accessories included a spare 6-fold sight, a leather rifle sling, and the muzzle featured specialized threading along with a custom muzzle flash suppressor and sound suppressor. It was evident that the overall craftsmanship of the firearm was exquisite, embodying classic German engineering standards. The second box contained a short Lee-Enfield rifle firing 7.62 by 39 Warsaw-packed cartridges, which were the same as those used in AK rifles. It was equipped with a 6-fold optical sight mounted on the rail, and the accessories included a 4-fold sight along with the same muzzle flash suppressor and sound suppressor. There were also 2 smaller wooden boxes, each containing a Colt M1911 handgun. One was a standard .45 caliber with a 7-round magazine. It came with a dedicated flashlight and 4 spare magazines. The other was a 9mm long-barreled model with threaded muzzle and included a specialized sound suppressor with a magazine capacity of 15 rounds. It also had 4 spare magazines. At the very bottom of the storage box was the largest box, containing a full set of maintenance tools and spare parts for the 2 rifles and 2 handguns. All firearms came with a spare barrel and about 10 extra magazines, including double the amount of spare scopes. In one corner of the box were 2 large cardboard boxes containing hundreds of 98K and Lee-Enfield rifle clips, with the difference being that the 98K clips held 5 rounds while the Lee-Enfield held 10. According to the manual inside the box, these 10-round clips were compatible with SKS and several semi-automatic models. This clearly showed the designer's ingenuity in making maintenance repairs and spare parts as universally applicable as possible. Lastly, at the bottom were 2 black boxes containing the latest European dual-mode night vision scopes with both low-light and infrared thermal sensing capabilities, adjustable magnification between 4 and 8 times. Mo initially wanted a higher magnification but was informed that the higher models were military-grade and not available for civilian purchase. After placing all the boxes containing firearms and spare parts on the long table in the maintenance room, Mo moved aside the storage box on top. The box of the same size also had the same password. Upon opening it, the storage box was divided into 4 quadrants with a large left and a small right cross layout. The left 2 large spaces contained 1,000 rounds of NATO 7.62 by 51 full-power rifle cartridges and 2,000 rounds of Warsaw Pack 7.62 by 39 AK rifle cartridges. The right 2 spaces contained 500 rounds of 45 pistol ammunition and 2,000 rounds of 9mm pistol ammunition. Half of the ammunition was hollow-point rounds designed to create a cavity effect. In addition to these standard rounds, Mo-Bai also found the armor-piercing rounds and incendiary rounds he requested, with 200 rounds of each type. As for the pistol rounds, he only purchased an additional 200 rounds of 45 ACP pineapple rounds, which are specifically designed for soft targets, causing severe damage upon impact as the pineapple-shaped projectile would fragment. The quantity of these ammunition was substantial, and Mo-Bai estimated it would last him quite a while. Next, he needed to place the weapons in the weapons cabinet in the maintenance room. The location of the weapons cabinet was in a row of iron cabinets near the maintenance room exit, with each cabinet capable of holding 5 long guns and 5 handguns. In the middle there were compartments for ammunition and magazines, simple yet practical. Recently, Mo-Bai had also purchased a batch of mechanical crossbows and matching steel bolts, especially the bolts, which had completely cleared the merchant stock. Along with specialized long spears for close combat with mutated creatures and riot shields, the weapons cabinet was nearly filled to capacity aside from the 4 at the entrance. Particularly, Mo-Bai had ordered 20 high-quality replica Tang swords online, each costing over 1,000, and after sharpening them on a grinding wheel they became exceptionally sharp. Mo-Bai placed the 98K and Lee Enfield rifles in the cabinet, followed by the 2 Colt handguns and several boxes of ammunition, then closed the cabinet door. A window popped up. Branch task: maintenance room weapon inventory completed. All 12 branch tasks completed. Main task: my shelter completed. Reward 1 low-level universal processing table. 240 bottle caps. Bottle caps are the currency specific to the shelter. Many functions of the shelter system require payment in bottle caps. Reward 2 shelter lottery system activated. The first lottery will grant 1 free high-level lottery chance. Only this once. Note: the lottery will offers low-level draws at 10 bottle caps, mid-level draws at 100 bottle caps, and high-level draws at 1,000 bottle caps. Mo-Bai was stunned. There was even a lottery. What the hell is this? What is a universal processing table? And how do I earn bottle caps? Do I have to rely on completing tasks? After some thought, he decided to go for the lottery. Well, with 240 bottle caps, that would be 2 mid-level draws and 4 low-level draws, and then see the results of the high-level draw. First, he executed the 4 low-level draws in a row. The lottery wheel in his view kept spinning with all the prize slots marked with question marks, and he wouldn't know what he got until it stopped. Interestingly, during the 4 consecutive draws, the 4 pointers spun simultaneously, creating a dizzying effect for onlookers. The wheel's speed gradually slowed, and the 4 pointers also began to decelerate until they finally came to a stop. A prompt appeared beside them. 1 standard shelter compressed biscuit. Common item: 1 bottle of purified water from the shelter. Common item: 1 pack of emergency bandages from the shelter. Common item: 20 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Common item. Watching the items depicted in the window transform into light spots that settled on the table, a gray packaged compressed biscuit lay on the long table with a shelf life prominently stated as 10 years. The bottle of clear water looked sturdy, and it appeared to just contain water. As for the emergency bandages, they were sealed in packaging with a red cross on it. Lastly, the 9mm ammunition was housed in a red rectangular plastic ammo box with 4 rows of 5 rounds, each resembling a honeycomb. Mo-Bai looked at the items obtained from the lottery. The compressed biscuit and water were only notable for their long shelf life, and the emergency bandages were something he hadn't used before. The most useful item here was likely that box of ammunition. If considering the lottery results on the wheel, there should be even more than what was displayed, as aside from low-level biological supplies, ammunition and weapons were also possible. Next was the mid-level lottery blind box, and the wheel quickly stopped, revealing the results. Bioenhancement agent: basic level. Green item can enhance basic abilities of living organisms, including the human body. The same level agent can only be injected once. Multiple injections are ineffective. Yali's throwing knives: a set of 6 blue item high precision throwing knives that merely require mental targeting and throwing towards the target. Remember to retrieve them. Mo-Bai looked at a plastic sealed syringe without a needle and a set of small throwing knives enclosed in a leather case, somewhat astonished. He knew about the bioenhancement agent. If all went well, 2 years later scientists would have developed this human enhancement agent and promoted it among survivors. Even the basic enhancement agent could enhance human capabilities by 20 to 50, significantly improving strength, endurance, and reflex speed, with varying effects depending on individual physique. Generally, using a low-level enhancement agent that achieves or surpasses a 50 capability is likely to be recognized as possessing the qualities of a new human and be prioritized for training. Even if one ultimately does not become a new human, they would be part of a special group within the settlement with abilities surpassing ordinary people and mostly drafted into military service. As for the set of throwing knives, Mo-Bai was well aware that these knives, which increased hit probability, should be classified as named weapons. In the post-apocalyptic world where new humans were increasingly common, aside from combat-oriented new humans, there were also special new humans capable of crafting unique tools and weapons. They referred to themselves as artisans, capable of creating high-quality gear with attributes and power far exceeding ordinary weapons. A few weapons that had undergone extensive combat experience and self-upgrading alongside the new humans were also referred to as named equipment after their users. These items were extremely rare and expensive, generally within a settlement of tens of thousands. If there were an artisan, it would attract numerous new humans hoping to acquire named equipment, making such special artisans highly sought after talents in various settlements. Recalling that the system task also gave one more chance for a high-level lottery, Mobai prepared to give it a try. The wheel spun once more. One basic material refining machine can be used to refine basic commonly used materials from various junk can be upgraded with bottle caps. Mobai nodded at this, as it was quite suitable for scavengers and he could pick up some trash to try out on his next outing. However, this refining machine was indeed quite large, about 2 meters wide and nearly 3 meters long, featuring an intake opening approximately 2 meters wide while the discharge opening was only about 1 meter. It also required a standard 220V power supply to operate. Noticing that the refining machine had wheels underneath and wasn't too heavy, Mobai directly pushed the heavy machine out of the maintenance room and into the yard, guiding it down the path to the underground garage workshop, leaving no spare space in the workshop. As for the universal workbench that was the task reward, seeing its size was also over 3 meters, Mobai thought for a moment and had no choice but to accept the task reward in his third-floor studio, placing this long workbench inside. The workbench against the wall was divided into 2 parts, a 2 meter long and 1 4 meter wide operating platform on the left and another device 1 5 meters long on the right. The top of the workbench had a segment extending operation component and an overall backing panel. It was clear that this device's right side had an intake opening about 1 meter wide and the operating platform had a simple display screen. On the left was the manufacturing blueprint, currently empty, and on the right was the material column, which was also blank. Mobai thought for a moment and took a small aluminum ingot from the shelf in the studio, trying to throw it into the intake opening. At that moment, the material column on the screen popped up: aluminum 2000 grams. Mobai nodded, but how to input the blueprint? Suddenly Mobai had an idea, turned around and took a wrench from the tool rack, placing it on the operating table. The screen on the operating table then displayed an option: new item discovered, would you like to scan and save the blueprint? Mobai clicked yes, and several fine beams of light scanned over the wrench. The blueprint column then added a white blueprint showing wrench white quality, can produce iron wrench, steel wrench, aluminum wrench, material consumption is 500 grams. In the options for what could be made below the blueprint, only the aluminum wrench option was highlighted. Mobai clicked on it and the entire workbench vibrated with a hum. After a few seconds, the panel on the workbench opened and a shiny aluminum wrench rose from below. It turned out that as long as the blueprint was scanned and there were enough materials in the material library, the corresponding items could be automatically produced. What a convenient workbench! Mobai was very pleased. He hadn't expected this task reward to be so useful. Since he still had electricity, Mobai decided to make full use of it, first scanning the entire set of commonly used tools to save as blueprints. The workstation would automatically classify and store the scanned blueprints. However, there was an issue when scanning the electric drill, with the workstation indicating that the item was too complex to scan and that it needed to be upgraded to a higher level. Mobai looked at the screen, which displayed that upgrading the workstation to an intermediate level required 500 bottle caps, but he currently had none. Reluctantly, he decided to give up. Later, not wanting to lose hope, he brought the 98K from the armory, thinking to scan it as well, but the workstation again prompted that the level was insufficient. It seemed he would have to slowly complete tasks to earn bottle caps. Speaking of tasks, Mobai quickly flipped through the system and found that there was only one available task: to supply resources to the shelter, rewarding 2 bottle caps for every ton of supplies. Mobai was stunned. Only a few days were left. He quickly contemplated what resources to stockpile. Since the resources were calculated by weight, it was clear that various metal ingots and other materials would be the fastest. After renting all 10 remaining warehouses in the opposite warehouse, Mobai managed to fill 8 of them with various metal ingots and other processing materials. The remaining 2 warehouses were filled with a large stock of canned food and compressed biscuits. Looking at the time, only 3 days were left. Watching the increasingly urgent world situation in the news, many countries had begun to experience riots. The brutal factors in human genes seemed to have been unleashed, and while the situation was manageable domestically, other unstable countries and regions were igniting with riots and civil wars, casting the entire world under the shadow of World War III. What Mobai couldn't understand was that even though the world situation was tense and conflicts between nations were rampant, it should take some time for friction to escalate into war. Only Mobai knew that World War III would span just 3 short days from the outbreak of war to the end of the world. And the time left for Mobai was already less than a week. From the used car rental market in the suburbs, Mobai picked a very sturdy 3-wheeled electric agricultural vehicle and found an electric vehicle modification factory to convert it with full lithium battery and a semi-enclosed canopy. This 3-wheeled vehicle was practical and durable, and after the lithium battery conversion it had a range of nearly 200 kilometers, much more practical than a fuel-guzzling pickup. Of course, relying solely on the 3-wheeler wasn't enough. There was still a bit of space in the underground garage, and with some squeezing a few cars could also be parked in the yard. Mobai wandered around the used car market and got a nearly new Wuling Hongguan multipurpose vehicle, then selected a modified pickup camper from the rental market. He had a driver bring these vehicles back to the cultural park while Mo by himself drove a medium-sized Dongfeng flatbed truck back, picking up a bunch of various spare tires along the way. On the penultimate day, Mo bought 5 off-road electric motorcycles at a flagship store in the city. The high-end version of these electric motorcycles could ensure a range of 100 kilometers and allowed for lithium battery swaps, making them a very suitable quiet transportation option for the apocalypse. As for the dedicated spare batteries, Mo bought 10 of them. On August 24th, the last day before the war, Mo looked at the azure sky. Originally a beautiful sunny day, the birds in the sky seemed to sense something and flocks began to fly north. Mo had seen groups of rats surging in the roadside drainage. Nature's creatures instinctively sensed the approaching danger. On his last outing, Mo drove his Dongfeng flatbed truck to the suburban food wholesale market to make one final bulk purchase of food, including powdered milk, cocoa powder, and essential items like salt and sugar, filling any remaining space with canned goods. After returning the truck to the warehouse in the cultural park, there was a canopy where he unloaded the supports to raise the canopy and then covered the entire vehicle with rainproof tarpaulin, tightly wrapping it in 2 layers. The same went for the other vehicles parked under this canopy. Seeing that it was well past noon, Mo hesitated before picking up the phone. Zhang Jia. The voice of Zhang Ji came through the line. Boss. What's up? I was just about to head out to work. Mo considered for a moment. I've sent a box of supplies via Quail. Please place it on the bedside. Also, you must take a day off tomorrow. Don't go out. If possible, stock up on food, water, and daily necessities at the supermarket tonight. Zhang Ji's voice was very surprised. Boss, is there going to be a lockdown for epidemic prevention? Why haven't I received any news? Or do you have insider information, boss? Mo replied in a serious tone, if you trust me, just do as I say and you will understand later. One last thing, don't go north. If you really must, find a way to come to the cultural park and look for me. Zhang Ji fell silent for a few seconds. Understood, boss. I will do as you say. I trust you. Mo hung up the phone. In his previous life, Zhang Ji had followed the fleeing crowd to the evacuation point in the western mountains, and in the end, along with hundreds of thousands of civilians, he was erased from the earth by the last nuclear bomb during the retreat north. Although their relationship was just average, this time Mo still wished to do something. In the box he sent to Zhang Ji there were emergency food supplies, flashlights, and other emergency materials. Most importantly, half of the box contained various medications, especially anti-radiation oral drugs and injections, which were crucial for survival in the early days of the apocalypse. Zhang Ji was a very smart person. If he could survive the nuclear bomb, he would likely return to the underground shelter base in the western mountains, and after a year there was still hope of meeting him again. As dusk approached, Mo went to the rooftop and dismantled all the solar panels, bringing them inside. These fragile crystalline panels were easily damaged by the tremors caused by a nuclear explosion. He wrapped the exposed cameras in specially designed anti-electromagnetic bags to prevent initial radiation, dust contamination, and electromagnetic pulses. As for the fragile electronic devices, he simply took them apart and stored them in the underground warehouse. He checked that the ventilation system in the rooftop ventilation duct was off and finally closed the steel door leading to the roof, pulling the handle to lock the passage securely with 4 steel bars. Next, he tightly closed all the aluminum blinds on each floor, leaving no gaps. The interior of the double-glazed windows was also taped with wide cross-shaped tape to prevent glass shattering due to shockwaves. The courtyard gate was also locked tight, and a layer of wooden boards was added to the passage leading to the underground garage. The steel grill door and roller shutter at the underground entrance were all closed, and the gaps were sealed with glass glue. Finally, he checked that all electronic devices were turned off, covered the computers and electronics with anti-static and electromagnetic curtains, turned off the lights and switches, and secured the access doors on all floors. He retrieved weapons from the armory and descended to the basement, locking the sealed steel door leading from the staircase to the first floor. The last thing to do was to nail the entrance to the underground garage shut with wooden boards. He turned off most of the lights and generators in the basement, relying on batteries to maintain 2 dim lights, then climbed onto the upper and lower bunks in the workshop, finding a comfortable position to lie down. This time, when he fell asleep, he would wake up to the familiar apocalypse. In the darkness, Mo felt the tremors of the earth and was startled awake, immediately realizing that war had broken out. He jumped up and rushed to the computer, turning on the television. The TV screen was filled with static, with only a few channels barely retaining a signal. The internet was still relatively smooth, filled with chaos as various news outlets, websites, and forums reported on the outbreak of war and attacks in different locations. The computer Mo setup would record all these messages, as this precious first-hand information would reveal which areas had been attacked and which might be safe zones. The probability of finding survivor gathering places there would be high, and even returning from the apocalypse to the present, he would find it difficult to know the situation of survivor gathering places across the country, let alone news from Asia and the world. Based on the information online, Mo marked the locations that had been hit by nuclear bombs on the map, with an increasing number of red circles appearing. Although he knew this would be the case, his heart sank. From the situation on the first day, the eastern coastal areas and major cities and transportation hubs in the central region, along with core cities like Kyoto, had all been hit. Fortunately, the country's military defenses seem to have thwarted a significant portion of the attacks, as some clearly populous major cities had yet to be struck by nuclear bombs. Even the capital city had only seen one mushroom bomb fall on the edge of the southern urban area. The Kyoto television station reported that the government had activated the emergency war plan, urging citizens to seek refuge in designated large shelters, most of which were sports venues, parks, and other areas. Mobai knew this was just the beginning. 2 more bombs would fall in the afternoon, one in the south and another in the western city center. At that time, nearly half of the core area of Kyoto would be reduced to rubble. He picked up his phone, seeing that there was no signal left. Mobai left Zhangji a final message on WeChat: do not leave your home in the next 3 days. If there is a large evacuation afterward, go to the western mountains. A year after the apocalypse, the large-scale survivor gathering places under government jurisdiction in the Kyoto area had dwindled to just the underground base in the western mountains and the international airport to the northeast, with surrounding scattered civil defense facilities and shelters mostly leading to these 2 places. Dust began to fall, a gray-black powder containing significant doses of radiation. Anyone exposed to it would receive some degree of radiation, and if one died from radiation, mutations could occur after a certain period, turning them into the most numerous type of radiation zombies in the apocalypse. These radiation zombies moved slowly but in large numbers, and once a zombie tide formed, even the military would struggle to cope. Mobai was aware of the situation outside, but all he could do was seal his building and wait. In the afternoon, the 2nd and 3rd nuclear bombs fell as expected, shaking the earth. Mobai had no idea how many people had died outside. He only knew that 2 more tremors had occurred. Then the internet went down, followed by a deathly silence. The gray-black radiation dust covered the entire sky, turning day into night. Mobai silently returned to bed, wrapped himself tightly in the blanket, and lay down. On August 26, the 2nd day of the apocalypse, another nuclear bomb fell more than 100 kilometers east of Kyoto, and the sky was filled with radiation dust, threatening millions of civilians. The government had to launch an emergency evacuation plan, and most survivors would be sent north to the Zhangjiago area by train. Mobai's only means of external communication was the radio, which was repeatedly broadcasting evacuation messages. Kyoto, as the capital of the country, had finally been abandoned. Mobai cooked himself a pack of instant noodles. This was the only food he had eaten in the past 24 hours. He felt nauseous and as if he were suffering from some kind of illness. At this moment, Mobai suddenly recalled that low-level enhancement serum. He found it in the drawer of the table. The white plastic tube contained a red fluorescent liquid. Taking a deep breath, Mobai plunged the needle into his left arm while pressing the other end of the serum tube. His arm stung slightly as the serum was injected into his body under strong pressure. Feeling a warm current flowing from his arm throughout his body, Mobai relaxed and lay flat, crossing his fingers. He focused on adjusting his breathing. This was a technique developed by scientists in his past life. The calmer one was when accepting the serum, the better the effect of the serum would be. Feeling the warmth gradually fill his entire body, Mobai's head grew heavy and he fell into a deep sleep which lasted for 3 days. In the dim underground room, only the power light of the computer screen and the emergency exit indicator were flickering. Mobai, lying on the iron bed in the darkness, finally woke up. Opening his eyes to darkness, but different from the usual dark, Mobai could still see the surrounding situation thanks to the faint light. Although he couldn't see far, he could definitely see nearby details such as the computer chair not far from him and the tube of primary enhancement serum on the table. Mobai could even see the barcode on the serum tube. Rubbing his head, Mobai struggled to sit up from the bed. It seemed he had enhanced his vision, allowing him to see more clearly and further in low light. That was a practical ability. As for how much his body had been enhanced, Mobai opened the shelter system interface and found that under the shelter's emblem a list of shelter personnel had appeared, currently containing only one himself. Mobai, Shelter Manager. Attributes: normal male, average is 3, strength 4, endurance 5, agility 8, intelligence 5. Talent abilities: special constitution enhancement serum, injection effect increased by 50, can inject the same level serum an additional time. Common collected resistance to fear, tension, anxiety and other emotions is doubled, making it difficult to be affected by negative emotions. Looking at his attributes and abilities, they were quite decent, at least not lacking in ability. In his last life, many new humans would awaken abilities after injecting serums, often resulting in bizarre abilities such as toxin sensitivity, which granted them unusual perception of toxic substances but made them more vulnerable to poisoning, resulting in allergic reactions that could lead to fainting or even death. Thus they were often kept in laboratories and not allowed to go outside. Special Constitution could be considered an excellent ability, meaning Mobai could inject another low-level enhancement serum, likely gaining an additional ability or enhancing an existing one. The 50 increase in injection effect was also quite good, specifically reflected in that 2 of Mobai's physical attributes had 5 points, with agility reaching 6 points, which was equivalent to twice that of an ordinary person. Without this special constitution, Mobai would have at most gained 2 attributes of 5 points, with agility likely remaining at 3. In the apocalypse, among the new humans, strength influenced muscle development and exceeding 10 points would likely awaken chi or mutated traits. Endurance mainly affected physical strength and resistance. Those with high endurance adapted better to harsh environments and recovered from injuries faster. Agility referred to the speed of nerve reflexes directly influencing movement speed and flexibility, making it easier to dodge enemy attacks and flee quickly. Additionally, agile dynamic vision greatly aided professions using ranged weapons. As for intelligence, it wasn't obvious in the early stages but allowed faster learning and better memory. In later stages, the core members of the research and technology sectors in survivor cities were almost all intelligence-based new humans regarded as the most precious talents in the apocalypse. On the 15th day after the apocalypse, radiation had severely affected electronic signals. The few remaining broadcast towers had lost their signals a week ago. However, the first thing Mobi did every morning upon waking was still to turn on the radio. Regardless of the situation outside, he who had lived through the apocalypse once before still hoped that this time would be different, even if it was just for one working radio. Every day he got up at 9 o'clock in the morning, having breakfast with milk cereal and fried eggs, followed by 2 hours of fitness training. Then came lunch, with stewed meat and rice being the main foods. In the afternoon he sat in front of the computer studying maps while also doing something very important, recalling the memories of his past life. In his previous life he followed the survivors who evacuated to the international airport in the northeast of the capital city, where there were complete shelter facilities and emergency supplies. This later became one of the main gathering places in the capital, the airport town. The initial days at the airport were relatively okay. Food and water were distributed daily according to regulations. There were doctors to treat illnesses, but after 6 months, as the supplies dwindled, everyone had to manage with limited rations. The government staff at the airport also sent search teams to look for supplies in the surrounding areas. Since the international airport was a government shelter, it was fundamentally different from the military base in Shishan, with fewer soldiers present. Most armed personnel were special police and regular officers. These armed personnel encountered mutated creatures, specifically radiation zombies, for the first time during a supply search, resulting in the loss of dozens of people and all of their supplies due to panic. Later they mustered their courage to dispatch armed search teams again, and under the leadership and command of a few police and soldiers they managed to eliminate those radiation zombies and reclaim the supplies. Every time a supply search team was sent out afterward, there would be some casualties. Eventually the government staff had no choice but to recruit volunteers from among the civilians to join the search teams. Initially they only helped move supplies, but later trained civilians were also thrown into combat against mutated creatures and radiation zombies. Mobi was among the second batch of volunteers to join the search team. He had no other choice. The food distributed daily was barely enough to stave off starvation. If he signed up for the search team, he could eat to his fill the night before and sleep well, even if it meant dying as a glutton. Mobi was lucky. At that time he participated in 3 search missions before encountering mutated creatures. He managed to jump onto a vehicle close to the evacuation, becoming one of the few lucky individuals who completed 3 missions unscathed. As the number of search missions gradually increased, Mobi also accumulated a lot of experience, becoming meticulous and unexpectedly, half a year later he was promoted to the leader of a search team. The survival rate of the search team he commanded was also the highest among all the gathering places. The first year after the apocalypse came to an end. Later, as the radiation dissipated, airport town established contact with the Shishan base city and survivor camps further away. Although the locations were far apart, scientific research on the apocalypse never ceased. It was during this time that the first naturally evolved new human appeared. A soldier from Shishan base city was severely injured while fighting mutated creatures, but during his subsequent treatment it was discovered that his cell division speed far exceeded that of ordinary humans. What was initially a life-threatening injury healed in just 1 hour. This was the first recorded ability of a new human in history, self-healing. Subsequently, new evolved beings continued to emerge and the term new human became well known in the world. Half a year later, the first biological enhancement agent extracted from the gland stones in the heads of radiation zombies was born. Humans injected with this agent had a high probability of improving their basic qualities and a small chance of evolving into new humans. As more and more enhanced humans and new humans fought against mutated creatures and radiation zombies, the production of enhancement agents also increased. Within just 1 year, 20% of the survivors had injected this low-level enhancement agent. With advancements in technology and deeper research into mutated creatures, mid-level enhancement agents derived from the genes of mutated beings began to be mass-produced. A greater discovery was that gene induction agents created from certain special mutated creatures and plants also emerged, which could grant specific abilities when injected. For example, genes derived from a mutated invisible lizard could grant the injector the special ability of camouflage and invisibility. This brand new gene induction agent caused a sensation worldwide. With these agents and the naturally evolved new humans, humanity gradually formed a new power system of its own. The original gunpowder weapons were gradually abandoned and new humans and superpowers became the symbols of strength in the gathering places. The era of new humans and superhumans began. Mobi, as the leader of the search team in Airport Town, was also one of the first to inject enhancement agents. Mobi still remembered the first ability he generated upon waking: explosion, which increased all attributes by 50 for 30 seconds, followed by a 15-minute period of weakness where all attributes were halved. This ability was very practical, suitable for close combat. Coupled with the metal pole he used as a weapon, he later earned a resounding nickname, Yukon. A year later, the rankings of new humans across major gathering places in the country were announced for the first time, and he is the second strongest in Airport Town, ranked 19th. Although he came in last, this indirectly indicated his formidable strength. In this reincarnation, he did not follow the same path as in his previous life to Airport Town because he knew how many sordid affairs were happening among the higher-ups there, and in his last life he had been severely harmed by these hypocrites. Sitting in the dimly lit basement, Mo reminisced about certain memories from his previous life, which was the best way for him to pass the. Standing up, Mo began to check the ceiling conditions of each door, window and ventilation opening. The air filtration system was operating normally, the water quality in the circulation system remained pure, and the food in the basement's simple kitchen was more than sufficient. After another week, on September 16, Mo decided to go above ground to check the situation of the power distribution building in the shelter. Putting on his protective suit and gas mask, Mo opened the iron door leading to the stairs of the power distribution building. As the sealed door slowly opened, Mo glanced at the Geiger counter in his hand, which indicated a slight increase in radiation levels but still within a safe range. Feeling relieved, he walked through the iron door and closed it behind him. The first floor of the power distribution building was quiet, with only the green emergency exit lights still shining. Although it was daytime, the completely sealed building was as dim as night. Fortunately, Mo's vision was excellent now, allowing him to see the surroundings clearly. There was a thin layer of dust on the floor, indicating that the sealing of the doors, windows and ventilation systems was quite effective. After checking the door locks, Mo went to the second floor. The dormitory area was in basically the same condition except for one mirror in the second floor bathroom that was cracked due to an earthquake. The third floor was his personal residence, one of the best protected places. He had not lived there before due to concerns that earthquakes and hurricanes caused by nuclear explosions might damage the building. It seemed those worries were unfounded. The windows and doors on the third floor were still sealed properly, and the radiation levels remained within the safety line. If there were no issues, he could move up from the basement, as the living conditions there were far inferior to this. Of course, there were many things to do before moving up. First, Mo climbed onto the roof in full protective gear. The radiation levels here were noticeably above standard but lower than he originally expected. He took out an air pump and a long-nosed spray gun from the small storage room on the roof and began to clear away the half-inch thick dark gray dust. As compressed air blew, the radiation-laden dust was pushed away. Mo was meticulous about his cleaning, as this dust carried radiation. If the quantity increased, it could lead to radiation sickness. Even if you took anti-radiation medication, it would still have negative effects on your body. In Airport Town, survivors organized to wear protective gear and use various tools to periodically remove the dust from buildings, significantly reducing the number of radiation sickness cases. There was still quite a bit of radioactive dust in the air, but not in excessive amounts. It took him the entire morning to finish cleaning the roof. He then lowered a rope from the roof and hung on it, using the compressed air spray gun to clean the outside walls and shutters of the power distribution building, as well as the intake and exhaust vents of the ventilation fans and central air conditioning. This was a meticulous job that required time. Mo was busy until late afternoon, just before dark. The sky after the nuclear war was always gray, and the sun was hidden behind the smog. After a long day of work outdoors, the fatigued Mo returned to the basement to prepare a self-heating hot pot from Hadileo. This kind of food, with a shelf life of only a few months, was best enjoyed while it was still edible. The steaming hot pot indeed lifted his spirits. After taking a sip of the spicy soup which scalded him, Mo felt genuinely happy. He thought back to his previous life, where he was still gnawing on compressed biscuits in the airport's basement, not to mention that 2 months later even compressed biscuits would become a luxury in the airport. The next day, September 17, Mo continued wearing his protective suit to dust the yard of the power distribution building. Originally, the ground in the yard was not too dusty, but there was a layer of plastic sheeting and underneath it a thin film. Mo planned to use this small piece of land to plant potatoes and improve his diet, so he fertilized the soil in advance and covered it with thick tarpaulin. He hoped this piece of land could survive through the winter. After basically cleaning the ground, he moved on to the outer walls. The workload was not small, but it was much simpler to do. He completed it in half a day. Seeing that there was still time, Mo stood on the concrete platform inside the wall and looked out. If he guessed right, on the 25th the first nuclear bomb fell and the tasks and staff in the cultural park all fled. After repeated broadcasts from the government, the last security personnel boarded the evacuation bus to the airport. The entire cultural park should be devoid of people now. Originally there were only a few hundred employees and office workers here, but now the cultural park was eerily silent, with only traces of dust blown away by the wind. Mo looked around for a long time before carefully opening the gate in the wall, then slowly closing the gate behind him. He walked along the main road of the park to the warehouse building, which had been transformed from a bathhouse. Using his master key, he opened the large door of the warehouse building and checked his stockpiled supplies in the warehouses one by one. After confirming everything was fine, he went to the parking lot below the warehouse. To his surprise, the carport was still intact and the vehicles parked inside were also unharmed. After quickly cleaning the dust off the vehicles with the spray gun, he discovered that besides the 3 vehicles he rented, there was actually an old military 212 Jeep. Upon closer inspection, it was a vintage 2020 model. It was evident that the previous owner was an off-road enthusiast, as the front and rear of the vehicle were equipped with winches. Although they were unnecessary, the 212 Jeep was lightweight and its horsepower was not substantial, making it insufficient even as a tow vehicle with the winches. Although the 212 Jeep was locked, MO had the master key, which made it easy to open the simple old-fashioned door. While there wasn't much usable stuff inside, the vehicle itself was in good condition and it would definitely be more useful than the pickup truck he rented on rough terrains. At that moment, a notification pinged and a task popped up on MO's shelter system interface: ensure the safety of the area surrounding the shelter. There seems to be a potential threat in the cultural park where the shelter is located. Please check all the buildings in the park to ensure safety. MO raised an eyebrow. It seemed this system didn't want him to be idle and liked to give him tasks. After checking the warehouse, MO returned to the first floor of his shelter. He took the Lee-Enfield rifle from the gun cabinet in the maintenance room and chose a tactical chest rig from the nearby wardrobe. This simple chest rig, besides a few fixed straps, only had a small chest pouch and a lower hanging pouch which fit perfectly over his protective suit. He grabbed 2 rows of 10-round magazines from the ammunition rack in the gun cabinet, directly inserting 1 row into the 10-round magazine chamber of the Lee-Enfield rifle while placing the other row into his tactical chest rig along with a flashlight and a tactical knife. He casually removed the 6-power scope from the rifle and replaced it with a 4-power scope. In the cultural park with so many buildings, using a high-power scope could actually hinder aiming speed. For targets within 100 meters, a 4-power scope was more suitable, and this 4-power scope was also equipped with a red dot sight on top, making it overall more practical. After some thought, he pulled out a tactical belt from the wardrobe and attached the Colt M1911 pistol, complete with a holster to it. He fastened the tactical belt, loaded the pistol with a full magazine, and placed a spare magazine and suppressor into the chest pouch. Feeling fully equipped, MO left the yard of his shelter and began walking west along the small path beside the outer wall of the cultural park. He planned to survey the cultural park's map first to see if there were any remaining people in the area. If not, he could start sweeping the buildings in the cultural park the next day to ensure there were no hidden mutated creatures or radiation zombies. The area of the cultural park was not small, with at least 6 large main buildings in addition to more than a dozen medium and small buildings originally designed as workshops that had been repurposed into office and design studios. Thus, the cleaning process would take a considerable amount of time. However, MO likely had plenty of time now. According to the memories of his past life, it was at least 6 months before it would be suitable to go outside. All he could do was check the safety of the buildings in the cultural park one by one under the protection of his suit, ensuring the safety of the area surrounding his shelter. In the dimly lit corridor, only the sound of rubber shoes scraping against the tile floor could be heard. Bending down and stepping carefully, MO emerged from the stairwell holding a silenced 9mm Colt pistol aimed at the door across the hallway. With a gloved hand, he pressed against the door, applying slight pressure. The door was locked, so he retrieved a master key from his tactical bag, activated the switch, inserted it into the lock, and turned the key gently. With a soft click, the door opened. Taking a deep breath, MO held the flashlight in his left hand and rested his right hand with the gun atop his left, aiming it through the gap as he slowly pushed the door open with his left foot. Inside was a 10-square-meter dormitory with 2 bunk beds and 2 small desks beneath them, along with 2 small wardrobes in the corner. MO carefully checked under the beds and inside the wardrobes but found no signs of danger. He then exited the room and closed the door behind him. Next, he proceeded to check the next room. It was the second day of MO's dormitory clearance. The dormitory, converted from an old office building, had over 10 rooms on each floor. Previously, it served as accommodation for employees of the park, and some employees from companies within the park could also apply to stay here, as the dormitory fees were much cheaper than renting. Originally, over 100 people lived in the 6-story dormitory, but with the economic downturn and the decline in occupancy rates, about half of the park's maintenance staff had been laid off and many dormitory rooms were left vacant, resulting in less than half of the dormitories being occupied. If MO remembered correctly, when the government called for evacuation, most people took their belongings and boarded the evacuation buses provided by the government to the airport shelters. A few who didn't leave at that time later used their own means of transportation to depart, and the last security guard locked the main door of the dormitory. Now the floor of the dormitory was littered with scattered debris and garbage. Most dormitory doors were locked, requiring him to use the master key to open each one. While it took time to clear each room, MO meticulously checked each one, knowing that a hidden mutated creature or a radiation zombie could cost him his life if overlooked. As for time, he had plenty of it. At the end of the corridor was the dormitory's bathing area. The 6 small stalls still lacked curtains. MO first crouched down to inspect the floor of the stalls, finding no abnormalities. He then checked each one before finally putting away his pistol and pulling out a map from his tactical bag. He marked a 6 where the dormitory was located, next to which were 5 check marks indicating that the 6th floor had been completely checked. Checking the time, MO left the dormitory and circled the building. The first floor had security grills over the windows, including the restrooms. He went to the warehouse and dragged out a dozen long wooden boards, loading them along with a pneumatic nail gun onto a flatbed cart. He returned to the front of the dormitory, locked the two entrances, secured them with wooden planks, and finally spray-painted a circle with a large S inside indicating the building was secure. Glancing at the map, he noted that 5 other buildings needed inspection. Moby stretched, dragging the flatbed cart and tools back to his shelter. He locked the door, disinfected his protective suit, and hung it on the wall, returning his weapons to the maintenance room. Finally, he wearily made his way to a room on the 3rd floor, burying himself in the soft couch. The safety clearance of the buildings in the cultural park had been ongoing for a week with no signs of danger discovered. However, based on the system's issued tasks, it was likely that dangers lurked within the park, and while the exact locations were unclear, safety was paramount. Since time was abundant, he would proceed steadily, clearing one building at a time. After thoroughly clearing a building, he would seal it off to prevent mutated creatures and zombies from entering. He would also check along the perimeter of the cultural park daily. Although the over 5-meter-high walls seemed secure, they weren't infallible. Next, he needed to inspect a themed restaurant located next to the main road south of the northern gate of the cultural park. This unique restaurant was originally just a basketball court within a factory, but after being leased out, the tenant constructed a fully glass-structured restaurant on top. Although it was only 1 story, it stood over 4 meters high with panoramic thick and tempered glass windows, making it quite distinctive. Cradling a Lee Enfield rifle, Moby gazed at the glass structure before him. The restaurant's entrance was also made of glass, allowing for a clear view of the dining hall inside. From this angle, he could see without obstruction and noticed no signs of danger. If there were any, they would likely be in the relatively small kitchen area. The troubling part was that the restaurant employed an electronic password lock which had automatically locked due to lack of power. Thus, he could only check the back door. The back door of the restaurant was located on the western side. There was a small parking lot capable of accommodating 4 to 5 vehicles, where a small refrigerated truck could be seen parked. It appeared to be the restaurant's vehicle for procuring ingredients, but upon closer inspection the markings indicated it belonged to a food supplier. Since the restaurant had ceased operations, why would a supplier's truck still be delivering goods? Moby's confusion turned into vigilance. Using the master key, he quietly unlocked the back door and noticed a pool of congealed black blood on the ground behind the door. Moby furrowed his brow, slinging the rifle behind his back, and drew his Colt pistol from its leg holster, attaching the silencer. This way any gunfire would not carry too far, avoiding attracting unwanted guests. He took out a flashlight with a wolf's tooth on it, holding it horizontally in his left hand while aiming his gun forward with his right. He nudged the door open with his foot, straining his ears to quietly listen to any noises coming from the hallway ahead, but there was only a deathly silence. On the floor of the hallway behind the door, a pool of black blood bore a dragging crimson trail accompanied by blood-spattered footprints resembling plum blossoms. Moby's pupils suddenly constricted as a shadow slowly emerged from the end of the hallway. It was a massive canine creature over 2 meters long and weighing around 200 pounds. From its fur, it appeared to be a teddy. Moby gasped in cold shock. A teddy of such size was likely a rare sight among mutated creatures. This was no dog, it was comparable to an adult tiger. The mutation speed of these radiation-affected beings seemed to exceed his expectations. Beneath its filthy brown fur, the creature was panting heavily, drooling foul-smelling saliva that dripped from its jaws. Its pair of blood-red eyes fixated on Moby, radiating a bloodthirsty glint. Taking a deep breath, Moby steadied his Colt, unmoved by the terrifying mutated creature before him. The illuminated sight aimed at the monstrous dog was not only due to his past experiences but also the effect of his innate talent for calmness. While still contemplating whether the power of his Colt was sufficient, the mutated teddy at the end of the hallway lost its patience, letting out a low growl. Its body began to lean back, a precursor to a pounce. Moby planted his left foot against the already ajar back door of the restaurant while simultaneously raising the flashlight to shine directly into the mutated teddy's eyes. His right hand also pulled the trigger on the Colt. The sound of the silenced Colt firing resembled the popping of a small balloon, muffled yet crisp. The first 9mm hollow point exploded in a spray of blood at the teddy's forehead but evidently did not pierce its skull. The second shot targeted the dog's eyes, now closed due to the flashlight's glare, and a burst of blood accompanied a short, sharp yelp. However, the mutated dog did not slow its charge, and the third rapid-fire shot struck its neck, exposed as it shook its head in pain. Badly wounded, the mutated teddy lunged forward in a frenzy, intent on sinking its teeth into the human that had inflicted such pain. At that moment, the restaurant's back door, which Moby had kicked, slammed against the wall and naturally rebounded shut just as the mutated dog was about to leap. With a loud crash, the nearly 100-kilogram mutated dog slammed into the restaurant's back door, causing the entire door and wall to shudder with dust cascading down from the wall. Then came the sound of desperate howls and struggles from behind the locked door, which gradually faded to silence. At this point, Moby quickly retreated to a tree 50 meters away. He had swapped the Colt for the Lee Enfield rifle slung across his back, pressing the stock firmly against his right shoulder and locking the crosshairs on the center of the restaurant's back door. He was unsure of the mutated dog's vitality, but he had blasted its carotid artery with 3 shots, leaving one eye blinded. It could last no more than 10 minutes before bleeding out. Even mutated creatures would die from blood loss. Moby quietly maintained his shooting stance, waiting for time to pass. After 15 minutes he slowly lowered his rifle, took a deep breath and stretched his stiff arms. He walked to the back door, picking up several spent bullet casings that had fallen to the ground during the shooting. These casings could still be reloaded. Taking a deep breath, he used the master key again to unlock the restaurant's back door. Behind it lay the corpse of the mutated Teddy, its blood having drained. It was evident that before its death the enraged creature had attempted to break through the iron door, but the sturdy security door had held firm, causing its bleeding to intensify due to the violent movements, ultimately resulting in death from excessive blood loss. Immobile prodded the corpse of the mutated dog with the barrel of his rifle, then crouched down to feel for the artery on its bloody neck, confirming that this terrifying creature was indeed lifeless. Only then did he exhale in relief. Such a large mutated dog, swift in its movements, ranked as a level 2 mutated creature in the hierarchy of mutated beings from his previous life, making it far more dangerous than ordinary radiation zombies. Switching back to his pistol, Immobile began to inspect the restaurant's kitchen and food storage. The kitchen, swarming with flies, emitted an overwhelmingly pungent odor. Moving to the food storage, Immobile discovered a decaying limb with the putrid smell of rotten food and corpses permeating the air. Based on the scene, it was likely that the driver who previously delivered food to the restaurant had come here and was attacked and killed by the mutated dog, which had locked him in the kitchen. The mutated dog had survived by feasting on the rotten meat and other food in the cold storage. Frowning and enduring the stench, Immobile pulled out a dagger and sliced open the mutated dog's forehead. In the center of its skull he found an irregularly shaped white gel-like substance. This gel was firmly stuck to the skull. Immobile carefully dug it out with the dagger, uncovering a piece about the size of a corn kernel, smooth and elastic to the touch. This was the pineal gland gel found in all mutated creatures and even radiation zombies. It would later serve as a core material for scientists to create biological enhancement drugs. In terms of value, this small piece of level 2 mutated dog's pineal gland gel could trade for a week's worth of rations. Given Immobile's skill level, he certainly couldn't craft biological enhancement drugs, but this substance would surely be valuable, so stockpiling it now was undoubtedly a wise choice. Next, Immobile began to clear the bodies and rotten food from the restaurant's kitchen and food storage. These items could not be left here, as they would likely attract more scavenging mutated creatures over time. Immobile piled the garbage and rotten food on the ground behind the restaurant, then returned to the power distribution building, driving out a mini excavator he had borrowed from old Chen, thinking it might come in handy. With this mini excavator, Immobile dug a deep pit over 2 meters deep, burying the mutated dog's body, the decaying limb and the remaining rotten food. After filling the pit, he spread a thin layer of lime on top to mask the smell. Having completed these tasks, Immobile returned to the restaurant and disinfected the kitchen and food storage floors and walls with disinfectant. In the end, he didn't leave empty-handed. In the cabinets of the food storage and kitchen, Immobile found several large unopened packages of pasta and a considerable amount of salt and other seasonings, as well as well-packaged rice and flour. Indeed, being a restaurant, despite the havoc wreaked by the mutated dog, some edible resources were still preserved. Using the power distribution building's flatbed cart, he loaded the found supplies, but the flatbed couldn't hold everything, necessitating multiple trips. The heavy gas canisters were temporarily left in the kitchen, as he didn't currently need them, and there was no room in the power distribution building's kitchen either. Later on, he also casually took some nice-looking tableware and cups from the kitchen. Exploring and scavenging were both enjoyable tasks, often yielding unexpected discoveries. After the encounter with the mutated dog, no other mutated creatures were found during the search of the cultural park's other buildings. Only after the last photography studio was thoroughly inspected did Immobile's task system finally pop up with a completion notification: task completed, reward 100 bottle caps, new task, explore the sealed underground air raid shelter. It then struck Immobile that there was a civil defense facility beneath his underground garage that had yet to be explored. However, this task was not urgent, he now just wanted to rest well for a few days. Moreover, there were still some cultivation issues he needed to address. In his previous life, he was a reinforcement-type melee warrior, primarily relying on strength and explosive power. Under his diligent training, he always held a position on the strength ranking list, being a top-tier powerhouse even if not among the very highest. In this life, however, his talent and physical attributes seemed not to correlate much with that of a warrior, yet he gradually recalled the cultivation methods he had mastered in his past life. At that time, the academicians of the Science Institute helped those awakened warriors who had injected enhancement agents design a set of cultivation methods. After continuous refinement through real combat, the warrior cultivation method that emerged 3 years post-apocalypse had already reached its 9th version, so much so that most new human melee warriors practiced according to this method. Even the superpower houses at the forefront of the combat power rankings mostly relied on this method until they found a more suitable approach. This method, known as the body refinement technique, is highly versatile and adaptable. Later, a simplified version was developed that even ordinary people could practice, benefiting many. Currently, Immobile was practicing the 11th version of the body refinement technique, which was released 10 years later. After injecting the enhancement agent, he did not enhance his most critical strength attribute for close combat, yet his power was still considerably higher than that of an average person. Combined with his doubled agility and decent stamina, his physical quality was sufficient to meet the minimum requirements for the first stage of the technique. The body refinement technique divides the cultivation stages into 9 phases, with the first phase being body refinement, which aims to build a solid foundation for future cultivation. This technique resembles a form of calisthenics accompanied by breathing methods. The movements are slightly simpler than regular yoga, but when combined with the breathing methods they can significantly train the internal organs and bones. It is essential to know that while training the physique, muscles are the easiest to develop, whereas internal organs and bones are the most challenging. The core breathing method is designed specifically to strengthen them. Mobai was squatting on one leg with the other leg extended forward and his arms stretched out. He adjusted his breathing as a warm current flowed from his abdomen, traversing his body along a route before finally settling into a small area in his lower abdomen. As a former top 20 warrior, he had developed a sense of chi in just 3 days of practicing the body refinement technique. However, his physical quality was still insufficient and he needed to further strengthen his body, otherwise when he entered the second stage of chi movement his bodhis meridians might not withstand the flow of chi, leading to physical harm. This poses a risk of going berserk and exploding. Thus his strength and stamina needed to reach at least 10 for safety. Yet Mobai found it somewhat alarming that perhaps due to the rigorous training of his past life the nascent chi within him was surprisingly powerful in terms of total volume. Moreover, once his chi sense emerged, it automatically followed the flow of his past lives' chi, quickly circulating through a full cycle and strengthening with each circulation. Although there were currently no issues, if this continued within 6 months his chi could grow to a level beyond what his body could bear, damaging his meridians, and that would lead to trouble. Here we must mention chi. This phenomenon emerged after the enhancement agent appeared and the new humans were born. In the life and death battles against mutated creatures, new humans came to experience the existence of chi. In the case of warriors, chi primarily consists of internal chi, which enhances physical strength, attack power, defense, and speed. High-level warriors can release their chi outward to attack enemies or condense it into weapons and armor. The new human profession system consists of 6 major categories, with the reinforcement type that Mobai practiced being the most populous. Almost all melee warriors belong to this category. Besides this, Mobai was familiar with the energy control system, which allows individuals to manipulate energy forms such as fire, ice, and even lightning. Those who belong to this energy control category are known as energy manipulators. Mobai's understanding of the energy manipulation system came from a strong individual in the airport town with whom he could converse. This person, ranked 17th in combat power, went by the name Ice Phoenix, and they connected over their mutual interest in the Japanese anime Saint Seiya. His favorite character was the saint of the Phoenix constellation Hyoga, and he emphasized that as a new human he had named himself after him. Mobai maintained a good relationship with this somewhat eccentric youth, thus gaining some insight into the energy manipulation system. Unlike the reinforcement system that focuses on internal chi, the energy manipulation system emphasizes perceiving external energy aligning with one's attributes. Energy that has a high synchronization rate is easier for them to control. For instance, Hyoga can manipulate low temperatures, and when he exerts his full power he can rapidly lower the temperature of a fixed area or designated target to around -150 degrees. The results of battling mutated creatures against him end with them becoming ice sculptures. As for Mobai, the type of warrior he is most familiar with, cultivating internal chi is akin to the masters of the martial arts world of yore. The chi cultivated can gather at the fists and feet to enhance destructive power, spread over the skin for improved defense, and flow through blades to slice through steel as if it were mud. When used with sticks it can shatter stone and break iron. Mobai's current dilemma lies in the fact that his chi sense arrived too early. Although the chi he formed isn't particularly strong, it naturally flows along the meridian pathways. With each cycle it grows slightly stronger, and even if he doesn't actively cultivate it continues to circulate automatically. Over time it will become increasingly powerful, while his bodhis meridians have yet to expand sufficiently to accommodate this chi. In such circumstances an overflow could occur. The headache is that once the chi sense begins to operate it will not stop. However, chi movement is typically encountered in the later stages of the second phase. By that time the cultivated body should be able to withstand the newly generated chi. Currently he has chi but has not yet undergone body refinement. It is equivalent to skipping the first step and jumping directly to the last stage of the second step. There are ways to remedy this. He possesses all the body refining methods and will engage fully in body refinement while trying to suppress the overall growth of his chi. Once the body refinement reaches a preliminary stage and both aspects achieve balance, the hidden dangers will naturally dissipate. The trouble lies here in his past life. The attributes born after injecting the enhancement agent were primarily focused on strength and stamina, with actual values of strength 9, stamina 9, agility 4. His talent was also perfectly aligned with explosion, allowing for rapid progress in the body refinement phase. Even so, it took him 3 months to achieve success. Currently his initial strength is only 4, stamina 5, and agility 8. While the difference may not seem significant, the orientation of attributes is critical. The first attribute to break through 5 will determine the future development path. In his previous life it was strength that broke through first, leading to astonishing body refinement speed, whereas in this life it is agility. Completing body refinement in 2 months would be quite an achievement. As for his chi movement, it is expected to overflow within a month. However, there is a rather special method that significantly reduces the requirements for meridian endurance. This method belongs to a unique branch outside of warriors, primarily focusing on the application of internal chi outward, and its most notable aspect is not its formidable combat power but rather its healing effects. Internal chi circulates to strengthen the body and increase combat power, while external chi can be infused into others' bodies to replenish energy, heal physical wounds, and restore balance. These self-sacrificing chi masters, also known as healers, are among the most uncommon yet highly sought-after professions in the reinforcement system. As the healer's chi needs to be frequently released or infused into others, their meridian strength does not require as strict standards. Instead, they are expected to have a long-lasting and continuous flow of chi. Currently, Imobe's chi still belongs to the nascent stage. As long as he intentionally guides its flow and alters the meridian it traverses, he can achieve better healing effects. However, the attribute of chi that could be used to enhance destructive power would be greatly diminished, effectively converting the attacking attribute into a healing attribute. Imobe couldn't help but chuckle at this thought. In his past life, he was revered as a powerful warrior nicknamed Wukong, capable of slicing through mutated beasts. In this life, did he really have to become a healing monk like Tang Sang? Self-deprecating as it may be, this is indeed the best solution for the current situation. Moreover, becoming a healer brings substantial benefits. Healers possess remarkable immunity to abnormal conditions, significantly reducing the effects of poisoning, radiation, bleeding, and negative psychological impacts on themselves. Their bonus regeneration and healing speed far exceed that of ordinary new humans, making them akin to characters with full anti-attributes and doubled healing capabilities. In terms of protecting teammates, healing companions, and rescuing severely injured individuals, healers are like stars within any team. Generally, apart from the strongest leader of a powerful team, the healer often holds the highest influence and reputation. In any gathering place, healers are among the few people everyone is keen to befriend. After all, no one can guarantee that they or their loved ones won't suffer injuries or illnesses one day. Befriending a healer increases the chances of survival. Imobe felt helpless at the thought of transitioning from a powerful melee output in his past life to a healer in this life. From that day forward, in addition to basic body refinement, Imobe began intentionally guiding his nascent true chi to circulate along new meridian pathways. This common method used by healers is not a secret, yet very few choose the healer's career path. Besides the healer's lack of offensive capability making it difficult to survive in a perilous world, healing requires more time for cultivation and a larger total amount of chi to gradually yield results. On average, only 1 in 10 new humans who choose the healer path succeeds. In the same time frame, a capable warrior would have already completed their training. Imobe's chi is neither exceptional nor too poor. His greatest advantage lies in the fact that the earliest new humans did not appear until around 2 years later, and the methods of cultivating chi only began to gradually spread in the 3rd year. Apart from a few extraordinarily talented individuals who developed their own cultivation methods, he has essentially started his training over 3 years earlier than others. Coupled with the experience accumulated from his past life, he finds that for some unknown reason his chi runs automatically even while he sleeps, circulating continuously and allowing him to cultivate significantly faster than most. Thus, he might indeed become an exceptionally powerful healer. The new pathway for chi movement has been established, and the chi in his meridians, under constant attention, has gradually adapted to the new route, obediently following Imobe's will as it flows. Meanwhile, the body refinement techniques continue to be practiced. It can be said that there has never been anyone who has simultaneously cultivated both the first and second stages like Imobe. To expedite the body refinement process, Imobe dedicated most of his time to cultivation. Although body refining techniques cannot exceed certain limits as it would damage the body, regular physical training remains feasible. Every day he performed 1,000 sit-ups, 500 push-ups, and other conventional fitness exercises. While training his body, he also accelerated his body's absorption of nutrients. Under this multifaceted training, Imobe began to feel the effects in less than a month. The chi pathway specific to healers began to show changes. The chi itself, compared to its previously thin warm flow, exhibited subtle differences. The flow became finer and more condensed. At the same time, the circulation felt smoother, and various internal organs in his body seemed to undergo unknown changes. Overall, the changes in his chi pathway enhanced his physique, slightly increasing his resistance to cold and heat. He believed that other resistances should have similarly improved. If he was not mistaken, his digestive system's ability to absorb nutrients from food had also increased. This was indirectly verified by the frequency and volume of his daily excretions, indicating that his body was storing energy in a different way. A week later, one morning, Imobe neatly dressed and exited the power distribution building. He glanced at the Geiger counter hanging on his chest and recorded the readings. If his records were accurate, the outdoor nuclear radiation levels had been slowly decreasing ever since reaching the highest value a month ago. It would have been challenging to notice this without his daily logs and the precision of his Geiger counter. Typically, the decrease in nuclear radiation due to a nuclear bomb is measured over a decade. In Imobe's memories from his previous life, the outdoor radiation index had already allowed humans to venture outside in simple protective gear 2 years later. Additionally, the radiation dust adhering to sealed food and other supplies had dropped to relatively safe levels. This was certainly abnormal. The scientists suggested that mutated plants adapting for survival due to radiation might have evolved the ability to purify nuclear radiation, much like how most green plants absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen. After the nuclear war, these plants began to consume radioactive energy. This theory was somewhat validated later. Scientists indeed discovered that some mutated plants found at nuclear blast sites possessed the ability to absorb radioactive energy. However, the issue was their numbers were far too few to meet the needs of purifying the polluted world. As for why the radiation index decreased to a level where humans could freely go outside 2 years after the nuclear war and why it did not reach a unified conclusion even after 10 years, this remains one of the top 10 mysteries of the apocalypse, perhaps never to be solved. In this life, Mo clearly noted that the decline in radiation began quietly 2 months after the first nuclear bomb detonated, not 2 years later. Moreover, not a single green plant survived on the surface of the cultural park, so Mo had no faith in claims of plants absorbing radiation. He looked up at the still dim sky. The sun hanging high was obscured beneath a thick layer of gray. This was the last inspection of the cultural park for the week. The north gate of the cultural park remained closed with iron gates and railings, and the southeast gate closest to the power distribution building was similarly secured. Mo pulled a cable from the power distribution building to the security monitoring room in the office building. After connecting the power supply, most of the more than 20 cameras outside the park were still operational. After dismantling the broken and unnecessary cameras, Mo retained the monitoring systems at the 2 main gates and along the main road, additionally setting up 8 new monitoring points on the exterior walls, all connected to the main monitoring room within the power distribution building. This way Mo could grasp the situation of the entire park. The sun was still nowhere to be seen in the bleak sky. As Mo bent down to pick up the cable, he suddenly noticed a drop of water on the lens of his gas mask. Surprised, he looked up again, realizing that small snowflakes had begun to drift down from the sky. With a serious expression, Mo recalled that the recent drop in temperature coupled with heavy snowfall must be what had happened in his previous life. The temperature would drop to around -40 degrees. During his time in the survivor refuge at the airport, thousands had frozen to death due to the rapid drop in temperature. Throwing the tools and cables onto the flatbed cart, Mo quickly pushed the cart back to the power distribution building, starting to check all the doors, windows and ventilation system entrances from the rooftop. Low temperatures would not only affect the sense of cold but could also damage many pieces of equipment. If proper insulation was not maintained once the cold invaded the warehouse, many supplies would be ruined by the low temperatures. The exterior walls of the power distribution building were thick enough to withstand wind and snow, but the internal temperature would still drop below zero. To maintain warmth, the central air conditioning would need to be turned on, which would deplete the remaining battery power of the lithium battery pack. Therefore, he had no choice but to start the fuel generator in the basement. Of course, there were more economical methods. Mo moved several kerosene stoves from the underground warehouse to the 3rd floor and lit them in the spacious living room. With all doors and windows shut and insulated with thermal cotton, the 3rd floor remained warm enough. The kerosene stoves had dedicated pipes leading to the ventilation system, so there was no need to worry about carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide poisoning. Dragging a single bed from the room into the living room solved the heating issue. Although it couldn't reach the ideal temperature of 25 degrees, it still maintained a room temperature close to 20 degrees. The reason for staying in the living room rather than the basement was mainly that the newly connected and installed monitoring system could only be used in the living room on the 3rd floor. Additionally, there was a workspace here, and the task reward processing table was also on the 3rd floor. He could use the time when it was difficult to go outside due to the low temperature to study this processing table. One generator in the basement had already been started. For more than 2 months, Mo had relied solely on the power stored in his lithium battery pack before the apocalypse, and now only about 20 remained. The solar panels would not be functional for at least the first year, so he had to run the generator to supply power to the refuge. Watching the power level of the lithium battery pack steadily rise on the gauge, Mo checked the air intake and exhaust of the generator again, ensuring that the exhaust from the fuel generator could be properly expelled. It would take about 2 days to fully charge the battery pack using only one generator. However, Mo did not waste time. Since the generator was running, he would go complete the tasks he had delayed for a week. At the end of the main passage of the underground garage was a wall coated in cement. On the right side was a unique graffiti mark left by Mo, which he had used to mark the entrance to the civil defense facility. Bringing the largest electric hammer from the workspace and placing it on the prepared stand, Mo began his work of drilling into the solid wall. In the enclosed underground space, the sound of the electric hammer was deafening. However, Mo somewhat enjoyed this noise because for months the entire surrounding world had seemed as quiet as a ghost town. The biggest problem for a person surviving alone was loneliness, and now even a little noise that did not bring danger was enough to bring him a brief moment of joy. Since he was in the underground garage, the noise of the electric hammer, although loud, was not likely to reach the surface, so he did not need to worry about attracting mutated creatures. Moreover, after several rounds of cleaning the park over the past month, the surroundings were relatively safe. After spending 2 hours on this cement wall, Mo finally created a deep hole 1 meter deep and 1 meter wide. He had to admit that although it was a cement wall from decades ago, the materials used were indeed solid. This wall was a full 50 centimeters thick and behind it were some waste materials used for filling. It wasn't until he reached a depth of 1 meter and 20 centimeters that he finally dug into the soil. From there it became much simpler. He widened the original hole to the size of a single door and even ground the edges with a grinding wheel for easier installation of a door later. The next day, according to the position in Mo Bay's mind, he dug about 2 meters and then continued to dig to the left. This time the soldier dug 3 meters before hitting bricks. After clearing it, he directly used the electric hammer and in no time he broke through this layer of brick wall. Shining a flashlight inside, he confirmed that it was indeed the small relay room that Wang Yi had seen. Mo Bai, full of energy, created an opening the size of a door. Luckily it was mainly a brick wall structure. If it were a cement wall like in the basement, it would have taken quite a bit of effort. By evening, the single passage from the underground garage to the civil defense relay room was completed. Considering the work involved, Mo Bai initially intended to go down through the personnel passage from the office building, thinking it might require less effort to break through. However, considering the concealment, there was definitely not as good as doing it himself in the underground garage. Mo Bai decided to start here. The relay room, only a little over 10 square meters, was clean empty except for a small amount of dust. The only thing present was the red metal box installed by the lieutenant last time. Mo Bai opened the box and took out the sealed emergency refuge guide. Flipping through it briefly, the front contained standards and batch numbers for civil defense facilities. According to the standards listed inside, this underground civil defense facility belonged to the numbered East District Civil Defense Facility 78014 for civilian refuge, with a maximum capacity of 500 people and a full supply of materials for 1 month for 500 people. If it were a refuge for 100 people, it could last for half a year. Mo Bai frowned. He had originally thought that the civil defense facility beneath him would be larger, but it turned out to be just a temporary refuge standard for 500 people. He took a work flatbed from the workspace, piled it with some tools and wires, connected it to the generator, and brought several emergency lights. Mo Bai held a large flashlight and pushed the flatbed into the vehicle passage. The spiral downward passage did not take long to traverse. In a few minutes he reached the exit. Mo Bai estimated that he was about 30 meters underground. Shining his powerful flashlight, he found a large underground space of approximately 1,000 square meters with a ceiling height of over 6 meters. This space was quite large, overall circular, with walls primarily made of cement. In the center were 4 evenly distributed reinforced concrete columns, each nearly 2 meters in diameter, serving as the load-bearing columns for this hall. In the northeastern part of the hall there was a small passage exit. According to the position, it should be the entrance of the personnel passage behind the office building. In addition, on the eastern wall there were 3 wide passageways, each fitted with double-opening metal garage doors. Mo Bai approached and saw a sign on the wall beside the metal door painted in white stating Emergency Supplies Warehouse A. Shining the flashlight over to the large door beside it, the sign read Emergency Supplies Warehouse B. The third sign beside the metal door read Personnel Relocation Zone. Mo Bai thought for a moment and decided to check the Personnel Relocation Zone first. The metal door was not locked, so he gently pushed it open. Inside was a personnel walkway about 5 to 6 meters wide and over 3 meters high, with wooden doors lined on either side. These wooden doors looked freshly installed, likely put in place by Lieutenant Lee and his team last time. The sign hanging beside the first wooden door read Office. Inside it was about 40 square meters with several desks and some old iron filing cabinets. Opposite the office was another room of similar size, but the main door was made of iron labeled Police Station. This room piqued Mo Bai's interest. Upon entering, he found that the room was divided into 2 sections, and the back area had 4 small rooms separated by sturdy iron bars, resembling a detention center for possibly troublesome individuals at the refuge. In one corner of the detention room there were several large iron cabinets. Mo Bai opened one, finding dozens of old military combat uniforms without ranks sealed in plastic bags, likely for the guards of the civil defense facility. The upper section of the second cabinet contained a dozen plastic-bagged riot helmets, while the lower section held dozens of police batons in cardboard boxes. It seemed this was the standard configuration for the guards at the refuge. However, unexpectedly, on the other side of the cabinet there were piles of unwrapped glass-reinforced plastic riot shields. They were covered with a layer of canvas. These items were not very useful to Mo Bai, but he believed that the guardroom should have more than this. Eventually he found 3 stacked boxes behind the iron cabinet. Pulling out the boxes, he saw that they were all locked. This did not stump Mo Bai. Using his master key, he opened all 3 boxes in just 2 minutes. The first box was 1 meter long, 60 centimeters wide and deep. Opening it revealed neatly arranged 20-plus old walkie-talkies, probably a model from 10 years ago, but the chargers and spare batteries were all full. Upon opening the second box, it was filled with various bottled items. Picking one up casually, he found it was pepper spray. Another riot item. The bottom layer held some novelty items, smoke bombs with 20 each in red, yellow, white and purple. The last box was a delightful surprise. The first thing he saw was 5 riot shotguns alongside more than 20 boxes of ammunition. Mo Bai glanced at the packaging. Half were cloth bag rounds while the other half were rubber rounds. Frowning, he realized these were clearly defensive and crowd control weapons. The rubber rounds barely had any impact against mutated creatures. They were no different from throwing stones. Moreover, the strength of the shotgun barrel was insufficient for explosive rounds, which would significantly reduce the barrel's lifespan. Its loading capacity was only 3 rounds, making it quite useless. As for the other items, there were 2 signal pistols and several signal flares. However, at the very bottom of the box, Mo found something unexpected: 2 plastic boxes containing 205 style police revolvers. Looking at the black little revolver before him, Mo's face darkened. This revolver, developed in 2005 and equipped to the police in 2008, was notorious for its poor reputation, especially for its firepower. It was rumored that some people had been shot over 20 times and still not subdued. Moreover, Mo was even more disheartened when he checked its ammunition. The standard configuration for this revolver was rubber bullets. It was said that being hit would not even break the skin, only leaving a red mark. Sighing, it seemed he couldn't expect a civilian refuge to be equipped with any lethal weapons. Disappointed, Mo thought for a moment and decided to load the box containing the riot shotgun and revolvers onto his flatbed. Although these items were not very useful, they were better than nothing. Even if he looked down on them, perhaps he could sell them for a decent price later. Trading them for some canned goods would also be worthwhile. Moving further in, he found a passage resembling a grid area. On either side of the main passage were rooms of about 20 square meters equipped with basic ventilation, each room containing 2 bunk beds and a table with old wooden boxes under the beds serving as storage. Mo estimated there were about 30 rooms. If each room accommodated 4 people, this place could hold only around 150 people, which was significantly less than the manual stated capacity of 200 to 500. With questions in mind, Mo proceeded to the other 2 passages labeled as emergency supplies warehouses, which were relatively. Warehouse A was not just a supplies warehouse, it also contained a medical room and pharmacy along with several hospital rooms. The pharmacy was stacked with a dozen sealed supply boxes. Mo opened one to find bandages for external injuries, antibiotics, iodine, and other medical supplies, including a fully packaged surgical kit and a significant amount of alcohol for sterilization. In the depths of Warehouse A, there were nearly 100 tents, sleeping bags, kerosene stoves, and other daily necessities stored. It seemed if there were over 200 people, the excess civilians would be accommodated in the hall and inside tents in the warehouse. Mo also found a dozen tightly sealed barrels of kerosene and diesel, and in a side room he located a diesel generator. The generator room also contained several barrels of reserve diesel. Although the generator was an old model, it seemed to have been recently maintained and should still be operational. Mo did not touch these items. Regardless of the fuel and tents, he did not need them at the moment. It was better to check the last warehouse B. That warehouse should store food and drinking water. As expected, warehouse B was the largest. The iron shelves inside were filled with various boxes, with the majority being cardboard boxes containing various canned foods and tightly sealed compressed biscuits, along with a small amount of self-heating field rations. On the other side of the warehouse, the iron racks held blue plastic barrels. Mo glanced at the labels. These were all sealed barrels of rice. According to the instructions, they could be stored for up to 20 years if kept dry and undamaged. This new style sealed barrel significantly extended the shelf life of the food. He also found sealed barrels for flour on the shelves. The last row of shelves contained similar barrels of salt, sugar, soy sauce, and monosodium glutamate, which, while not luxurious, were in substantial quantities. Finally, on one side of the warehouse was the water extraction room, containing a well capable of extracting groundwater along with a filtration system to purify it into drinkable water. Inside were also several foldable plastic barrels for collecting water. Mo roughly calculated in his mind that the food in the warehouse indeed amounted to enough for about 500 people for a month, with shelf lives ranging from 5 to 10 years and the rice and flour having even longer shelf lives. If supplied to 200 people, it should last for 3 months. For 100 people, it could sustain them for over half a year. Unfortunately, the supplies here were of no use to Mo at the moment. The total amount of supplies he had stored in the underground warehouse of the power distribution building was already sufficient for him to live for over 10 years. He might need to use the fuel or drinking water from here in the future, but that was not something he had to consider right now. Mo suddenly remembered something and began to rummage through the office and guardroom. Finally, he found a pentagonal metal column in the corner of the office, which was the tool for opening the explosion-proof steel door. Mo took the wheel to the explosion-proof steel door leading to the office building, inserted the pentagonal metal column, and forcefully turned the wheel. Although it was a bit difficult, the sealed door, which had been lubricated just 3 months ago, was still relatively easy to open. After passing through the passage to the small warehouse behind the office building, Mo did not leave the underground passage but instead returned the same way, closing the explosion-proof door with the wheel again. This place would still be used as an emergency passage, and the entire civil defense facility could serve as a backup shelter. Back in the underground garage, Mo began clearing the bricks, dirt, and concrete debris on the ground. At that moment, a system notification popped up in his mind: explore the blocked underground air raid shelter, mission complete. This facility has been integrated into your shelter and is now considered the underground second level. Reward 200 bottle caps. Mo was taken aback. How could a civil defense facility he just discovered be integrated into the shelter? Was it just because it was nearby? And what exactly counts as integration? At that moment he suddenly turned around and was stunned to find that the narrow hole he had dug with a hammer drill over 2 days just wide enough for one person to pass had vanished. In its place was a standard oval steel door, the kind of metal ceiling door commonly seen on warships in movies, complete with a rotating wheel. Emobai scratched his head. Did the system provide a door when expanding the shelter? He stepped forward and found a keypad lock on the ceiling door. The currently displayed panel allowed for a password reset. Emobai thought for a moment and set a 6-digit access password that he commonly used. Then he pushed the ceiling door open. Behind the door was a spacious room measuring 10 by 6 meters. It was evident that it had been merged with the original vehicle passage's relay room, as the red metal box on the wall of the relay room was now next to the door leading to the vehicle passage. The entire room's walls and ceiling were made of concrete with explosion-proof lights on the ceiling reflecting the decoration style of his underground garage. Holding a flashlight, he returned to the civil defense facility to check again and discovered that other areas of the air raid shelter, including the residential zones, had not changed much. The only difference was that the walls of the passage that were originally brick had all turned into concrete structures. This created an inexplicable consistency with his underground garage. Emobai inspected the supplies and equipment in the 2 warehouses one by one, and finding no changes from his previous inventory, it indicated that the so-called integration into his shelter had merely altered the entrance and exit. He returned to the underground garage and moved a row of tool cabinets from the workshop to block the door, then rearranged some of the machinery to convert this area into part of the workshop. Finally, he carried a box of metal ingots up to the 3rd floor. The system displayed that his current number of bottle caps was 400, while upgrading the universal workbench on the 3rd floor required 500 bottle caps, so he needed to wait for the next mission. However, this time the mission did not appear immediately. Emobai was not in a rush. He believed that the missions provided by the shelter system would be related to the expansion of the shelter. Just like the ongoing supply search and patrol missions displayed on his taskbar, the rewards for these had indeed increased. A single security patrol and 1 ton of supplies would only yield 5 bottle caps, but they had been consistently available. In the past 2 months he had patrolled no more than 10 times, and supplies were not his main goal. He mostly brought back easily transportable items, so the daily task of supply search had only earned him 10 bottle caps. It wasn't that Emobai didn't want to earn bottle caps, but relying solely on himself to collect supplies meant that 5 bottle caps for a ton of supplies was a daunting task. Moreover, his consumption of supplies was genuinely limited, especially food. He could only eat so much in a day. Thus these 2 daily tasks would only become a way to earn bottle caps once the number of residents in the shelter increased. As the weather gradually worsened, the originally light flurries of snow intensified. What caught Emobai's attention was that the falling snowflakes were dull in color with slightly darkened flakes that might contain deadly radioactive substances. Therefore, during these days Emobai spent most of his time clearing the accumulated snow from the internal land and rooftops of the courtyard. Although the snow was not thick, once the accumulated radioactive material reached a certain value it would pose a danger to both the human body and the equipment in the shelter. Hence it was best to clear it regularly. The snow he cleared was directly transported by cart to the sewer entrance outside the iron gate for piling up. Once the snow melted, the radioactive substances would enter the sewer. If they seeped into the soil, the surface soil would be unable to grow normal crops for a long time, which was the fundamental reason for the food shortages and famine that erupted after the apocalypse. Without soil suitable for planting crops, humans were forced to grow food indoors. Another method was to dig out the top layer of soil entirely, exposing deeper soil that had lighter radiation levels for planting. Both methods were costly. Emobai not only cleared the snow in his yard but also cleared the snow on the land beside the roads in the park with a small shovel every few days when the snow was thicker. Although the cleared land would still exceed the radiation limits, it would be much better than other areas. Later, digging out about half a meter of topsoil would likely make it suitable for planting. No matter how much food was stockpiled, it would eventually run out. Emobai needed to consider the situation years ahead. After all, he had plenty of time, and for every bit of land he could clear he would have more food to eat in the future. Unknowingly, another 2 months had passed and the temperature had stabilized around -30 degrees. During this time the sporadic snowflakes continued to fall. Thanks to Emobai's regular cleanings every week, the accumulation of snow on the surface of the land in the park was not much, and looking at the Geiger counter's readings, the radioactive materials in the snow had greatly decreased, indicating that the radiation in the upper atmosphere had been diluted considerably. Emobai still had to wear protective clothing when going outside due to caution. The patrolling of the park had become much simpler. All the first floors of the buildings were sealed with wooden boards and tape, and Emobai only needed to check whether these boards and seals had been breached by intruding creatures. Then he would check the outer walls and the main gate of the park. The outer walls of the entire area were primarily 5 meters high brick walls topped with barbed wire, making it difficult for mutated creatures and radioactive zombies to climb over. The 3 original main gates were 2 sturdy iron doors, with the west gate being a low automatic folding door. Therefore Emobai's main defensive focus was the west gate, which connected to the cultural area on the west side. On the dual-lane vehicle passage of the west gate, a set of folding electric doors was backed by obstacles made of rebar and angle iron topped with sharpened steel rods, forming a small maze-like corridor with 7 or 8 such obstacles and barricades. Humans could pass through the narrow passage, but any radiation zombies or mutated creatures with deteriorated minds attempting to cross would have to be prepared to be skewered. MOBI was very clear that such obstacles could only deter zombies and mutated creatures; they would be useless against humans. Therefore he marked a large exclamation mark in the guard booth at the west gate and placed a walkie-talkie covered with a plastic bag on the desk. If any survivors discovered these obstacles and wanted to come in, they would find the walkie-talkie, and as long as they meant no harm they could use it to contact him. Unfortunately 5 months had passed and MOBI still hadn't seen any survivors besides himself. This was not surprising, as the vast majority of survivors had followed the government's arrangements to evacuate the city through the northwest and northeast evacuation routes. Even if a few people had not managed to evacuate in time, they were isolated in the city center due to nuclear radiation, where the intense radiation and infection could turn a living person into a radiation zombie driven solely by instinct within a few days. As for those who had survived against the odds, escaping the radiation zombies and other mutated creatures to reach outside the city was nearly impossible. After finishing today's patrol, MOBI's system interface displayed a notification: daily patrol mission completed, reward 5 bottle caps. MOBI looked at his total bottle caps, which had just reached 500. He could upgrade his workbench now. Shutting the iron door of the power distribution building, MOBI strictly followed the procedure to place his removed protective suit and equipment in the cleaning room for routine disinfection and decontamination before changing into indoor clothes. He then took a bottle of pills with decontamination effects from the maintenance room and swallowed it, drinking a sip of hot water from the water dispenser. Only then did he stretch his body, sit down in a chair, and open the monitoring screen to confirm that there were no anomalies in the vicinity. After checking the surveillance cameras around the park and the power distribution building one by one, MOBI finally felt safe. He then strapped on an armed belt which held a Colt handgun in its holster. When he arrived on the 3rd floor, the workbench he obtained from the system quietly awaited him under the light. With a gentle tap on the virtual light blue interface, 500 bottle caps vanished in an instant. The secure workbench began to tremble slightly, elevating, lengthening, and widening. In just a few seconds, the originally plain old-fashioned workbench transformed into an electric control processing table with a 1990s style. MOBI took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and approached the brand new workbench, lightly tapping the operation interface. It still presented 2 simple interfaces, the left side showing manufacturing blueprints and the right side displaying the materials inventory list. Unlike before, the blueprints were now categorized into more than a dozen major categories, with the first few being tools and components, followed by more complex categories like kitchen utensils and firefighting equipment. MOBI was taken aback for a moment, biting his teeth as he clicked on kitchen supplies. He was greeted by the first line listing a kitchen knife and a pressure cooker, causing a dizzy sensation. Indeed, although this workbench had been upgraded, the built-in blueprints seemed to have increased slightly, yet they were still just simple and ridiculous item blueprints. Fortunately, MOBI was prepared and took out his Colt 1911 handgun, placing it on the workbench for scanning. A blue light swept over the Colt and several prompts popped up on the workbench interface. MOBI was stunned and looked closely. They were blueprints for all the parts, including the barrel, slide, trigger, etc. It turned out that this workbench could now scan relatively complex mechanical components, but it still calculated by individual parts. What was more in line with MOBI's thoughts was that these accessories had all been categorized under firearms. In the handgun subcategory, there was a folder named Colt 1911. This scanning classification method was quite good, as in most cases of gun damage it would only require replacing 1 or 2 parts. MOBI glanced at the blueprint table and found that the sections for the barrel and grip were still gray, indicating missing materials, but alternative materials were listed. It turned out that the barrel required high-strength alloy while the grip required walnut wood, both of which were not available in the material inventory. MOBI nodded in satisfaction, dragged several alloy bars and a few walnut boards from the underground storage and carried them up to the 3rd floor. He tossed them into the workbench's intake, and then the material inventory increased accordingly. The blueprints for the barrel and grip also turned white, indicating they could now be manufactured. Next, MOBI began testing and found that although the workbench had upgraded from beginner to intermediate, there were still many limitations. For instance, it could only manufacture components and parts from a single material. Overall, it still required assembling the parts after manufacturing them, and it could not create complex electronic products like circuit boards. Thus, although he could manufacture the scan handgun, he still couldn't produce a complete flashlight. MOBI felt that it might be possible to create such items once the workbench upgraded to an advanced level. The workbench had been upgraded, but this intermediate workbench, although appearing powerful, was of little use to MOBI at present. The supplies and food he had stored were sufficient to sustain him without worrying about survival for at least 10 years. As for the equipment produced by the workbench, he had little chance of using them. He had enough spare parts for the shelter's equipment and consumables. MOBI estimated that he would likely only make use of these features several years later, when the survivor bases in the northwest, such as the base city and airport town, had stabilized. He could then use the materials he could produce in exchange for the essentials for survival. As for manufacturing weapons, they were not an urgent need. The weapons in his gun cabinet were already sufficient for his use. Producing more wouldn't serve any purpose, and for ammunition the workbench still couldn't produce it. Chemical products like gunpowder were beyond the workbench's capabilities. At most he could manufacture shells and bullets, but he couldn't even produce something as simple as a primer. Half a year had passed since the first nuclear bomb fell, and Mobai was repeating his simple and monotonous life day after day. Every morning at 9 o'clock he would wake up, and after breakfast he would clear the snow that had fallen on the yard and the roof. However, in recent days the snowflakes had become increasingly smaller, and the temperature, which was over 20 degrees below zero, showed no sign of melting the already thick snow layer. Mobai understood that this snowfall, which had lasted for months, would bring about nearly a year of frozen conditions during which the ground would be covered by about a meter of snow. After completing his cleaning tasks in the morning, Mobai would practice for 2 hours, including an hour of physical training and an hour of chi cultivation. Sitting cross-legged on the concrete floor, he meticulously guided his chi, circulating it through several small cycles within his body. Afterward, the chi gradually emanated from the acupoints in his 5 senses and limbs, forming a thin layer of energy around his body. Mobai was unclear about the exact purpose of this energy layer. He knew that if the chi he emitted were channeled into others, it could heal their wounds and restore their energy. However, he was unsure why the dissipated chi formed this layer, as he had never been a healer in his past life. He could only judge from the total amount of chi in his body that he had completed the most important stage of the second layer of chi cultivation, which was that the total amount of chi in his body could support an entire small cycle, and the chi could circulate endlessly without interruption. All he needed to do next was complete a large cycle to step into the third stage of circulation. Mobai was not very familiar with the profession of a healer. He only understood the principles of a healer and how to operate chi. He still knew very little about how to fully utilize a healer's abilities. He could only rely on his own exploration. Over the past 2 months he had conducted some experiments and learned that a healer's chi could indeed strengthen the meridians and project one's own chi outward. The type of chi produced was vastly different from that of a martial artist's cultivation. The chi of a martial artist would become increasingly dense, capable of breaking walls and shattering stones when channeled through punches and kicks, and it was even more destructive when used with weapons. However, the chi cultivated by a healer was like a thin mist that filled the body, including the internal organs and skin. Though it was thin, its resilience was quite strong. Maintaining the chi cultivation state had improved his ability to withstand blows. Unlike a martial artist who increased defense on the surface, the healer's defensive capabilities enhanced overall physical quality and resistance. Whether it was stamina, lung capacity, or the stretching of muscle meridians, there was a significant improvement. It can be confirmed that while a martial artist's formidable defense stems from using their chi to counterattacks, a healer's chi is more like a constant presence that enhances overall physical quality to improve resistance. In terms of defense, martial artists are certainly stronger, but the resilience and recovery of a healer far surpass that of a martial artist, and the continuous internal circulation allows a healer to recover chi much faster than a martial artist. For Mobai, the greatest gain from cultivating as a healer was the change in his physical condition. His body became more balanced rather than just being a muscular man. He could subtly perceive that for the anti-radiation medication he needed to take daily, his body now absorbed the medication much faster and its effects were more pronounced. Most notably, in the past, even when wearing protective gear, he could still feel the radiation in the external environment affecting his body. The slight numbness on his skin indicated that this radiation was still impacting him. Now radiation seemed more like an external threat to him, but his body had adapted to this environmental hazard, and the numbness of his skin and hair had decreased to an imperceptible level. This indicated that the training methods of a healer were indeed far superior to that of a martial artist in terms of environmental endurance and resistance. Mobai initially chose to cultivate as a healer merely as a temporary measure to avoid the risk of chi explosion from martial arts. However, it seemed that the benefits of this cultivation were quite substantial. The improvement in physical quality and environmental resistance was very practical in the apocalypse, as the number of people who died from poisoning and radiation due to harsh conditions far exceeded those who were attacked by mutated beings, second only to those who died from hunger and internal conflict. Although Mobai worried that if he took too long to cultivate as a healer and then switched back to martial arts, the drastic changes in chi circulation might lead to chi deviation or even a mental breakdown. After experiencing the advantages of being a healer, he felt that being a healer was not inherently bad. After all, in his past life he knew that healers had the highest survival rates in all operations. Thinking back, the reason healers had strong survival abilities was not only because all teammates would protect the healer, but also because their own defensive capabilities were one of the main reasons. After finishing his morning training, Mobai cooked a piece of steak left in the fridge. During these 6 months he always prioritized eating the meat stored in the fridge. These meats could only be preserved for a little over a year in the cold storage, and Mobai had stored quite a lot of frozen meat. Even though he ate it every day, he had used only about 1/10 or 1/12 of it. With still plenty in stock, he could only try to use these perishable stored foods as much as possible. The first thing after lunch was taking a shower. The water purification system in the distribution building could provide sufficient clean water, and Mobai's consumption was quite minimal. Daily bathing helped maintain his health. On the first floor of the distribution building there was a simple shower area, and the maintenance room also had a shower mainly used for washing away any possible radioactive materials. The dormitory on the second floor had a public shower area separated for men and women which could accommodate 8 people at once. In his bedroom on the third floor there was the only luxurious bathtub in the entire building. Lying in the bathtub, Mo contemplated the time. According to his memories from his past life, the international airport, which was primarily a gathering place for survivors in the Northeast, should now be facing a shortage of supplies, especially food. The continuous heavy snowfall had created significant trouble for the airport's efforts to send people out to search for supplies. However, if the timeline was correct, a patrol team at that time, after enduring many hardships, found a sealed combat warehouse that contained a considerable amount of food and supplies. This was why the tens of thousands of survivors at the airport barely managed to survive until the warm spring when the snow melted. This nuclear winter, which experts had predicted would last for decades, had, due to numerous mysterious factors, come to an end after just 1 year, giving a breather to the survivors on the ground. However, in Mo's memory, because the management of the airport had overly conservative predictions about the warming weather, they implemented extremely strict food rationing measures to conserve food and other supplies. Survivors could only receive meager rations that barely allowed them to survive, leading to the first internal turmoil in the survivor base, during which over 20,000 people died at the hands of their compatriots. Ironically, 3 months after the turmoil, the snow on the ground began to slowly melt, allowing people to venture further to find supplies to sustain their lives. The deaths of those people seemed utterly meaningless. Looking at the date marked on his calendar, Mo knew today was the day for patrol. In addition to the routine patrols every other day in the park, Mo would also patrol the surrounding area within a kilometer every half-month, mainly to ascertain potentially dangerous areas and potential sources of supplementary supplies. He would carefully examine a small area each time and mark the relevant information on a map for future reference. On the blackboard wall of the maintenance room there was a large map of Kyoto where most of the areas within a kilometer of the cultural park had been painted a safe green, with only 3 red areas and 2 question-marked areas. The red areas indicated the presence of mutated beings, while the question-marked areas were those yet to be searched. Checking the thermometer outside, it was currently 21 degrees below zero. Mo put on his polar thermal suit, followed by a full set of ski gear and then a layer of protective gear on top. This relatively lightweight protective suit was more convenient for movement than the original 3-proof suit. After that, he donned his breathing mask and checked the filter canister of his respirator. After dressing, he jumped lightly in place twice to ensure his clothes did not hinder his movement. Then he began to put on a lightweight tactical chest rig which held a flashlight, outdoor tool, knife, spare batteries, a respirator filter canister, and a pack of emergency compressed biscuits. Next was the already packed medium-sized outdoor backpack, which contained a day's worth of drinking water and food, a first aid kit, and a set of climbing ropes. There was also a folding entrenching tool on the side of the backpack. Finally, there was a set of emergency water bladders in the backpack's compartment, which contained 1 liter of glucose water that could be accessed through a straw fixed to the backpack's shoulder strap near the neck. These items had long been packed in the backpack. There were 3 similar backpacks, each containing different items based on the purpose of the outing. Lastly, Mo checked the armed belt around his waist and the Colt handgun in the holster. The belt had 2 spare magazines and there were 2 handgun magazines in the backpack. For his main weapon, Mo still chose the Lee Enfield rifle. This rifle was of moderate length with good range and power, and with a silencer it was relatively quiet, making it suitable for everyday use. As for the Mauser 98K rifle, while it had higher precision and power, it was loud and had a slow rate of fire, making it more suitable for use in defensive shelters. Pulling back the bolt of the Lee Enfield rifle, he checked the ammunition inside, then took 2 strips of 7.62 by 39mm ammunition from the ammo on the top of the weapons cabinet, which was the same type of ammunition used in the AK-47. Stuffing the 20 rounds of ammunition into the pouch of his tactical chest rig, Mo put on his gloves, lowered his breathing mask, opened the iron door on the first floor, closed the inner iron door, and then opened the heavy outer iron door, stepping into the world post-nuclear radiation. The pure white snow covered the buildings and the ground. Mo walked along the concrete path of the yard, reaching the edge of the courtyard wall. He first stood on the inner side of the wall and peered outside. The driveway, covered with a layer of snow, was even and unmarked, with no footprints or traces of animals in the snow. Mo cautiously looked around again, then pulled the safety wheel inside the iron door, slowly opening a gap in the courtyard's iron gate. After Mo slipped through the gap and closed the iron door from the outside, he finally pulled the lever on the iron door to lock it. This way the door could not be opened without the mechanical combination lock on the wall. He slung the rifle across his chest under his arm. This hanging method felt a bit odd, but it allowed Mo to quickly aim with the gun. Mo pressed both hands on the rifle, rubbed them together a few times, and then headed toward the east gate of the park. The silent park was devoid of any sounds except for the faint rustling of snowflakes falling to the ground, stirred by the wind, and only the sound of Mo's breathing inside his mask. He opened the iron gate at the east gate just enough to slip through, then pulled the gate shut behind him, but this time he did not lock it, allowing for quick entry if necessary. Whether someone would come through this gate was not important. If humans did arrive, there were gaps in the west and north gates that could be entered without anyone on guard. Thick snow accumulated on the 4-lane road, with hints of black visible among the white snow. Those were radioactive dust particles. The snowflake-like dust had been blown into the atmosphere during the nuclear explosion and had condensed into snowflakes after encountering cold air. Inserting the probe of his Geiger counter into the snow, Moby was pleasantly surprised to see that the radiation levels in the snow had significantly decreased. Although still harmful to humans with basic radiation protection and only staying outdoors for a short time, it would no longer pose a lethal danger. Moby adjusted his breathing mask. In fact, he could already go without it. Just a layer of mask could ensure he would not be harmed by the radiation in the air. The radiation resistance that being a healer provided was sufficient to guarantee his safety. As long as he did not bury himself naked in the snow, he would not suffer from radiation harm. However, being naturally cautious, he still preferred to keep the breathing mask on. Even though the danger was low, he always felt a bit uneasy without facial protection. His knee-high snow boots pressed against the thick snow. The widened shoe surface and the increasingly solid snow over the past 6 months could support his movements. His footsteps sank only about 20 centimeters into the snow, making walking less cumbersome than 2 months ago when his legs would sink to the thighs. The light gray protective suit he wore was specifically chosen for its inconspicuousness in the snow as he made his way south, leaving one footprint after another. On both sides of this north-south 4-lane road were walls. On the east side was a resettled residential area, and on the west side was the outer wall of the software park adjacent to the cultural park. There were no buildings on either side of the road except for the entrances of the fire escape passages of the 2 residential areas. It was an unobstructed view. After walking for less than 10 minutes in the snow, he reached the intersection of the Southern Jingtong Expressway, where there was a small convenience store. At a distance of over 100 meters, Moby slowly crouched down, took off the rifle from his chest, and with gloved fingers opened the cover of the 6x scope, wiped his breathing mask, and leaned in closer. Through the 6x scope, the convenience store over 100 meters away was clearly visible. The glass door of the store had been shattered, likely the result of survivors looting before fleeing during the apocalypse. The ground was strewn with scattered daily necessities like toilet paper, and from the door, which was half buried in snow, it was evident that no one had been there for some time. Moby carefully examined the snow outside the convenience store, and after confirming there were no recent footprints, he felt relieved to advance. He hugged the rifle that had originally hung on his chest, maintaining a certain level of vigilance. Moby entered the convenience store through the slightly ajar door. He had been here during his last patrol. The remaining food had already been swept clean before his visit. Back then he had only found some condiments and semi-finished products, while the precious cookies and chocolates were long gone. However, some daily necessities still remained. On a nearly empty shelf, Moby found a sewing kit and a few packets of buttons, which he tossed into his backpack. These items would surely prove useful at some point. At that moment it seemed a sound came from afar, not the sound of snow nor debris being blown down by the wind. Moby perked up his ears to listen quietly. Another faint sound reached his ears. It was coming from outside. Moby took down his rifle, gripping it in hand, and stepped out of the convenience store. The vast expanse of white snow stretched before him, with numerous buildings surrounding him, prominently featuring the expressway and an overpass a few hundred meters away. Moby leaned against the convenience store door, gradually crouching down, his eyes slowly scanning along the snowline and the contours of the buildings. Creak, the sound of footsteps in the snow. Moby lifted his head to see a slope across the expressway. At the top of the slope was a one-way lane where a red figure was unsteadily navigating through knee-deep snow, struggling with each step as the soft snow made it arduous. From the relatively slender form of the red figure, it appeared to be a woman. He watched as she stumbled and fell into the snow, then struggled to get back up, glancing back with fear. About 10 meters behind the woman in red, 2 men clad in thick cotton clothing were in pursuit. As they drew closer, Moby could faintly hear their curses. "You thieving woman, how dare you steal our food? You're just asking to die. We will definitely stew you." The leading man wore an old-fashioned gas mask and held up a red travel backpack. As he spat out curses, another man brandished a baseball bat, its wooden surface embedded with dozens of iron nails caked with congealed black blood. The woman, just getting up from the snow, was once again dragged down by her legs buried in the snow. She no longer had the strength to pull her feet out of the knee-deep snow. Lying on her side in the snow, the woman let out a desperate roar. "You scum! You robbed us of our food yesterday. I just wanted to take it back." The man pursuing her sneered through the large mouth of his gas mask, "Death for wealth, birds die for food. I was planning to let you two go, come back later to rob you again. It would save us the trouble of searching for food. Since you don't know your place, you'll just have to be buried here." He then raised his hand in a gesture, and beside him the baseball bat-wielding man lifted his bat, its iron nails glistening with blood. Suddenly the woman on the ground pulled a small knife from her pocket, pointing it at the baseball man, gritting her teeth as she said, "Don't dream. If you want to kill me, I'll take one of you with me." The baseball man laughed heartily from behind the cloth covering his mouth, raising his bat high. At the moment the bat swung down, the masked man suddenly felt something splatter on his gas mask. He then watched the bat, which had been raised high, fall limply like a snake stripped of its muscles, followed by the sound of a body collapsing into the snow. Next he heard a dull bang. Was that the sound of a gunshot? As he looked at the baseball man, who had a burst of blood on his head before collapsing, the woman in red screamed in fright. The masked man quickly reached into his pocket, pulling out a handgun as he crouched down, trying to find cover, but the open snowy road offered no obstacles. He could only anxiously search for the shooter. Suddenly his gaze froze. He saw a gray figure on the opposite side of the street on the overpass using an advertisement board for cover aiming in this direction. It seemed he held a rifle. At that moment the figure raised the rifle and it seemed a puff of gas emerged, then the masked man's vision went dark, plunging him into eternal darkness. Mobai put away his rifle. He hadn't intended to intervene, but from the conversation he had vaguely heard he knew that the two men were clearly a gang of robbers surviving by stealing supplies from other survivors. These guys had been driven mad by the apocalyptic environment devoid of any humanity. Eliminating them early would prevent future troubles. Pulling the rifle's bolt, a brass shell popped out of the chamber. Mobai reached down to catch the falling shell and along with the previous bullet put them into the pocket of his chest. In this day and age brass casings were also a rare resource and should not be wasted. Crossing the street on the overpass while stepping on thick snow, Mobai saw the woman in red struggling to pull the backpack from the masked man's hands, then reaching out with one hand for the handgun that had fallen in the snow. Mobai subtly raised the rifle, signaling the woman to step back. The woman in red, seeing the handgun so close, could only grit her teeth and take a step back, yet still tightly clutched the red backpack. Mobai reached into the snow, feeling around until he pulled out a black handgun, an old model of the 9mm Type 92, engaged the safety and pressed the latch. The magazine fell out and Mobai checked it, finding 8 rounds still inside. He then inserted the magazine back into the gun, crouched down and rummaged through the pockets of the masked man, finding a spare magazine filled with 15 rounds of 9mm bullets. The woman in red, sitting in the snow, could only hold onto the red backpack with one hand while pointing the small knife at Mobai with the other. The scarf that had covered her face had fallen, revealing a small face that was red from the cold and her pair of big eyes. Mobai was taken aback. The woman appeared to be no more than 20, yet she had the courage to point a knife at him who held 2 guns and had just killed 2 people. She was clearly no ordinary girl. Mobai aimed his Type 92 at the woman, then reached out to snatch the red backpack from her hands. The woman tried to hold onto the backpack, but completely exhausted she was no match for Mobai and the backpack was easily taken from her. She could only hold the small knife desperately with both hands, looking at Mobai. Mobai opened the red backpack, which contained a few packets of cookies, 2 bottles of mineral water, a pack of instant noodles and a few pieces of candy. He frowned, rummaging through the backpack, and at the very bottom he found a small package carefully wrapped. When Mobai opened it he suddenly felt a bit awkward. The cloth bag contained a pack of sanitary napkins. Mobai looked at the woman with some embarrassment but was surprised to see a hint of determination flash across the red-faced woman's expression, and then she turned the knife towards her own neck. Mobai exclaimed, "What the hell?" and hurriedly grabbed her arm. The knife just barely grazed her neck, leaving a shallow cut that thankfully did not sever any blood vessels. What the hell? Is it really necessary? Mobai felt a bit baffled. Was this woman from an island nation? The woman having the knife taken from her looked at Mobai with a gaze filled with hatred, her 2 rows of white teeth nearly shattering from clenching. Mobai quickly waved his hands to indicate he meant no harm. After a moment's thought he placed the red backpack on the ground in front of the girl. The girl looked at the backpack on the ground, feeling an impulse to rush over and grab it, but she forcefully suppressed the urge. Mobai sighed as he looked at the girl, walked over to the baseball man's corpse, removed another backpack from him, and upon checking found a can and a few packs of instant noodles inside. After some thought he placed these food items into the red backpack in front of the girl, zipped it up and tossed it to her. The girl in red looked at the backpack with a hint of suspicion in her big alert eyes, tightly clutching it. Mobai put away his handgun and suddenly noticed the girl's face exposed to the cold wind. He turned around, removed the gas mask from the masked man's face, carefully wiped the blood off it and tossed it at the girl's feet. "Put this on or it won't be long before your lungs get sick." After saying this Mobai returned along the overpass to the other side of the street, disappearing around the corner. Once the figure of Mobai had completely vanished, the girl in red struggled to get up, her expression complex as she stared blankly for a few seconds before picking up the gas mask from the ground and putting it on her head. After hesitating she picked up the spiked baseball bat from the ground to use as a crutch, limping away. What she didn't know was that Mobai was now on the rooftop of the building across the street, watching the direction the girl was heading with binoculars, finally seeing the red figure turn around the corner and disappear down a small path. Foreign Language University. Mobai searched for a map from his chest pocket, marking a simple figure on it. After a moment of thought he changed the mark to represent a female. If he remembered correctly based on the conversation he had overheard, that gang of robbers likely consisted of more than just these 2 men. Additionally, in the snowy environment it would be difficult for people to move around widely, suggesting that they were probably no more than 10 blocks away from his cultural district. That meant within 3 bus stops, and the location where the red-clad girl disappeared should be the Media University. He recalled that the university was one of the main areas evacuated by the government, so how could anyone still be left on campus? It seemed that the area surrounding the cultural district was not peaceful. Since there were robbers and other survivors, mutated creatures would likely be abundant as well. More importantly, according to the timeline, radiation zombies wandering over from the radiation zone might not be far behind. Safety had become the biggest issue. Mobai did not want to wake up one day to find his little courtyard surrounded by a horde of radiation zombies and mutated beasts. It seemed that clearing the nearby threats had become an urgent matter. Having discovered the threat, Mobai decided to return to the district early. This time he was much more cautious on his way back. Using a large broom left in the convenience store, he carefully swept away all traces of his footsteps, leaving no signs of his approach. He walked and swept back to the cultural district. After closing the iron gate, he placed the broom behind it. Returning to the power distribution building, he threw his removed protective clothing into the washing machine and changed into indoor clothes, heading directly to the studio on the third floor. The two robbers he had discovered today clearly had accomplices, and it was likely that their hideout was not far from the cultural district. Hence, feeling a sense of crisis, Mobai needed to strengthen the defenses and firepower in this area. Aside from 2 bolt-action rifles, Mobai only had 2 Colt 1911 handguns with different ammunition and had also seized a Type 92 handgun. These weapons might be enough to deal with scattered radiation zombies and mutated creatures for now, but compared to the robbers who were already armed, it would be difficult to gain the upper hand. The advantage of being near the cultural district was that the residents were sparse, meaning fewer radiation zombies and mutated creatures, but it also lacked police stations and armed police outposts nearby, making the search for weapons and ammunition a problem. Speaking of weapons, Mobai remembered that he had also found several shotguns and 2 small revolvers in the second basement's guard room. It seemed he could only modify them for emergency use. He took 2 shotguns and 2 Type 05 police revolvers from the sturdy gun cabinet in the maintenance room, bringing their ammunition along to the third floor. Starting with these 2 small revolvers, it is worth noting that domestic police revolvers had many flaws and received widespread criticism. The biggest drawback was their insufficient power. There were reports of suspects being hit with over 20 rounds from a Type 05 and still being able to act. This led to the so-called small firecracker being despised by the police, and most were ultimately discarded into storage or designated as non-lethal weapons for police stations. The lack of power was primarily due to the fact that the ammunition supply for the Type 05 was not standard 9mm ammunition, but rather specially designed low-lethality rounds, mainly rubber bullets and low-penetration metal bullets with too little propellant, leading to insufficient muzzle velocity, resulting in penetration that was inferior to air guns. However, there were solutions. The simplest method would be to increase the amount of propellant in the bullets. The bullet casing of the revolver was inherently a bit longer than that of standard 9mm bullets, allowing for more propellant to be loaded. Mobai emptied a box of 9mm rubber bullets from the Type 05, prying off the bullet heads with pliers, then pouring out the propellant inside. He did the same with the standard bullets, replacing the bullet heads with the propellant from the rubber bullets. This resulted in a round with about 60% more propellant than the original, which was comparable to standard 9mm ammunition. Of course, this remanufactured high-propellant round also had drawbacks. While its power increased, it would accelerate wear on the Type 05's barrel. Given that the quality was already poor, its lifespan would rapidly decline, likely failing after a few hundred rounds. However, thinking about it, he didn't have many modified rounds to use anyway. The rubber bullets found in the guard room were only over 200 rounds, with ordinary bullets being about the same, allowing him to piece together around 200 of these high-propellant rounds for the 2 Type 05 revolvers. Next comes a box of 5 shotguns, which will require some modifications. The shotguns here are not equipped with standard shells, only cloth bags and rubber bullets commonly used by bank guards and prison officers. The size of these ammunition is standard 12 gauge, but the problem lies in needing to remake the projectile part. It's not a big issue. Mobai found some small ball bearings in the storeroom about 4mm in diameter. The overall production process is similar to that of revolver cartridges. First, remove the projectile from the rubber bullet, then fill the cloth bag with propellant in strict proportions. Afterward, use a small wad that comes with the cloth bag to press the propellant, and finally insert steel ball bearings at the mouth of the cartridge, sealing it with pliers while leaving some space to fill with putty to cover potential gaps. This rough shotgun shell can only guarantee a maximum seal for 1 year, but Mobai does not care. These temporarily made reloaded ammunition are consumables. Even if they are not used in combat, they can be traded with other survivors. Just after making a few reloaded shotgun shells, Mobai suddenly had an idea. He picked up a finished reloaded shotgun shell and threw it on the workbench. After a blue light scanned it, the blueprint on the workbench added a schematic for a simple reloaded shotgun shell with a variety of materials required. For example, shell copper steel composite materials. Projectile bearing steel balls 4mm 5mm. Primer standard primer. Propellant standard propellant. Mobai carefully pondered that the materials for the shell and projectile in this reloaded ammunition provided alternatives, indicating that as long as any one of these materials is available, it can be made. The only exception is that the primer and propellant must be finished products, indicating that the workbench cannot synthesize these chemical products. This also implies that his shelter system should be able to unlock a chemical workstation in the future. Thinking of this, Mobai was very pleased. At least he didn't have to craft these ammunition one by hand. He threw the disassembled ammunition materials and steel columns into the workbench's feed port, then watched as the icon for reloaded ammunition changed from gray to white, allowing it to start production. Soon the output port began to drop finished reloaded ammunition one by one, looking much better made than the ones Mobai had crafted himself. In less than an hour, Moby produced 200 rounds of the 05 style 9mm revolver cartridges and 120 homemade reloaded shotgun shells using the workbench. He selected one shotgun and one 05 style revolver to place in the weapon cabinet on the third floor, while the remaining 4 shotguns and one 05 revolver were locked in the armory of the maintenance room. The workbench's functionality was very useful. A task that originally required 2 days for modifications was completed in half a day. Moby needed to start the next step of his work. The areas adjacent to the cultural park had already been checked by him, but the appearance of bandits and raiders had made the surrounding environment unsafe. Most importantly, according to the major events marked on the calendar by Moby, it had been half a year since the first nuclear explosion, and the mutated creatures in the core radiation-contaminated area had finally consumed all the edible resources. Hungry radioactive zombies and mutated creatures began to migrate outside the radiation zone. If the timing is right, the first radioactive zombie will appear outside the cultural park within a week. Less than half of the survivors will withstand this wave of corpses. Hunger combined with the zombie tide, these two terrifying aspects of the apocalypse, will arrive simultaneously. Moby raised his head and looked at a region on the map, the Media University campus to the east. He remembered the girl in the red dress who disappeared around the Media University. He vividly recalled the anger and defiance in her dirted, flushed little face. With only a few days left, Moby hesitated for a night and ultimately decided to visit the Media University. Saving one person is better than none. Even if the other party is unwilling to come back with him, he can at least inform them about the incoming zombie tide, allowing them to prepare. If luck is on his side, they might find a safe place to survive the tide. On the morning of the third day, Moby completed his daily work as usual. After lunch, he prepared to head out. Unlike before, he switched to a larger backpack filled with a week's worth of food supplies, 3 times the amount of medicine, and a few bottles of water. If the other party was unwilling to return with him, he would leave these supplies behind. As for weapons, he brought an extra shotgun with 20 modified rounds along with an 05 revolver and 30 modified rounds. The heavy backpack weighed about 20 kilograms, which was the limit he could carry without affecting his mobility. His weapon remained a Lee-Enfield rifle equipped with a 4x scope with 30 rounds of spare ammunition this time, plus a Colt handgun in the leg pouch. After checking his gear and items, Moby pushed open the iron door on the first floor of the power distribution building. Following the previous route south from the cultural park, Moby paused as usual at the convenience store at the intersection. He observed the surroundings. The bodies of the 2 people he had killed last time were already covered by snow. Looking through binoculars, he could see animal tracks near the bodies, likely from wild animals or mutated creatures foraging nearby. After observing for a while and confirming there were no potential dangers nearby, Moby began to move east along the buildings by the roadside. Walking through the snow, he avoided exposing himself in the open, always taking routes with cover. This was Moby's principle. There was still a residential area between him and the Media University campus, but Moby did not plan to cross through it. The buildings inside were numerous and the terrain complex, making it easy to encounter danger, so it was safer to stick to the highway. His light gray protective suit along with the similarly gray tactical chest pack and gray-white backpack made him hard to spot in the snow. It was only less than 2 kilometers away, but walking in the snow was not easy. Maintaining vigilance drained Moby's energy significantly. Finally, he arrived at the southwest corner of the Media University. Across the expressway was the city rail station, and just a bit further east was the university's south gate. However, Moby did not plan to enter through the south gate. Instead, he moved north along the western wall of the campus. After a short walk, he would reach the student dormitory area. Although he was not familiar with the campus situation, Moby believed that people were similar in times of danger. They would subconsciously stay in places they were familiar with. If the girl in red and her companions were on campus, there was a high probability they would be hiding in the student dormitory. With only a few dozen meters left to the university's west gate, Moby discovered footprints covered on the roadside, likely left from the previous day. Although they had been cleaned, they were somewhat careless, which attracted Moby's attention. If he waited another day or two, the snow falling from the sky would cover these traces. Following the footprints, Moby arrived at the west gate of the university. The railing was tightly shut, and it was evident that the footprints were heading toward the northern graduate dormitory. Moby first opened an advertisement page that had been blown over by the wind, revealing the footprints underneath. After slightly brushing away the snow on the footprints, he saw that they were not deep, indicating that the person who left them was light and not carrying heavy objects. The direction of the footprints seemed to be the way back to the dormitory. Moby frowned. It seemed that the person had not found enough food and supplies when they left. The disarray of the footprints indicated that they were exhausted upon returning. Following the footprints, Moby reached the bottom of the graduate dormitory building. Looking up, he found that the majority of doors and windows were tightly closed, especially on the first floor. Not only were they shut tightly, but they were also barricaded from the inside with wooden boards and thick cardboard. The double doors were sealed shut with old wardrobes and planks. These barricades would not stop Moby, but he also understood that if he rashly entered, he would startle the survivors inside. Moreover, he might easily fall into traps or suffer harm in the dimly lit corridors and rooms. Checking the time, it was just after 3 o'clock. Bai observed his surroundings and chose a laundry room beside the southern driveway of the graduate dormitory. The small building had 2 floors. Upon entering, he closed the door quietly and made his way to the second floor. He found a spot where he could see the main entrance of the dormitory and crouched down. After adjusting the angle, he fixed a small mirror to the wall and took out a sleeping blanket from the pouch under his backpack, wrapping himself tightly. Leaning against the wall facing the small mirror, he could clearly see the entrance of the dormitory. Unexpectedly, after waiting for more than 2 hours, noticing that the sky was getting dark, Bai stretched his somewhat stiff arms and legs and prepared to leave. At that moment, a sound suddenly came from not far away, a foot stepping on a branch breaking the dry twig. Bai adjusted the position of the small mirror. The direction the sound came from was not the south where he had come from but the east. He saw a figure in a red ski suit struggling through the snow, a somewhat emaciated body that bore not only a backpack but also a wooden stick with a small knife tied to one end. She leaned against a tree, panting, with mist escaping from the gaps in her gas mask. The girl in red moved forward again and soon reached the front of the graduate dormitory. She sat on the steps, yanked off her mask, revealing a face drenched in sweat beneath her snow hat. After struggling to catch her breath, she began to sob quietly. The crying girl hugged her shoulders tightly, burying her small head between her arms with only faint sounds of crying coming through. The girl stopped crying, rubbed her face vigorously with her gloved hands, and as she prepared to rise, she heard the sound of boots crunching on the snow behind her. Startled, the girl in red grabbed the wooden spear with the knife and pointed it behind her. Behind the girl was a person dressed in a strange gray protective suit wearing a breathing mask. This person held an old-fashioned rifle and did not move, simply watching the girl in red. The girl calmed down slightly in her shock and carefully looked at the man before her, suddenly recalling that he was the mysterious figure who had rescued her from 2 robbers a few days ago. She remembered that gray protective suit and the antique rifle. Taking a deep breath of the cold air, the girl forced herself to remain calm and asked, "Who are you? What do you want? You should know I have no food." The last time he had let her take food was what allowed her and her companions to survive these past few days. So she thought he must not be lacking food, otherwise he wouldn't have let her go last time. Bai looked at the girl in red, pointed to the dormitory building behind her and asked, "Do you live here?" The girl stepped back warily, saying, "What do you want?" "We have nothing. You want the food was finished yesterday." Bai thought for a moment, opened his backpack and took out a pack of chocolate, tossing it over. The girl reached out to catch it, her eyes lighting up with joy as she dropped her spear. After unwrapping the packaging, she looked at the dark chocolate, cautiously extending her little tongue to lick it, showing a look of shock. Then she gently bit off a corner and rolled it with her tongue, swallowing it down. With a satisfied yet reluctant expression, the girl wrapped the chocolate back up with the packaging and looked at Bai. "Who are you? Why are you giving me this? It's very precious. What do you really want?" Bai was surprised by the girl, noting that a hungry girl could actually resist eating the chocolate all at once, and instead asked him questions indicating she was quite rational and aware of her situation. Bai thought for a moment and said, "My name is Bai. In a few days, radioactive zombies will migrate from the radiation zone. It won't be safe here. If possible, I hope you can move to my place." "Your place? What are radioactive zombies?" The girl pondered in confusion, suddenly recalling something. "Are the zombies you're talking about like those in the movies with stiff bodies that always wander around in one place?" This time it was Bai's turn to be surprised. "You've seen these radioactive zombies?" "Yes, there are several near the school cafeteria, but I dare not go there." The girl tightened her grip on the chocolate and said fiercely, "There are many food resources in the cafeteria, but those zombies guard it both day and night." Bai did not expect that radioactive zombies would appear in the university campus. Had they always been there, or had they come from the south? Looking at the sky, Bai suggested, "Let's go inside to talk. It's not safe outside." The girl in red hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded heavily. She squatted down and pushed open one side of the dormitory's main door, revealing a narrow opening only for someone to squeeze through sideways. She then crawled in. Although the door was sealed, there was a low entrance behind it only short people could fit through. At Bai's height, he could only crawl in on his knees. Entering the dormitory, the girl took out a small flashlight and gestured for Bai to follow. The reception area on the first floor was filled with tables, chairs, and other debris, making it almost impossible to move. The girl led Bai through the maze-like rooms, turning left and right until they reached the stairwell. She took out a key and opened the iron door to the stairwell, and the two arrived on the 3rd floor. The corridor on the 3rd floor was also filled with various cabinets and high beds, creating numerous obstacles. They had to walk in shape until they reached the end of the corridor, where there were 2 dormitory rooms facing each other. The girl in red looked at Bai, gestured for him to wait a moment, and then knocked on the door of the left dormitory. A weak girl's voice came from inside, asking, "Who is it?" "I Hong Yi," the girl in red replied. "Red E." Looking at her red ski suit, the name seemed quite fitting. A sound of chains being unlocked came from inside the room, and then the door gently opened, revealing a pale and frail little face. Upon seeing Bai standing behind Hong Yi, the girl let out a small gasp and quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her large eyes filled with terror. The girl in red hurriedly explained, "This is the one who saved me last time, Bai." She then pointed to the gas mask in her hand. He is the one who gave me the gas mask. The fear in the frail girl's eyes gradually faded, turning into surprise, and she cautiously asked, "Is it really okay?" Hong-yi hesitated for a moment and said it should be fine, and then handed the chocolate she was holding to the girl. The girl looked at the chocolate packaging with delight and exclaimed, "Chocolate? Did you just find it? Have you eaten any?" The girl in red gently patted the girl's head and said, "There are 2 pieces. I had one and couldn't resist taking a bite of yours. Look, there are even bite marks on it." The girl clearly didn't believe her. "Don't lie. It's obvious you just took a little planning to give me this piece." Suddenly recalling Imobai behind her, the girl smiled apologetically and quickly moved aside to open the door for Hong-yi and Imobai to enter. Inside was a standard 4-person dormitory, surprisingly tidy and clean. All items were neatly organized in storage boxes, and the 2 beds in the corner were covered with thick quilts. In the center of the room was a small iron stove, which was clearly a type used for outdoor camping, connected to the dormitory wall by a metal pipe. It seemed there was a flue inside the wall. Several pieces of wood were burning inside the stove and a kettle was heating on top of it. The girl in red pulled Imobai to sit around the stove, took out several cups, poured water for them, and said apologetically, "We are really quite simple here, we can only offer you boiled water." The girl in red sighed and pointed at the other girl, saying, "This is Wen-chi, my senior. I am Li Hong-yi, and we are both students of the Communication University. I am from the photography department and senior Wen-chi is from the cultural communication department." Imobai asked, "Did you miss the evacuation from your school?" Li Hong-yi said with regret, "That day I took my senior out for a picnic and we ended up staying overnight in the suburbs. The next day I heard on the broadcast that there was fighting, so I hurried back to school but was stuck in traffic leaving the city. By the time I got back I missed the evacuation. Later I heard on the broadcast that explosions had destroyed the roads out of the city and the evacuation had ended. We had to stay in the dormitory and unexpectedly it turned into more than 6 months." Imobai took a sip of the water in his cup and felt a slight numbness on his tongue. Surprised, he quickly put down the cup and asked, "Is the water you drink melted snow?" When she nodded, "There hasn't been tap water in the pipes for 2 months. The water we stored in advance only lasted a month. This month we can only rely on melted snow for survival. We used gauze for simple filtration before boiling it to drink." Imobai looked around and found a bucket in the corner. He took out a Geiger counter from his backpack and inserted its probe inside. Watching the numbers on the display, his frown deepened. "What's wrong?" Li Hong-yi knew something was definitely wrong. Imobai sighed. "The snow outside contains radioactive substances. Just filtering and boiling it can only prevent mineral and bacterial contamination, but the radiation levels are still excessively high. You've been drinking this for a month and you haven't died yet, it's already a miracle." Li Hong-yi and Wen-chi's faces turned pale and the water cups in their hands trembled and fell to the ground. Li Hong-yi stammered, "So that's why Wen-chi is getting weaker and weaker. I thought it was due to a lack of food and malnutrition." Imobai thought for a moment and said, "Your constitution is better than Wen-chi's, but drinking this radioactive water for a long time will still affect your health. Then what should we do? Are we going to die?" Wen-chi tightly grasped Hong-yi's hand. Imobai reassured them, "Not yet. As long as you stop drinking the radioactive water and take medicine that can treat radiation along with proper nutrition and rest for a while, you will gradually improve." Hong-yi suddenly asked, "Did you say you would let us stay with you? Is it true?" Wen-chi, hearing this for the first time, looked puzzled with a pale face. Imobai considered for a moment and said, "The place where I live has complete facilities, is sturdy and has enough food and water. It's also spacious enough to accommodate more people." Hong-yi and Wen-chi exchanged glances, their eyes gradually brightening. Having lived like mice in an apartment building for half a year, surviving by scavenging food and garbage from other dormitories, they were on the brink of collapse both materially and mentally. Suddenly being told there was a safe shelter with clean food and drinking water, the joy in their hearts was immeasurable. However, the cautious Hong-yi still asked, "If you have a safe place and sufficient supplies, why would you want us to come? We would only consume your food." Imobai explained, "The radiation zombies, like the kind from your cafeteria, are moving out from the nuclear explosion zone and will soon pass by here. Without solid defenses you will die, but my shelter lacks sufficient manpower. So I need you." At this moment, when she looked up at Imobai and stubbornly asked, "Another reason is that we are both girls, right?" Imobai, seeing the question, replied candidly, "Yes, you two pose no threat to me. I also need people to manage the daily operations of the shelter." Suddenly Li Hong-yi thought of something, blushed and lowered her head, then asked, "Will we need to do anything after we move in?" Imobai replied simply, "You'll need to rest first, recuperate, and there will be many things to do. Just cleaning and organizing will keep you busy." When she nodded and pulled, Li Hong-yi finally agreeing. Imobai checked the time. There was less than an hour until dark. He hurriedly urged them to pack their things, taking only clothes and precious items, leaving everything else to collect later. When she clearly knew how to tidy up a room, she seemed to have been prepared. In a wardrobe there were 2 backpacks already partially packed, presumably with personal clothing and some daily necessities. She took out 2 compressed biscuits from a metal box and handed one to Li Hongyi, saying, "Eat this. No need to save it, you'll need energy for walking." Li Hongyi felt a bit embarrassed because these 2 biscuits were the ones Mo Bai had given her last time. She helped when she put on thick outerwear pants and shoes, then fastened her gas mask on Wenxi's face, wrapping it securely with a scarf. Now the petite Wenxi looked like a big dumpling. Mo Bai took out a bottle of drinking water for each of them from his backpack. At that moment Wenxi struggled to push open a wardrobe, revealing a hole in the back wall where a storage box was hidden. She carefully opened it and found a signal gun with 2 flares, a first aid kit and a laminated map. Wenxi said, "We found this in a rescue trailer on the expressway a few months ago, so we brought it back." Mo Bai didn't care much about the signal gun and first aid kit. He had plenty of these supplies in his warehouse. He only took the map from the box. The map did not cover the entire city of Kyoto, it appeared to be a regional map. However, unlike ordinary maps, this one had many colored markings. Mo Bai found explanations for the markings in the legend at the bottom of the map. The areas marked with green police badges were temporary police stations, and offices with blue badges indicating police precincts. Various sized parking lots, including underground ones, were marked, as well as gas stations and electric vehicle charging stations indicated by gas pump symbols. Various government agency locations were also clearly marked. Mo Bai had collected some information about these facilities, but this professional map was obviously much more detailed. What surprised Mo Bai the most was that this map had military green national emblems indicating military facilities. This was not something ordinary people could find. In the urban area, aside from a few military institutional buildings, other military facilities were subject to confidentiality regulations. Therefore, unless one was very close, it was difficult to identify them as military installations. It seemed this trailer was not an ordinary one, it was likely a specialized military vehicle used to clear roadblocks and disabled cars. Mo Bai stuffed the map into his backpack, it was a valuable item. As for the signal gun and first aid kit, he decided to put them back. He also took out 2 bottles of water, several biscuits and other food from his backpack to place in the storage box. After pushing the wardrobe back into place, Mo Bai explained to the 2 there might be opportunities to come back here in the future, so it's necessary to leave some emergency supplies here. They only spent a few minutes packing up. Mo Bai locked the dormitory door and led the 2 girls down the stairs to the first floor, finally leaving the graduate dormitory building. Mo Bai walked in front, followed by Wenxi, who needed to rest after walking a bit due to her frail condition. Li Hongyi walked at the back, still carrying her homemade spear. Mo Bai glanced back at Li Hongyi, the girl in red. Though she seemed a bit carefree, she had some talent for survival in the wild. She carried the spear on her back, holding a broom in her hand, looking back every few steps to sweep away their footprints in the snow to prevent anyone from following them. After trudging over a kilometer in the snow, the sky was gradually darkening. Li Hongyi still had energy, but Wenxi was too weak to continue and had to stop and rest for a moment. Hongyi fed Wenxi the remaining half of the chocolate and let her drink a few sips of water before they set off again after a 5-minute break. When they reached the convenience store at the expressway entrance, Mo Bai again let the 2 take a break. He instructed them to wait inside while he climbed up to the overhead pedestrian bridge outside. There he set a small trap with a thin white string stretched across the snow, lightly covered with drifting snow. The string was very fragile, if anyone passed through and touched it, it would snap. Mo Bai carefully checked the string, it was intact. Letting out a sigh of relief, Mo Bai returned to the convenience store where the 2 had already rested enough. The 3 continued on the last stretch of the journey, with less than a kilometer from the convenience store to the east gate of the cultural park. They successfully approached the east gate. Before reaching it, Mo Bai asked the 2 to pause. He took out a small tablet from his backpack. At this distance they had already entered the signal range of the power distribution building. The tablet connected to the hidden secure network of the power distribution building. After entering the password, he could view the surveillance footage from the perimeter. After confirming there were no abnormalities nearby, Mo Bai put away the tablet and signaled to the 2 to move forward. 100 meters ahead was the east gate of the cultural park. He took out the key to unlock the east gate and pushed the door open slightly, allowing the 2 girls to enter. Then Mo Bai locked the gate again. Li Hongyi and Wenxi curiously removed their goggles, gazing at the communication cultural park covered in thick snow. Wenxi excitedly said, "I've been to this cultural park before, there's even an old cinema inside, it's very retro. Our school's drama club has performed plays here." Mo Bai was somewhat surprised, not expecting Wenxi to have this talent. Seeing Mo Bai's expression, Wenxi scratched her head and shyly clarified that she wasn't a member of the drama club but had come along with drama club classmates. Li Hongyi looked at the tall walls of the park with envy. This place seemed very safe, it was truly a good spot. Mo Bai led them along the driveway, pointing to the power distribution building not far ahead, and said, "That will be your new home. It used to be a power distribution building, but I've transformed it into a shelter." A shelter transformed from a power distribution building. Wenxi and Li Hongyi were somewhat surprised. When they reached the small courtyard in front of the power distribution building, they noticed the differences in the courtyard. The seemingly dilapidated walls were taller than typical outer walls with barbed wire extending outward, and when she keenly observed that there were hidden cameras at both the gate and the top of the wall. This was not something ordinary places would have. Mobai opened the iron gate of the courtyard, allowing them to enter. The two were astonished to find that the ground in the courtyard was covered with a thin film with very little snow on top, indicating it was regularly cleaned. Mobai explained, after the snow season is over we will need land with less radioactive material to grow vegetables, so we need to protect some land. I will also periodically clean the land outside the park. Such foresight surprised the two girls greatly. In the apocalypse, everyone just lived day by day, never thinking about needing land for growing vegetables in the future. Just this vision made them deeply admire him. Entering the side of the power distribution building, the three took off their outer jackets and shoes, hanging them on the rack, then changed into loose clothing before entering the first floor. Mobai introduced. On the left is the preparation room, where you will find protective clothing gear and other necessities needed for outings. Meetings are also held there. To the right leads to the dining room and kitchen. The dining room isn't large, but it can accommodate about 10 people comfortably. Li Hongyi lifted the curtain, curiously looking at the preparation room, especially envious of a row of gun cabinets along the wall. When she happily darted into the kitchen, marveling at the fully equipped cooking facilities, looking as thrilled as a child entering Disneyland. It seemed she was a girl who loved cooking. Mobai hoped her culinary skills were decent. On the first floor there was also a public space, a fitness area between the preparation room and the dining room, equipped with a full set of gym equipment including 4 treadmills. Next was the accommodation area on the second floor. On either side of the staircase were public restrooms and laundry rooms. The restrooms were connected to shower rooms with 4 shower stalls for each gender. The laundry room had 6 drum washing machines and 4 dryers, all large enough to wash bed linens and quilts. The entire second floor had only one corridor. Besides a public area at the stairwell, there were 4 bedrooms on each side of the corridor. Mobai opened the innermost bedroom on the left side of the corridor. Inside was a small room of about 10 square meters containing only a sturdy steel bunk bed. There were also 2 wardrobes and a long table. The environment could be considered simple, but what surprised the two girls was that the only table had a computer with a 32-inch monitor. Mobai introduced the computer in the dormitory has decent specifications. Although it can't access the internet, there's a local network in the shelter where you can watch movies and series as well as play some single-player and LAN games to pass the time. When she and Li Hongyi were overjoyed. After spending 6 months in a school dormitory without water and electricity, even being able to watch the news or advertisements would make them happy for half a day. Mobai told them that hot water would be ready soon, and after half an hour they could go to the shower rooms in the second floor women's restroom. There would be soap and shampoo available. The wardrobes had changeable indoor clothes, and after showering they would go downstairs to prepare for dinner. The two girls' eyes lit up at the prospect of being able to take a shower. They quickly nodded in agreement. The long-awaited warm water cascaded down from the showerhead as Li Hongyi and Wen Qi reveled in the delightful sensation of the warm flow washing over their bodies. The two girls joyfully splashed water on each other, but they soon realized that such a luxurious shower was a rare indulgence, prompting them to wash up more quickly. Mobai was right. There were bars of soap and large bottles of shampoo on the stainless steel rack in the shower room, along with towels and scrubbing tools. Though they were just ordinary household brands, Wen Qi didn't mind. For them who hadn't properly cleaned themselves in half a year, this was already the best thing ever. Unlike before the apocalypse, they didn't waste time. They finished their shower in under 10 minutes. Dressed in the clothes they found in the dormitory wardrobe, the two stepped out of the bathroom and stood in front of the large mirror in the restroom, scrutinizing their reflections. Their formerly dark and red skin had now turned fair and rosy, and the sense of despair that had weighed on them was swept away. However, the lingering signs of their half-year ordeal, such as their emaciated bodies and the protruding veins on their arms due to malnutrition, served as proof that their recent lives were not a dream but a harsh reality. Amazed by their dramatic transformation, the two exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that the wardrobe contained winter cotton pajamas. When Mobai made the purchase, he only looked at the performance descriptions to ensure they were warm, then bought them in bulk online, arriving in vacuum-sealed packaging. Wen Qi and Hongyi discovered that these were the traditional thick cotton jackets from the 3 northeastern provinces of China, bright red with floral patterns. They were definitely warm to wear, but such festive garments were something the two would never wear out in public under normal circumstances. Originally the two planned to change into their own clothes, but they quickly remembered that they had stuffed all their dirty clothes into the washing machine just moments ago. Thinking back, after being cooped up in the apartment for half a year without doing laundry, all their clothes had developed a strange sour smell. Upon seeing so many vacant washing machines, Wen Qi's obsessive cleanliness kicked in, and she tossed all the clothes that could fit, both inside and out, into the washing machine. Thus they had no choice but to wear these northeastern floral cotton jackets. Wrapped in their floral cotton jackets and wearing oversized cotton slippers, the two girls blushed as they awkwardly descended from the second floor, only to find that Mobai was not in the maintenance room. However, a delicious aroma wafted in from the direction of the dining hall. The two girls dazedly arrived at the dining hall, which had only 5 standard long tables. The kitchen was semi-open, separated from the dining area by a long countertop. At that moment Mo-bai was busy chopping ingredients in the kitchen and the enticing scent came from a small pot on one of the tables. Seeing the two girls approach, Mo-bai invited them to sit down and pointed at the small pot on the table saying, "Inside is century egg and lean meat congee. You both are currently very weak and undernourished, so your stomachs might not be great. For the next few days you should primarily eat congee. I found some century eggs and a few pieces of diced ham, but unfortunately there's no cilantro. You'll have to make do. Oh, and the side dishes are pickled radish and fully preserved vegetables." The two sat down staring at the 3 porcelain bowls and small dishes on the table, momentarily lost in thought. This seemingly normal dinner scene felt like a relic from a past life. As Mo-bai held a bowl of preserved vegetables in one hand and a pitcher of freshly brewed hot soy milk in the other, he approached them. The three of them sat down, and when she quietly filled a bowl of congee for Mo-bai, respectfully handing it to him before serving a full bowl to the eagerly watching Lee Honey and finally filling her own bowl. Mo-bai pulled out 3 cups and poured hot soy milk into each one. He raised his cup, clinking it in the air as he smiled, saying, "Welcome to my sanctuary." The two girls were immediately moved to tears. At that moment a faint blue line of text flashed in Mo-bai's calm and steady eyes: "Mission: rescue survivors. Mission accomplished. Reward 300 bottle caps for successfully rescuing 2 people. Reward 200 bottle caps. Activating time-limited mission: clear the radiation zombies in the Media University cafeteria within a week." Mo-bai raised an eyebrow, rescuing Hongi, and when she was part of the mission, and he knew the rewards were roughly as he had anticipated. After all, it was impossible to maintain such a large sanctuary alone. Moreover, without a certain number of survivors to consume the stored food and other supplies, most of it would eventually expire and rot. Thus, replenishing the sanctuary required not only various supplies but also capable survivors. At that moment, the sanctuary systems interface added a new item: survivor management, which currently only included Wen-chi and Lee Hongi. Mo-bai lowered his head to eat congee while scanning their profiles. Lee Hongi, female, 19 years old, height 1.68 meters, weight 45 kilograms. Traits: brave and meticulous, skilled in outdoor survival, excellent physique, high potential in close combat. Wen-chi, female, 20 years old, height 1.60 meters, weight 40 kilograms. Traits: gentle and attentive, exceptional memory, strong logical analysis abilities, skilled in organization. After reading, Mo-bai summarized that one was suitable for exploration while the other was suitable for administrative tasks. Both were quite useful talents. Based on their physical attributes, Hongi's physique was considerably stronger than that of the average girl, making her a good candidate for martial arts training, while when she had a high IQ suitable for internal affairs, it was uncertain how far she could progress in cultivation, but at the very least she should be able to enhance her physical health. The three finished dinner quickly, consuming an entire pot of congee in just over 10 minutes. Mo-bai only had 1 bowl while Wen-chi had 2 and still felt a bit embarrassed. Only Hongi devoured 3 large bowls and seemed unsatisfied, staring longingly at the now empty pot, trying to scrape out any remnants. Wen-chi, seeing her, pulled her back gently, her eyes filled with regret. She hurriedly began to clear the bowls and pot from the table to wash in the kitchen. When the two finished tidying up and returned, Mo-bai smiled and waved them to sit down. He took out 2 bottles of medicine, saying, "This medicine can treat radiation damage. You've been drinking water with excessive radiation for 2 months, so you need to treat it promptly. Each of you should take 1 bottle, take 1 pill each morning and evening. 1 bottle lasts a week. After a week, we'll see how you respond. If you recover well, you won't need to continue taking the medicine." When she hurriedly bowed to thank Mo-bai, who smiled and said, "There's a water dispenser in the public area at the 2nd floor stair landing, but the heater hasn't been turned on to save energy. There's a kettle in your room's cabinet, you can boil water yourself to take your medicine." Lee Hongi nodded and was about to head upstairs when she stopped her, politely asking, "May I ask how to address you? Also, there should be some rules here. If possible, please let us know if there are any tasks we can help with." Mo-bai thought for a moment and replied, "The 3rd floor is my residence and workspace. The basement is the garage and equipment room. For now you can only move around the 1st and 2nd floors. I initially planned to assign tasks once you were feeling better, but since you asked, you can take some time each day to clean the public areas on the 1st and 2nd floors. As for today, just wash up and get to bed early." When she nodded, picked up her medicine bottle, bowed to Mo-bai and pulled Hongi upstairs. Back in their dormitory, the 2 girls began to organize their belongings. The clothes they originally brought had been cleaned, and even though they used only the most ordinary laundry detergent, the freshly washed clothes and bed linens exuded a refreshing fragrance. They hung their clothes near the window, where there was a simple steel wire drying rack. In the wardrobe there were hangers, and any excess clothing was temporarily draped over the sides of the bunk bed and on the wardrobe. Below the window was an aluminum alloy radiator. Initially the two thought it was merely a decorative item, but sensitive when she noticed that the room's temperature seemed to be gradually rising. When she reached out to touch it, she found that the radiator was surprisingly warm, emitting the coziest heat amid the winter chill. When she and Hongi quietly discussed for a long time, unable to understand how Mo-bai managed to maintain the heating system even after half a year of nuclear winter. In the basement, Mo-bai was inspecting the heating pipes one by one. Although he checked them weekly, the heating on the second floor had only been tested for a couple of days after it was newly built and hadn't been activated since. It must be said that the designer of the heating and ventilation system was a genius. According to Mobay's requirements, he could control the heating and ventilation of any room with just a flip of a switch. Even just heating one room on the second floor did not waste the small boiler's heat unnecessarily. This diesel heating boiler is very sturdy and can adjust the heating level. Currently it is set to the lowest power, and with a full tank of diesel it can provide heating for them for half a month at the lowest energy consumption. Providing heat to one room on the third and second floors is more than sufficient, and there is still spare capacity to heat the kitchen or the underground workshop. However, there is currently no need for that. On the third floor, Mobay was considering assigning tasks to the two new girls after they settled in. Lihani had a very good physique and had received much less radiation than when she. With just a few days of taking the radiation detoxification medicine, she would be mostly fine, while when she would need about a week to recover to normal. Mobay decided to take Lihani back to Media University once she had recovered some to help clear the radiation zombies in the cafeteria. This newly activated time-limited mission should fall under the category of safe combat missions, and missions at the same location are likely to trigger only once. He was completely unfamiliar with the structure of the student cafeteria at Media University, and since it could be a one-time opportunity, bringing along Lihani who could potentially help would be beneficial. However, Lihani would need some brief training beforehand. The next morning as Mobay got up, he had not yet had the chance to wash up when he noticed the safety alert light in the monitoring area of the workspace flashing. Mobay's first reaction was to check the outer perimeter alert. Upon further inspection, he found that all the peripheral sensors and monitors were functioning normally. The safety alert light was from the kitchen's motion sensor, and the monitoring system automatically switched to the kitchen surveillance video displaying the situation in the kitchen on the main screen. At 6 in the morning in the brightly lit kitchen, a smaller figure was busy at the stove cooking congee and frying slices of ham and luncheon meat in a frying pan. Beside it there was a pot of soy milk being prepared. When she looked contentedly at her accomplishment, a sumptuous breakfast. Originally she only intended to cook some congee, but upon seeing the leftover ham and luncheon meat from yesterday on the stove, she decided to fry them up. To her surprise, the kitchen was very well equipped. The overhead cabinets were stocked with various seasonings, and below there were neatly arranged sealed food storage containers labeled with their contents. As for the two extra-large double-door refrigerators in the kitchen, they were filled with ham-packaged beef, braised eggs, and other ingredients. The freezer was stocked with vacuum-sealed meats and poultry, and there was even a large bag of cheese sticks along with a considerable amount of frozen foods such as dumplings and buns. As she marveled at the luxury of this kitchen, she heard footsteps behind her, startling her and making her jump. Turning around, she saw Mobay in sportswear smiling at her. When she stammered, "You mentioned you have a habit of waking up early, so I got up to make breakfast, and I also prepared breakfast for myself and Hongi." She lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed since it was somewhat impolite to use the kitchen's food without Mobay's permission. Mobay smiled. "I'll see how your cooking skills are later. Also go upstairs and call Hongi down for breakfast." When she was delighted to see that Mobay wasn't upset with her and hurriedly went to wake Hongi. Mobay sat at the dining table in the same position as yesterday. The congee was cooked to a soft consistency, and the ham and luncheon meat that when she fried were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, tasting exceptional. It was unexpected that when she turned out to be quite a good cook. After taking a sip of congee and preparing to eat a second slice of ham, when she pulled a still sleepy Hongi over, gently pressing her into a chair. When she filled a bowl of congee for Hongi and hurried back to the kitchen to continue frying ham slices. Hongi opened her eyes wide at the aroma of the frying ham, instantly awake and smiling in disbelief, saying, "I thought this was a dream. The smell of food is truly blissful." She then repeatedly thanked Mobay. "Thank you, brother Mo, for taking us in and providing such delicious food." As when she returned to the table with a second plate of fried ham, she filled her own bowl with congee and sat down to eat. Unlike Hongi, who devoured her food when she ate more elegantly and slowly, occasionally dabbing at her mouth with a napkin, clearly well educated. Mobay looked at the two and said, "Today you two should stay indoors. Hongi will clean the maintenance room and public areas, and then follow me to clear the snow from the roof and yard. When she will be responsible for the kitchen and dining area, organizing the ingredients in the kitchen. In the basement there is a food pantry and a small cold storage, both containing plenty of ingredients which when she will need to inventory when she has time. Both the maintenance room and the underground storage have computers and printers. Before dinner, please give me a rough classification list that can be compared to the previous inventory list, as that one was from 6 months ago and needs updating." The two agreed. After finishing breakfast, they each went off to start their first day of life in the sanctuary. Clearing the snow from the roof and yard is not complicated. Just sweep it away with a broom and then use compressed air to clear the snow and dust from the solar panels on the roof. As for the yard, there is little snow falling now, so a light sweep will suffice. Then Hongi went back to tidy up the maintenance room while Mobay took the equipment to patrol. Seeing Mobay dressed in stylish gear, especially with the vintage rifle in his hands, Hongi couldn't help but feel envious, exclaiming that she also wanted a set. Mobay thought for a moment and said that if she finished her tasks in the morning, he could teach her to use weapons in the afternoon. This struck a chord with Hongi, who excitedly ran off to get to work. Bai smiled. Originally he planned to train Hong Yi the next day, but moving it up by half a day was no problem. Lunch consisted of beef stew with potatoes. The fresh potatoes were long gone, and Wen Qi had found canned potatoes in the storage. In contrast, the meat was plentiful. The freezer was stocked with a variety of meats that could be preserved for a long time. According to Wen Qi, even if they only ate meat every day, there would be enough to last a year for the three of them. If they were to eat in fixed portions, they would not be able to consume all the meat before it spoiled. Knowing that their reserves were abundant was a good thing. Bai wanted to trade the excess meat for supplies that the shelter needed at the right time. He remembered that a year later there was a trading hub for many survivors located a few kilometers to the northeast known as Baiguan. The surrounding dozens of small survivor outposts traded goods here as there was no currency and the transactions were relatively fair. Often even large forces like the airport town faced shortages and needed to come here to purchase and trade. Bai, as one of the search team leaders of airport town, had been to the Baiguan market twice and had a deep impression of it. It was a very distinctive gathering place for survivors in Kyoto. The atmosphere in the gathering place was heavily commercial and the rules were simple: no stealing, robbery or murder within the area, and transactions were not to be forced. Violators would face severe punishment. In the early days, many raiders and robbers disregarded these rules, thinking that in the apocalypse no one cared about order and regulations. However, the leaders of Baiguan demonstrated extraordinary methods to suppress the troublemakers who did not abide by the rules. As a result, Baiguan became the most well-known neutral force in the eastern region. The leader of Baiguan later became known as the third among the top 10 masters, Baiguan Dao. Baiguan Dao is a fitting nickname. This person, surnamed Guan, primarily wielded a long knife, and it is said that he single-handedly wiped out the infamous raider stronghold Blood Red building, killing nearly 200 raiders inside. He became famous overnight. Among the top 10 masters of Kyoto, Baiguan Dao ranked third, on par with the first and second as peak level 9 powerhouses. Some even said that his ranking as third was only because the overall strength and background of Shishan Base City and Airport Town were stronger than Baiguan, not because his personal strength was inferior to the top two. Bai had never seen Baiguan Dao, but he had a bit of a relationship with Guan's second-in-command, Su Jinshan. He knew that Tongzhou was extremely chaotic after the apocalypse, mainly due to the government's evacuation plan having flaws. Tongzhou is quite large and the number of evacuation vehicles allocated was severely inadequate, resulting in millions of civilians unable to evacuate. When the second batch of nuclear bombs fell, the local casualties were devastating, indirectly causing the survivors in Tongzhou to have considerable distrust of the official-backed Shishan Base City and Airport Town. If the timeline is correct, there should still be hundreds of thousands of survivors within Tongzhou. However, they could not have imagined that those who barely survived the nuclear winter would soon face the tide of irradiated zombies surging from the nuclear blast zone. When the first batch of nuclear bombs fell, there were about 10 million people in the main urban area, a quarter of whom were instantly turned to ashes. The remaining individuals mostly died from high concentrations of radioactive materials. What no one anticipated was that under intense radiation the corpses began to mutate and the dead rose again, instinctively hunting for food. The irradiated zombies remained in the radiation zone, but as the food and resources available in the high radiation area were depleted, they began to migrate outward, forming a zombie tide. The corpses that died in the entire nuclear blast radiation zone spawned over 4 million irradiated zombies advancing in all directions. The densely populated Tongzhou area was also one of the main directions of the zombie tide, with the scale of the tide approaching 900,000. As a result, within a month the number of survivors in Tongzhou plummeted from around 300,000 to less than 100,000. Compared to the military bases and airports defended by government police and troops, the scattered civilian communities lacked shelters and could not effectively organize defenses. They were merely the victims of this era. Bai looked at the perfect timeline and events on his computer screen, knowing that his time for free activities was running short, at most 2 weeks to 20 days. Once the zombie tide arrived, he would have to abandon all outdoor activities and might even need to move to the underground second floor to avoid the tide. Facing the zombie tide is something even regular troops cannot do, let alone his small shelter. In the limited time, all he could do was quickly complete the tasks at hand, gather urgently needed supplies, and then lock the doors to stay inside the shelter. After lunch, Li Hongyi began to pester the somewhat heavy-hearted Bai to train in shooting. Bai kept his promise and took Hongyi to the maintenance room, which she had thoroughly cleaned in the morning, including the gun cabinet and equipment cabinet. Bai turned the combination lock and opened the gun cabinet. There were not many weapons in the elongated cabinet. The only rifle was Lee Enfield lying alone on the rack, accompanied by 5 shotguns. On the upper shelf there were 2 Colt 1911s and 2 Type 05 revolvers with a Type 92 that had been confiscated from a robber at the end. Bai thought for a moment and first took out his Colt, then grabbed a shotgun and a Type 05 revolver, followed by some ammunition. Training with firearms cannot be done in a day. Generally it begins with theoretical instruction, followed by disassembly and maintenance of the firearm, and finally shooting practice. However, since they were going to explore the cafeteria at the Communication University the next day, they had to skip the theory and maintenance training and jump straight into shooting practice. The training location was the large studio in the Cultural Park, an area used by film companies for shooting indoor scenes, also known as the green screen area, where they filmed and then edited the background in. The advantage of the green screen area is its large space equivalent to 2 basketball courts. Additionally, it has good soundproofing, making it a suitable indoor shooting range. At the bottom of one wall, a pile of sandbags was stacked. These sandbags were originally used to block water from rain in the venue, but MO repurposed them into a bulletproof wall. After piling 4 layers of sandbags 1 meter high and over 2 meters wide, as long as they didn't use heavy firearms, there was no need to worry about bullets penetrating or ricocheting. In front of the sandbag wall was a long table covered with many beer bottles and cans. There were also 2 tripods with paper circular targets hanging from them. MO dragged a table over from the side and took out the ammunition from his backpack one by one, signaling the excited Lihongi, who was holding the shotgun, to place her gun on the table. Wen Chi beside her also obediently put her revolver on the table. Originally there was no plan to train Wen Chi, but due to her remarkable work efficiency she had already finished inventorying the kitchen supplies. MO didn't want to have to train her separately later, so he simply brought Wen Chi along and took another Type 05. First they started with the Type 05 revolver, introducing its advantages and disadvantages. He specifically mentioned the issues with the Type 05 and noted that his Type 05 ammunition was homemade, so it had a shorter effective range and could only guarantee accuracy within 20 meters. Next were the loading and usage precautions for the ammunition, followed by training on shooting stances. The Type 05 is very suitable for women because of its lower power and relatively mild recoil, so that even a girl with a weaker physique like Wen Chi would not injure her wrist due to incorrect posture. It must be said that Lihongi took to using firearms very quickly. With her developed motor skills, she had a good feel for shooting. At 20 meters aside from the first 2 stray shots, the following shots, though still somewhat uneven, all hit the target. It seemed that with a bit more practice she would become a qualified shooter. As for Wen Chi, she indeed had no talent for shooting. At 20 meters she only hit once out of 6 shots. MO had no choice but to move the target to 10 meters to barely ensure she could hit. Fortunately, MO had no high expectations for Wen Chi. As long as she could shoot without hitting her own people, that would suffice. As for the shotgun, the recoil was much greater. Although Lihongi was in good physical condition, her weight still made her less stable when using the shotgun. Conversely, her arm strength was not weak. After MO taught her to apply some pressure with her left hand, her hit rate improved. When she only fired 2 shots, fortunately she hadn't hurt herself. This high recoil weapon was not suitable for her, but to familiarize herself with the gun she was taught the stance for weaker individuals using shotguns, which involves resting the gun against the waist and half embracing the gun body while firing. This posture, often used by teenagers, maximizes stability and minimizes the risk of injury as long as the gun is pointed at the target. In the afternoon shooting training, MO allowed the two to fully get accustomed to the shooting feel, especially Hong Yi, who fired over 40 rounds from the 9mm revolver and more than 20 shots from the shotgun. This was because they were going out the next day, while Wen Chi reluctantly fired another round with the revolver. The entire training took less than 2 hours, after which they returned to the power distribution building, cleaned the firearms and put them back in the cabinet. Wen Chi took Hong Yi to the first floor to check the warehouse, while Mo went back to the third floor to study the newly obtained map. This shooting training also made him realize that his shelter lacked necessary weaponry. Perhaps a bolt-action rifle and a pistol would suffice for self-defense, but the quantity and variety of firearms he had stored were quite limited. Relying solely on a bolt-action rifle against a horde of zombies would certainly be inadequate. It seemed that after returning from the communication university he would need to quickly search for weapons and ammunition. From the map he saw that the closest location to the cultural park was a mobile police station a few hundred meters east of the north gate of the cultural park. Generally, such police stations are equipped with basic anti-explosion gear and may have a small amount of weapons and ammunition in emergencies. Clearly, relying on that was unrealistic. Another place was the Sanjianfang police station southwest of Communication University, which was a relatively large police station and likely had relevant equipment and supplies. The problem was that if he remembered correctly, the last time he encountered those two robbers, their stronghold should be nearby, and the Type 92 pistol in their hands was likely obtained from there. Mobai did not rule out the possibility that they had made the police station their stronghold. Given the unknown number and equipment of the other party, it was clearly not worth the risk for some equipment. Thus Mobai ultimately decided to search along Chaoyang Road for the roadside police stations and community police offices. Even a small find was better than nothing. As for large-scale search operations, those could wait until after the zombie tide had passed. However, Mobai still lacked sufficient security. The common fear among people was a phobia of insufficient firepower. Considering the impending million-strong zombie tide and knowing he only had a few flimsy guns, he felt no sense of security. Since he lacked weapons, he decided to create some himself. Mobai suddenly had an idea. Currently, firearms could only be made based on existing models, but that did not mean weapons could not be created, especially DIY equipment. What Mobai planned to make was a homemade grenade, specifically a pipe bomb. The first step was to produce black powder. This old-fashioned gunpowder is somewhat weaker by today's standards, but he didn't need much, just enough to serve as a detonator. The main explosive material was a box containing 6 bottles of nitroglycerin from the underground warehouse. This nitroglycerin was found in the warehouse of a cardiac clinic located at the west gate of the park and is one of the main heart medications. All he needed to do was mix the nitroglycerin with diatomaceous earth to absorb it and then blend it with black powder, creating what is known as dynamite. This relatively safe explosive is an early product of industrial explosives. Emobi was not a chemist, but that did not hinder him from making a small amount of nitroglycerin which had a consistency similar to clay. Next was the steel pipe. There was a batch of metal water pipes in the storeroom. He cut a 1.1 32 mm diameter metal pipe into 20 cm lengths, making a total of 20. Then he used a lathe to thread the outer surface of the pipe and made nuts of the same size to screw on the ends for sealing. He drilled a small hole in one segment to allow the fuse to pass through. Next he filled in the prepared nitroglycerin, inserted a 20 cm fuse and pulled the other end of the fuse through the small hole in the nut, tightening the nut to create a simple pipe bomb. If he wanted to increase the explosive power, he could choose to wrap a layer of 3 mm steel balls around the outside of the pipe with duct tape. This way the pipe bomb would become a large grenade with an explosion radius of about 20 meters, significantly stronger than a regular grenade. It should be noted that the fuse of the pipe bomb should not burn too quickly, otherwise it could easily explode in hand. The weather was gloomy with heavy black clouds seemingly pressing down on the rooftops. Emobi stared at the dim sky, feeling a sense of uncertainty in his heart. The student cafeteria building of the Media University loomed before him, dark as a giant beast waiting to devour him, leaving him unsure of the dangers lurking within. Beside him, Lihongi was still clad in her red ski suit, her small hand wearing thin gloves gripping a Type 05 revolver. She crouched behind the flower bed in front of the cafeteria building, following Emobi's lead while gazing at the once familiar cafeteria, her heart pounding. Today Emobi wasn't wearing protective gear, instead he donned a white ski suit like Hongi. Anticipating a battle, he knew the bulky protective suit would hinder his agility. As for radiation concerns, both of them had taken anti-radiation medication before heading out, and with their relatively robust physiques, as long as they wore breathing masks they would be fine. In the snow and the air, the radioactive materials posed no immediate threat to them. Looking up at the sky again, he noticed that such overcast weather hadn't appeared in half a month. However, the deadline for the timed mission was approaching, leaving Emobi with no choice but to push forward. In his hand was a restaurant map drawn by Wenqi. The cafeteria building was essentially a spliced structure consisting of two connected buildings. The main entrance led to a wide staircase, while the two dining areas on either side were known as Dining Hall No. 1 and No. 2. Upstairs was an outsourced teacher's cafeteria and a student high-end dining area where small dishes could be cooked. The day before, Emobi and Lihongi had already studied the terrain and tactics. The plan was for Emobi to lead the way, searching through the cafeteria from the first floor onwards, with him using a rifle for long-range support while Hongi's Type 05 handled close-quarter protection. The two entered through the main entrance of the cafeteria, heading straight into Dining Hall No. 1. Fortunately, despite the thick clouds obscuring the light, the cafeteria itself had large floor-to-ceiling windows, allowing for better visibility than expected. Moreover, the dining area only contained rows of tables and chairs bolted to the ground, providing an unobstructed view. In the over 1,000 square meters of Dining Hall No. 1, only the area near the kitchen's serving window was significantly darker. With Emobi's excellent eyesight, he could faintly see a figure moving. Lihongi followed Emobi's gaze and, clearly possessing good eyesight herself, asked with some confusion, "Is there a radioactive zombie over there?" Emobi did not respond, simply focusing on the shadowy figure. He slowly raised his Lee Enfield rifle. Through the 4x scope the figure became clearer. A swaying humanoid creature stood there wearing tattered clothes. Its iron-gray skin hinted at a greenish hue with prominent veins, and its bald head had bloodshot eyes that involuntarily rolled around. Its open mouth emitted an unconscious mute sound. This was a radioactive zombie, a human corpse mutated by radiation. Unlike traditional zombies depicted in novels and films, radioactive zombies moved with the agility of ordinary humans. They often carried high doses of radioactive materials, especially in their blood and nails, which could cause harm and lead to radiation poisoning. Without the appropriate anti-radiation medication, the damage could be fatal. These radioactive zombies had the same weakness as traditional zombies: their heads where their nervous systems converged. Destroying the brain would kill them. In Emobi's scope, the crosshairs were firmly fixed on the zombie's forehead. He took a slow breath, held his breath, and squeezed the trigger. With a soft bang, the sound of the suppressed Lee Enfield rifle was akin to a balloon bursting under a heavy weight, producing a brief explosion of sound. In actual combat, the suppressor primarily served to reduce the sound's propagation range and control the volume. The iron-gray zombie fell heavily to the ground, a cup-sized hole blown in the center of its forehead by a 7.62 bullet. The suppressed gunshot did not carry far, but it startled another zombie nearby, which instinctively turned toward the source of the sound. It appeared somewhat dazed, unsure of why its kind had vanished. This was a relatively special collective phenomenon. The behavioral patterns and efficiency of movement in radioactive zombies were closely related to their numbers. A single radioactive zombie would struggle to defeat a fearless human. However, once their numbers reached a certain point, their response time to attacks and feeding would increase exponentially. In earlier studies, some believed that in a group of over 100 radioactive zombies there would automatically emerge higher intelligence zombies to lead akin to leaders among wild beasts. Later scientific research concluded that radioactive zombies represented a new life form tending toward hive consciousness. The more they concentrated, the more apparent their collective thinking became. This is why zombie hordes are often unstoppable. Even regular armies cannot confront a horde of comparable size directly. The radioactive zombie in front of dining hall No. 1 clearly hadn't formed hive thinking, as its sluggish nerves could not support sharp cognitive reactions. Even as Mo chambered another round, it failed to react, merely turning its head toward the sound of gunfire. With a second gunshot, a burst of green blood erupted from the zombie's eye socket and its swaying body finally collapsed. Mo paid no mind to the astonished Li Hongyi behind him, nor did he shift his position. He quietly chambered a third round. If there were any remaining zombies in dining hall No. 1, they would surely be alerted now. At that moment, the sound of a chair being pushed back came from the left. A zombie stood up, indicating it had just been lying on the ground. Mo turned his body, aiming his rifle at the zombie. He exhaled, gently squeezed the trigger, and with a bang the third bullet flew from the barrel, entering through the zombie's mouth and exiting from the back of its head, taking a chunk of grayish-white brain matter with it. He chambered a fourth round, his mind unusually calm. He had done this countless times in his past life, and surprisingly the feel of the rifle was working excellently. After the first radioactive zombie was killed, a kill record popped up before his eyes. Killed 1 radioactive zombie. As the first human to kill a radioactive zombie, you receive a reward of 500 bottle caps. The kill record for the second zombie provided 2 bottle caps. It seemed that only the first kill granted a high reward, resembling an achievement system. Considering the mission reward was also 500 bottle caps, he thought about the possibility of a high-level lottery. Suppressing his distracting thoughts, Mo once again scanned dining hall No. 1. Currently there were no radioactive zombies in sight, but he wondered if any had escaped behind the kitchen. Just as he prepared to check, he heard a gunshot from the cafeteria entrance behind him, which was Li Hongyi's Type 05 revolver. Then came the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. At that moment an alert popped up before Mo cleaned the cafeteria of the Media University. Timed mission completed. Reward 500 bottle caps. Ha! Mo turned around to see Li Hongyi trembling with her Type 05 revolver in hand. The girl was surprisingly good with her aim. It seemed the last radioactive zombie had wandered over from the adjacent dining hall No. 2 after hearing the commotion. Patting Hongyi's shoulder to encourage her, Mo understood that since the mission was complete, it meant there should be no more danger inside the cafeteria building, allowing them to search thoroughly. To be safe, Mo decided to have Hongyi accompany him. They first checked the kitchen of dining hall No. 1. To their surprise, the back kitchen had been leased out to numerous small restaurants. The kitchen space was limited and the food supplies were scarce, with most ingredients having spoiled after half a year. Fortunately, it was winter, so there wasn't a strong odor. The two searched the back kitchen area while wearing breathing masks and found less than 100 pounds of flour and rice that were still edible. Besides that, there were only some unopened condiments and pickles. When they arrived, they had brought 2 homemade sleds, allowing each of them to drag supplies through the snow. Together they could carry around 200 pounds of goods back. Since there was still ample space, they decided to check the other dining halls. Dining hall No. 2 was quite similar to the previous one, with a cramped back kitchen. Due to the majority being snack stalls, nearly all the food had gone bad, but there were plenty of uncommon spices such as Sichuan pepper and black pepper. The 2 upscale dining halls on the second floor had refrigerators and small cold storage units, but after 6 months without power, the contents had rotted beyond edibility. They found a significant amount of rice and flour, totaling nearly half a ton, which was impossible to carry away. Mo decided to gather these usable supplies in a storage room, securing it and planning to retrieve them when he had the chance. Looking at the sky, although it was still just past 2 in the afternoon, the wind had begun to pick up. Given the situation, it was likely to turn into a strong wind, so it was best to return to the park quickly. When they exited, the 2 chose not to retrace their steps, but instead left the campus through the north gate and headed west along Chaoyang Road, where there would be 2 mobile police stations worth checking out. Amidst the abandoned vehicles lining the roadside, a mobile police station quietly sat on the sidewalk. A few bicycles were locked on the barrier beside it. Mo approached and peered through the glass, confirming it was safe inside. He pulled out a master key from his pocket, shielding Hongyi's view with his body. It was better for her not to know about such special items. He preferred her to think he was just skilled at picking locks. The master key gradually conformed to the door lock, and with a gentle turn the door opened. The police station wasn't large, only about 10 square meters. Inside there was a small bed, a desk connected to outside road surveillance, 2 chairs and 2 storage cabinets. Mo instructed Hongyi to wait outside while he entered. He first used the master key to open a storage cabinet, finding 2 police walkie-talkies, chargers and batteries, as well as 2 spare police batons and a stun gun. There were also a few tear gas canisters which were usable and could be taken back. However, the firearms and ammunition Mo was looking for were not here. Emobai crouched down, dragging out a long storage box from under the small bed secured with an iron lock. This would pose no difficulty for him now. Upon opening it, Emobai finally found what he wanted. Inside the modest box lay a shotgun and 2 boxes of shells along with 2 black Type 92 pistols, each with 2 magazines and over 100 rounds of bullets contained in cardboard boxes. Although the bullet count was somewhat low considering this was just a police station, having these was already quite good. After gathering the items inside, Emobai tossed everything onto Li Hongyi's sled. Seeing the 2 Type 92 pistols, Hongyi felt no fatigue. Having shot a zombie with a handgun today, she was quite excited and showed none of the typical fear a girl might have. The second police station yielded fewer rewards. The storage box inside appeared to have been emptied by the police long ago, containing only a small number of bullets, 1 box of 9mm rounds for the handgun and 1 box of shotgun shells totaling less than 100 rounds. Fortunately, they also found several rechargeable flashlights and batteries, making the trip not entirely in vain. Moreover, Emobai discovered an additional gain: all these police stations were equipped with storage batteries and their capacity was considerable, providing at least 24 hours of emergency power. After taking a large detour from the north and with the wind growing stronger, it took them nearly 2 hours to return to the cultural park. By the time they entered the power distribution building, night had basically fallen. Looking at the time, it was barely past 5 o'clock. It seemed this winter was nearing its limits. By next month it should start to warm up gradually. According to his timeline, the short nuclear winter would pass in 3 months. In the disinfection room in front of the preparation room, they unloaded all the supplies and clothing they were wearing. When she assisted them in disinfecting and after washing up, they gathered in the preparation room where when she cheerfully counted the food they had brought back. The amounts of flour and rice were considerable enough for them to feast for 2 months. The original food supplies were already sufficient, and this time they returned with more various condiments. When she suggested marinating some of the meat as it would preserve well and taste good, Emobai agreed and asked her to take out 1/3 of the meat from the cold storage for making cured in smoke meat. In the middle of the night, the wind picked up even more, with the storm feeling like it might rip the roof off. Emobai reassured himself that earlier in the morning he had already stored away the solar panels and water collectors, otherwise these fragile devices wouldn't withstand the turmoil. All the metal shutters on the windows had also been closed, so there shouldn't be any losses. On such a windy night it should be quite safe. Emobai turned off half of the monitors and devices. This was to prevent sensitive equipment from being damaged in the strong winds. He then brewed a cup of strong tea and played games in his room until he dozed off at 5 in the morning. The howling wind blew relentlessly for 3 days. On the 4th day, from the distant misty area filled with radiation, the first radiation zombie emerged, followed by the second, the third, and an endless tide of corpses following behind. The radiation detector on the roof of the power distribution building showed a rapid decline in radiation levels, then began to rise slowly. Emobai looked at the readings with a heavy expression as he descended the rooftop and firmly locked the door. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he said to Wenqi and Li Hongyi, who were chatting, "The zombie tide is coming, we need to start preparing." Emobai had already formulated a plan days ago, and the three of them immediately sprang into action. First, they reinforced the north and east gates of the cultural park using steel beams to brace the doors and fortify them. Then they increased the number and area of the caltrip obstacles at the west gate. Finally, they added caltrips in front of the small courtyard's wall to prevent any potential external zombies from approaching. All the metal shutters on the doors and windows of the power distribution building were closed, and the doors and windows on the first floor were reinforced with thick wooden boards. As a precaution, they stored a batch of clean water in barrels in case the water tower and purifier in the courtyard were damaged. Just as the three were busy until nightfall, Emobai, who was checking the surveillance on the roof, suddenly heard faint cries for help and sounds of fighting coming from the west. Emobai immediately returned to the 3rd floor, picked up a box made of engineering plastic, and went up to the rooftop. He crouched down and opened the box to reveal a quadcopter about 30 centimeters wide. The remote control was also in the box. He placed the drone on the ground, picked up the remote, pressed a button, and the lightweight drone's 4 rotors began to spin, making very little noise. This silent drone was a custom model with a long hover time, low noise, and equipped with an advanced multifunctional camera. The quadcopter flew in a circle in the air towards the west gate. A few seconds later, the remote screen displayed the situation at the west gate. To his surprise, on the access road to the west gate, several cars were stuck in front of the caltrip barricade outside the gate. A dozen survivors dressed differently and carrying various backpacks were trying to navigate through the maze-like caltrip array, while behind them dozens of radiation zombies were attempting to chase them. The north-south road was littered with the remains of zombies crushed by car tires. Emobai furrowed his brows tightly. Where did these survivors come from? Why were they lingering at the west gate and entering the cultural park? Were they being pursued by tenfold radiation zombies? Was the cultural park their target? Emobai clicked the return function on the remote, set it down, and ran back to the 3rd floor, slapping the red button at the rooftop door. The red emergency lights inside the power distribution building began to spin and flash. To avoid making noise, the emergency lights were not equipped with alarms. Li Hongyi and Wenqi were in the underground garage putting away the welding machine and oxygen cutter used for making caltrip obstacles when the red alarm lights started spinning. After a few seconds of daze, they suddenly realized something must have happened and hurriedly ran up to the first floor. Hani remembered the emergency protocols Mobai had mentioned, so she headed straight for the preparation room. Hani rushed to the gun cabinet when she sat in front of the monitor and grabbed the intercom. Mr. Mo, what's happening? When Shi's voice came through Mobai's intercom. Mobai stood before his personal gun cabinet on the third floor. Inside the open cabinet, a walnut-wood classic firearm stood quietly in front of him, the Mauser 98K, the most iconic bolt-action rifle of World War II, renowned for its shooting accuracy and powerful fire. He put on a tactical chest rig from the cabinet and picked up the Mauser rifle, which had 50 rounds of 7.62mm NATO ammunition in the chest rig. He also grabbed 3 iron pipe bombs from the cabinet's compartment and stuffed them into the chest rig. Mobai pressed the intercom and said, "There are survivors and radiation zombies entering through the west gate, approximately 50 in number. Keep a close watch on the courtyard gate." Understood. When she nodded heavily after glancing at Li Hani, who had already picked up a Type 92 pistol and was putting on a tactical vest. Mobai rushed to the northwest corner of the rooftop, where there was a pre-built concealed spot, a triangular shelter reinforced with bricks and steel plates, perfect for crouching with 2 suitable firing angles. He extended the rifle out from the firing port, flipped open the cover of the 8x scope and looked through the scope. The view of the road leading to the west gate was exceptionally clear. A dozen people were struggling to emerge from the winding caltrip maze behind them, with the pursuing radiation zombies not far behind. However, they were blocked by the caltrips, which were welded with sharp spikes. As the zombies tried to squeeze through, they would get impaled on the caltrips, and those that did not feel pain kept waving their arms attempting to climb over, but it was futile. At this moment, a survivor who had just emerged from the maze collapsed on the ground, panting as he looked at the struggling zombies in the maze, where dozens of zombies were impaled on the caltrips. This scene was quite rare. Everyone was shocked. Just then a scream echoed. The survivor closest to the maze, who was sitting on the ground, was grabbed by a zombie that had crawled through the maze and bit into his thigh. Following that, several more zombies crawled out from the gaps at the bottom of the maze, lunging at the survivors. As one of the zombies grabbed the survivor's shoulder, preparing to bite, a sudden large hole appeared in its forehead and its entire head was thrown back by the impact, causing it to release its grip on the survivor. Before the survivors could comprehend what was happening, a muffled gunshot sounded from a distance. It was the silenced Mauser 98. On the rooftop of the power distribution building, Mobai glanced away and looked at the data scribbled in a notebook beside him. The west gate was 325 meters away and the rooftop had a 32-degree angle. This was data he had previously measured with a rangefinder. At a distance of 300 meters, as long as there was no strong wind, the Mauser rifle's accuracy was sufficient. Although the European high-precision hunting scope was somewhat heavy, its precision was on par with military-grade scopes. At this distance, Mobai's hit rate on the zombies' heads would not be lower than 90. He pulled the bolt and squeezed the trigger again. Another zombie, still crawling on the ground, had its head blown apart and fell motionless. It was at this moment that the survivors realized there was a shooter on the rooftop helping them, and they all scrambled toward the power distribution building. Mobai furrowed his brow. He was uncertain what the outcome would be once these people arrived, but it was truly unacceptable to stand by and do nothing when he had the ability to save them. He could only resolve to save them first. Another shot rang out and a radiation zombie that had just gotten back on its feet was shot in the head again. Through Mobai's scope, there were no zombies left that had passed through the caltrip maze. He hadn't expected there were still gaps at the bottom of the caltrips that allowed zombies to crawl through. This gap needed to be sealed quickly. The zombies impaled on the caltrips wouldn't die immediately, so they still needed to be cleared. Mobai put away the rifle, returned to the third floor, placed the rifle back in the cabinet and went downstairs. At the entrance of the little courtyard of the power distribution building, about 10 survivors were crowded at the door, continuously banging on the iron gate, hoping for someone inside to open it. When Shi and Li Hani, who were guarding the door, exchanged glances, they dared not open the door without Mobai's signal. Just as they were about to call Mobai on the intercom, they saw him walking out of the power distribution building, the Colt pistol at his waist shining with a silver gleam. Mobai contemplated whether to let them in or temporarily settle them in the warehouse across the street. Amid the noisy voices outside, a familiar voice called out, "Is Mobai there?" "It's Zhang Ji." Mobai was taken aback, hurriedly walked to the edge of the wall and leaned out to look. Among the crowd of survivors, he spotted a familiar face of a short person, his university classmate Zhang Ji, who had helped him install the security system in the power distribution building. At this moment, Zhang Ji also saw Mobai peeking over the wall. A look of relief appeared on his tired face as he vigorously waved at Mobai. The courtyard door opened and everyone helped each other as they entered the small courtyard. Mobai, hand on his Colt at his waist, looked at Zhang Ji, who was covered in mud and snow, and stepped forward to embrace his friend tightly. In this apocalyptic world, meeting a familiar person alive was indeed a stroke of luck. Releasing his friend, Mobai asked his first question, "How did you all end up here?" Zhang Ji's tired and emaciated face revealed a hint of sadness as he glanced at the survivors who came with him, sighing, "It's a long story. I don't know if it's bad luck or good fortune." Mobai then realized that he needed to settle them first. He instructed Hani to open the main door and let them in. Mobai decided to first settle them in the dining hall. It was evident that these survivors were extremely fatigued and lacked food and water. Therefore he ordered Wenqi to prepare some nutritious and easily digestible porridge along with a pot of beef bone soup that had been simmered yesterday, adding some water to heat it up for drinking, which would be very nutritious. Zhang Ji sat at the table with a bowl of freshly served beef bone soup. Looking around at the environment, he remarked, "The last time I left this place was still under construction. I never expected it to end up like this." Drinking a sip of hot soup, Zhang Ji set down the bowl and said with a solemn expression, "To be honest, if I hadn't remembered the message you left me, I wouldn't have come here with the last glimmer of hope. Fortunately, heaven has favored us, we finally made it here." Mo Bai curiously asked, "What exactly happened to you?" Zhang Ji lifted the bowl again, sipping the bone soup slowly, and began narrating the events of the past 6 months. On the second day after the nuclear bomb fell, the community where he lived received an urgent evacuation order. Under the guidance of the police and military, the residents hurriedly boarded trucks and buses to leave the city, arriving at a refuge camp on Shishan. This was the largest survivor camp in the Kyoto area, which accommodated over 2 million people within 3 days. On the third day, they received a notification that most survivors would need to go to a resettlement site in the northwest grasslands. Zhang Ji, who was supposed to evacuate with the majority, was retained by the camp management because they were short of logistical technicians. Zhang Ji had noted that he was a security system engineer upon entering the camp, so he was recruited. Initially hesitating, he suddenly recalled the message Mo Bai had left him, so he eventually agreed to stay back and did not follow the group to the northwest. The very next day, he received the devastating news that the millions of survivors migrating north had been attacked by a nuclear bomb. In his terror, Zhang Ji was secretly grateful for having listened to Mo Bai's advice. The Shishan Survivor Base, as the largest survivor base in the Kyoto area, was a large strategic base complex built over several decades, comprising both above-ground and underground structures. It could accommodate nearly 200,000 people. When the apocalypse struck, the base housed tens of thousands of troops, and after taking in the remaining nearby military and police forces, the regular force at the base exceeded 100,000, with over 200,000 survivors sheltered. At first, the base's supplies were relatively sufficient, ensuring that everyone had 3 meals a day and even entertainment activities were available. When the first snowflake fell a month later, not many people realized the severity of the supply issues within the base. A month later, all the outgoing routes were basically covered by heavy snow. Even with daily clearing, the main roads could only ensure basic traffic within 10 kilometers, while further out the roads were completely blocked. Later, after calculations, the base management found that the remaining food could only sustain the 40,000 residents for 3 months. Thus, the base began to implement a strict food rationing system, reducing food distribution to twice a day, and after 2 months it changed to once. Although these rationing measures were harsh, most of the people in the base understood the difficulties and silently accepted this reality. Zhang Ji continued with a bitter smile. Since last month, the base started recruiting volunteers to go out and search for supplies. If someone voluntarily signed up, they could receive 3 days' worth of food in return. Many survivors signed up. Unexpectedly, this search team system later became the beginning of a division. At first, the search teams that went out did find some supplies, which greatly boosted the morale of both the camp management and the survivors. Consequently, more search teams were formed to venture further for supplies. However, to their surprise, mutated creatures began to appear in the areas being searched, and search teams started to suffer casualties. At first, people were not too concerned, but as the search distances increased, the casualties rose significantly due to the attacks from mutated creatures. Even worse, the lack of proper protective measures led to an increasing number of survivors suffering from radiation sickness. Each time a search team went out, they did so with the mindset that they might not return. Not only did the military and police forces within the base suffer heavy casualties, but fewer and fewer volunteers were willing to join the search teams. People would rather eat just 1 meal a day than dare to step outside the base. At this point, the base management introduced a new regulation, forming search teams from the survivors on a weekly basis through a lottery. This finally sparked a rebellion among the survivors, who believed that the base management was unwilling to sacrifice the military and only wanted to expend the survivors who were living off their rations, resulting in forced outings to their deaths. During that conflict, the military opened fire and many people died. After a moment of silence, tears welled up in Zhang Ji's eyes. No one dared to resist anymore. People often went missing while participating in search teams. Some were completely wiped out by mutated creatures, while others found food and supplies and simply chose not to return, becoming raiders or striking out on their own. In less than 2 months, tens of thousands have fled, and throughout this period the base management has remained silent and uninvolved. Zhang Ji's face was filled with despair as he said the higher-ups in the base city only wished to reduce the number of survivors, not wanting to waste the limited food and resources. It is said that there were disputes among the higher-ups, but differing opinions were eventually suppressed. Zhang Ji pointed at the group at the dining table devouring their food and bitterly said, in the base, survivors aged between 18 and 50 must participate in a search team every 2 weeks, and the amount of food they can receive is determined by the supplies they bring back. Mo Bai's expression grew heavy as he asked, "Are they your teammates?" Zhang Ji nodded heavily, saying, "Our team originally consisted of 30 people. After several missions, only 15 are left alive. 3 died on the way here and 1 more at the entrance. Now, including me, there are only 11 of us." Zhang Ji looked at Mo Bai and said firmly, our mission is to search for a temporary evacuation station established 6 months ago, but it is extremely dangerous. 3 search teams have been almost completely wiped out there. We have drawn this mission that is almost certain to be deadly. Before setting out, everyone secretly discussed and decided that we cannot go to our deaths. We cannot return, we can only find a survivor gathering place to join or find a place with supplies to survive. Zhang Ji said, I remembered what you said before and thought of how solidly you have fortified this place. There should be some supplies here, and in the end I convinced them to come and find you. Mo Bai couldn't help but admire their bravery. They had crossed the entire city from west to east, something no one had accomplished since the apocalypse. He said, you are truly lucky to have made it here alive. Zhang Ji smiled bitterly, saying, I don't know if it's good or bad. Although the conditions on the third ring road were poor, we managed to pass through. The luckiest part of our journey was finding gasoline in vehicles at a gas station along the way. However, just over 2 miles from here we encountered those attacking corpses that resembled zombies. We had never seen them before and we were lacking firearms and ammunition. The 2 rifles issued to us had already run out of bullets, so we had no choice but to forcefully get off at the west gate and rush in. Those are radiation zombies, mutated beings that have just emerged from the nuclear radiation zone, and there are many of them. If you come tomorrow, the roads will likely be filled with those things. Mo Bai explained. At this moment Zhang Ji's expression suddenly changed, so the city has already been occupied by them. What will happen to those survivor gathering places? And what about the search teams that have gone out from the base city? Mo Bai raised his hands helplessly. We cannot help them. The best outcome is to take care of ourselves and survive. Zhang Ji clenched his fists tightly and said painfully, but that's tens of thousands of people. Mo Bai placed a hand on Zhang Ji's shoulder, saying, don't worry, everyone has their own path. If they can survive in such an environment, they likely have their own methods, so their chances of surviving in a tide of zombies are higher than others. Zhang Ji could only nod in agreement. He looked up and said, I know you are smart and not a bad person. You can't be considered a good person, but at least you are rational and fair. My people may have limited abilities, but their character is decent enough, and there will be no one who will hold us back. Your shelter, you make the decisions, and we will follow your lead from now on. Mo Bai glanced at the people eating in the dining hall, who had also heard Zhang Ji's words and were looking at him. Mo Bai took a deep breath and said loudly, welcome everyone to my shelter. As long as you follow the arrangements, I guarantee everyone will have a certain level of protection. At least you won't go hungry. Upon hearing Mo Bai's words, everyone visibly relaxed, and Zhang Ji also felt relieved. Based on his understanding of Mo Bai, once he agreed, he would do his utmost to fulfill his promise. After the meal, let Wen Qi take care of things first. The initial arrangement is for 2 people per room. However, there is one couple with a 6-year-old daughter, so they will stay in a slightly larger double room. The people Zhang Ji brought were clearly very satisfied with the accommodation, especially when they heard Wen Qi say that they could take a bath. They were overjoyed. Zhang Ji explained bitterly to Mo Bai that in the base city all survivors in the peripheral areas could only receive 1 bath ticket per month, which allowed for just 2 minutes of bathing. In a place where food was scarce, bathing had long become a luxury. Wen Qi was also responsible for distributing personal items to everyone, including basins, thermoses, bedding, and indoor pajamas. For a moment the second floor felt like the start of a university semester, with everyone happily gathering their belongings and tidying their dorms. Being able to lie on a safe bed and sleep well was one of the happiest things. Of course, Wen Qi also took the opportunity to gather everyone's basic information, including their professional skills and areas of expertise. Zhang Ji chose to share a room with a girl who appeared to be in her early 20s. Under Mo Bai's somewhat surprised gaze, they registered their marital status. Zhang Ji blushed slightly as he explained, this is my girlfriend whom I met in the base city. Our relationship is already established and we even registered our marriage in the base city. Mo Bai was genuinely surprised. This former tech geek and bookworm actually had some skills. While others struggled to find food, he still had the energy to pursue a romantic relationship. Indeed, he was quite a talent. After working until midnight, everyone was finally settled in, with only the washing machine continuing to run until late. The next morning, Wen Qi brought Zhang Ji's young wife and another middle-aged woman to the kitchen to start their busy day. Although they hadn't divided the work yesterday, it was still more suitable for women to take charge of the kitchen. After securing Mo Bai's consent, Wen Qi politely invited these 2 ladies to help out in the kitchen first. Breakfast was simple, consisting of rice porridge and pickled vegetables along with some freshly steamed buns. Wen Qi was good at stir-frying but lacked experience in steaming buns. However, the middle-aged woman's sister Chen had worked in a bun shop before the apocalypse. While being a chef might be a stretch, she was quite experienced in steaming buns. The large bags of flour and steamers in the kitchen finally came in handy, and an unlimited supply of filling buns was available, paired with delicious rice porridge and pickles. Everyone enjoyed a hearty meal. Next, everyone was asked to introduce themselves based on the statistics gathered yesterday. Zhang Ji assisted from a nearby seat, offering some opinions. Looking at the list in his hand, Zhang Ji's team consisted of 11 people. Excluding Zhang Ji and the 6-year-old girl named Xiaohua, there were 9 remaining, including a couple with the wife being Sister Chen who could steam buns. Mobai decided to first assign Sister Chen and Zhang Ji's young wife Li Minyan to Wenqi primarily to take care of the kitchen laundry and daily cleaning. Among the remaining 7, 2 had previously worked in auto repair. Thanks to their repairs at the gas station, they made it to Mobai's shelter before dark. These two could repair machinery, so Mobai decided to assign them to the underground garage workshop and also have them responsible for the equipment maintenance in the power distribution building, which had previously been Mobai's own responsibility. One of the others had studied low-voltage electronics and computer applications, so Mobai directly assigned him to assist Zhang Ji. The two were responsible for the shelter's surveillance and power systems. Among the 4 remaining, 2 came from a renovation background, one of whom even had a renovation supervisor qualification, making him a professional. They had some experience in digging trenches, laying walls and burying pipes. As for the last 2, they were police officers from the Special Police Force. Those 2 rifles which had no bullets were theirs. This surprised Mobai. If he wasn't mistaken, police officers in the base city were considered a privileged class. Why had they fallen to the point of doing hard labor in the search teams? The 2 exchanged glances and explained with bitter smiles that they were not part of the so-called elite special police team but were part of the riot police, which before the apocalypse were only temporary workers outside the system. Their monthly salary was only 1/3 of a regular officer's, with the advantage of free meals and accommodation. Overall, it was somewhat like outsourced riot security. They were not equipped with firearms and only had shooting training every 3 months. Thus, these riot special police were not well received in the base city. Regular troops and police considered them just idlers, and their assigned tasks were merely routine public security patrols. They were considered part of the system with benefits slightly better than those of ordinary survivors in the outer districts. Later, as search teams began to form, each search team needed to be equipped with a certain amount of armed forces for protection. The higher-ups were unwilling to waste precious military strength, so they assigned these lower-level riot police some outdated firearms for the search teams. As a result, these individuals were also treated as expendable. At this point, the 2 said sadly that originally there were 5 assigned to Zhang Ji's search team and now only the 2 of them were left alive. Hearing that Zhang Ji said this was a shelter established by his friend, they at least felt they wouldn't be treated as cannon fodder. Mobai looked at Zhang Ji, who said Tian Chang and Wang Li are qualified guards. They have done their best to ensure everyone's safety during several missions. Mobai nodded. No problem. From now on, you two along with Han Yi can join my operations. Welcome to the security team of our shelter. With the completion of the work assignments, everyone took on their responsibilities. Since everyone's health was not ideal, they wouldn't assign too much work in the next 2 days. Mobai first took them to familiarize themselves with the shelter's equipment. Zhang Ji took over the surveillance system he had originally set up, including the management of drones. The snow had stopped falling and Mobai instructed the 4 from the maintenance and construction teams to begin lifting the thin film from the ground and take out farming tools to start tilling the soil. Once the snow melted, they could attempt to plant some crops in the small yard. The greatest benefit of having manpower was that Mobai was liberated from needing to check and maintain various equipment daily. Surveillance and patrols were now taken care of by dedicated personnel, and there was also someone in the kitchen who could prepare delicious meals for him. He finally had time to do things he had always wanted to do but never had the chance. First, he took the 2 rifles that Zhang Ji's team had run out of bullets. These domestically made rifles based on the former Soviet SKS semi-automatic design had been in service for over half a century, known for their reliability and durability. The 2 rifles in front of him were clearly surplus stock used for militia training. The chambers were not severely worn, but the problem lay with the aging components of the firearm, especially the wooden parts, many of which showed signs of rust due to improper oiling. Originally, riot police Tian Chang and Wang Li had some understanding of firearm maintenance and regularly cleaned them. Thus, these 2 rifles could still function properly, but the issued ammunition had been exhausted. A gun without bullets was just a stick, so they did not hesitate when returning these 2 old rifles. Mobai had plenty of bullets here. His Lee Enfield rifle was customized for the 7.62 by 39 caliber to be compatible with standard domestic ammunition, so he had over 1900 rounds of 7.62 ammunition in his stock. These bullets would last a long time for the Lee Enfield bolt-action rifle, but the firing rate and magazine capacity of the semi-automatic rifles exceeded that of the bolt-action rifle, so if he let them shoot on their own they might not last long. Therefore, Mobai decided to manufacture 2 more Lee Enfield rifles and modify the 2 semi-automatic rifles. He had already scanned the Lee Enfield rifle, and now all he needed to do was use the workbench to directly create the parts and assemble them. In less than 10 minutes, 2 Lee Enfield rifles identical to the one he commonly used were manufactured and assembled. Next were the matching scopes, which were even simpler. With the scanned blueprint, he just needed aluminum alloy and glass to create the desired magnifying scopes. Mobai made 3 4x scopes with the 2 extras intended for the modified semi-automatic rifles. First, he scanned the 2 semi-automatic rifles with the workbench, then disassembled all the wooden parts from these rifles. Following that, he began drawing the polymer stock structure diagram on the computer based on the scanned blueprint measurements, first changing the original stock to a pistol grip and American standard infantry stock. He added a rail system to the receiver, and the front receiver also had a lower rail installed directly using a vertical grip. The overall design of the new receiver was largely based on the SKS modification kit from American company Tapco, and when fully assembled it closely resembled the standard SKS precision rifle from survival games. Combined with the 4x scope, this durable and relatively accurate rifle was one of the most reliable self-defense weapons in the apocalypse. Finally, he used the workbench to mass-produce over 110-round magazines for the SKS, marking the completion of the first batch of weapon upgrades for today. Fortunately, with the blueprints for the semi-automatic rifles, all he needed were materials, and he could produce this reliable rifle in small batches in the future. Next comes how to improve the 92 style police pistol. It is known that the 92 pistol as the main sidearm for the police has the advantages of a large magazine capacity and precise shooting, but it also has many drawbacks, including low component machining accuracy and frequent magazine malfunctions leading to jamming. After scanning the 92 style pistol, Moby first selected the best made magazine for the 92 and used a workbench to produce a batch of 20 standard magazines using superior steel. He then modified the design and created a batch of extended magazines with a capacity of 30 rounds. Next, he drew inspiration from a well-known modification for the Glock pistol, specifically the Glock carbine conversion kit. By using this external kit, a handgun can be transformed into a semi-automatic small carbine. This modification lengthens the barrel, adds sights, and incorporates a lightweight rear stock. With the extended magazine, a handgun can be enhanced into a small carbine similar to a submachine gun. Moby already had blueprints for this modification kit, he just needed to adapt it to fit the 92 style pistol. For an entire afternoon, Moby spent most of his time working on the carbine kit for the 92 style pistol, which proved to be more troublesome than he had imagined. Just extending the barrel took him 2 hours to create a usable connection. Finally, before dinner, the first set of the 92 style carbine kit was completed. It was very easy to install. Just attach the 92 style pistol, secure it with a pin and screw on the extended barrel. The kit also included a rail for mounting mechanical sights or a holographic sight, and the folding stock that can be folded to the right side was very practical, allowing for a comfortable shooting posture. Once the first carbine kit was produced, the rest would be much simpler. Neatly arranged in 3 plastic boxes were 3 sets of 92 style carbine modification kits, along with 2 completed semi-automatic Type 56 rifles. The biggest problem now was actually the ammunition. He could manufacture both the bullets and the casings, but creating the propellant and primers was still beyond his ability. He planned to rely on his lottery system for this. 10 bottle caps would grant a low-level lottery draw, 100 bottle caps for a mid-level draw, and 1,000 bottle caps for a high-level draw. Having completed 2 tasks, he already had 1,000 points, and with the bonus from rescuing survivors, which was 50 bottle caps per person, he now had over 1,600 bottle caps. It was time to test his luck. He gently tapped the lottery option in the shelter system and selected a high-level draw. The lottery interface began to spin, and what finally appeared shocked Moby. A delicately crafted badge the size of a walnut featuring a vividly detailed gear. Manager's badge. This badge signifies the rank of the shelter manager. A level 1 manager can view the skill levels, current emotions, and loyalty of the shelter residents. By satisfying the basic needs and emotional demands of the residents, the manager can subtly enhance their cohesion and loyalty. Each resident with a loyalty over 50 can generate 1 bottle cap for the manager each month. Residents with loyalty over 80 will not betray, and those with loyalty over 90 will not see their loyalty decrease. Wow, the reward from the high-level lottery was indeed impressive. Moby's greatest wish was to draw a workbench capable of producing chemical products, yet he unexpectedly received a manager's badge. Being able to view the skills of shelter residents means a more detailed understanding of their current conditions, while emotional management allows insight into what residents need and their dissatisfaction with the shelter. Loyalty is a powerful tool for identifying internal troublemakers and spies. While the ability of residents to automatically generate bottle caps may not seem significant now, once their numbers reach a certain amount, it could become a major source of bottle caps. As for cohesion and loyalty, they refer to the internal cohesion of the shelter community and the loyalty towards him as the shelter manager. This means that as long as he can meet the basic needs of the shelter residents, their trust in him will gradually increase. This seems like a good strategy, and the key is that by monitoring loyalty, he can easily filter out hidden saboteurs and spies among the residents. Touching the badge, he could feel a space contained within it. Was this a storage space? Moby subconsciously grabbed a wrench, and the next moment the wrench appeared in the badge's space while the one in his hand vanished. A badge with a storage space is truly a convenient item. The size of the space is approximately half a cubic meter. It's not large, but it's sufficient for storing some personal items. Moby noticed a clip on the back of the badge which could be attached to clothing or tied to a string. After thinking for a moment, he pulled out a colorful, sturdy nylon rope from the desk, threaded it through the badge's clip, adjusted its length, and made a simple bracelet to wear on his wrist. Checking the shelter management interface again, he found that under the residents section a new attribute labeled social had appeared, which included emotions and loyalty. Interestingly, the emotions section was filled with adjectives. For example, under Zhang Ji's emotions it displayed relaxed, secure, hopeful. Emotional value increased. Meanwhile, the new resident and mechanic Song Tianzi's emotions were nervous, helpless, happy, about food. Emotional value increased. This indicates that while emotional value is a hidden metric, it can be estimated through residents' current emotional expressions. Another resident was particularly interesting. The guard Tian Chang among the new residents showed nervous, insecure from lack of weapons, happy about food. There was no increase in emotional value as the nervousness and insecurity cancelled out the happiness brought by having food. It seems necessary to reassure them distributing weapons at the right time would be a good idea, but their loyalty is still insufficient, not even reaching the passing mark of 60. It's safer to wait for a while. During this period, as long as he ensures they have enough to eat, guarantee their sleep, and prove the safety of the shelter, their loyalty will gradually increase. From today onwards, reviewing the residents' emotional value logs daily became part of Mo Bei's routine. In the system's task list, in addition to the daily security patrols and resource searches, a new daily task was added: rescuing survivors. He would earn 50 bottle caps for each ordinary survivor rescued and 100 bottle caps for each survivor with special tasks. Mo Bei suddenly remembered that he had rescued 11 people this time, which should earn him 550 bottle caps, but why did the final count give him 600? This indicated that one of them must have had special talents. Searching through the list of new residents, he found that, as he had expected, this special talent holder was indeed his friend Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji skills: electronic engineering, computer special skill, lucky 4-leaf clover. Lucky. Mo Bei was taken aback, thinking that Zhang Ji's special skill should be related to his profession. He never expected it to be a lucky clover. A lucky clover generally refers to finding a 4-leafed clover among the 3-leafed ones, which is a result of genetic mutation. It is said that the person who finds it is very lucky and can attain happiness. Each leaf represents different meanings. The first represents hope, the second represents confidence, the third represents love, and the fourth represents luck. It is said that the 5th leaf represents wealth. Zhang Ji's skill, the lucky 4-leaf clover, signifies that he embodies hope, confidence, love, and luck. Upon careful consideration, it is remarkable that this guy could survive the brutal competition in the Shishan-based city, serve as a search team leader, find a partner in such a hostile environment, and most astonishingly traverse the entire Kyoto city, locating a gas station with gasoline and vehicles along the 3rd ring road before rushing back to his shelter. This is nothing short of a miracle. I must say, Zhang Ji is indeed extraordinarily lucky. Mo Bei carefully examined Zhang Ji's special skill. The name of the special skill was dimmed, and there was even a progress bar beneath it indicating that although it was a passive skill, it still had a cooldown period. His luck was not constant, rather it would accumulate and then release in a burst. In other words, once his skill bar is full, he could be assigned a high-risk task with higher rewards, and the completion rate would likely be quite good. He suddenly felt a bit devious, shook his head to dismiss the thought, and continued to examine the skill panels of others. After finishing with trust, he found that aside from ordinary skills like cleaning and maintenance, only Tian Chang and Wang Li possessed 2 seemingly useful skills: basic combat and basic firearm proficiency. Mo Bei instinctively clicked on Tian Chang's basic combat skill, only to discover 2 additional options: self-training and enhanced training. Upon closer inspection, self-training refers to the residents training their skill proficiency on their own, requiring free time, while enhanced training requires a coach with a higher skill level to train them. The higher the coach's skill level and training ability, the faster the trainee's proficiency increases. Mo Bei's eyes lit up as he opened Li Hongyi's skill options. After obtaining the manager's badge, Li Hongyi's skills had also changed: intermediate basic combat, intermediate Bajiquan. Wow, this girl can actually perform Bajiquan. Bajiquan is characterized by its vigorous and fierce movements, making it a highly practical martial art. Thus there has always been a saying: literature has Taiji to stabilize the world, while martial arts have Bajiquan to determine the cosmos. I never expected that Hongyi, this little girl, would know such a fierce martial art, and I have never seen her use it. I must find time to have her demonstrate it. Flipping through Wen Qi's skill options: intelligent learning, other non-combat skills with a 100 proficiency, increase photographic memory, visualized memory mode, super memory. Wow, this is definitely a scholarship level ability, meaning that her learning speed for non-combat skills is doubled. Combined with her photographic memory, she learns faster than others, making her seem like a ship racing through an endless sea of knowledge. Mo Bei's eyes lit up, indicating that as long as there was a gap in abilities among the shelter residents, they could teach each other skills, benefiting from the proficiency bonus provided by the shelter system. This means that Li Hongyi could teach Tian Chang and Wang Li close combat martial arts, while he could teach them shooting techniques. Flipping through his own abilities, manager Mo Bei. Abilities: intermediate basic combat, advanced firearm proficiency. Talent: calm and collected, can regain clarity more quickly in chaotic, fearful, and confusing situations. Occupation: healer. Professional skill: breath recovery, which enhances his metabolic rate, accelerates injury recovery, and slightly increases resistance and physique. Mo Bei looked at his professional skills with some frustration. He was only a junior healer, not even at the 3rd tier. This was mainly because he only understood the energy flow mechanism of a healer, but had only a vague understanding of how to treat others. No one could be a guinea pig for him to practice on, so he could only use breath recovery. Putting aside his current tasks, Mo Bei descended from the 3rd floor to the 1st floor. In the gym outside the maintenance room, a slim yet strong figure was attacking a hanging sandbag. It was Wang Li from the guard team, who was enduring a storm of strikes against the sandbag while Tian Chang watched nearby. With a light exclamation of "Hey!" A powerful whip kick struck the sandbag, causing the suspended sandbag along with Wang Li, who was stabilizing it, to topple backward. Wang Li rolled on the ground several times before stopping, covering his chest in shock as he stared at the red-clad girl, catching her breath. Li Hongyi, dressed in a red sweatshirt, was adjusting her breathing. Since the apocalypse, the lack of food and nutrition along with radiation sickness had left her in a constant state of weakness. However, after a recent period of adjustment, her physical condition had returned to its peak state during her martial arts training, and she felt that her strength had almost increased, as she could never have kicked Wang Li, a sturdy man, off like that before. Nearby there were scattered applause. The three turned to see Mo Bai, the shelter manager. Mo Bai was also quite surprised. He knew that Li Hongyi's physical fitness was excellent, but he did not expect that just under 10 days of recovery from radiation sickness would result in such remarkable strength. The key was that this was in an era when training methods had not yet become widespread. If memory serves, the first version of the training methods would emerge a year later from the Academy of Sciences and then be broadcasted to various locations during the apocalypse. Within the next 6 months, practitioners who broke through their limits using these training methods began to surface, gradually replacing military personnel who used firearms as the primary force in major survivor gathering places. Mo Bai looked at Li Hongyi, who was removing her gloves, and said, "You don't need to take them off, let's exchange a few moves." This surprised Tian Chang and Wang Li, who had been practicing with Li Hongyi for 2 days. They knew that the girl in front of them possessed the agility of a leopard and the strength of a bear, with a solid foundation in martial arts. She was certainly not someone they could match, and they never expected their shelter manager to want to spar with such a powerful female fighter. Receiving the combat gloves from Tian Chang, which were lightweight Halfinger gloves suitable for mixed martial arts competitions, mainly to prevent excessive injury to the opponent, Mo Bai shook his arms and moved his legs a bit, signaling to Li Hongyi that she could start. Hongyi had long known that Mo Bai was quite skilled in combat. It was an instinct of a fighter. What she did not know was that in his previous life, Mo Bai was indeed a renowned martial artist, proficient with a staff, but unarmed combat was also a mandatory skill for all martial artists. Thus Missouri Bai's close combat ability was equally top-notch. In this life he had no choice but to follow the path of a healer, but he had never neglected basic combat training. The reason his basic combat level was intermediate now was that his greatest strength lay in his weapon skills, where he was once known for wielding a staff with unparalleled prowess. Mo Bai smiled slightly. He knew that since the shelter system did not display his staff skills, it meant he had not used them in front of the system. Meanwhile, Li Hongyi in front of him had likely practiced her 8 extremes fist in the shelter, which was why it was recorded. This also indicated that the shelter system was not omnipotent. It could only record and analyze data that had occurred within its parameters. Mo Bai raised one hand and waved at Li Hongyi. In an instant, Li Hongyi lunged forward to stand before Mo Bai. She was incredibly fast. Even though they were still about 5 meters apart, her movement made it feel as if she was right in front of him. Then came a sharp whip kick from the left. Mo Bai took half a step back, tilting his head to dodge the kick, only to be met with an open elbow strike aimed at his center. 8 extremes fist. Mo Bai's pupils constricted, and he brought his arms up defensively, overlapping his palms at his chest while channeling energy into his palms. With a dull thud, the elbow strike collided with his overlapping palms, the tremendous force causing Mo Bai's palms to press against his chest, again shaking him. Mo Bai took half a step back, stabilizing himself. He intertwined his hands, grasping Li Hongyi's arms, and executed a side throw, sending her entire body flying. In midair, Hongyi twisted her waist and kicked out unexpectedly, changing her posture into a backflip, performing 2 consecutive backflips to create distance and land steadily. Their exchange lasted only a few seconds, but the intensity surpassed what ordinary people could imagine. Tian Chang and Wang Li beside them were utterly dumbfounded. They had been thoroughly frustrated by being trained daily by the young girl, not realizing that Li Hongyi hadn't taken their practice seriously at all, at least not employing her 8 extremes fist. Mo Bai's skills astonished them. As shelter managers, people generally perceived them as intelligent, yet relying on their subordinates for combat. They were surprised to find that Mo Bai seemed to be subtly superior to Li Hongyi. Li Hongyi was even more astonished. She had won the provincial martial arts championship in high school, and her family's secret skill was the 8 extremes fist. Although being a woman limited her ability to practice to the extreme, her foundational skills were exceptionally solid. Do not underestimate her elbow strike. Even those practicing hard qigong would find it challenging to withstand her strike. Only her master could block it. More importantly, when her elbow struck, she distinctly felt a layer of resilient force diminishing her impact. If she was not mistaken, it should be a form of internal energy. Li Hongyi was not an inexperienced practitioner. With her family's background, she understood that most martial arts masters in the country were external practitioners, as external arts were relatively easier to achieve results with. However, internal arts were different. They often required high talent combined with years of practice from a young age. Even so, it typically took until around 50 years of age to achieve notable success. Yet here was Mo Bai, who was clearly only in his 20s. How could he possibly be an internal arts master? This defied logic. Mo Bai looked at the puzzled Li Hongyi, realizing that they could not continue fighting, so he withdrew his fists in salute, signaling for Hongyi and the other 2 to sit down. "Hongyi, you should feel that I practice internal martial arts," Mo Bai said. But you're only about 26 or 27. Even if you started practicing internal energy from a young age, how could you achieve such proficiency in less than 20 years? Hani immediately voiced her doubts. The two behind her were equally shocked. The manager was an internal arts master. Let me tell you a secret, I haven't practiced internal energy for that long. Immobile paused for a few seconds. Considering his previous life's martial training, he began practicing martial arts a year and a half after the apocalypse, and even until his death it had only been a little over 6 years. In this life he had practiced for less than a year, totaling less than 8 years. Immobile continued, I have practiced internal energy for less than 8 years. Li Hongyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. 8 years of internal energy training. This meant that the manager had started practicing internal energy in middle school, achieving results in just 8 years. This speed of cultivation was unprecedented, even Zhang Sanfeng in this era could not compare. Immobile pondered how to wrap this up, then added, initially I practiced internal energy for many years, but the results were mediocre. However, the apocalypse came unexpectedly. After the apocalypse arrived, my efficiency in practicing internal energy far surpassed previous levels. In just a few months I reached my current standard, and through numerous explorations I discovered some more effective training methods. Li Hongyi's eyes lit up. Manager, is that really true? Immobile smiled and replied, of course it's true. However, if I were to explore alone, it wouldn't be as effective as when everyone practices together. Many hands make light work. Li Hongyi suddenly looked at Immobile with a hint of suspicion. Now that you shared the training methods with us, what if we can't defeat you? Immobile rolled his eyes at her. You can fight better than me, yet I am still the manager. If you have the ability, why don't you try being the manager yourself? Hongyi's face flushed suddenly. You should continue being the manager. I'm not good at managing people, sister. Wenqi is better than me. Immobile thought for a moment. You all head back for now. In a couple of days I will organize the training methods and give them to you to try. If they work for you, we can promote it throughout the shelter, allowing everyone to train and at least strengthen their bodies. Immobile was well aware that the training version developed by scientists was based on internal martial arts. However, training was not limited to just internal arts. In fact, there were many paths in the evolution sequence. Immobile found it strange how scientists could analyze so many evolution sequences and similar methods of enhancement in such a short time, until he heard about the emergence of intelligence-based gifted individuals. These gifted individuals focused primarily on enhancing intelligence with IQ levels that could be described as astonishing. They could conduct scientific research at 100 times the speed and reduce error rates. These intelligence-based gifted individuals could be considered the greatest asset of the survivor factions. Immobile recalled that there was one such individual at the Shishan base. That doctor was a PhD from the Academy of Sciences. After the apocalypse, his intelligence began to rise, and terrifyingly he later not only researched methods to extract medicines from new post-apocalyptic plants to create anti-radiation agents and eliminate internal radiation, but also made these two types of medicines affordable for most survivors. More importantly, a doctoral researcher from the Agricultural Institute in Airport Town cultivated the first type of food crop that could be grown in irradiated wasteland, the green cassava. This type of starchy crop was easy to grow, had high yields, low radiation, and contained a lot of starch. The emergence of this crop saved hundreds of thousands of survivors in the Kyoto region. As for the scientist who developed the evolution sequence containing methods for martial artists, it was rumored to be an academician from the Academy of Sciences within the Shishan base, but the specifics were not revealed. When the training methods were broadcasted across the wasteland, the entire wasteland was shocked. Various speculations and conspiracy theories emerged until news of the effectiveness of the training methods slowly came in. Coupled with constant updates to new versions of the training methods, humanity embarked on the path of the evolution sequence centered on training, finally opening the door to the evolution of new humanity. What Immobile was most familiar with was the path of martial artists focused on refining the body. He was already well versed in the 9th version of the body refining method. In his memory, the body refining method was the most basic entry-level training method. Although it had gone through 9 versions, the 3rd version was a crucial one. It was in that version that the scientist studying the body refining method discovered that after reaching a certain level in training, usually at the 3rd stage when qi was successfully used to refine the body, there would be noticeable distinctions. Some qi channels were more suitable for internal energy body refinement, while others were suited for external release to combat enemies, giving birth to 2 school versions: the internal school based on internal martial arts and the external school focusing on external energy release with weapons. The main difference between these 2 schools lies in whether the internal energy cultivated is used for personal enhancement or for external combat. Internal energy can provide high defense. At the 4th stage, one can defend against ordinary bullets, while external release channels qi through weaponry capable of shattering stone and mountain. Immobile had chosen to follow the external school, which allowed him to specialize in weaponry at the 6th stage, granting him the courage to sweep across the world. Currently, Immobile was preparing to learn the general version available before the 3rd stage. As for what came next, it would depend on the talents of Hongyi and the others. Based on his understanding of Hongyi, who was proficient in the 8 Extremes Fist, she would likely choose internal martial arts refining her fists with qi, as 8 Extremes Fist was renowned for its invincibility. For general martial artists, unless they sought to endure direct confrontations with firearms, it was better to practice the external school. Those utilizing good weaponry would progress faster and its practicality surpassed that of internal martial arts. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat with irradiated zombies was not something anyone should consider. Using weapons was still a better choice. Currently, Mobai was practicing the warm nourishing chi method from the healer's lineage, a branch of internal martial arts focusing on circulating internal energy to nourish the body while also possessing the ability to release chi externally to restore vitality. Regardless, Mobai seemed to be drifting further away from the self who once ruled the world with a staff in his past life. Looking at the organized basic body refining method, Mobai simply uploaded it to the shelter's internal forum. After all, every dormitory had computers and they could practice whenever they had time. The basic body refining method was mild and gentle, ensuring no issues would arise. When she returned to the dormitory after finishing a day's work, having been in the shelter for a short time, she was diligent, fearing that she would leave a bad impression on Mobai for not working hard, as she was well aware that besides her academic performance she had little else to showcase. She couldn't even claim to have any particular skills. The only way to ease her anxiety was to complete the tasks Mobai assigned without making mistakes. There were quite a few tasks today. Although Mobai had forbidden any outdoor work due to the potential threat of a zombie horde, there were still many things to do indoors. After inventorying the warehouse, she discovered that many supplies had shown signs of moisture from prolonged storage. In the afternoon, she spent the entire day with two women. She was responsible for resealing all the improperly sealed food and supplies, mainly the bagged rice and flour. Fortunately, the warehouse had enough spare plastic bags, and with the vacuum sealer it was easy to reseal these damp ingredients. As for the rice and flour that had already absorbed moisture, as long as they weren't spoiled they would be taken out and consumed. After organizing everything, she couldn't help but marvel at the abundance of supplies in Mobay's warehouse. According to her calculations, just the basic food items like rice and flour amounted to 60 tons. While 60 tons may not seem like much, it should be noted that an adult requires about 30 kilograms of food per month if subsisting solely on grain, a statistic from the planned economy era when supplementary food was scarce. Now, with other supplementary foods available, the monthly demand for grain had been reduced to less than half. Based on Wenky's estimates, if the shelter's per capita grain consumption were controlled a bit more tightly, an individual should consume around 10 kilograms per month. With only 14 people currently, the shelter's total grain consumption would be around 300 kilograms per month. That amounts to just over 3 tons a year. Such consumption would not pose a problem for 60 tons of grain. It could last for at least a decade or more. Therefore, grain was not the primary issue at present. If a zombie horde were indeed approaching, the stockpile of weapons and ammunition would be of utmost importance. But now, without the ability to go out, how would they obtain weapons and ammunition? With a flurry of keystrokes on the computer, Wenqi recorded the inventory results and solutions for the day, then clicked send. This internal email was directly sent to Mobay's manager inbox. The advantage of having computers in each dormitory was that while using the internal network, everyone could communicate with each other. There were local area network emails, a simple forum, and real-time chat software. The door behind her opened and a rapid-up Hani, like a dumpling in a bathrobe, jumped in and quickly closed the door. It's still cold. The hallway heating must be off, but the bathroom is warm enough. Hani complained while vigorously rubbing her hair with a towel. We have very limited fuel. I've already suggested to the manager that we change the bathing schedule from every 2 days to twice a week. Since we aren't going out, our bodies won't get dirty easily. Bathing every 3 days is enough. Wenqi frowned and replied, every 3 days. Well, that's acceptable. Compared to only being able to wash once a month before, this is already a great improvement. Surprisingly, Hani did not oppose. The past 6 months of apocalyptic life made her acutely aware that many seemingly basic needs came with a hefty price tag. Some of those prices were even quite heavy. Is there a new topic on the shelter forum? Basic body refinement method. What is this? Wenqi looked at the text on the screen, her eyes widening, while Li Hongyi behind her grew increasingly excited. Mobai has released the first part of the 3rd edition of the body refinement technique, which is the easiest version to cultivate among all editions and is the version most ordinary people practice. Unlike typical martial arts, the first 3 versions of the body refinement technique were designed to adapt to human cultivation by continuously lowering the difficulty to popularize the method. Later versions tend to be more specialized, with rarer cultivation pathways appearing only in the later editions. For instance, the basic body refinement technique for healers is the final 9th edition, which is the version Mobai is currently practicing. The most suitable version for ordinary people is the 3rd edition, which is also the version with the least content. After practicing the 3rd edition, one can still switch to practicing other versions without any conflict. As for other versions such as the 6th edition, suitable for internal martial arts, and the 5th edition for weapon styles, these are among the most widely circulated. It should be noted that the body refinement technique can be considered the foundational entry for most cultivators, critically impacting their future advancement speed. Once a cultivator reaches a higher level such as the 6th stage, the original cultivation speed of the body refinement technique will significantly decrease, meaning that the basic techniques no longer meet the needs of the cultivator. Even among cultivators of the same profession, different combat styles and habits will give rise to distinct cultivation methods, so most cultivators will seek suitable methods after reaching the 6th stage. The body refinement technique is called the greatest cultivation method because its emergence provides everyone with the opportunity to practice. Even ordinary people who seem to possess mediocre talent have the chance to become formidable powerhouses. For the major survivor factions, the body refinement technique has significantly raised the average combat power of humans to a level where they can engage in melee combat with mutated creatures, greatly enhancing human survival capabilities, which is why they are very keen on popularizing the body refinement technique. Mobi organized several versions of the body refinement technique from his memory, and the first one he brought out was the 3rd edition for civilians. He simply posted it on the internal forum of the shelter, allowing those willing to cultivate to do so. Thus even logistical staff like Wen Shi could choose whether or not to cultivate. Mobi's release of the cultivation method is mainly because the 1st edition of the body refinement technique will appear in about 8 months. By then this method of cultivation will become as worthless as blank paper. Even though the 3rd edition is slightly better than the 1st edition, ordinary people will not perceive the difference. Instead, it is better to give it to the residents of his shelter so that they can start cultivating in advance. Even though it is only a matter of more than half a year, it can still create a gap. Another reason is that the zombie tide should be imminent and they will not be suitable for going outside for at least 2 to 3 months. In such an environment, it is more appropriate for everyone to start focusing on cultivation. The day after the body refinement technique was released on the internal forum, Li Hongyi approached Mobi with a printed copy of the technique and asked several questions about cultivation. It must be said that this girl has considerable talent. Her questions touch upon the critical points for beginners. With her leading the way, the others' cultivation of the body refinement technique will be much smoother. Mobi directly appointed Hongyi to lead everyone in practicing the body refinement technique. Of course, participation would be voluntary. Surprisingly, Wen Shi also encouraged 2 women from the logistics kitchen to join the cultivation. As a result, it can be said that all the residents of the shelter were willing to start cultivating the body refinement technique. Mobi thought it was not unexpected in the apocalypse. Anything that can enhance one's qualities and increase survival chances in such an environment is urgently needed by everyone. In the following days, Mobi spent some time each day answering questions from Hongyi and Zhang regarding their practice. To his surprise, aside from Hongyi, who was a natural talent and learned quickly, Zhang was also progressing faster than the average person. In just 3 days, he and Hongyi had already grasped the sensation of qi. At this point, Mobi began to feel a bit envious of the two, as during his own rebirth he had achieved an astonishing mastery of qi sensation, yet he still could not manage to do so in just 3 days. Furthermore, he recalled that he was not a naturally gifted expert in his past life. Any fame he had was solely due to hard work. Besides cultivation, daily work could not be neglected, the primary task being to strengthen the defenses of the shelter. The barricade defense array at the west gate had proven that even dozens of irradiated zombies could breach it, so its area needed to be expanded. Over the past 2 days in the underground garage workshop, the sparks from the welding machine have not stopped as new barricades made from angle iron were continuously welded and then dragged to the west gate, blocking the already narrow entrance like a bustling market. Hundreds of angle iron barricades densely blocked the entire stretch of the west gate. Extra barricades were also placed at the north and east gates. Zhang Ji's main task was to integrate the surveillance system of the entire park. He not only repaired the existing surveillance cameras but also added spare ones and covered some blind spots. Additionally, he installed motion sensors on the outer walls to prevent any individuals or creatures from climbing over the walls. On the 6th night after Zhang Ji and the others arrived at the shelter, the monitoring room was staffed by Zhang Ji and Tian Chang, who patrolled every 2 hours. Zhang Ji watched the several monitoring screens in the monitoring room, where the images displayed 12 cameras at the 3 main gates of the park and 8 cameras around the power distribution building. At that moment, a sensor light in the corner of the monitor began to flash, indicating activity detected by the motion sensor outside the north wall of the park. Zhang Ji switched the feed to the camera at the north gate and zoomed in, but he did not see any unusual movements. He frowned and grabbed the intercom. Tian Chang, can you see clearly over there near the north wall? At this moment, Tian Chang was in the triangular bunker at the northwest corner of the 3rd floor. The bunker was not sealed, and on such a cold night it was quite frigid. However, he only needed to stay there for half an hour during each patrol, after which he would walk around the inner wall of the small courtyard. Tian Chang heard Zhang Ji's voice in his earpiece and picked up a nearby infrared night vision device with his gloved hand. This old model of night vision could detect heat in the dark. In the night vision's view, outside the park's north wall, a vast darkness showed no obvious objects. In night vision mode, any heat source would be highlighted. Tian Chang was about to report that he found nothing, but he hesitated because something seemed to be moving in the darkness outside the north gate. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be merely branches swaying in the wind. However, he remembered that there were very few trees along Chaoyang Road, so how could there be a mass of branches moving in the winter snow? Realizing something was off, he grabbed the intercom and said, I feel something is not right, you better wake the manager up. Mobi, awakened by the internal phone call, was not angry about being disturbed from his sleep. Listening to Zhang Ji's somewhat anxious words over the phone, he thought for a moment and said, "Launch a drone to check the northern highway. Let Tian Chang stay on the rooftop and not come down. He'll be in the monitoring room shortly." Imobai put on his clothes and arrived at the first-floor monitoring room just as Zhang Ji was launching the drone. This silent rotor drone equipped with a low-light night vision camera was undoubtedly the best scout for the night. Imobai glanced at the drone's altitude. It was 200 meters and the drone, now in night vision mode, was flying toward Chaoyang Road. As the view shifted, a portion of the road became visible. Chaoyang Road is a typical 10-lane major road with 8 regular two-way lanes and 2 dedicated bus lanes. Under the low-light night vision, numerous abandoned vehicles were scattered across the wide road, while further west it remained completely dark and unclear. "That's strange. At this distance the west side of the road should be visible within a few hundred meters," Zhang Ji remarked with some confusion. Imobai, however, stared intently at the screen, his expression serious. Suddenly his pupils constricted into pinpoints. What lay before them was not mere darkness but a massive horde of zombies surging forward. 5 minutes later, Li Hongyi, Wen Qi and Wan Li, who had been sleeping, were all summoned. At this moment the screen showed the drone's camera had flown close enough to clearly reveal the road was filled with thousands of irradiated zombies. They were crowded together, slowly moving east along the road. The first sighting of the zombie tide left everyone's faces pale, their eyes filled with despair. A horde of zombies numbering in the hundreds of thousands is an existence that human power cannot withstand. Imobai took a deep breath and said to everyone, "Do not be overly worried. We have prepared for this day for a long time. Now let us act according to the plan." Soon the remaining residents who had been sleeping were awakened. According to their respective duties, they rechecked all the outer windows and doors to ensure they were securely fastened and all rooms were closed except for necessary lights. They checked the soundproof walls of the underground generator and fuel boiler for any issues, ensuring the floor was silent. Irradiated zombies have very poor eyesight, essentially being like extreme nearsighted individuals. They primarily rely on hearing and smell to hunt. As long as the already sealed power distribution building lacks sources of sound or the smell of blood that could attract them, it is difficult for them to detect it. The second drone took off and began searching south. Unsurprisingly, the rapid road and even the flat ground of construction sites were similarly swarming with hordes of zombies. This indicates that the irradiated zombie horde from the nuclear explosion zone has begun migrating in large numbers. In the maintenance room, Imobai looked at the despairing faces of the shelter residents and calmly said, "Everyone, do not be too anxious. The nature of irradiated zombies is to avoid light. They dislike sunlight, so during the day they linger in buildings, while at night they spread toward areas where food is available." When she raised her hand and asked, "Aren't we their food?" Imobai smiled wryly and replied, "We only have a dozen people. They hardly can sense us." But Imobai paused, looking at the map on the blackboard. Their several gathering points of various sizes were marked. On the outskirts of the city there are still many sizable survivor settlements, including the Shishan base to the west and the international airport to the north, both large settlements with populations exceeding 300,000. Imobai's gaze shifted to the east, where Baiguan also had dozens of survivor gathering points nearby. Li Hongyi urgently said, "We need to notify them. The zombie tide is coming or many will die." Zhang Ji frowned and said, "The nearest survivor gathering point is over 20 kilometers away. Not to mention that we don't know their radio frequency. The strong radiation in the air has significantly shortened the transmission range of radios. For our walkie-talkies, the original communication range is about 10 kilometers, but now if it exceeds 500 meters we will completely lose contact. We even lose signal within the cultural park, let alone contacting survivor gathering points dozens or even hundreds of kilometers away." Tian Chang raised his hand and asked, "Can our drone reach those survivor bases? If we can take videos or photos, it would convince them." Zhang Ji replied helplessly, "The drone can theoretically reach those gathering points that are relatively close to us, but again there are signal issues. A drone without a pilot will lose signal after flying just over a kilometer in such a strong radiation area. At that point the drone would just be a headless fly." Hongyi said dejectedly, "Is there really nothing we can do to help those people? With some preparation many lives could be saved." Imobai, however, was considering something else. With that in mind he asked Zhang Ji, "We have precise coordinate maps. Can you make the drone navigate on its own to the designated coordinates?" Zhang Ji shook his head. "Although the drone has an automatic navigation feature, without satellite signal continuity the deviation will be significant. Most importantly, we also do not know the precise locations of those survivor gathering points." Imobai understood that Zhang Ji did not grasp his intention and continued to explain, "What I mean is relying on straight-line flight. Are you confident you can get the drone to the specified location?" Zhang Ji was taken aback, thinking hard for a moment, and answered, "You mean to fly in a straight line without navigation? In that case we only need to consider the altitude, letting the drone fly straight at a fixed height. But how do we control it to land?" Imobai chuckled and said, "If a drone of unknown origin suddenly flies over to my survivor base, what would your first reaction be?" Hongyi immediately replied, "Of course I would shoot it down to see whose drone it is." At this point everyone finally understood it was about treating the drone as a disposable paper airplane to fly out, then hoping that the survivors at the other end would shoot it down and use the evidence of the zombie tide it carried to persuade them to take action. At this moment Wen Qi raised another question, "Although the corpse tide is inactive during the day, how long will it take to reach the nearest survivor gathering point?"
Will they make it in time? Mobai smiled and said this question isn't too difficult. Although it isn't snowing now, the average thickness of the snow on the ground is still over half a meter. The corpse tide moves slower in the snow than expected. They need to sense a large number of humans to accelerate their speed. So there is still plenty of time. I estimate it will take at least 4 to 5 days to reach Baigwan, and Baigwan is likely connected to the airport shelter to the north. Even sending a messenger there will be timely. Zhang Ji then clearly pinpointed the issue. Our four-winged drone won't work, it's too light, and flying in a straight line can be easily affected by the wind. We only have those 3 fixed-wing observation planes, but they also have insufficient flying distance, plus we have to consider the altitude issue. Mobai thought for a moment. You should modify the fixed-wing drone to ensure it can reach Baigwan. Then paint it in bright colors for easy spotting. Lastly, the video and images of the corpse tide should be taken again before dawn to ensure they can't determine the location of our shelter based on the video and pictures. Zhang Ji quickly understood Mobai's intentions. Although they wanted to save as many people as possible, it was uncertain whether the other party would target the shelter after the corpse tide passed. Therefore, they needed to hide their existence as much as possible. With a little time left until dawn, everyone hurried to prepare. An aluminum alloy slide rail was set up on the roof, only a dozen meters long. This was a vehicle-mounted drone designed for field exploration, utilizing a jump-style takeoff. After checking, the battery was certainly sufficient. Zhang Ji removed other unnecessary components and placed a USB drive containing the newly recorded video of the corpse tide inside a sturdy safety box, securing it with tape onto the fuselage. Zhang Ji had already set the northern commercial building of Baigwan as the flight destination according to Mobai's instructions, with an altitude set at 80 meters. This would allow them to avoid most obstacles. If the map was correct, there were no buildings exceeding 80 meters high in a straight line between the cultural park and Baigwan's commercial building. At this moment, the voice of Tian Chang came through the intercom. Mo Lauda, the corpse tide in the monitor is spreading. They have started to scatter into the surrounding buildings. It should be getting light soon, Mobai said, looking towards the east where a streak of red was brightening the horizon. He then turned back to nod at Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji pressed the button in his hand and the propeller at the front of the orange and white fixed-wing drone on the launch rail began to spin. Once the speed reached its peak, Zhang Ji flipped the switch on the rail. The lightweight drone was launched directly, flying a few meters before slightly dipping, then propelled by its propeller it ascended again. After making slight adjustments to its angle and altitude in the air, it began flying towards the distance. Will it safely reach Baigwan? Wenqi asked worriedly. I hope its luck holds out, however that's no longer our concern. We have done our best, the rest depends on their luck. Mobai signaled Zhang Ji to tidy up. They could no longer stay on the roof. Originally, the corpse tide that was congested on the main road would scatter into the surrounding buildings to avoid sunlight at dawn. This meant that there were now large numbers of zombies wandering nearby, making it very dangerous. Once discovered by the zombies, it would attract a horde of them. Even though Mobai had made many defenses, they were insufficient in the face of thousands of corpses. Thus Mobai decided to take a drastic measure, arranging for everyone to temporarily move into the underground civil defense facility. As long as they hid for a week, they could return after the corpse tide passed through the area. Mobai led all the residents of the shelter to the outside of the underground workshop. One side of the main passage in the underground garage was the workshop and garage, while the other side was the supply warehouse. At the end of the main passage was a row of shelves stacked with tires. Mobai instructed Tian Chang and another person to unload all the tires and then move aside the heavy shelves. To their surprise, there was a concrete wall behind them. Mobai grabbed a crowbar and forcefully inserted it, creating a deep hole. At this moment, everyone finally realized that there was a hidden space behind this false wall. A few of them worked together and quickly dismantled the thin wall sealed with gypsum board. What lay behind it was a large explosion-proof steel door. The steel door was exceptionally wide. If opened, it could even allow a vehicle to pass through. Mobai stepped forward, entered a series of passwords on the control panel on one side, then turned the handle. The entire steel door slowly slid open. It was evidently assisted by hydraulics. Behind the door was a sloping driveway leading down. Wenqi and Hong Yi were also astonished. They had been residents here the longest and didn't expect such a concealed passage in the underground garage. Mobai waved for everyone to follow and all of them walked down the driveway. After walking less than 100 meters, they arrived at a relatively spacious underground area. Under the appropriate brightness of the emergency lights, there was a space roughly the size of a basketball court. Mobai pointed to 3 iron doors across from them and said, the one on the left is the accommodation area with more than 20 rooms, a bathroom and shower facilities. There are bedding and some supplies as well. Wenqi takes some people to tidy it up to ensure it is livable. Wenqi nodded in agreement and led the team. The middle door is the common area, which contains a cafeteria, a clinic and a security room, Mobai said. Zhang Ji takes some people and used the spare monitors to establish the security system and integrate it into the monitoring network. The monitoring room will temporarily be set up in the security room. Zhang Ji nodded in agreement and immediately led a team there. Imobai looked at Li Hongyi. The one on the far right is the warehouse which contains food, daily supplies and some tents. You take some people to inventory it and hand it over to Wenqi. Everyone acted separately and in just 2 or 3 hours they had tidied up the not-so-large underground shelter. The underground civil defense facility on the second floor was tightly sealed with little dust. A simple cleaning was sufficient for them to move in. Although the environment was not as good as the power distribution building, being over 20 meters underground, it was not cold and there was a kerosene stove for heating. Imobai had Wenqi bring down some of the food from the refrigerator in the kitchen of the power distribution building, then adjusted the generator to the lowest setting, turned off the fuel boiler, ensured no one was left on the ground, and finally sealed another layer over the steel door leading to the underground facility. After sealing the door, everyone hid inside the civil defense facility on the second floor. With multiple steel gates and sealed doors protecting them over 20 meters underground, it was undoubtedly the safest shelter at present. The civil defense facility on the second floor had its own well to obtain underground water, but this underground water was not drinkable directly, as most areas in Kyoto had underground water contaminated by nuclear radiation requiring filtration to make it barely drinkable. However, the water from the power distribution building was still drinkable. Therefore, Imobai simply ran a water pipe down. The flow was not large, but it was sufficient for the daily needs of over a dozen people. As for food and other supplies, there were still a considerable number of reserves in the warehouse of the civil defense facility, but most of them were sealed rice and flour stored in sealed barrels. As for supplementary foods, there were only a large batch of canned goods and compressed biscuits. Of course, the quantity of these supplies was originally stored for 500 people for a month. With only a dozen people, these supplies would be enough for them to stay underground for over 2 years. However, none of this posed a problem. The corpse tide would pass in about half a month, but the challenges they would face then might be much more troublesome than now. Having sealed the main passage of the underground garage, Imobai knew there was another secret passage leading to a small warehouse behind the office building in the park. But that was an emergency route which they did not need to use at present. They couldn't waste time hiding underground from the corpse tide. Imobai knew that if people were idle they would become anxious, so he arranged enough work for the residents of the shelter. In addition to daily cleaning tasks, Imobai also led everyone to start reorganizing the stockpiling and categorization of supplies in the warehouse and to enhance several rooms in the functional area. For example, the kitchen and the cafeteria needed to be reorganized, the medical supplies and medicines in the clinic needed to be sorted, and the security room's monitoring also required the establishment of a weapon cabinet. Since this underground air raid shelter had existed for too long, some areas of the walls had already cracked. Imobai instructed people to repair these cracks with cement. However, soon someone came to report that there was a problem with a crack in one of the walls in the warehouse during repairs. Imobai hurriedly arrived to see a resident of the shelter who had once been a tiler staring blankly at the crack in the cement wall facing north under the light of the industrial lamp holding a putty knife. Seeing Imobai arrive, the resident who had experience as a tiler hurriedly explained, "This wall has a problem, you should take a look at the crack on the wall." Imobai took a step back to observe. The height of the warehouse was about 7 meters and this wall was about the same height. However, at the bottom of this wall some fine cracks appeared, and these cracks interconnected. From a distance they formed a roughly square outline of similar length and width. "I dare bet my 10 years of tiling experience that this wall was built later, and judging by the cement joints at the corners it must have been built less than a year ago," the resident excitedly said. Imobai was taken aback. Within a year. Apart from himself, the only ones who had been here were the officers from the district arms department, including Second Lieutenant Lee. Could it be that in addition to maintaining the equipment and replenishing supplies they also built a wall here? The last time he came he only brought a flashlight and hadn't noticed this wall in the corner at all. Looking at the area of these cracks, it was about 2 to 3 meters high with a similar width. If it were sealed it would only be the size of a corridor passage. It was impossible for it to be the kind of passage that could accommodate vehicles. Imobai turned to ask, "Is it easy to open?" "No problem. The thickness of the cement seems quite thin. This wall is not well constructed. 2 or 3 of us can pry it open in half an hour at most." Imobai thought for a moment and said, "Be a bit quieter. Even though we are underground there are still many zombies above." "Understood." Having instructed his subordinates to begin work, Imobai then told Hongyi to take Tian Chang and Wang Li to the security room to get weapons and equipment. This time Imobai didn't wear his usual combat chest rig but opted for a typical lightweight JPC tactical vest. This vest could carry more ammunition and items. Currently they only had 2 modified SKS semi-automatic rifles and 3 Lee Enfield bolt-action rifles along with a few shotguns. After some consideration, Tian Chang and Wang Li, both with shooting experience, took a shotgun and 20 rounds of ammunition each, while Li Hongyi unexpectedly got her hands on a carbine version of the Type 92. Tian Chang and Wang Li were fine with the situation. For them, using a shotgun in a relatively confined environment was certainly more reliable. Li Hongyi's expression was even more delightful. It was her first time seeing the Saifa-looking carbine version of the Type 92. Coupled with the modifications, the Type 92 was indeed more practical, making her very satisfied as she kept smiling. Imobai picked up a modern semi-automatic SKS and a Colt. He didn't bring many bullets, focusing more on a head-mounted strong flashlight and a light that could be clipped to the vest. These flashlights could provide illumination for over 5 hours, and everyone carried spare batteries. At this time, the warehouse had already been cleared of the entire wall under the influence of crowbars and hammers, revealing another sealed door painted green behind it with a distinct pentagonal wheel column on the door. Having prepared in advance, Mo took the wheel wrench from his backpack. This tool was something he had made himself using a universal workstation based on the original small wheel, specifically for occasions like this when encountering similar civil defense projects. Indeed, the mechanical key used for this type of civil defense project in the city was of the same model. As the wheel turned, Mo's heart was filled with curiosity about what lay behind the door. What exactly had Second Lieutenant Lee taken away from here, or had he left something behind? The steel door slowly opened, revealing what was evidently a standard passage about 4 meters wide. It was wider than an ordinary corridor. Mo smelled the air that came out and found no signs of decay. He tested the internal oxygen with a match and found it satisfactory, indicating that there should be ventilation in there. Peering inside, he saw a straight corridor that seemed to lead nowhere. His flashlight shone nearly 100 meters without revealing any exits or doors. Mo instructed Zhang Ji to wait at the entrance with the others while he had the electrician follow them with extension cords and emergency lights, placing an emergency light every 50 meters. As for the door, he simply used a crowbar to block it to prevent any mechanisms from closing it, even though the odds were low. Tian Chang held the shotgun in front, Wang Li brought up the rear, and Mo followed Tian Chang holding the SKS semi-automatic. Li Hongyi trailed behind Mo. Mo's backpack contained a head-mounted night vision device, but there was only one, so he did not equip it directly. It was just for emergencies. The pitch-black corridor was unexpectedly long. Before long, they had walked nearly 500 meters. By length, they must have exited the Cultural Park's range. If the direction was correct, they would soon reach Chaoyang Road. Indeed, after continuing for about 200 meters, they arrived at a fork in the passage. There was a sign at the fork with the right arrow labeled 3 rooms and the left arrow labeled Dingfuzzwang. Mo finally understood. Mo saw the sign in front of the underground passage and finally guessed the purpose of this passage. Both Dingfu Village and Sanjianfang are names of 2 large communities located on the east and west sides of the Cultural Park, which means that the other end of these 2 paths is likely the underground civil defense facilities of these 2 communities, namely the community air raid shelters. When the capital began large-scale construction of air raid shelters, the distribution and construction of underground civil defense facilities were primarily based on important factories and major residential areas. Later, with the improvement of the economy and living standards, the government mandated that large buildings and apartments must be constructed with underground parking lots or civil defense facilities. Often these 2 functions are integrated. However, many times these civil defense facilities managed by property companies are merely formalities, lacking solid and complex defense capabilities, and often do not store emergency supplies, sometimes being opened as commercial spaces or warehouses. Only the underground facilities originally built by the government in factories and large communities still retain relatively complete civil defense equipment. For instance, Mo's Cultural Park used to be a sizable machinery factory where thousands of people reportedly worked, which is why there is a 500-person capacity air raid shelter underground. In the large residential communities underground, there should be even larger civil defense facilities, but unexpectedly these facilities are connected by passages. Mo shared his speculation with Hongyi and the other 2. Tian Chang questioned, so are there people currently taking refuge in these community civil defense locations? Mo pondered for a moment, then shook his head. There might be some in normal wartime conditions, but we are too close to the nuclear explosion zone, so the government prioritized evacuating the residents here. I think the civil defense facilities here were abandoned before they could be activated, and the closer we are to the nuclear explosion center, the higher the probability that those underground facilities were abandoned. In contrast, areas like Baiguan and the airport far from the nuclear explosion center should have fully activated their civil defense facilities. Hongyi asked, so should we continue? Mo considered for a moment and decided to search the closer Sanjianfang community first. Following the direction indicated by the sign, the right passage appeared dark and long. Mo picked up the walkie-talkie. When in a moment you will encounter a junction. We are searching towards the right in the direction of the Sanjianfang community. Please direct your lights toward the junction until we return. After hearing Wen Qi's agreement from the walkie-talkie, Mo signaled to continue moving forward. While walking, Mo took out the map. He continued to look along Chaoyang Road and soon found the place he was looking for near the Sanjianfang community. It seemed it wasn't very far. After about 20 minutes of groping in the passage, since there was no snow accumulation like on the surface, their movement underground was very swift. Although this passage appeared somewhat old, its quality was excellent. At this moment, Tian Chang, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. Boss, it seems we've reached the end. Mo stepped forward, and at the end of the passage stood a familiar green steel gate. Mo approached to inspect it. This door had clearly been maintained just like the sealed door on the original underground second floor, with traces of lubrication on the bearings. It seemed related to the maintenance conducted by Second Lieutenant Lee, but he was uncertain if it was the same team. Taking out the 5-angle wheel from his backpack, Mo and the others easily opened the sealed door.
However, the scene behind the steel door surprised them. It was another junction, but this time there were no signs at the passage.
Mobai frowned and looked down at the map. If he estimated correctly, they should be near the intersection north of the Sanjianfang community.
The right path should lead directly to the community center where the main civil defense facilities ought to be located. So where does the left passage lead? Mobai suddenly thought of something and took out another map from his tactical vest, which was the one he got from Wenqi. With a glance he found their location, then looking north across the road Mobai's gaze stopped at a spot marked with a green 5-point star on the map: Militia Home of Sanjianfang Community.
Militia Home.
Hong Yi, who was beside him, also leaned over to look at the map, equally puzzled. She asked, "What is the militia home for?"
"I've never heard of it."
"Is it for social gatherings?" At that moment Tian Chang took over and said it should be the office of the community militia, responsible for organizing training and liaising with the community militia, which is also part of the community organization.
It is said that there is even a game room inside. Nearby Wang Li awkwardly added, "Actually, the current militia organization is basically just a formality. Security and patrol are generally handled by the police or special police, and if necessary by the armed police. These militiamen who train for only half a month a year are hardly effective, and despite such a large community, even with tens or hundreds of thousands of residents, there are only dozens of militiamen, with just a few often present in the office. We, the special police, have cooperated with the community militia during epidemic control and flood prevention, but their numbers are small and they lack execution capability. They're just window dressing."
Mobai's main concern was clearly not here. He asked, "So do the community militia have weapons?"
Wang Li thought for a moment and hesitantly replied, "That's not very clear. After all, it's not a unified system.
Militia weapons are generally retired military weapons from the previous generation, which are not the same as police weapons. Moreover, these weapons are stored in specialized armories, so it's unlikely they are kept in ordinary community militia offices."
Mobai contemplated and decided they should still check it out.
After all, the biggest problem with his refuge now was the ongoing tide of corpses, and even after the tide passed, many scattered zombies would remain.
With only over 1,000 rounds of ammunition and a few rifles, they couldn't hold out for long.
Thus he decided to head left to check the militia home. The left passage turned upward after a short distance, clearly indicating they were not far from the exit. After walking up for 2 minutes, they finally reached the end of the underground passage. It was a sealed door, but noticeably smaller than the previous door connecting to the civil defense facilities, just slightly larger than a regular room door. It also required a specialized 5-angle wheel to open. Next to the sealed door there was a green metal box hanging on the wall, identical to the one Second Lieutenant Li had placed at the underground garage entrance. Mobai handed the wheel to Tian Chang and the others to open the door while he opened the sealed map inside the metal box. A quick glance revealed it was a simplified map of the underground civil defense facilities of the Sanjianfang community. According to the map, this type of community civil defense facility consists of several relatively independent underground air raid shelters, each capable of accommodating 200 to 300 people, with a total of 5 dispersed across the community's public areas underground, such as underneath the community activity center, basketball court and small park. In addition to some supplies in each underground air raid shelter, there was also an additional storage room underneath the community activity center for extra food and supplies.
Mobai put away the map.
Although it was good, it still did not show him the location of the militia's weapons cache. It seemed he could only check the militia home on the ground. As the sealed steel door opened, it revealed a semi-underground corridor only a few meters long, likely a place like an underground warehouse. The corridor was bordered on both sides by iron railings, and inside iron shelves were piled high with boxes. Tian Chang, seeing those green boxes, exclaimed, "These are all military supply boxes, possibly containing ammunition and supply."
Mobai asked them to wait a moment, then turned sideways to block their view, took out a master key, and in just a few seconds unlocked the heavy iron lock. The warehouse, sealed off by the iron railings, was not large, only about 20 square meters. Wang Li pried open the first box with a crowbar, revealing large pieces of canvas and several steel pipes, clearly items for setting up tents. After prying open several similar boxes, they even found tables, chairs and empty cloth bags that had not been filled with sand. These were evidently just some emergency disaster relief supplies. Just when Mobai thought he might have come here for nothing, Li Hongyi suddenly pointed at a small window in the semi-underground area and said, "Look, the police station is in the same yard as ours." Mobai leaned over the small window and saw that indeed a large police badge was painted on the white outer wall of the building with promotional text stating, "If you have difficulties, find a police officer." It seemed this building was shared by the militia and the police station. Mobai quickly told Tian Chang to stop searching in the warehouse and directly opened the door at the end of the corridor. Sure enough, it led to a stairwell, and directly opposite was another anti-theft door painted with a police badge. Mobai did not go upstairs but went directly to the anti-theft door, took out the master key and began to unlock it. This lock was a bit more complicated, but it only took him a dozen seconds to open. Inside was a small basement of only a few square meters with 2 tables in the middle and rows of gun cabinets on either side. Mobai was overjoyed and quickly beckoned the others to come in.
This was the police station's storage room, which housed firearms and bomb-proof equipment as well as some confiscated contraband temporarily placed on a few shelves surrounded by barbed wire. Tian Chang and Wang Li began prying open the gun cabinets, placing the firearms on the table one by one. Slightly disappointing was that there weren't many firearms inside, only 3 92 type pistols, 2 shotguns, and curiously there were magazines and ammunition for the 95 type rifle, but the actual rifles had disappeared. Additionally, the bulletproof vests and helmets in the cabinets were also missing, indicating that most of the weapons and equipment had been taken by the police when they left for their assignments. The remaining supplies were not plentiful in terms of ammunition. There were over 300 shotgun shells and more than 1,000 9mm pistol rounds, along with over 200 rounds of 5.8mm rifle ammunition. Mo Bai told Wang Li to search the militia warehouse for a flatbed cart and 2 boxes to pack these items and take them away. Suddenly recalling something, Mo Bai approached the shelves containing the contraband, looked at the inventory hanging nearby, and was startled. It turned out that this shelf actually contained 2 barrels of 50 kilograms of nitrocellulose. This substance is a primary material for making explosives. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that the police station had arrested a small firework workshop that was producing fireworks illegally, and during this process they discovered that they were making explosives to sell to those who used them for fishing. These were the raw materials they confiscated. Mo Bai gasped. 50 kilograms of nitrocellulose, if it exploded, could easily blow this building to the sky. Fortunately, this substance, if stored properly, has a low chance of spontaneous combustion and explosion. Looking further down the inventory of confiscated items, there were also some nitrous compounds and other useful items. More notably, the inventory mentioned a privately owned fuel truck selling gasoline without a permit, which had been impounded in the police station's parking lot. If Mo Bai remembered correctly, that parking lot was located right behind the police station. Sure enough, Mo Bai quickly found the impounded fuel truck outside another window. If the records in the inventory were correct, that fuel truck should still contain thousands of liters of No. 92 gasoline. However, this situation was equally not optimistic, as in one corner of the parking lot Mo Bai saw 3 wandering radiation zombies. It seemed that the nearby buildings could not accommodate so many radiation zombies, and many scattered zombies had wandered into the surrounding area. The longer time passed, the wider the range these zombies wandered. It was only a matter of time before they entered the cultural park. Just then a voice of surprise came from behind Mo Bai. "Boss Missouri, look at this." Mo Bai turned around to see Wang Li holding a small black storage box on which was the inscription LS7. This box was under the gun cabinet alongside the 9mm ammunition, Wang Li said happily. Mo Bai was equally delighted to open the box, which contained a submachine gun with a black folding stock. He was somewhat surprised to see this submachine gun, as he had heard that the police department had begun to equip this new style submachine gun, but he hadn't expected to find it in a local police station. Mo Bai took out the submachine gun and examined it. It was evident that this LS7 had likely undergone test firing and calibration, and it was fitted with a 2x magnifying white light scope. What was truly unexpected was that there was also a silencer in the box, which was quite rare for the LS7. The box also contained 2 original 30-round magazines, and Wang Li found 4 30-round submachine gun magazines packaged in plastic boxes in the gun cabinet. Together that made 6, enough for use. Mo Bai was very satisfied. He slung the SKS on his back, took down 2 boxes of 9mm ammunition from the shelf, and started loading the 30-round magazine of the submachine gun. Such a silenced weapon was a valuable asset in the apocalypse. Soon a chaotic sound of footsteps could be heard outside the police station's door, accompanied by shouts, "Hurry, those zombies are catching up." Get inside the police station. Mo Bai furrowed his brows, turned around, picked up the LS7 submachine gun from the table, inserted the magazine, and gently pulled back the bolt, producing a soft click as the bullet chambered. He then placed 2 already loaded magazines into the empty magazine pouches on his tactical vest, while 3 empty magazines along with another box of bullets were tossed into his backpack. Mo Bai signaled Tian Chang and Wang Li to quickly move the 2 barrels of gunpowder into the underground passage behind the sealed door, while he took Li Hongyi up the stairs to the 2nd floor of the police station. He crouched by the window in the corridor. At that moment, the police station's gate was slowly being pushed open and several people staggered in through the gap. Amidst the gunfire, one person rushed in shouting, "Close the door, there's no one left." Upon closer inspection, Mo Bai saw that the last person entering was a young girl holding a Type 92 pistol, and beneath her down jacket she was unmistakably wearing a police uniform, albeit dirty and tattered, confirming she was a female officer. As the door closed, the few people at the entrance hurriedly found sticks and benches to brace against the iron door, while the sound of pounding on the door from outside echoed. One person urgently asked the female officer, "Officer Wu, what should we do now?" Officer Wu wiped her face, struggled to stand up, leaned against a tree to catch her breath, and as the pounding on the iron door increased, she gritted her teeth and said, "The police station has an armory underground stocked with weapons and ammunition. We need to replenish quickly and break out from the parking lot at the back." A man exhausted and slumped on the ground glanced at his empty pistol and said, "Why are there so many zombies? They forced us out of the school and have been chasing us all the way here, and their numbers just keep increasing." Officer Wu pointed to 2 individuals. "Xiao Zhang, you 2 hold the door. Well, go in to find ammunition. Move quickly, the surrounding zombies are definitely still gathering here.
If we wait any longer, we might not be able to leave.
After saying this, Officer Wu walked toward the main building of the police station. Mo-bai was still contemplating whether to greet her when he suddenly heard a heavy object falling. Looking in that direction, he saw a row of zombies attempting to climb over the courtyard wall, indicating there might be something outside that allowed them to scale it. The first zombie to fall over was the one that had just made it over the wall. Before the few people inside the courtyard could react, 2 more zombies climbed in from outside, landing in the yard. Before the fallen zombies could rise, Officer Xiao took a few steps forward, raised her Type 92, and with 3 shots executed each fallen zombie with clean headshots, her killing decisiveness leaving no room for hesitation. She then called the 2 holding the door inside, "Stop bracing it, they've climbed over the wall. Hurry and get inside the building." Her reaction was quick, but the zombies on the wall surged forward with 5 or 6 more climbing into the yard. The 4 or 5 of them ran to the front of the police station, only to find the front door was locked with a heavy lock. Officer Wu raised her hand and fired 2 shots. The bullet struck the iron lock but failed to destroy it. The lock remained immovable. In a moment of anxiety, a voice called from above, "Watch out." Then a heavy iron hammer fell down. Officer Wu didn't have time to look up to see who had thrown it. She picked it up from the ground and smashed it down on the lock, which opened with a clang. The group rushed inside and quickly locked the door behind them. Before they could catch their breath, over a dozen zombies that had already entered the yard lunged at them, and they could see that the zombies were already at the door. At that moment, a crisp sound of single fire shots echoed from the second floor. With the sound of gunfire, zombies fell one by one as they were shot in the head. However, Officer Wu could tell from the sound that it wasn't the familiar sound of the Type 92, it was likely a submachine gun firing in single shots, muffled as it used a suppressor. Could it be the surviving SWAT officers? Officer Wu harbored doubts. As the gunfire ceased, over a dozen irradiated zombie corpses lay in the yard of the police station, but the sounds from outside the wall hadn't diminished, rather they were growing louder as more zombies gathered. At that moment, a young man wearing a black tactical vest descended the stairs holding a submachine gun equipped with a suppressor, followed by a charming girl who surprisingly held a carbine-style automatic pistol. The young man gripping the submachine gun unloaded the empty magazine into an ammo pouch and took out a fully loaded magazine to attach, then asked, "I can take you out of here, but you must follow my lead from now on." "Can you do that?" Officer Wu glanced at her empty pistol, gritted her teeth, and nodded. Mo-bai did not act immediately but instead looked at the other 4 survivors alongside Officer Wu. "What about you?" The 4 did not say much, only gazing at Officer Wu with hopeful eyes. She helplessly nodded. "Let's go together, we have no other choice now." "As long as it isn't the worst choice." Mo-bai nodded and smiled. "Welcome to my shelter." He then signaled everyone to follow him down the stairs to the basement, locking the iron door of the stairwell behind them. The police station's floors were all equipped with sturdy iron doors. Officer Wu did not hesitate and directly followed Mo-bai. In the basement, they saw the armory door ajar and boxes on a cart. Realizing that Mo-bai had already beaten them to the police station's armory, she couldn't help but feel annoyed and said, "Did you just loot the police station like this?" Mo-bai shrugged. "One must survive, and if I hadn't come here, how could I have saved the 5 of you?" At this point, Mo-bai added, "Why don't you introduce yourselves first?" The group reached the end of the basement corridor and Wang Li, who was pulling the cart, closed the last door leading to the militia's warehouse. Looking at the sealed door at the end of the corridor, Officer Wu raised an eyebrow. "Civil Defense Facilities. How did you know about this place?" "Only those from the armed department should know about the related access points." Mo-bai did not answer the question but gestured for Wang Li and the others to push the cart inside. Meanwhile, the sounds of zombies screaming and chaotic footsteps filled the courtyard of the police station, indicating a significant number had gathered around. Officer Wu, hearing the sounds around her, turned pale. Even she, with her naturally brave disposition, could not help but feel frightened. Mo-bai signaled them to follow and the group all entered the sealed door using a 5-point wheel to close the steel door, effectively shutting out the terrifying sounds of the zombies from the courtyard. In the pitch-black corridor, Officer Wu calmed down following Mo-bai's flashlight beam as they walked and began recounting their experiences. Officer Wu's full name was Wu Fei. She came from a family of police officers with both her parents and grandparents serving in the police system. Her mother was a forensic doctor and her father was a SWAT instructor. Influenced by her family's background, she aspired to be a good police officer from a young age. She was intelligent and graduated at the top of her class from the Police Academy's Criminal Investigation program. After 2 years of experience, she joined the Criminal Investigation team of the precinct. She later solved numerous major cases and was appointed as the vice-captain of the second team of the precinct's Criminal Investigation Unit. With the captain nearing retirement, she essentially became the youngest captain in the precinct's history. Just as the precinct was about to promote her, the nuclear apocalypse struck without warning and all police forces were dispatched to maintain order and rescue civilians. The capable Wu Fei was appointed to command a rescue team specifically responsible for saving individuals on a special list. The so-called special list consisted of elite individuals who needed to be prioritized for survival during wars or disasters, including various scientists, senior engineers, and other professionals. Wu Fei's team comprised a small group of SWAT officers and 2 criminal detectives who infiltrated various evacuation points and survivor camps to locate individuals on the list and transport them to designated safe locations. The problem arose during their last mission when they received the locations of two important individuals marked in red on the list. To save time, Wu Fei split her team into two groups. An older detective took half the SWAT officers to retrieve one person while she led the remaining officers to get the other. Unexpectedly, that expert insisted on bringing along a group of survivors before he would leave. Wu Fei had no choice but to take them with her to the designated location. Unfortunately, they were ambushed by a large number of marauders along the way, resulting in the sacrifice of all four SWAT officers who heroically covered their escape.
Most survivors scattered, leaving only Wu Fei with the expert and a few others to find refuge in a residential building.
Initially planning to return after the marauders dispersed, Officer Wu did not expect heavy snowfall to seal off all roads.
Cut off from communication, they became trapped in the residential building.
To survive, they scavenged all supplies from the building, barely making it through 4 months.
However, the recent wave of irradiated zombies finally forced them out of the now depleted building.
Along the way, they lost nearly half their members and managed to escape to the police station.
Mo-Bai was already aware of what happened next.
Pausing in the middle of the group, Mo-Bai asked, "Who was the expert you were escorting?" A man in his 50s wearing glasses slowly raised his hand. "That damn special person is me, Son Lin Tao." There was a trace of vacancy on his haggard face, suggesting he had been tormented by guilt for a long time.
Mo-Bai merely glanced at him. "What kind of expert?"
Son Lin Tao hesitated for a moment. "I have a PhD in chemistry and biology, and I am the chief engineer of Lushan Chemical Company, formerly known as Factory 110. Officer Wu was taken aback when she heard Factory 110. Factory 110.
"You used to work on chemical weapons." Song Lin Tao smiled bitterly. "That was over 20 years ago.
The factory was restructured at the end of the 1990s and Factory 110 was closed and merged into Lushan Company. It's still state-owned, but our main business now focuses on chemical products needed for national defense. To put it simply, explosives." He adjusted his glasses and continued, "It's not just explosives, we also research solid fuels for propellant rockets and missile engines. As for myself, I withdrew from frontline research a year ago and mainly handle scientific administration such as project approval and technical organization."
Mo-Bai chuckled. This guy's expertise was indeed relevant.
The explosive cotton and nitric acid he had acquired would certainly come in handy. However, this was not the time to discuss that. Returning to the shelter was the priority. The group pushed 2 flat carts and quickly arrived at a fork in the road.
Mo-Bai didn't hesitate and directly retraced their steps back to the cultural park. Only Officer Wu glanced at the other direction of the fork.
Before long, they saw lights glowing in the distance of the dark corridor, which was the emergency lighting being installed by Wen Qi and her team. Upon seeing the sign at the intersection, Wu Fei understood, so the civil defense facilities around here are interconnected.
No wonder. Mo-Bai was not surprised by Wu Fei's quick understanding of the underground passage's purpose.
A woman who could become a captain at such a young age certainly possessed sufficient knowledge and observational skills. He simply smiled and raised his hand to signal everyone to return to the shelter. Everyone entered the sealed door and Tian Chang used the wheel to close the steel door. Looking at the wheel in Tian Chang's hand, Wu Fei curiously asked, "Where did you get that wheel used to open the door?" "I remember only those from the armed department's civil defense engineers have something like this, while others can only use codes or brute force to open the doors."
Mo-Bai feigned mystery and smiled, whispering, "It's a secret."
Wu Fei was not angry, she merely huffed, knowing she would find out eventually. Upon arriving at the shelter, Mo-Bai did not stand on ceremony and first asked Wu Fei to surrender her weapons. In the shelter, only Mo-Bai was allowed to carry weapons at all times, others could only be armed during missions. Wu Fei did not refuse and handed over her empty Type 92.
Among the remaining 4, only one had a similarly empty shotgun.
After briefly informing them of the shelter's basic rules, Mo-Bai had Wen Qi register their information and arrange accommodations. The vacant rooms on the second underground floor were sufficient. Although most were 4-person rooms, there were still plenty available for 2. At this moment, Mo-Bai's shelter system flashed a notification: 5 new residents have joined the shelter, reward of 350 bottle caps. Mo-Bai's heart stirred. The 350 bottle caps instead of 250 indicated that among the newcomers there were individuals with special talents, likely Wu Fei and Son Lin Tao. Opening the shelter's system interface, he found their profiles under resident personnel. Son Lin Tao's specialty as a chemist, proficient in identifying and synthesizing various chemical products. Wu Fei expertise as a weapons specialist, skilled in using various firearms, advanced proficiency in basic firearms, handguns and submachine guns, and intermediate proficiency in rifles and sniper rifles. Mo-Bai finally understood Wu Fei. The seemingly delicate officer was actually an expert marksman with high proficiency in most weapon specialties, truly a master marksman. He had originally thought that his physical enhancement from the strengthening agents allowed him to skillfully handle weapons, which was impressive. However, seeing Wu Fei's abilities opened his eyes.
Mo-Bai was well aware of how formidable a weapons specialist with advanced proficiency could be.
In terms of efficiency in killing irradiated zombies, even the top 10 super experts in the future rankings might struggle against a well-armed firearms master in a zombie tide.
The second underground level has been tidied up quite a bit.
If we were to list its pros and cons, the main issue would be the insufficient lighting, as energy conservation led to a minimal number of lights being installed, only provided in necessary locations. The dim lighting and inadequate illumination can easily create a sense of oppression, and prolonged living underground can lead to various psychological and physiological issues. Therefore, Mobai does not plan to stay underground for long. He intends to grit his teeth and wait for the zombie tide to dissipate. This is not easy, especially with the first wave of zombies after the apocalypse, which will undoubtedly last longer than anticipated. Mobai has prepared himself to stay underground for a month. Wu Fei, who has just been settled into a room, is greeting another woman who shares the room with her. This woman is a member of Zhang Ji's original team and is currently working in the cleaning crew. Wu Fei's enthusiasm surprises her a bit, and the two quickly strike up a conversation. Wu Fei's years of experience in criminal investigation are not merely for show. Within just over 20 minutes she has essentially grasped the basic situation of this shelter. The one named Mobai is currently the owner and manager of the shelter, and Zhang Ji, the leader among the dozen or so people who sought refuge here, is a friend of Mobai. Thus Zhang Ji is effectively the second-in-command of the shelter. Wu Fei is still unaware of how Mobai discovered and occupied this underground civil defense facility. According to the information she has received, Mobai also has a solid 3-story stronghold on the surface as a shelter. It is very likely that he and a few others collected supplies to establish it after the apocalypse. The information she gathered from the woman indicates that Mobai is quite decent as long as they do their jobs well. He will not skimp on living supplies. On the contrary, their food and daily necessities are very abundant, even including items like toilet paper. Wu Fei decides to observe for a few more days and gather more intelligence before making a decision. What Wu Fei does not know is that in Mobai's eyes her thoughts are as transparent as air. In the resident list of the shelter, Wu Fei's loyalty is at the bottom with only a score of 38. In contrast, Song Lin Tao, who just arrived, has already reached a loyalty score of 47 within 2 days. Wu Fei's score has not yet reached 40, indicating that she might be considering taking over the shelter in her capacity as a senior officer. If it were merely a small survivor camp with fewer than 20 people, her approach might indeed succeed. It is worth noting that the apocalypse has only been a little over half a year, and the government and order still reside in the hearts of most citizens. As long as officers from strong government agencies like the police and military lead, most citizens would still prefer to comply with management. This is also the reason why most survivor camps after the apocalypse were initially managed by remnants of local government personnel or even just staff from public institutions. Mobai does not pay much attention to this issue. The shelter system he possesses only needs to ensure that everyone is well-fed and loyalty will not drop. Once loyalty exceeds 50, there would generally be no changes in management without significant upheaval, as everyone is well-fed and feels secure underground. Only someone with a problem would want to change the manager. Moreover, even Wu Fei, who harbors such thoughts, is also within the influence of the system. As long as she does not act for half a month, her loyalty will inevitably rise and she will eventually discard such thoughts. Mobai has other important matters to attend to. He has received 5 items that earned him 350 bottle caps. Combined with the ammunition and chemical supplies he has gathered, he is still short of over 100 bottle caps to conduct a high-level lottery. Unfortunately, being trapped underground, they currently do not have many ways to earn bottle caps. 2 days later, in the dormitory of the accommodation area, Song Lin Tao is fiddling with the kettle in his hand. The kitchen equipment on the second underground level is rudimentary, and he has not found the coffee maker he wanted, let alone the coffee ingredients. Feeling a bit down, he can only boil some water to drink. At that moment, there is a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he sees Mobai standing there with a paper bag in hand, smilingly saying, "I heard you love coffee, but under these conditions it's really not feasible. I only managed to find some instant coffee. Do you think it will suit your taste?" "Instant coffee is fine too." Overjoyed, Song Lin Tao quickly takes it. He sees that the small bag contains several different brands of coffee packets and even 2 bags of drip coffee. He quickly brews a cup with the just boiled water, watching the coffee foam swirl in the cup. Tears well up in his eyes and a single tear falls. He hurriedly wipes away his tears and looks up to ask, "Mr. Mo, I'm really very sorry. I haven't been able to help at all since I arrived and have to trouble you to find coffee for me. I truly feel bad about this. If there's anything I can do, please don't hesitate to ask." Mobai smiles and says, "Actually, there is something you can help with." Song Lin Tao quickly replies, "What is it?" "When we picked you up, we also brought back some nitrocellulose and nitric acid among other chemicals. We need some propellant for bullets to produce reloadable ammunition, as the shelter's ammunition reserves are still a bit low and we can only make some ammunition ourselves. You are an expert in this area. Is there anything you can do?" Song Lin Tao thinks for a moment. Making bullet propellant is not complicated. With nitrocellulose and nitric acid, the other materials are relatively simple. However, the propellant made this way will be slightly less safe than factory-made products. Care should be taken during storage. Mobai nods in satisfaction, saying, "Then I'll leave it to Dr. Song." He decides to temporarily entrust the production of gunpowder to Song Lin Tao. The several machines moved to the second underground level can first synthesize the propellant, and once they return to the surface they can use a universal workbench to assemble the bullets. If they manage to win a chemical workbench in the lottery, they can officially produce their own bullets.
Mobi currently has quite a few headaches because in half a month the radiation zombie tide will pass and numerous scattered zombies will remain in the surrounding buildings. Clearing them out will become the most important task.
These wandering radiation zombies pose a significant threat as they often lurk in the darkest corners, launching surprise attacks on humans.
Moreover, wandering zombies can inadvertently form groups and continually attract other wandering zombies.
Once their numbers reach a certain level, it will trigger a new wave of radiation zombies. At that point, regularly clearing out radiation zombies will become the most common task, requiring individuals with exceptional combat abilities to execute it. Currently, the shelter only has Li Hongyi and the newly arrived officer Wu Fei who possess combat skills. Tian Chang and the others possess a certain level of combat ability, but the gap between them and the two girls with professional combat expertise is so vast that it exceeds their own understanding.
The most capable and suitable candidate is Officer Wu Fei. Unfortunately, her loyalty is also the lowest. If things go awry while the chances of a coup are small, she might defect to another large survivor camp with government ties. As for Li Hongyi, her fighting talent will likely manifest greater combat power a few months after cultivating the body refinement technique. However, her outstanding fighting ability will mainly shine in small-scale battles, and there will still be some limitations. Most people's combat power at this stage is still directly linked to weapons and ammunition.
Regarding Hongyi's combat capability, Mobi ponders lowering his arm and letting his fingers touch the manager's badge on his bracelet.
In the next moment, an ancient wooden box appears in his hand. Is this for me?
Li Hongyi's eyes have already turned into crescent moons. Inside the beautiful wooden box, a row of 6 shiny crescent-shaped throwing knives is prominently displayed with sharp blades and compact handles.
Even she who does not understand throwing knives can tell that this set of throwing knives is extraordinary.
Mobi smiles and says, "Yes, this is for your self-defense. It's called the Elegant Flying Knives, a set of 6 throwing knives that can be used as small daggers when necessary. Its characteristic is a very high hit rate requiring strong hand strength and keen eyesight, making it very suitable for you." Hongyi happily takes the flying knives and the two immediately go to the connecting hall of the second underground level. To see clearly, Mobi turns on a few extra lights. On the concrete pillar there is a wooden human-shaped target roughly the size of an adult with circles marked on the head, neck and heart. Mobi points at the target and encourages Hongyi to give it a try. Hongyi excitedly opens the box, grabbing all 6 throwing knives. Mobi initially wants to remind her to be careful not to cut herself, but finds that Hongyi easily holds 3 of the throwing knives between her fingers. With her fingers moving, the first throwing knife smoothly glides to the tip of her right index finger, held gracefully by 3 fingers, making for a strikingly impressive pose. Hongyi does not even realize how naturally she adopts the throwing knife's starting position. Mobi can only attribute this to her talent and the quality attributes of the elegant flying knives.
It seems that high attribute named weapons can enhance the user's proficiency to a certain extent.
If the user's motor nerves are well developed, the compatibility will be even higher. With the flying knife in hand, Hongyi hesitates for a few seconds, shifts her body to several angles, and after slightly adjusting her posture, she finally finds a stance that feels comfortable. Her entire body tilts slightly with her raised right arm hanging down at a 15-degree angle. Suddenly Hongyi raises her hand, a flash of light streaks by, and a crescent-shaped throwing knife about 10 centimeters long quivers as it embeds itself in the red heart of the target 20 meters away, half of the knife buried in the thick wooden target. It is only then that a soft thud reaches the ears of the two. Mobi is astonished to find that Hongyi's speed is truly beyond his imagination. In his mind, even if she has remarkable talent, mastering throwing knife techniques would require some practice. He never expected that with the support of a named weapon her first throw would yield such astonishing results. Excited Hongyi seems equally surprised by the effectiveness of her throwing knives. After receiving a look of encouragement from Mobi, she promptly throws the remaining knives, producing several soft sounds. The remaining 5 throwing knives land on the target one after another as expected, 3 in the head and 2 in the heart.
Judging by accuracy alone, this practice is a perfect score.
Looking at her excellent results, Hongyi's expression carries some confusion. "Boss, why do I feel like the throwing knives are correcting their accuracy on their own? Especially with the 6th knife, my finger's force was a bit lacking and it should have deviated by 2 to 3 centimeters, yet the throwing knife still hit the heart area."
Mobi explains this is a set of named equipment and its special effect improves accuracy. This means that as long as you aim at a place, even if there is some error, it will still hit. At this moment Hongyi's eyes shine brightly. She quickly runs to the wooden target, pulls out all 6 throwing knives and then runs over to Mobi, bowing respectfully, filled with joy. "So boss, is there anything I need to pay attention to?" Hongyi asks humbly.
"Well, since you have the accuracy boost, you can focus more on strength and technique in your practice, such as throwing knives with both hands and simultaneously targeting multiple attackers. Also, this set of throwing knives is incredibly sharp with enough force it can pierce through regular bulletproof vests. Of course, if you face raiders, targeting unprotected areas like the neck would be more appropriate. For regular zombies and mutated creatures, the head should always be the primary target."
Understood. Hongyi nods vigorously.
"I'll practice harder, boss." Mobi thinks for a moment, ensuring no one is around, and quietly says, "Practice in less populated areas, especially your techniques. The fewer people who know, the better."
Yes, I understand. A secret technique must be saved for last. Hani chuckles. After sending off Hani, Mo by reflects and heads to Officer Wu's residence. After knocking and entering, Mo by finds Wu Fei's police uniform spread out on her desk.
It is evident that this uniform means a lot to her. Although it is just a standard training outfit, it shows signs of wear and tear, yet she has patched it up quite neatly.
Is there something you need, Comrade Mo by?
Officer Wu's politeness carries a hint of distance. After all, in her understanding, all groups not managed by the government are inherently illegal.
Mo by smiles and says, actually there is a matter.
Our shelter was originally supposed to search 3 community air defense rooms, but we had to end the search hurriedly when we encountered you, so the community air defense rooms still haven't been searched.
So you want me to finish what we didn't do last time? Wu Fei raises an eyebrow.
Mo by smiles and replies, not quite. I hope you can join my search team as the temporary captain. After all, we are short on personnel and there are only 2 or 3 people in the shelter who can actually fire a gun. Wu Fei considers for a moment and responds, I can agree to that, but I must state that once the zombie tide you mentioned passes, I need you to promise to let me go to find my superiors. We have a rendezvous point, and while the chances of them still being there after several months are slim, I believe they will leave me information at the rendezvous point.
Only then can I decide on my next course of action. Are you trying to protect Dr. Song Lin Tao and bring him back? Mo by nods.
He knows that if he does not agree to Wu Fei, she might secretly take Song Lin Tao and escape. For Wu Fei, completing her superior's mission is the most important matter. This search team was almost entirely mobilized, apart from when she and 2 female residents who stayed behind. The rest of the personnel were all dispatched. The search team was divided into several small groups, each consisting of 5 members. Wu Fei led the first group while Zhang Ji led the second group. Considering that Zhang Ji, though experienced, lacked personal combat strength, Mo by assigned Li Hongyi to his team. As for the team members, the seasoned Tian Chang and Wang Li were placed in Wu Fei's group, while the remaining 3 brought by Wu Fei were allocated to Zhang Ji. This apparent distribution, which clearly isolated familiar faces, did not provoke any discontent from Wu Fei. She calmly accepted the personnel adjustments. Zhang Ji glanced at Mo by when he heard the roster and remained silent. Mo by understood that Zhang Ji grasped his intentions. Most of the members in the current shelter were relatively new arrivals, and small teams sticking together was highly discouraged. Therefore, appropriately separating them was indeed for their own good. The primary objective of this search operation was to locate usable supplies. Each group was equipped with a flatbed cart for transporting materials. However, due to a shortage of personnel, even if a large quantity of supplies was discovered, there were not enough vehicles to transport them, relying solely on manpower and flatbed carts for gradual hauling. Watching the lights of the 2 groups disappear into the depths of the corridor, Mo by also set off. Unlike Wu Fei and Zhang Ji's groups heading towards the underground air raid shelter of the Sanjianfang community, Mo by planned to take another corridor to check out the civil defense facilities at Dingfuzwang, as there was also a police station in that area. If given the chance, he hoped to find some ammunition supplies. The dark corridor conveyed a sense of oppression, even with the flashlight set to high beam. The illumination range in the relatively narrow underground passage barely extended beyond 30 meters. The sound of shoes stepping on the stone echoed far in the silent corridor, reverberating loudly, which indeed heightened the tension. Mo by glanced back at the 2 people following him. They were former teammates of Zhang Ji with expertise only as electricians. Mo by did not issue weapons to the 2 of them. For individuals without training, the likelihood of injuring their own team while armed far outweighed the risk to enemies. Thus, Mo by provided each of them with a simple luggage cart, the kind commonly seen in clothing and electronics wholesale markets, sturdy enough to facilitate transporting some supplies when they were found. Extracting a glow stick from his tactical vest, Mo by snapped it back and forth to activate its glow. He left it on the ground as a return beacon if the flashlight's light source was lost. As long as he could see the glow stick at intervals, it would confirm the way back. Dingfuzwang was farther away than Sanjianfang, and the pace of the 3 was relatively quicker than that of Wu Fei and Zhang Ji, who were dragging flatbed carts. After half an hour, they reached the first gate. Similarly, they found an iron box containing maps at the steel gate. The simple map of the civil defense facilities indicated that the civil defense structure at Dingfuzwang was divided into 2 main parts, with the southern section being the Media University, which housed an independent civil defense facility managed by the university. The civil defense facility was not connected to the northern section. The entrance to the air raid shelter was located within the advertising museum of the Media University. The northern civil defense facility in Dingfuzwang was situated underground at the Jifuyuan community. It was designed as a civilian air raid shelter with a standard capacity of 2,000 people. According to the blueprints, the civil defense facility was interconnected with the underground basements surrounding Jifuyuan's commercial and residential spaces. Mo by frowned. This civil defense structure, modified from a basement, was complex. A portion of it had likely been repurposed into storage by the businesses above. Not to mention whether usable supplies existed inside the sections connected to the civil defense passage might have been blocked by users. Patiently studying the map, Mo by identified the core of the civil defense facility in Dingfuzwang's northern section, which was the largest underground facility, approximately 5,000 square meters according to the map.
The red dot marked on the map indicated its location.
Emobai took out a Favigio handwheel from his backpack and began to unlock the steel gate. Behind the steel gate lay a 3-meter-wide underground corridor just as it had been before. The corridor's ceiling was equipped with lighting, however it evidently lacked electricity and could not be turned on. Continuing along the corridor for several hundred meters, Emobai arrived before an iron door. This type of iron door was commonly seen in underground parking lots and was clearly not locked. Turning the handle, the three of them pushed the iron door open with force, revealing what was obviously an underground parking lot. It appeared to have over 100 parking spaces, but most of them were empty now. Emobai frowned. These people had actually transformed the largest area of the civil defense project into a parking lot. What if a natural disaster or war occurred and people sought refuge there? After a brief scan of the underground parking lot, it was evident that this was either the second or third underground level, and he did not see any wandering zombies. The map in his hand seemed of little use. After careful inspection, Emobai finally confirmed that a portion of the parking lot had not been entirely converted for parking purposes. At least 1/5 of the space had been sealed off. Arriving at the marked location on the map, he found a thick brick wall and a familiar steel gate. There was an iron plaque next to the wall indicating that this was the emergency supply warehouse for civil defense. Emobai couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. The originally large-scale civil defense facility capable of accommodating thousands now resembled merely a few hundred square meters of a warehouse. He wondered what the civil defense officers from the armed department would think upon seeing this. On the other hand, this made things simpler. He took out the Favigio handwheel to open the steel gate. The flashlight illuminated the interior space. To his surprise, the space inside was surprisingly large, nearly 1,000 square meters with an approximate height of 8 meters. This considerable space was divided into several warehouses by iron railings. Each warehouse was equipped with sturdy shelves filled with various storage boxes. It was evident that these boxes belonged to the same style as those found in the basement of the power distribution building. They were all government-purchased disaster relief supplies. However, there was only this one warehouse and everything was concentrated together, creating a very substantial and impressive sight. Upon entering, Emobai found a small aluminum alloy cabin resembling a guard booth not far from the steel gate. On the table inside, he discovered the inventory list of the warehouse's supplies and keys to each warehouse. Clearly, the civil defense facility here was of a completely different type than the one Emobai was in. Such community civil defenses typically functioned as underground parking lots with essential supplies stored in sealed warehouses. Among these were over 500 standard tents, suggesting that this air raid shelter was designed as a primary refuge for those staying in tents. One end of the parking lot had constructed toilets and shower facilities, easily accommodating hygiene and sanitation needs by setting up professional portable tent installation equipment. In addition to the living tents, there were also a few field medical tents and accompanying medical equipment. Emobai found it somewhat amusing. It seemed they intended to manage the underground parking lot as a tent camp. Furthermore, there was a substantial reserve of emergency food here, with enough rice and flour ingredients to feed 2,000 people for 3 months, along with canned goods. In terms of quantity, this was more than 10 times Emobai's entire stock. With these supplies, Emobai's shelter would not lack food for 20 years. In addition to food, there was also a certain quantity of gasoline, diesel, and even kerosene. The only shortfall was in medications. The number of drugs here was just slightly more than what Emobai had found in the basement and clearly insufficient for the designated 2,000 people taking refuge here. Perhaps this was due to the high cost of medications and their relatively short shelf life. Finally, Emobai found at the very bottom of the list what he most desired: the inventory of security items. Calling the other two, Emobai led them to a corner of the warehouse. This was the smallest warehouse, with 2 shelves inside stacked with over 20 boxes of various sizes. Unlike the boxes on the outer shelves, the ones here included both old-fashioned wooden boxes and polymer boxes, with the only unifying feature being that they all bore military insignia. Taking a crowbar, Emobai dragged out a relatively flat wooden box from the bottom of the shelf, inserting one end of the crowbar into the box and pressing down with force until it popped open. Inside were neatly arranged 10 units of the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, similar to the modified SKS Emobai had already seen. They were evidently well-maintained weapons with hardened anti-rust grease still on them. Emobai pulled out one Type 56, racked the bolt, and glanced inside the chamber. It appeared to be decommissioned militia stock, well-maintained and still about 80% new. Satisfied, Emobai placed the rifle back into the wooden box. There was another identical box at the bottom of the shelf, indicating that there were 20 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles here, enough to arm a militia platoon. Next, he lifted a larger wooden box from the second shelf. Noticing the markings on it, Emobai had an idea and pried it open, confirming his suspicion. Inside were 5 classic Type 81 rifles. Any military enthusiast with some knowledge of light weapons would recognize the significance of this rifle in domestic light weaponry. What was different was that this box of Type 81 rifles was still wrapped in oil paper, indicating they were new guns that had not been used since leaving the factory, not old guns reboxed after maintenance. This was relatively rare. It seemed that the Beijing military region had indeed been much more generous in distributing to the armed department than to local areas.
There were 2 boxes of Type 81 rifles totaling 10 units. The remaining items on the lower shelves were primarily gun accessories and ammunition. For example, there were 5 boxes of standard ammunition with 10-round stripper clips for the Type 56 each containing 2,000 rounds totaling 10,000 rounds. Additionally, there was a box of 100 Type 81 rifle magazines containing bulk ammunition wrapped in oil paper, also 2,000 rounds per box, with a total of 5 boxes adding up to 20,000 rounds of 7.62 by 39 mm standard ammunition. Looking at the ammunition boxes on the ground, Mo finally let out a sigh of relief. Although not a massive quantity compared to the number of firearms, at least he wouldn't lack bullets for a while. As for the remaining boxes, Mo checked them one by one. Indeed, the presence of Type 56 and Type 81 rifles was already the limit. There were no other high-powered weapons. However, Mo did find 5 Type 79 submachine guns and 10 Type 92 pistols. As for the Type 79 submachine gun, most military enthusiasts still held onto the impression of old submachine guns. In fact, the Type 79 had many advantages. First, it had high precision and its single-shot accuracy was on par with the world-famous MP5 submachine gun. Its only drawbacks were a too fast rate of fire, a small magazine capacity, and poor ergonomics. Mo did not care. He had a universal workbench and could quickly create modifications for an external receiver. With a transformation, this old submachine gun could modernize, and given its high precision, it was actually very suitable for a post-apocalyptic environment. The remaining items included a box of 5 shotguns and 4 Type 05 revolvers. As for the ammunition, there were only 500 rounds for the shotgun, but there was an ample supply of police-issue 9mm rounds totaling about 8,000 rounds across several boxes of varying sizes. Lastly, there was a batch of old-style riot police protective gear, helmets and shields, about 50 sets, along with a bunch of old walkie-talkies, batteries and police batons. After considering the situation, Mo recognized that their carrying capacity was limited and decided to take some items back first. Thus he found 2 appropriately sized storage boxes and secured them to the cart he had brought with fixed ropes. The storage boxes were not small, primarily containing ammunition supplies. As for the firearms, Mo instructed both of them to each carry 2 Type 81 rifles, while all the magazines were placed inside the storage boxes along with the 5 Type 79s. For the other items, he only took as much ammunition as possible. Mo himself only took out 1 Type 81, wiped off the oil with a cloth, cleaned the chamber, filled several magazines with bullets, and then carried the Type 81 out of the warehouse. Locking the door with the handwheel, Mo began to head back. Today's haul was substantial and all were urgently needed supplies, which put him in a very good mood. At that moment, the shelter system popped up a highlighted message: shelter resident Zhangji's passive skill luck triggered, resulting in a 20 increase in discovered supplies. Mo was taken aback. He knew Zhangji's passive skill was luck, but how could it trigger an increase in supply discovery? Did that mean that when this guy found supplies, the quantity would increase due to the skill activation? What kind of bug is this? So if Zhangji found this warehouse, as long as he triggered luck, all the supplies inside would increase, turning 10,000 rounds of ammunition into 12,000. Damn, this skill is too powerful. Upon further inspection of the system message, there was an additional note under Zhangji's discovered 6 boxes of amoxicillin totaling 1,200 tablets. So this meant there should have been 5 boxes with 1,000 tablets, and now there were 200 more. Zhangji's skill was quite impressive. If he served as the leader of the supply search team, there would frequently be surprises for everyone. Seeing Mo suddenly stop with a strange expression, the 2 laborers decided it was better not to say anything. The 3 individuals who returned to the shelter placed the ammunition supplies they brought back in the security room, and then Mo dispatched 2 of them to drag the last flatbed cart to meet Zhangji and Wu Fei's 2 search teams. In less than 2 hours, when she reported over the intercom that the 2 teams exploring the Sanjianfang community along with the support flatbed had returned. In the warehouse, Mo saw the cold-faced Wu Fei and the excited Zhangji. Upon seeing Mo, Zhangji cheerfully exclaimed, "Although we didn't find any ammunition, we had a great harvest of another high-value scarce resource, medicines." It turned out that the underground control facilities of the Sanjianfang community were divided into several parts, and about half of them were rented out as warehouses by local merchants. Surprisingly, one of the warehouses was actually a pharmacy stock, and although some temperature-sensitive medicines had already expired or become ineffective, a considerable quantity of various medications was still packed and brought back, including everyday medicines and a significant amount of antibiotics and disinfectant alcohol, resources that are highly valuable and difficult to obtain in the post-apocalyptic world. Mo was also very pleased. Medicines are a hard currency in the apocalypse, the most precious among the 3 major hard currencies: food, weapons, and medicines, especially since large-scale production is difficult after the apocalypse. This has led to the increasing scarcity of medicines. As for Wu Fei's group, they successfully found the community's reserve warehouse, but unfortunately the scale of the Sanjianfang community's civil defense project was not large, similar to the cultural park accommodating only about 500 people, so the amount of supplies was not significantly different. Regarding this point, not only was Mo puzzled, but Wu Fei also raised her own question. Although the Sanjianfang community may not have as large an area or population as Dingfuzwang, it still has some communities and residential areas. Even if it does not reach the scale of 2,000 people, how could the quantity of civil defense supplies differ so much?
Mo proposed his opinion, suggesting that it was likely due to the scattered distribution of residential areas in the Sanjianfang community, where a few small communities were separated by commercial areas and office buildings, leading to a makeshift civil defense project. Based on the community's civil defense facilities divided into 4 blocks, each area only accommodates about 500 people. As for the quantity of supplies, it is likely that there was no extra space to store them in the other 3 areas. The local armed forces could not forcibly evict tenants from their warehouses to store emergency supplies that might not be used for. Overall, this haul was still quite significant. Not only did they find urgently needed firearms and ammunition, but they also discovered a batch of medicines, not to mention a large quantity of food and other supplies. After discussing with Zhang Jiwenqi and Wu Fei, they decided to first transport the weapons and ammunition stored in the Dingfuzwang warehouse back, and then concentrate their manpower on transporting the medicines and supplies from Sanjianfang, leaving the supplies in the Dingfuzwang civil defense warehouse temporarily. Firstly, the food and supplies in the shelter were currently more than sufficient, and the storage capacity of the shelter was also limited, making it impossible to store too many supplies at once. The warehouse at Dingfuzwang was well maintained and did not require immediate relocation of these supplies, so they could consider retrieving them later when needed. During the meeting, when she mentioned Mo Lauda, the temperature outside seems to have risen again. Last week the average daytime temperature was -15 degrees, and this week it has risen to -12 degrees. Everyone was taken aback. Is the nuclear winter coming to an end? It's worth noting that according to scientists' predictions, a nuclear winter could last from a few decades to several decades of harsh climate. How could it warm up so quickly? At this rate, in at most 3 months, the first spring of the apocalypse will arrive. This seems unscientific. Mo knew that the so-called nuclear winter had not lasted too long, but both the residents of the shelter and the other human settlements on the wasteland were unaware that with the passing of this cold era, the mutated creatures that had been dormant beneath the ice and snow were beginning to become active. No one knew where these mutated creatures came from. Initially, scientists believed that the mutated creatures were caused by genetic mutations due to nuclear radiation, but as the number of mutated creatures continued to increase, this explanation became less credible. Especially after researching more mutated creatures, a more astonishing fact was discovered: the mutation of Earth's biological sources had begun long ago. Nuclear radiation merely added a branch to the process of mutation, and humans, originally at the top of the food chain on Earth, now stood at the starting line of a new evolution, just like rats and cockroaches. They struggled to survive together. On the wall of the room was a complete map of the surrounding areas of Kyoto. Mo picked up a marker and marked 5 red circles on the map. These 5 points were the explosion sites of 5 nuclear bombs after the outbreak of nuclear war. Based on his memories from his past life and the fragmented information collected in this life, among the 5 nuclear bombs that fell within the range of Kyoto, 2 were underground nuclear bombs, with one landing in the city center and another in the southern urban area, likely aimed at destroying the solid command center that might exist underground, where there would be 2 nuclear bomb craters nearly 1,000 meters in diameter. The other 3 were airburst nuclear bombs intended to destroy buildings and inflict casualties over the widest area. However, these 3 nuclear bombs had relatively low yield, each around 50,000 tons. Similarly, 1 fell in the city center while 2 were in the southern urban area. The reason why the northern part of Kyoto and the northeast and northwest directions did not receive the first wave of attacks should be due to the country's missile defense system, which intercepted a significant portion of the incoming missiles. Because logically speaking, to destroy such a large super city like Kyoto with 50,000-ton tactical nuclear bombs, at least 10 or more would be needed. In airburst mode, tactical nuclear bombs would destroy the vast majority of surface structures within a radius of several kilometers, but for a supercity, the complex environment and solid high-rise buildings would also limit the range of the explosion's impact. The shockwave would only affect a circle with a radius of about 4 to 5 kilometers. As for buildings further away, they would suffer more damage than complete destruction. Regarding the impact on underground air defense facilities, as long as they are more than 1 kilometer away from the explosion center, the chances of survival for the civil defense facilities located 10 meters underground are still very high. If the weather warms up and the nuclear winter passes, as the ice and snow melt, regardless of the impact of the corpse tide, all major survivor camps would venture out to search for supplies. At that time, conflicts would arise between survivor camps over the competition for scarce resources, especially food and medicine, and some small to medium-sized survivor camps might even descend into raiders. Mo drew a circle with a 2-kilometer radius centered on the nuclear explosion site, and then drew another circle to shade the area between it and his shelter in yellow. This vast ring-shaped area is his search zone, as he clearly understood that the search teams from those survivor camps would avoid searching within the radiation zone, which would lead to many of their search teams overlapping in the areas they searched for supplies, increasing the chances of conflict. The radiation zone is a place that everyone avoids, yet it is also the origin of the radiation zombies. As long as one is not suicidal, almost no one would dare to enter such a dangerous place. However, Mo knew that the area was not as dangerous as people imagined. On the contrary, there were abundant resources stored underground in the city, and many civil defense facilities could be explored. It could be said that as long as you dared to go in, there would definitely be rewards. Of course, the premise for all this is that you have a sufficient quantity of anti-radiation medications and medicines to treat radiation sickness. In addition, you also need equipment to resist radiation. Mo Bay's small warehouse currently has over 100 sets of protective suits and matching oxygen tanks sufficient to support a team for extended operations in the radiation zone. Moreover, the supplies he has stored in 2 community civil defense warehouses are enough for his shelter to operate for a considerable amount of time. Now his issue is that the number of residents in the shelter is still too few. With only a dozen residents, it is difficult to gather enough people for even basic tasks, let alone daily work or external searches. If it were just the previous power distribution building, a dozen people would be somewhat manageable. However, the area of the current underground second floor is a vast space of 8,000 square meters, which is simply insufficient for a dozen people. So now the shelter can be said to have 1 person for each nail with no extras. The current work arrangement is that Zhang Ji leads 3 people responsible for the monitoring system and the generator's power supply system. When she leads 3 women and an older resident to handle the kitchen and daily cleaning tasks, while she also part-time manages the warehouse. Next is the internal construction and equipment maintenance team, which consists of 5 people. In the residential area on the underground second floor, there is still a lot of empty space. They are trying to use the bricks and cement that were dismantled to create more rooms. Based on the area, at least an additional 15 4-person rooms can be added to the accommodation area. Finally, there is the search and security team led by Mo by himself, currently consisting of Li Hongyi, Wu Fei, Tian Chang, Wang Li and 3 additional members totaling 8 people including Mo Bai. Among them, Wu Fei leads one group while Mo Bai leads another. The task of transporting supplies back from Sanjianfang lasted almost a week. The amount of supplies was not very large, primarily due to a lack of vehicles for transporting goods in the underground passage. They relied solely on human-powered flatbed carts to pull supplies back from 2 kilometers away, which indeed required a lot of time and manpower. During this time, Mo Bai did not remain idle. Instead, he opened a training class for the body refinement technique. In class, everyone could raise any questions they had about cultivation at any time, but most of the minor questions could be resolved by Li Hongyi, so Mo Bai was not frequently needed. Notably, Wu Fei and her team, including Son Lintao, hesitated for a long time before finally joining the practice of the body refinement technique, indicating that Wu Fei was very interested in it. Mo Bai did not oppose this. He simply asked Wu Fei to promise not to casually teach the body refinement technique to people outside the shelter. There is quite a bit of exercise work on the underground second floor. In addition to practicing the body refinement technique, everyone takes time to use fitness equipment for localized training. Interestingly, under Wu Fei's leadership, the residents even thought of using the underground passage to other communities for long-distance running. For this, Li Hongyi specifically requested Mo Bai to install additional lighting. Mo Bai did not refuse. Instead, he required that at least 2 people run together to avoid accidents in the passage. Additionally, to save electricity, he stipulated that running in the underground passage would only be allowed during fixed times each day. In just half a month, the residents of the shelter who had been underground for 2 weeks were ready to return to the surface. Mo Bai personally led the team and opened the door to the garage on the first underground level. As the steel gate opened, the long-awaited fresh air rushed in. Mo Bai scanned the main passage of the garage with a flashlight and found no abnormalities, so he instructed Zhang Ji to start the generator and power the lighting system. With the power restored, the monitoring station in the underground garage workspace became operational. Zhang Ji connected to the monitoring system and began an internal self-check, confirming that the power distribution building was still safe. However, to be on the safe side, Wu Fei and Hongyi began a careful search layer by layer to prevent any invading radiation zombies or mutated creatures. Soon everyone returned to the main building of the power distribution building. After confirming safety, the residents began transporting supplies from the underground second floor, mainly weapons, ammunition and some fuel. With the increase in the number of residents in the power distribution building, the generator and boiler also required longer operation times, leading to a significant increase in fuel consumption. Mo Bai discovered that although his stock was substantial, the rate of consumption was growing too fast, and if this continued, his generator might run out of fuel in half a year. It seems necessary to quickly transport the fuel found in the Dingfuzwang civil defense warehouse back. Additionally, the shelter needed a backup generator, and both the Sanjianfang and Dingfuzwang warehouses had generators that could be directly moved back and connected as backup units. The residents who returned to the power distribution building quickly got busy with the logistics team starting to transport supplies and generators, while Wu Fei would lead Hongyi and others to patrol the park. Mo Bai simply gave the newly acquired JS-7 submachine gun to Wu Fei, as her proficiency with submachine guns was high, making her very suitable for such a precise weapon. On the second day of the park patrol and cleanup task, over 8 radiation zombies that had infiltrated were discovered. After Wu Fei eliminated them, she buried all of them in the original dining hall's vacant lot as per Mo Bai's request. Daily patrol work should not be relaxed at all. As for Mo Bai, he was rearranging the accommodation for personnel. The dormitory area on the second floor consists of double rooms, which are small and make it difficult to arrange more people. However, their current number has already exceeded the capacity of the second floor. Fortunately, next to the preparation room on the first floor, there is a duty room, which is a slightly larger 4-person room originally intended for night shift guards to rest. He decided to let Tian Chang, Wang Li and 2 other members of the security team temporarily stay there, freeing up a room for Wu Fei and another female resident.
However, this means that accommodations in the power distribution building remain tight. If more survivors come in, there will still be no place to stay. Although they could arrange accommodation in the underground second floor area, no one likes to live in the dark underground.
MO Bay's first choice is the original dormitory building in the park. The 5-story dormitory building was originally designed for accommodation and is equipped with various facilities. It just needs some repairs before it can be inhabited. However, it has been unoccupied for a long time and is quite messy inside. Therefore, after transporting the generators and fuel, the maintenance and construction teams will need to focus their efforts on renovating the dormitory building. Since the dormitory building is more than 200 meters away from the power distribution building, monitoring and defense facilities will also be required. MO Bay and Jiangji began installing surveillance cameras in the dormitory building. Some of the cameras were from inventory while others were removed from traffic cameras on the road. The quantity was sufficient and Jiangji's monitoring system could also accommodate these newly added cameras. Soon the monitoring network was set up. 3 days after returning to the ground, MO Bay was busy in the studio on the 3rd floor. The weapons storage had received a new batch of Type 56 and Type 92 rifles, and he needed to quickly modify them into a magical version of the SKS while also needing to create additional kits for the Type 92 carbine. Next there were the modification parts for the Type 79 submachine gun and the magical modification kits for the Type 81 rifle. These were the real-time consuming tasks. Fortunately, he had collected a large number of modification blueprints and images before the apocalypse. Even without mature blueprints, he could attempt to create modification parts based on real objects, and most accessories like scopes, grips and stocks were generally interchangeable, saving a lot of time. What MO Bay was currently working on was the first magical modification kit for the Type 81 rifle. The core was the receiver assembly, which needed to be made from composite materials to replace the original wooden components while retaining the core receiver of the Type 81. A new fishbone structure also needed to be created, which required careful attention. Originally for convenience, MO Bay planned to modify it following the American AR model, which was a simpler method, especially since the fishbone and upper receiver were mature components that only needed to be resized. However, considering that the main advantages of the Type 81 lay in its stability and accuracy during semi-automatic and single-shot firing, MO Bay shifted to a new plan, eliminating the fully automatic firing mode and simplifying the fishbone and rails, lightening the overall weight of the rifle and improving handling. In the end, MO Bay was quite satisfied with the final product, having equipped it with a new muzzle suppressor, and the stock was a new army model with a cheek rest. Coupled with a specially fitted 3x rapid scope, this new magical version of the Type 81 was truly transformed. As for the magazine, MO Bay simply made a new batch of high-strength plastic Magpul magazines, and after repainting and oiling, the new precision version of the Type 81 was born. MO Bay did not spend too much time on the new Type 81. Instead, he first increased the number of Type 56 rifles in the SKS version to 10. This semi-automatic rifle, more suitable for beginners, was the standard weapon for the security team. The modifications for the Type 79 were relatively simpler, primarily involving the addition of a fishbone and stock along with equipping rails and a 2x scope. After all, the modification plan for the Type 79 was already very mature in the country, with many armed police and local police forces modifying the Type 79. MO Bay specifically had his security team members practice shooting in the studio for an entire afternoon. Each member was issued 50 rounds for live-fire training, with Wu Fei serving as the shooting instructor. As expected, those like Tian Chang and Wang Li, who had only basic proficiency with such weapons, saw a marked improvement in their handling skills after the training, indicating that another training session would likely elevate their abilities. Wu Fei, being a master with fully maxed weapon skills, was truly wasted if not utilized as an instructor. If it weren't for the limited ammunition, MO Bay would have wished to hold such training sessions weekly. Next up for the security team was close quarters combat training, with Hong Yi acting as the instructor. It was quite an exciting experience. Aside from Officer Wu Fei, who could withstand one round of attacks from Hong Yi and respond in kind, the others were essentially pinned down by her alone. There were few who could endure even 3 attacks from Hong Yi. The proficiency gained from close combat training was lower than that from Wu Fei's live-fire shooting, but the benefit was that close quarters could be practiced frequently, leading to faster improvement. MO Bay quickly arranged another live-fire training session along with daily close combat training, and even the most sluggish Wang Li understood that they were about to be deployed soon. Indeed, MO Bay's new plan was to divide the security team into 2 groups, sending one out each day for armed searches to clear the outer buildings and communities of the park, artificially creating a safe zone while simultaneously searching for supplies and sealing off useless abandoned houses. This would allow them to gradually encroach upon the surrounding areas, slowly expanding the safe zone of the shelter, with Jiangji's monitoring synchronously keeping up and setting up surveillance cameras at critical intersections to form a regional monitoring network. Once the safe zone reached a certain extent, it would provide enough buffer for the shelter. Even if another horde of corpses or large numbers of mutated creatures appeared, there would be sufficient warning time to issue security alerts and find refuge. During this time, as the temperature rose, the accumulated snow on the ground began to gradually melt, with the thickness of the snow layer decreasing to only about 10 centimeters. At this rate, within a month, the large areas of accumulated snow would disappear and the residents of the shelter would finally be able to engage in large-scale outdoor activities. That noon, Wu Fei, who had been patrolling outside, had just returned to the power distribution building. After taking off her outer coat, she securely locked her personal weapon in the armory, then headed to the cafeteria for lunch. Although she missed the regular lunchtime, the kitchen still had staff and food left for the late returning patrol members. Thus they could still enjoy a standard meal. Today's lunch was braised pork rice with pickles, and there was also a small vitamin C tablet on the tray. Currently, aside from rice and flour, the shelter was severely lacking in vegetables and fruits. Dehydrated vegetables were still available, but most were used for making soup. The only vitamin supplement besides vegetable soup was a vitamin C tablet every 2 days. Fortunately, there were plenty of those in the supplies and medicines brought back from the 3 rooms. As patrol members who frequently had to go outside, they also had a benefit of being given a small cup of concentrated orange juice or lemon juice each day. To be honest, this juice didn't taste very good, but the team members would still grimace and drink it. Their combat patrols consumed a lot of physical strength and energy. Without balanced nutrition, their bodies could easily suffer. With the cultivation of the body refinement technique, only 3 individuals had reached the second level of Qi movement so far: Hong Yi and Wu Fei, while the third was unexpectedly Zhang Ji. Though his talent was not on par with the first 2, it was still above that of an average person. Cultivation is a long-term endeavor, but the residents of the shelter, who had persisted for more than half a month, had begun to feel their physical strength and power increasing. This indicates that the basic version of the body refinement technique is indeed quite effective. Among the returning patrol team, the only one who did not go to the cafeteria was Wu Fei. She changed into her regular uniform and went straight to the 3rd floor, where Mo Bai was studying the map on the wall. Hearing the doorbell, he opened the door to let Wu Fei in. Recently, Wu Fei had been very cooperative. Her loyalty had reached 50, indicating that even if she still had thoughts of leaving, she would not pose a threat to the shelter. This is the supply list and storage locations I found during today's patrol. Wu Fei handed over a densely written piece of paper. Mo Bai did not take it, but instead asked, "You could have given it to Wen Shi. Why come all the way up here?" "Remember our agreement." Wu Fei hesitated. Mo Bai nodded. "I remember." "You still hope to bring Dr. Song back, right?" "Yes, the snow has mostly melted and the safe zone we cleared is less than 2 kilometers from the assembly point of my last mission. I hope to go over and take a look." Wu Fei still felt a bit reluctant. She had been in the shelter for about a month now. It was peaceful and serene here. Everyone had things to do and food to fill their stomachs, with a safe living environment. There was no pressure or orders from superiors, only cooperation and awareness of responsibilities. This environment indeed made her feel comfortable. Yet the lingering sense of responsibility as a police officer made her reluctant to forget her mission. If possible, she still wanted to try, even though in her heart she had grown very attached to this small shelter. Mo Bai thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, tomorrow I will lead a team to escort you over. If it's safe, you can then bring Dr. Song with you." Wu Fei was determined to go, otherwise she wouldn't be able to let go. After all, people always have some things they can't let go of, and only by seeing them can they find confirmation. It had already been half a year. The assembly and evacuation point from back then was long abandoned, and the hope of finding any messages or items left behind was quite slim. The next morning, a new patrol team was formed, including Mo Bai. He wore a tactical vest with a magical modified Type 81 slung across his chest, secured with a dual-point sling to free his hands. Wu Fei took the lead today, acting as the vanguard, with Tian Cheng following closely behind her, armed with a shotgun. Mo Bai was positioned in the center. Behind him was the relaxed and carefree Li Hongyi. Ever since she got that set of elegant flying knives, she had been diligently training and had showcased remarkable performance in multiple patrol missions. She was now brimming with confidence. The patrol team of 4 advanced northward, quickly reaching the edge of the safe zone. On a utility pole at the intersection, a 360-degree rotating camera was watching them. This camera was connected to the shelter's surveillance cloud platform. Even after multiple adjustments, the wireless surveillance platform could barely ensure a relatively clear image at this distance any further, and the signal would be unstable. In a sense, the extent of the shelter's safe zone depended on the coverage of the surveillance system. Currently, the safe zone only extended 600 meters into the park's periphery. Mo Bai waved at the camera and then signaled Wu Fei to continue moving forward. From here on, there would be no assistance from surveillance. Mo Bai placed his hands on the rifle hanging on his chest. This was a 2-lane auxiliary road with very few vehicles on it, only street-side shops and toppled trash cans. During the initial mass evacuation, order had briefly broken down and many shops had been damaged and looted. The abandoned shops were in disarray. The patrol team simply checked the conditions inside the shops to confirm if there were any usable supplies and marked their locations on the map. Wu Fei, leading the team, suddenly halted and raised her left hand, forming a fist. The entire team came to a stop, and Mo Bai's right hand gripped the Type 81's handle. The ergonomically designed grip of the Type 81, which had been modified to a pistol grip style, provided enough anti-slip functionality even when wearing gloves. Wu Fei's submachine gun pointed towards the greenery at the side, her gaze sharp and focused, clearly having spotted something. At that moment, a low growl echoed and a shadow lunged out from the greenery, fluffy for a massive figure about 1.5 meters long with blood-red eyes filled with a desire to feast. This was a level 2 mutated dog. Judging by its size, it had likely been a medium or even large dog. Mobai observed that the mutated dog had developed a hardened carapace on its back. Momentarily stunned, this wasn't a level 2 mutated dog but a level 3. Gently pressing the intercom button, Mobai spoke softly into the microphone. It's a level 3 mutated dog. The back and forehead cannot be penetrated by handgun bullets.
Aim for the mouth and neck. Wu Fei adjusted the muzzle of her JS7 just as the mutated dog was about to leap forward. Her finger pulled the trigger and 3 rounds fired out. The mutated dog let out a howl midair and fell twitching on the ground before going still. Tian Chang approached to inspect, noting that one bullet had pierced through the mutated dog's eye while the other 2 had struck its neck.
What precision shooting! Wu Fei crouched down and touched the back of the mutated dog, which felt firm and resilient under her fingers, the hardened carapace making it unlikely for handgun bullets to penetrate. She turned to look at Mobai, who smiled back at her, his smile simple and genuine. Wu Fei lowered her head and pressed the intercom, saying, "Record this level 3 mutated dog. The upper part of the head and the back have a hardened armor. Handgun bullets cannot inflict damage. Vital areas are the eyes, mouth and neck." As Wu Fei stood up, she cast a deep glance at Mobai before instructing Tian Chang to carefully remove the carapace and hide to bring it back. It took Tian Chang a little time to cut off the carapace from the mutated dog and pack it in a loot bag for his backpack. The team continued onward, and after about 10 minutes they arrived at an intersection. To the left was a large expanse of open ground, a large parking lot for the bus system. Half a year ago it was the assembly point for Wu Fei's elite evacuation team. In the vast parking lot there were only a few buses remaining. Most had likely been requisitioned during the evacuation, and the remaining buses were mostly damaged. Behind 2 buses several military green vehicles were quietly parked, one of which was a warrior. Wu Fei's face lit up upon seeing the military vehicle, but then suddenly darkened. Mobai understood that if the vehicles at the assembly point were still there, it meant that those who were supposed to evacuate hadn't made it, and those sent to pick them up likely didn't make it either. If that was the case, the police and military personnel from the rescue team would have likely perished. That's why the vehicles were left behind. Anxious, Wu Fei hurried over to inspect. The thin layer of snow could not conceal the bodies on the ground. There were more than a dozen corpses, most in police uniforms and 3 in military attire. After half a year, although the bodies were hard to recognize due to the prolonged cold, they had not decayed. Wu Fei approached one of the corpses, brushing off the snow covering the police uniform to reveal the shoulder insignia beneath. She covered her mouth and began to cry softly. The deceased officer was her senior from her police academy days and also the captain of her criminal investigation team. Wu Fei forced herself to calm down, pulling out an officer's credentials from the uniform and solemnly tucking it into her chest before standing up and saluting the corpse, her eyes filled with flames. There are bite marks from wild beasts on the corpses here, but those are not fatal wounds. The actual cause of death is. Tian Chang said in a deep voice, pointing to a soldier's corpse lying on the hood of the warrior off-road vehicle. The helmet had a noticeable deformation with a round hole piercing through it. The cause of death is a gunshot wound. Wu Fei's voice was filled with coldness. Someone ambushed the key personnel evacuation team and the support team at the assembly point. Mobai raised a question: why attack the key personnel evacuation team? At that time there should be evacuations everywhere and ordinary civilians are unarmed. Could it be that hostile forces wanted to intercept the scientists you were evacuating? Wu Fei shook her head, pointing to a corpse in the back seat of the warrior off-road vehicle, and said, "He is the second key personnel that our team needs to evacuate, Professor Shen, an aerospace engineer. This Professor Shen also suffered a gunshot wound to the head and was completely dead. If it were not to protect the scientists being evacuated by the key personnel, what kind of person would attack a government convoy escorted by special police? This does not align with logic." Li Hongyi then said, "No, there are no weapons on the corpses or on the ground. All their equipment has been taken away. This special police officer was wearing a bulletproof vest, but the bulletproof plate was penetrated." Wu Fei's pupils constricted and she quickly came over to inspect the corpse. He was wearing a light bulletproof plate. Because it was an evacuation mission, it was not anticipated to engage the enemy, so the special police wore lightweight level 2 bulletproof plates that could only resist handgun bullets. This bullet hole was made by 7.62 by 39 ammunition. Mobai shared his thoughts. Currently the main users of this type of ammunition are the Type 56 and Type 81. Regular troops and special police usually use 5.8mm ammunition. This is militia weaponry. Are they armed militia? But why would the militia attack a special police convoy? Wu Fei replied, "Militia would not attack the police. This can only mean that someone obtained weapons from the militia's arsenal and then attacked the convoy." Wu Fei was very certain about this point. Although war had broken out with the government still forcefully executing evacuations, the deterrent power of the government was evident. Such a situation could not occur. If it were a band of criminals, even if they got weapons, they would generally avoid confrontation with special police. How could they possibly take the initiative to attack? Li Hongyi's point was also valid. It should be known that domestic criminals are very afraid of strong departments like the police and military. Avoiding confrontation is the normal reaction. Mobai frowned unless they had no choice but to attack. At that moment Mo Bei's system notification appeared again. Special task: find the reason for the special police team's ambush. He surveyed his surroundings. The spacious parking lot could accommodate hundreds of buses. Near the exit was the bus company's gas station and refueling station. Deeper inside should be the bus company's dormitory and office building. Mo Bei directed his gaze toward the bus company's office building, a five-story old structure. Picking up his binoculars, he noticed that besides the bus company's sign at the entrance there was also a vertical sign that read Direct Warehouse of the Ding Fuzzwang People's Armed Department. Behind the bus company's office building there was a low building surrounded by barbed wire and high walls with a semi-basement covering thousands of square meters, and several iron doors secured the entrances and exits of this semi-basement warehouse. However, the current situation was that all the iron doors were wide open and two corpses in military uniforms lay beside the guard booth. It was evident that these sturdy iron doors had been forcibly broken open with tools, and the warehouse's door had been dragged down along with its frame from the wall. These individuals must have used high-powered trailers or heavy trucks to accomplish this. A few people stood at the slope leading to the semi-basement warehouse. Wu Fei's eyes burned with intensity. These guys had actually robbed the militia's arsenal. It seemed that the key personnel evacuation team had likely run into this group of robbers raiding the arms depot, inadvertently blocking the robbers' escape route. As a result, these armed robbers simply attacked the special police team that was waiting for Wu Fei's return, casually stealing their equipment before leaving. These bastards, I will find them sooner or later and make them pay the price. Li Hongyi also could not believe that someone dared to do this. Mo Bei patted Wu Fei's shoulder, calming her agitated emotions, then signaled to enter the warehouse to take a look. Mo Bei did not go directly inside but rummaged through the guard booth. Indeed, there were records of the arms depot's entries and exits. Flipping to the last page, it appeared that after the nuclear bomb fell, the armed department sent people to take away most of the firearms and half of the ammunition, indicating that a portion of the militia had already armed themselves. By the time the robbers arrived, the arms depot was already more than half empty. Upon entering the arms depot, it was evident that although it was only a militia arms depot, the management was still quite strict. First were the semi-open gun racks and cabinets that needed to be readily available for militia use or during shooting training, but the racks were already bare. Behind them was the sealed reserve firearms area covering over 2,000 square meters. Unfortunately, most of the shelves had already been emptied, with a few boxes thrown on the floor and some firearm maintenance supplies such as clips for the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and lubricants. It seems that the robbers and thieves cleaned this place out. As for the back area, it was the heavy weapons section. Unlike police forces, the militia possesses heavy weaponry, especially anti-aircraft weapons and small-caliber artillery. As a community armed department's arsenal, there were also heavy weapons stored here. Mo Bei saw twin-mounted 14.5 mm anti-aircraft machine guns covered in oilcloth on some racks, but obviously due to long-term storage many parts had deteriorated, rendering the entire anti-aircraft machine gun unusable. As for other shelves, there were also some large wooden boxes which from their model should contain Type 81 light machine guns. Another oversized wooden box had a number that surprised Wu Fei. This box should contain a Type 67 heavy machine gun. It was unexpected to see such a devastating weapon in a militia arsenal. Wu Fei's serious face showed no expression. These robbers have looted the entire arsenal and even acquired heavy weaponry. Mo Bei shook the inventory record in his hand and said, when the armed department distributes weapons to the militia, it mainly consists of light weapons and light machine guns. Heavy weapons are kept in the arms depot due to inconvenience in use. However, according to the records, there are only 2 operational Type 67 machine guns, and the stock of light machine guns is fewer than 10, 2 of which are damaged, but there is plenty of ammunition. The group quickly found those 2 damaged Type 81 light machine guns, and the robbers showed no interest in the disassembled light machine guns. It seemed the Type 67 heavy machine gun had been taken away. Mo Bei's brows were furrowed tightly. The threat of such heavy firepower falling into the hands of robbers was unimaginable. At this moment, Li Hongyi, who had gone toward the ammunition depot, waved her hands from a distance and shouted, "Everyone come and take a look." Mo Bei brought Wu Fei to the entrance of the ammunition depot, which was in complete disarray. There were broken old wooden boxes everywhere, and the ground was littered with scattered bullets, most of which were standard 7.62 rounds along with a few machine gun rounds. It appeared that the robbers had been quite rough during the transport, and the long-stored wooden boxes had deteriorated, causing the loose ammunition to spill everywhere. Not only were there scattered bullets, but in the corner they also found a dozen well-packaged boxes of ammunition, indicating that the robbers had left in a hurry, taking away the vast majority of the boxed ammunition while leaving behind a small portion. As for the scattered bullets, the quantity was likely considerable. If collected, there would be no less than tens of thousands of rounds. Mo Bei instructed Tianchang and Hongyi to find a small trailer which should definitely be available in the warehouse area and then load the boxed ammunition first. Later they could organize people to collect the remaining scattered bullets. At this time, Wu Fei signaled Mo Bei to follow her. The two came outside the warehouse, and Wu Fei pointed to a small house adjacent to the warehouse. The house was not large and looked unremarkable, resembling a storage shed for miscellaneous items. She said, "Can you guess what that is?" Mo Bei shook his head. Wu Fei approached the small house. The iron door was very sturdy with a mechanical combination lock and no signs of forced entry. Wu Fei entered the password and explained the police department stipulates that only a small amount of ammunition can be stored within each district's police station, while most of the police ammunition stockpiles are actually at the shooting range, making it much more convenient to access during training. However, when procuring ammunition each year, the shooting range's ammunition depot occasionally runs out of space, so the police department stores some of the ammunition in the armed department's arsenal. Wu Fei continued, due to different systems, the armed department cannot mix police ammunition with militia ammunition, so a small room was temporarily built to store the police's stockpile. And I am one of the few high-ranking officers who know the warehouse password. After entering the 12-digit password, the closed iron door opened, revealing 2 rows of shelves filled with boxes of ammunition, most of which appeared to be 9mm handgun rounds. Wu Fei glanced around and said most of the police's sidearms are 9mm caliber, including submachine guns. As for the outdated Type 54 and Type 74, they have been phased out. Of course, the department still has shotguns and a small number of Type 95 rifles. She touched the ammunition boxes on the shelves and lamented, "This is an ammunition depot, but there are no firearms, and my favorite Glock handgun is only available in the special police team's equipment depot. The criminal investigation team is not equipped with Glocks. This is indeed a great harvest." Although this police department's small temporary ammunition depot is not large, the ammunition inside is substantial: over 100,000 rounds of 9mm handgun ammunition, about 5,000 shotgun rounds, and several thousand rounds of 5.8mm bullets for the Type 95 rifle. However, there are no rifles. Tian Cheng found 2 small trailers, and the group decided to load 6 boxes of ammunition onto each vehicle first to take back, as these munitions were indeed heavy and taking too much would hinder their speed. They could come back for the rest later. On the way back, Mo Bai and Wu Fei discussed the robbers who had looted the militia's arsenal. From the traces, it was evident that they had arrived in a truck, indicating that they were not only well aware of the arms depot's location but also that their numbers were considerable, capable of wiping out an entire special police team. It was not solely due to their numbers that they could achieve this. It was very likely that some of them were military personnel or had received military training. Currently, Mo Bai's shelter had fewer than 20 people, and those who could wield guns were hardly more than 10. Under such circumstances, encountering that group of robbers would mean they had no chance of winning, especially since the other side also possessed heavy firepower like machine guns. Therefore, Mo Bai's plan was to stop patrolling northward in the future to avoid direct contact with these bloodthirsty individuals with strong firepower. Upon hearing this, Wu Fei did not act impulsively. She nodded. "Our current strength is still inferior to those damn guys, but once we have accumulated enough power, I hope to lead the team to eliminate them." The system prompted again. Special task completed. Reward 200 bottle caps. Subsequent task initiated. Eliminate the bloodthirsty raiders. Mo Bai directly agreed to Wu Fei's request. Even without a task requirement, he would not refuse this request. Wu Fei then took out a palm-sized metal box from her pocket. This box was evidently made of polymer, designed to store digital products, serving as a waterproof box. This is a special hard drive carried by Professor Shin, who died in the vehicle. It should contain some confidential data related to his work, all of which is encrypted and cannot be decoded without special equipment. I am entrusting it to you for safekeeping. If there is an opportunity to hand it over to the state in the future, I hope you will agree to my request. Wu Fei's eyes revealed seriousness. Mo Bai slowly replied, "I promise you, if we come into contact with relevant state agencies in the future, I will hand these over." The system task was triggered: protect and submit valuable scientific and technological data repeatable. Mo Bai was taken aback for a moment. Having a task was not surprising. However, the repeatable nature meant there were similar lost scientific and technological data to be found and submitted in the city. Wu Fei was the captain of the escort team for the scientists, indicating that this task was definitely not simple. Shelter resident Wu Fei loyalty reached 60. Wu Fei's loyalty finally broke through the threshold, indicating that an important general had been added to his ranks. The patrol team hurried back to the shelter before noon. Upon learning of the possible presence of a large number of powerful raiders to the north, a tense atmosphere also arose in the shelter. Mo Bai instructed Wu Fei to continue leading the team in the afternoon. Zhang Ji also brought people and transport to follow along. In the underground garage there was an electric flatbed truck. This type of electric vehicle has a small carrying capacity but is very quiet, helping to avoid unnecessary trouble. They would all head to the militia's arms depot to bring back all the ammunition supplies. Meanwhile, Mo Bai cautiously instructed Wu Fei to bury her colleague's body and find a way to erase any traces of their visit, ensuring the returning raiders would not find the direction of their shelter. The task of eliminating the bloodthirsty raiders had no time limit and no penalties, indicating that it could be completed later. As for the task of submitting scientific and technological data, Mo Bai felt it was necessary to discuss it further with Wu Fei. "So the scientists and experts you found will be taken away by another military escort team after they meet with the personnel at the rendezvous point, and you don't know where these experts and technical materials will go, right?" Mo Bai said with some helplessness. "That's right. The search and personnel escort are mainly led by criminal police familiar with the local situation, while the task of escorting to the designated location is handled by a military task force.
Our police have no authority to know. Wu Fei informed Bai of everything she knew.
Wu Fei suddenly remembered something and hesitantly said, however, the first expert I was responsible for escorting was not handed over to the military team because the location where he was found was too close to the nuclear explosion zone. At that time there were concerns about further nuclear attacks, so we were ordered to leave him at the subway station in Shihui. The higher-up said someone would take over there. When we delivered him there was indeed a military team waiting there.
Now that I think about it, there are some discrepancies.
If there were transportation tools like subways there, we could have directly taken the special police away with him, but there weren't, so I personally feel that there is likely a special military shelter there. Shihui subway station is at least 4 stations away, a distance of more than 10 kilometers, and it is still a heavily nuclear contaminated area.
Bai furrowed his brows, his gaze wandering.
His fingers pointed to the east of Shihui, where the Kangjiayuan community is located, and further east are Xinglongjiayuan and Xinglong Park. Looking at Xinglong Park, Bai asked, if I'm not mistaken there should be government shelter facilities in Xinglong Park, right? Wu Fei thought for a moment and said there should be. According to the plan, all parks with sufficient area will have shelter facilities, mainly for disaster evacuation and other uses. As for the scale of the shelter facilities, it depends on the size of the park and the local government's budget. Bai pointed to Xinglong Park and said if there are shelter facilities in Xinglong Park then the 2 large communities nearby must also have them. These 3 places are very close to each other and the shelters between them could very likely have emergency passages connecting them, just like ours. In other words, we don't need to trek through such a far heavily contaminated area, we just need to find that underground passage in Xinglong Park.
Wu Fei quickly grasped the key point. But even so, the distance is halved. However, with such severe radiation intensity, can our people make it there? Bai pointed to the radiation counter on the table and said the radiation levels are decreasing every day. We just need it to drop to a relatively safe level before we can give it a try. There's no rush now, it's still something to consider for future plans. In the underground second level of the shelter, in a corner of the public area, 2 people were operating a belt conveyor powered by a small engine under sufficient lighting. One end of the conveyor drove a simple rolling separator which contained small cylindrical black granules. Song Lintao, wearing a mask, operated cautiously. There were no open flames here and the nearest photo was 6 meters away. The biggest threat was the belt conveyor modified from a motorcycle engine. However, the conveyor, which had been in operation for 3 days, was very stable and should last until the end. As the rolling separator continued to spin, the last small batch of granular propellant finished sorting. The properly sized ones entered a canister while a small amount of unsuitable propellant was poured into another waste barrel. Even the waste from the propellant, after adding some suitable chemical agents, could be used as explosive gunpowder. As for the finished propellant, it was stored in cylindrical metal containers. When she had found these 2-liter storage tanks from somewhere, probably originally used for coffee beans. They were very practical, airtight, moisture-proof and durable. This was the last batch of propellant. They had produced about 85 kilograms of propellant in total over the past few days, which was enough to manufacture a considerable amount of ammunition, and there were about 10 kilograms of defective products, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything. Song Lintao made some adjustments, turning this gunpowder into blasting powder.
The power might be somewhat lacking, but as long as the amount of explosive was sufficient, it would not be inferior to the iron pipe bombs made by Bai originally. Having completed the work at hand, Song Lintao and his assistant tidied up this temporary chemistry workshop. The equipment here also needed to be returned to the underground workspace, and the gunpowder needed to be handed over to Wenqi for storage. Song Lintao was quite satisfied with his current work and life, feeling as if he had returned to the factory in his youth. He had work recognition and a sense of accomplishment.
He could also take on an apprentice.
Although this newcomer lacked professional knowledge, being diligent and eager to learn made him more than sufficient as an assistant. After placing the last canister of propellant into the box, just as he stretched, Song Lintao suddenly saw the lighting in the entire underground second level switch to red warning lights and began to rotate.
This was an alarm.
At this moment, on the 3rd floor, Bai was putting on a tactical vest and grabbing a Type 81 rifle from the gun cabinet, quickly heading downstairs. In a corner of the preparation room on the monitoring seat, the duty officer was Zhang Ji. He turned his head and saw Bai just coming downstairs and said nervously, "The patrol team used the emergency signal."
This is the interpreted content. After their last visit to the militia's armory, Bai considered that after leaving the safe zone the walkie-talkies would lose signal.
So he and Zhang Ji studied methods to extend the signal range. Without a high-power radio transmitter, one way was to use wired communication to extend the communication range. They pulled a cable to the farthest point in the safe zone and set up a radio relay station at a mobile signal relay station. The signals received here would be transmitted back to the shelter via the cable, effectively enhancing the signal transmission range. Next, they worked hard, pulling a total of 4 lines, each finding a suitable position at the 4 corners of the safe zone to set up relay stations. This way, the communication range between the shelter and patrols expanded by nearly a kilometer. Moreover, Zhang Ji also created a high-power pulse device that could use this device to emit a strong wave in half a second for one-way continuous transmission, similar to a telegraph. The downside was that the time was short and the content was limited. It lacked receiving functionality, only capable of sending a few bytes as a one-time telegraph. Even so, it was still quite useful. This radio pulse device was about the size of a walkie-talkie and the signal transmission range exceeded 2 kilometers, allowing communication with the shelter at a farther distance than before. Just now this system received the patrol team's emergency contact signal for the first time. There are serious injuries returning by the same route, urgently need medical assistance. This was the entire translated content of the emergency contact signal, and the content sent in bytes was a numeric code that needed decoding. The decoding in front of him was evidently quite clear. Mobai grabbed the walkie-talkie and said, "This is Mobai. Prepare the small vehicle. Hong-yi, come with me." 2 minutes later, the only electric transport vehicle in the shelter had set off, accompanied by 2 electric motorcycles, one for Mobai and one for Hong-yi. These electric motorcycles are not very fast, but they can traverse complex terrains and rugged areas as if they were flat ground. With the melting snow, these agile and silent vehicles are most suitable for operations in dangerous areas. The eastern gate of the park opened and the 2 electric motorcycles escorted the electric transport vehicle as they set off. It should be noted that Mobai's electric transport vehicle was actually a community electric delivery vehicle. The characteristics were also very obvious: small size and silent operation, but the downside was that it had limited load capacity. The 3 vehicles traveled along the auxiliary road. There were too many damaged vehicles on the main road. Even though their size was small, trying to head west on the main road, which was blocked into a dead end, was simply a disaster. The auxiliary road was somewhat better, at least the sidewalks and bike lanes could mostly still be used together. The patrol team would also occasionally help clear routes, pushing aside the wrecked cars that blocked the bike lanes to make space for vehicles that might come later. On the bracket of Mobai's electric motorcycle, an iPad unfolded showing a small map of the surrounding area. He had marked the target area for this patrol team with electronic tags as well as emergency evacuation routes. As long as they followed the patrol team's evacuation route, they should be able to encounter them on the way. Sure enough, they ran into the retreating patrol team on an auxiliary road less than a kilometer away from the safe zone. Unexpectedly, apart from a scout and 2 people carrying a stretcher, the patrol team was also followed by 7 or 8 ragged survivors. Seeing this, Mobai's heart sank. "Where is Wu Fei?" He looked at the stretcher being carried by the 2 and saw Wu Fei lying on it, covered in blood, clearly unconscious. Among the patrol team was a familiar face, Wang Li. He anxiously looked at Mobai, opening his mouth as if to say something. Mobai raised his hand to stop him and said directly, "Get Wu Fei onto the vehicle," then told Hong Yi, "You lead the team and he'll go back with the vehicle." He then jumped onto the transport vehicle. The originally snug delivery vehicle could only hold 2 or 3 people. With Wu Fei lying on the stretcher, only Mobai could squeeze in as well. Closing the door, the vehicle quickly started leaving. Hong Yi looking at Wang Li and the few survivors who followed the patrol team. Her long eyebrows were furrowed together and she could only say softly, "Quickly explain to me what's going on." Mobai placed his hand on Wu Fei's heavily bandaged neck as the vehicle started. A slight glance revealed that Wu Fei had been shot twice. One bullet struck her bulletproof vest without penetrating, while the other must have grazed her carotid artery, causing significant bleeding. Mobai felt anxious but also puzzled. If she were an ordinary person, such a large amount of blood loss would have led to death long ago, yet Wu Fei remained barely alive. Mobai calmed himself, began to circulate his inner energy and let his hands emit strands of true energy from the pores penetrating Wu Fei's skin so he could check her physical condition. This was one of the healer's talents, inner vision. Looking in, it indeed startled Mobai. There was a 3mm wide rupture in Wu Fei's neck blood vessels, which definitely wasn't caused by a direct hit from a bullet but more like a ricochet. If the wound were any wider, Wu Fei would have bled out by now. Mobai began to increase the amount of true energy he was delivering. His healer's true energy transformed into thin white threads, gradually covering the wound with a delicate cocoon-like film. The bleeding slowed as the thickness of the film increased and the tissue around the blood vessels began to grow and repair at an incredible speed. Gradually, no more blood was flowing from the wound. Temporarily letting out a breath of relief, Mobai noticed that Wu Fei's life force was very weak. The massive blood loss had brought her close to shock. Her heart was barely beating, only showing faint pulses. However, strangely, a few strands of true energy would occasionally escape from Wu Fei's lower dantian and flow towards the neck wound, joining the true energy that was sealing the wound. Meanwhile, several strands headed straight for her heart. Each time true energy entered the heart, Wu Fei's heart would faintly beat once, pumping a small amount of blood into her vessels. It turned out that Wu Fei had also practiced the body refinement technique and was already at the later stages of qi circulation. This small amount of true energy was the key to saving her life. If the true energy concentrated on the heart, it could maintain the heartbeat and keep the injured person's blood production functioning. Understanding the true energy's purpose, Mobai's left hand slowly reached into Wu Fei's left chest through the damaged tactical vest. The soft elastic feel made his heart tremble and he hurriedly suppressed his irregular heartbeat. True energy began to seep in from his left hand, gently flowing around the area near her heart. As if stimulated by something, Wu Fei's heart suddenly expanded and Mobai's true energy was drawn in, greedily absorbed by her heart. For a moment the influx of true energy from Mo Bei's left hand nearly fell behind and he hastily drew more true energy from his dantian to input into Wu Fei's heart.
Fortunately Mo Bei's true energy was much more abundant than that of an ordinary person, allowing him to persist.
As more and more true energy merged with her heart, Wu Fei's heartbeats grew stronger and faster, and with each beat more blood was pumped into her vessels to nourish her body. Mo Bei was both promoting the healing at the damaged blood vessels with his right hand and continuously delivering his true energy into Wu Fei's heart. Even as a third-tier healer he found it somewhat overwhelming. He also lacked experience, unsure of how much he needed to deliver to ensure Wu Fei's safety, so he could only do his best to persist. As the electric transport vehicle came to a stop, the door was pulled open. Outside stood a worried Wen Qi, but soon her expression shifted from anxiety to a strange flush, for inside the cramped vehicle Mo Bei had one hand pressed against Wu Fei's neck while the other hand had reached into the sensitive area of her clothing. Seeing Wen Qi looking somewhat at a loss, Mo Bei suddenly realized that his posture might be easily misunderstood. Not knowing how to explain, he could only mumble as he retracted his awkward left hand. Since Wu Fei's heartbeat had basically stabilized, it should be fine now, right?
It must be so. Getting out of the vehicle, Mo Bei quietly instructed to take Wu Fei to the medical room.
However, there was still not a single doctor in the medical room, only a resident of the shelter who had previously worked part-time at a pharmacy temporarily in charge of organizing the medicines. The temporary doctor was startled by Wu Fei, who was drenched in blood. To prevent him from immediately declaring Wu Fei beyond help, Mo Bei had to explain that the gunshot wound on her neck had mostly healed and now she mainly needed medication to prevent infection and nutrition due to excessive blood loss. The temporary doctor calmed down and, using his limited medical knowledge, conducted a simple examination. Indeed, the original gunshot wound had miraculously healed quite well and the patient's pale complexion was likely due to blood loss. He hurriedly found a bottle of glucose solution from the medicine cabinet and prepared an anti-inflammatory drip to prevent infection. Next, he carefully bandaged and disinfected the wound again, finally adding a small amount of sedative to keep Wu Fei in a state of unconsciousness for proper rest. Just as they exited the medical room, the patrol team along with several survivors returned to the compound.
Mo Bei quickly spotted the frost-faced Han Yi. Thanks to an explanation from Han Yi and Wang Li, Mo Bei learned the ins and outs of the Wu Fei injury incident.
Today their patrol team's task was to conduct perimeter patrols of the safe zone along a designated route, with an additional task to explore a police station located 1.5 kilometers southwest of the safe zone. As expected, there was trouble. The patrol team heard gunfire as they approached the police station and discovered dozens of irradiated zombies attacking it, while gunfire from inside indicated there were survivors within. After a fierce battle, Wu Fei led the patrol team to eliminate this group of wandering zombies. Inside the police station they met a group of survivors who claimed to have gathered there after the apocalypse, armed with weapons, searching for food and supplies and managing to hold out until now. While conversing with these survivors posed no immediate issues, Wu Fei noticed that they were clearly divided into two groups. One group was armed with firearms and the rest were mostly elderly and weak, thin and silent. Growing wary, Wu Fei and her group decided to leave first. However, upon exiting they were ambushed by the armed group. The alert and prepared patrol team quickly dealt with them, but unexpectedly a stray bullet grazed Wu Fei's neck, accidentally severing a major blood vessel, causing massive blood loss. Wang Li and the others had no choice but to send an emergency signal and hastily carry Wu Fei away on a stretcher. A few remaining survivors voluntarily accompanied them back, and seeing Wu Fei faint from blood loss, Wang Li could only let them come alone. On the way back they inquired about the survivors. It turned out that the armed individuals were a small group of raiders from the surrounding area. They forced scattered survivors to search for food and supplies, demanding a certain amount of food each month to survive, or they would take everything you had, leaving you to starve. Until last month, when the zombie tide began, these raiders had simply rounded up the surrounding survivors, taking all their food and forcing them to work for them. Even after the zombie tide passed, they still detained their companions and relatives, sending these survivors out to look for supplies. Mo Bei suddenly recalled the two raiders he had encountered when he first met Han Yi. Upon questioning, it turned out they were indeed part of that group. The weapons they held were also obtained from the police station, including a Type 92 pistol and several submachine guns.
Mo Bei turned back to look at Wu Fei, who was still unconscious in the medical room.
When he turned back, his gaze had calmed significantly. He said to Han Yi, "Go ask those survivors if there are any raiders nearby and clarify their locations."
Han Yi nodded in agreement and left. A line of text appeared in Mo Bei's eyes: temporary mission, eliminate nearby raiders. Reward 200 bottle caps for each raider eliminated. Mo Bei then went to the underground garage where there were two electric motorcycles. He instructed to install the batteries and push them out. Soon Han Yi returned with a map that marked two new locations and the number of people involved. With a wave of his hand, Mo Bei, Han Yi, Tian Chang and Wang Li rode out of the shelter on 4 electric motorcycles. This was a low building and the sign at the entrance indicated it was a facility belonging to the Electric Power Bureau. However, after the apocalypse, a group of wandering thugs had occupied it. Unlike the raiders who used the police station as a base, these thugs only had a single handgun but were brutally violent, beating or even maiming nearby survivors if they did not obey. It was said that some survivors taken away by them never returned. On the ground floor of the facility, a gasoline barrel was burning with little wood left inside. A thug with a black dragon tattoo on his neck cursed as he picked up a piece of wood and tossed it into the iron barrel, grumbling, "Now that the snow is melted we can go out, but where are all those zombies coming from? It's preventing us from going out to find food. The surrounding poor folks have nothing left either. Should we consider moving?" An obvious thug who had clearly moved from elsewhere was sitting on a sofa and said, "It's not that easy. We aren't like those guys at the police station who have several guns. With just this one we need to conserve bullets. Going out is just asking for death. We should think about whether those remaining poor folks can give us something. If not, well, we can save some food to last a few days." He grinned, revealing a sinister smile. The two thugs beside him laughed as if they had already envisioned fresh meat. Just as their smiles lingered on their faces, a large hole suddenly appeared on the tattooed thug's face. His brain seemed to not yet realize what had happened, and amid the shocked expressions of the other two thugs his head burst into a spray of red and white. Gunfire erupted. The thug on the sofa was shot multiple times while another thug attempted to grab a handgun from the table. However, just as he took a step he froze, clutching his neck as he tried to turn and look, but his body would not obey. Blood then gushed from his neck and he collapsed to the ground. Immobile shifted his gaze away from the Type 81 rifle's scope and saw Wang Li crouching low, entering the room with a shotgun. A red shadow flashed at the window as Hong Yi jumped into the room, bending down to pull a throwing knife from the neck of a thug, wiping it clean on the corpse. Suddenly a noise of breaking glass echoed from the second floor, followed by footsteps along the eaves of the second floor, culminating in the sound of someone sprinting. Immobile aimed his gun at the entrance as a figure jumped down from the second floor. Before he even landed, a 7.62mm bullet struck his left chest, and without changing his posture he fell straight to the ground, convulsed once and then lay still. Immobile waved his hand, signaling Hong Yi to search the entire building. To his surprise, it was poorer than he had expected. Aside from a handgun with only 6 bullets, there were only a few makeshift machetes. However, in a small room Hong Yi saw a gruesome and disgusting scene. An iron barrel contained several severed limbs clearly belonging to humans, and on the table beside it lay a body that had begun to stink. Hong Yi rushed out, covering her mouth and retching. Immobile sighed upon seeing the scene before him and pointed to the half-full barrel of gasoline in the room, saying, "Burn it all." Next is another raider's stronghold provided by a different survivor. It is said to have 4 or 5 very fierce individuals. Immobile parked the motorcycle over 100 meters away and quietly approached. At this moment the mission in Immobile's eyes changed. Eliminate or capture the raiders, reward 200 bottle caps. Immobile was taken aback. Capture. This was the second floor of an office building, and surprisingly several heavy motorcycles were parked in the lobby on the first floor, looking like vintage cruisers. He slowly walked up the internal stairs and intense arguing was heard from a room around the corner. "I say this, boss, why don't we vote on it?" Immobile was somewhat surprised to hear that raiders would also hold democratic votes. "Vote? We have to leave here and head to the North Gate. Haven't you heard the passers-by say that there's a big market at the North Gate? As long as we bring some good stuff we can exchange it for food. If we're lucky we can find some work there and at least won't starve." Immobile was taken aback. That was quite a lot of information. But did raiders need to find jobs too? Leaning against the wall he also moved his finger away from the trigger. "But boss, we've been here for half a year and we're familiar with the area. What if we get bullied when we get there? If it doesn't work we can come back. There are still a few timid survivors nearby. As long as we make enough noise they will be scared and hand over some food and drink to us, which is better than risking our lives outside." "But boss, how much food can we exchange for all this junk we've collected by going to the North Gate?" His subordinate clearly still had doubts. "Having something to eat is already good. Let's make the porridge thicker tonight and set off for the North Gate tomorrow. We won't be able to walk if we're not full," the boss stubbornly insisted. Upon hearing this, Immobile signaled to Hong Yi, and with a swift movement she rushed in, colliding head-on with a bald thug preparing to leave. She delivered a straight punch, causing him to fall backward with a spray of blood from his nose, knocking him unconscious. Inside the room were 3 other individuals who, startled, quickly retreated. One attempted to grab a weapon from behind the table, but as Wang Li entered and raised his shotgun he fired at the ceiling, sending a shower of cement debris flying. The one who tried to grab a weapon froze and along with the others raised their hands. Immobile looked at the 4 of them who had surrendered and at the thug lying unconscious on the ground. He glanced at the bewildered and terrified expressions of the others, and they looked nothing like the previous group of raiders. He had them all squat down and interrogated them one by one, and soon they revealed everything. It turned out that they had been a group of motorcycle enthusiasts before the apocalypse. That day they had planned to go out for a ride in the mountains, but before they could gather they saw a nuclear bomb fall, scaring the daylights out of them. They hurriedly hid in the basement of a nearby office building and didn't dare come out for a month. If not for the supplies available for shelter in the basement, they would have starved to death. Later, as the temperature dropped suddenly and heavy snow began to seal the city, they were fortunate to find plenty of food in a restaurant on the first floor of the office building, allowing them to barely survive for a few months.
Later, when they went out searching for food, they encountered other survivors and discovered that as long as they were a bit aggressive, the others would hand over some food to them. Thus, this group of motorcycle enthusiasts began to live a life of easy gains. However, in reality, these young men were not very brave. They could be frightened for 3 days by a single wandering zombie. Mobai found himself somewhat helpless when it came to these fake raiders. Should he kill them? That wouldn't be appropriate. Should he capture them? Then he'd have to guard and take care of them, which was a hassle. However, what Mobai was truly interested in was the information they provided about the North Gate. The leader of the motorcycle gang, a blonde named Jinho, recalled less than a week after the zombie tide passed, a group of about 7 or 8 people came from the east, all armed. They drove 2 pickup trucks trailing a camper. They claimed to be merchants from the North Gate and exchanged some items with us. They wanted just about everything. In the end, we traded a batch of digital cameras for 2 bags of rice and 2 bags of salt. Mobai was astonished. He knew there were merchant caravans at the North Gate, but it was surprising they were out and about so soon after the zombie tide passed. Was it the zombie tide that caused the scarcity of supplies forcing them out, or was there another reason? Mobai looked at Jinho in front of him, his finger resting on the trigger of his Type 81 rifle, causing Jinho to shrink back in fear. If you are willing to obey, join our shelter and we guarantee you won't go hungry. How about that? Jinho looked at the rifle in Mobai's hand, then glanced fearfully at Li Hongyi, who was moving her wrists behind Mobai, trembling all over, and quickly nodded in agreement. Mobai instructed Hongyi to take them away. These individuals at the very least took good care of their motorcycles, as all of theirs were in working condition. Remembering something, Mobai asked, "What are you planning to take to the North Gate to exchange for a house?" "We don't dare go too far, just loitering nearby. A few days ago we found a foreign trade clothing company in that office building over there. They had a bunch of items packed and ready to be shipped abroad. Upon opening, we found bulletproof panels meant for bulletproof vests, the kind used by military and police. The address on the boxes indicated they were intended for sale in Europe. Seeing this as good stuff, we brought it all back." Mobai knew that purchasing bulletproof vests in Europe also required qualifications. Perhaps obtaining a gun license was easier than buying bulletproof vests. Moreover, the bulletproof panels intended for export were said to be of excellent quality. While bulletproof vests were not particularly effective against mutated creatures in the apocalypse, the most dangerous threats often came from one's own kind, making bulletproof vests still necessary. As long as these bulletproof panels were paired with tactical vests purchased, it would constitute a complete set of tactical gear. At this point, the system in his shelter flashed a message: temporary mission completed. Eliminate and capture 2 groups of raiders, earning a reward of 400 bottle caps. The addition of Jin Guang and his 3 former motorcycle gang members to the sanctuary can be seen as the first attempt by the refuge to recruit raiders with minimal prior offenses, though this endeavor comes at a cost. Initially, most of the sanctuary's residents displayed a certain hostility towards them. Although under Mobai's management this hostility was less overt, it nonetheless existed, particularly noticeable when Jin Guang and his team were in the cafeteria, where their food portions were noticeably smaller than those of others. Mobai observed the situation without comment. After all, Jin Guang and his group had joined as captives, so their lower status was to be expected. Furthermore, despite not having committed serious offenses, they had indeed participated in the persecution and exploitation of others, so enduring some hardship was also justified. The underlying concern was that Jin Guang and his group naturally had some estrangement from the other residents of the sanctuary. The downside was that this would hinder internal unity, while the upside was that it would make it difficult for them to integrate fully with others, thereby preventing the growth of small factions. Mobai was not interested in maintaining any internal balance within the sanctuary. He simply hoped to minimize internal strife. Human emotions are always the most unpredictable. Aside from advising Wen Qi to be more vigilant, Mobai did not intervene excessively. His primary focus was on the renovation of the dormitory in the cultural park. The accommodation in the power distribution building could no longer meet the needs of the sanctuary's residents, so most of them had to move to the original dormitory. The renovation of the dormitory had begun a week earlier. Although there was a shortage of manpower, the main electrical and plumbing systems had already been upgraded. The remaining issues primarily concerned security. The dormitory was only about 300 meters from the west gate, so there was a need to reinforce the defenses there. The original spike and maze setup at the west gate seemed inadequate, so Mobai decided to construct a solid steel gate about 3 meters wide using angle iron and channel steel, accompanied by a row of sturdy pulleys. This gate was exceptionally strong and secure, but it had a clear drawback: it required 5 people to push open. Given this, Mobai added extra inclined supports to the west gate to prevent it from being struck. Most of the original spikes were removed, with the remaining ones stacked inside and outside the west gate, further reinforcing it. As for the first floor of the dormitory, it was also surrounded by the spikes retrieved from the west gate, and the sealed windows of the rooms on the first floor effectively eliminated the possibility of zombies or mutated creatures invading from below. The second floor and above were similarly enclosed with welded iron doors and windows. Regarding internal facilities, the issue of hot and cold water for the dormitory arose because the dormitory had a natural gas boiler while the sanctuary had no reserves of natural gas. Ultimately, a temporary solution was established. Residents of the dormitory could use the power distribution building for showers on designated days of the week, excluding members of external work and patrol teams who needed to shower after every patrol. If they did not clean off the radioactive dust from the outside, they would gradually develop radiation sickness. It is worth noting that both Jean Guang's group and the 9 rescued from the police station had already developed chronic radiation sickness to varying degrees. Fortunately, the radiation medication in Mo Bei's possession was still relatively plentiful. With some time for treatment, their condition would improve. However, this also meant that the procurement of radiation medicines needed to be prioritized. Mo Bei recalled one of the significant developments during the apocalypse: the invention of radiation-resistant and radiation-cleansing medicines. These inventions were not based on pre-apocalypse formulas but rather utilized materials derived from the bodies of irradiated zombies after the end of the world. However, Mo Bei did not remember the exact methods and processes for creating the formulas, but he was aware that the core material was the blood of irradiated zombies. As irradiated zombies, they did not possess much blood. Most of their bodily fluids were instead a green radioactive pus. Killing zombies was relatively easy, but collecting blood from irradiated zombies was a laborious task. The formulas for the 2 types of radiation medicines were developed by the Xishan base city about 6 months later and were quickly disseminated to most survivor bases capable of production. Mo Bei still had sufficient time to stockpile a batch of raw materials. As for the extraction of raw materials from irradiated zombies, he had his own ideas. In the underground garage workshop, the primary material refining machine covered with a tarp had not been operational for some time. This somewhat peculiar machine, capable of decomposing all materials, was not something he wished to use frequently, as everyone would undoubtedly be curious about how it operated. However, reflecting on the current apocalypse where ordinary people could practice cultivation, such conventional knowledge seemed less relevant. He had already accumulated over 1,600 bottle caps, so he decided to use 500 of them to upgrade the material refining machine. The 500 bottle caps disappeared, but the refining machine showed no noticeable changes. A prompt appeared: insufficient space, please select a larger area. Mo Bei was taken aback. Did this thing require even more space? After a moment's thought, he decided to move it to the surface. The warehouse across from the power distribution building still had quite a few empty rooms, which would be perfect for storage. In the future, any garbage and materials collected from outside could be processed with the refining machine to obtain finished materials. Upon reaching the surface, he found the largest empty warehouse on the first floor of the opposite building. After placing it down, a massive machine appeared on the concrete floor of the warehouse, measuring 10 meters long and nearly 8 meters wide, with a 3-meter wide main feed inlet and an additional inlet for liquid materials. Mo Bei had someone bring an electric cable from the generator room to connect it. Then he sent someone to check outside the west gate, where irradiated zombies were often trapped in the spike maze. Soon Tian Chang arrived with 2 corpses of irradiated zombies on a small cart. Mo Bei instructed Tian Chang to toss the irradiated zombie corpses into the refining machine's feed inlet. He watched as the body was crushed and devoured by countless gears, while Tian Chang was curious about Mo Bei's intentions. Mo Bei did not explain, instead approaching the refining machine's control panel, where the display indicated the following materials had been added: 400 g of protein, 500 g of biomass fuel, 50 g of radioactive waste, and 200 g of radioactive collagen. Mo Bei smiled. Indeed, after upgrading, the refining machine could extract materials from irradiated zombie bodies. The radioactive collagen was the primary material for producing the 2 types of radiation medicines, and also a supplementary material for crafting primary enhancement drugs. Surprisingly, it could also extract protein and biomass fuel from irradiated zombies, which was quite peculiar. Mo Bei did not say much during the dinner meeting. He instructed the patrol team to mark the locations of slain irradiated zombies on the map while on their routine patrols. He then notified the sanctuary to dispatch a recovery team. As for the refining machine, personnel needed to be assigned to guard it, and any garbage and waste collected by the search team from outside could be processed in the refining machine. Despite everyone's curiosity about the ability to refine materials from garbage or even decompose irradiated zombies, Mo Bei silenced them with a request for confidentiality. In the sanctuary, Mo Bei was the boss when he declared something a secret. Aside from Hong Yi making a face in private, no one else raised the topic again. After the meeting, Mo Bei returned to the 3rd floor. He had over 1,100 bottle caps remaining, allowing him to conduct 1 advanced draw and 1 intermediate draw. The lottery wheel began to spin, with the question mark areas glowing brightly. Eventually it slowed and stopped, the pointer landing on a blue flashing square. Intermediate chemical workstation, capable of producing most industrial chemical products. Mo Bei chuckled. This was exactly what he wanted. He had a hunch that the so-called advanced draw would likely yield essential core equipment for the sanctuary, so as long as he completed tasks to accumulate bottle caps, he would surely draw something useful. As for the remaining 100 points, he decided to go for an intermediate draw. This time luck was on his side, as the wheel landed on a familiar item: biological enhancement agent intermediate. This type of enhancement agent can only be injected once. Repeated injections are ineffective. Mo Bei was quite satisfied. His ability allowed him to receive an additional injection of the biological enhancement agent. He picked up the integrated syringe and injected it into his arm. A surge of scorching power flowed into his veins and he could feel his blood coursing through his body like a powerful warm current with strength erupting from every place it touched. Upon checking his body he found that his physical attributes had been further enhanced, now approximately 4 times that of an ordinary person. Notably, his Dantian energy channels had also expanded significantly. Mobai had never heard of enhancement agents expanding energy channels in Dantian before, but it was not surprising since most people began cultivating only after receiving injections at survivor camps. Unlike him, who had injected twice and had a system to monitor his condition, he was undoubtedly unique. This meant that if he cultivated first and injected the enhancement agent after completing the first small cycle, entering the second stage with established energy channels, the effect on his cultivation would be greater. Previous survivor bases typically injected agents to create a batch of enhanced warriors, which wasted some of the agent's potential. The intermediate chemical workstation was also quite sizable. It couldn't fit on the 3rd floor, so he decided to bring it to the opposite warehouse. After some thought, he placed the chemical workstation next to the refining machine. It was slightly smaller than the refining machine, measuring approximately 8 by 6 meters, featuring standard feed inlets, 2 liquid inlets and outlets, including 1 standard outlet and 2 liquid outlets. Mobai clicked on the control panel of the chemical workstation and was surprised to find a fairly complete chemical reaction diagram already present inside. Although it was not his area of expertise, he recognized that most chemical materials could be synthesized here, including gunpowder. The manufacturing list even detailed distinctions between explosives, gunpowder, propellant, and solid fuels. Mobai speculated that as long as the sanctuary's residents possessed the relevant knowledge and skills, the intermediate and advanced workstations would automatically generate corresponding diagrams and formulas. In essence, the workstation was merely a device that significantly simplified the daily tasks of the sanctuary. As long as the necessary personnel and materials were available, producing the same item was just a matter of time. The next day, it seemed that the residents did not have many thoughts about the newly added strange machine capable of producing gunpowder. Only Song Lin Tao circled around the machine for a long time, eventually leaving with a puzzled expression. Currently, the total number of residents in the sanctuary had reached 50, with most of them residing in the newly renovated dormitory. Remaining in the power distribution building were Mobai himself, Wenqi, and Han Yi, while the injured Wu Fei also stayed there. Song Lin Tao and Zhang Ji continued to share a room. Lastly, there were the on-duty personnel from the security team and the monitoring electricians who stayed in the duty room next to the equipment room during their shifts. With the increase in personnel, Wu Fei's patrol team expanded into 3 small teams of 5 members each. Surprisingly, the newly joined Jin Guang and his motorcycle riders became the main force of the 3rd team. Mobai assigned Tian Chang to be Jin Guang's assistant, intending to guide him and teach him the rules of the sanctuary. Although Zhang Ji suggested that Jin Guang, as a former motorcycle gang member, might not be reliable, Mobai decided to give him a chance. After all, the loyalty of Jin Guang and the others among the sanctuary residents was increasing rapidly. In the sanctuary, individuals with combat experience who could coordinate with each other were rare. Most people had been ordinary civilians before the apocalypse, and conflicts were infrequent. At this moment, the distinction between those willing to fight and those who had never engaged in battle became evident in the apocalypse. This could mean the difference between life and death. Mobai needed people like Jin Guang, and their motorcycle skills could prove useful. In terms of weaponry, Wu Fei continued to use the JS-7 police submachine gun. Although its firepower was limited, it had many advantages: high accuracy, low noise, and most importantly, ammunition was easy to obtain. Even with a chemical workstation capable of mass-producing ammunition, the materials consumed for 9mm rounds were far less than those for the 7.62mm rifle rounds. Each patrol team consisted of 5 members, with the team leader free to choose their weapon. The standard gear for team members included a modified SKS automatic rifle, a shotgun, and 2 modified 79-style submachine guns. This combination ensured that the overall firepower of the squad was well balanced, especially with Wu Fei conducting shooting training sessions every week where only those who reached intermediate marksman skills were exempt from further training. This guaranteed that all patrol members maintained a relatively high level of shooting proficiency. As for handguns, they were standard issue for team leaders and seasoned members, with only those who achieved intermediate handgun skills being equipped with one. The newly acquired bulletproof plates were also distributed to the patrol teams, with each person's tactical vest now fitted with 2 bulletproof plates in the front and back, significantly enhancing their self-protection capabilities. Among the current team leaders, aside from Wu Fei, who used a submachine gun, Li Hongyi still favored her throwing knives. At Mobei's request, she also carried a carbine version of the 92 model, while Jin Guang chose a 79-style weapon as his primary. During their routine patrols, they often encountered unexpected situations. In these moments, the lightweight, high-accuracy submachine guns and carbines became the preferred choices for most team members. Even Tian Chang, while carrying his shotgun, would bring along a carbine version of the 92 as a backup weapon. In the following week, one patrol team took a break for training, another went out on patrol, while the third handled the defense work, allowing the entire security personnel a degree of relaxation. At the same time, a logistics team was established. Zhang Ji led a group to drag back 3 abandoned electric delivery vans from the streets. After a simple repair, they were put into use. These small, quiet 4-wheeled electric vans could travel over 100 kilometers on a full charge, though their only drawback was their limited load capacity of about 300 kilograms.
However, this was not a problem as long as there were enough of them. Each time the patrol team went out, the logistics team would follow along, collecting the slain zombies and mutated creatures, transporting them back to the cultural park and then sending them to the refining workshop for processing. Although the number of mutated creatures and zombies killed by the patrol team varied, the overall stock of radioactive collagen in the refining machine was steadily increasing. Mo took the opportunity to visit the medical room and check on Wu Fei, who was still recuperating. Over the past few days, Wu Fei's health had improved significantly, especially the wound on her neck, which was almost healed. The only thing lacking was recovery from excessive blood loss. With some blood-nourishing food and a few more days of rest, she would be fine. For some reason, Mo felt that Wu Fei's gaze towards him was somewhat different than before. That afternoon, Mo was checking the interface of the refining machine when he discovered something interesting. The bodies of mutated creatures and zombies also counted as collected materials, so the number of bottle caps he had accumulated was still steadily increasing. However, it was worth noting that the built-in storage space of the refining machine was nearly full, and he came primarily to address this issue. Once the refining machine reached the intermediate level, the system could perform partial upgrades such as enlarging the feed opening to accommodate larger raw materials. Alternatively, it could speed up the refining process. Among the other options, there was one to expand the storage capacity of the refining machine. It only required 200 bottle caps. After clicking the option, Mo saw a square block appear on one side of the refining machine connected to it. The system displayed external storage compartment capable of holding 100 cubic units of standard materials can be linked and stacked. Mo noted that the dimensions of this cube were only 1 meter by 1 meter, unexpectedly turning out to be a versatile storage compartment that could hold 100 cubic units of materials. Even more astonishing was that even if the internal space of the storage compartment was full, its weight would not change, effectively making it a large version of a storage space. Mo's manager badge also had half a cubic unit of storage space, which he used to store a handgun and some emergency food and medicine. He hadn't expected the storage compartment to be such a useful item. After connecting it to the refining machine, Mo quickly figured out how to use it. It was essentially like a computer hard drive. The built-in storage of the refining machine equated to the C drive, while the external storage compartment was like an independent external hard drive. He just needed to transfer the materials from the refining machine to the external storage compartment, which was as simple as cut and paste. Mo also realized that this external storage compartment could similarly be attached to his universal workbench and chemical workbench. If he stored gunpowder materials inside and connected it to the chemical workbench, he could continuously produce gunpowder. As long as he set it up correctly, the produced gunpowder would not exit from the outlet but would be directly stored in the storage compartment. This storage compartment, with its spatial and weight-reducing attributes, proved to be extremely useful. Filled with joy, Mo quickly got to work initially setting the special materials generated from the radioactive zombies and mutated creatures to be stored in the compartment. Other ordinary raw materials such as plastic and metal would be directly produced from the outlet. He had already prepared some boxes to store these materials. With the humming sound of the machine at work, it wasn't long before it showed that the materials he transferred were stored in the compartment, after which he detached the storage compartment from the refining machine and installed it onto the adjacent chemical workbench. On the display screen, the production list, which had originally shown a gray insufficient materials message, turned white. After Mo operated the chemical workbench, the conveyor belt at the outlet started running and small 5 ml injection vials began to appear neatly lined up on the conveyor. Radiation-resistant agent 5 ml, compatible with standard handheld syringes. Each dose can increase radiation resistance by 100. Soon the cardboard box at the end of the conveyor was piled high with hundreds of small vials of radiation-resistant agents. These agents had a shelf life of 5 years, allowing them to be stored for a long time. Seeing the box filling up, the conveyor finally stopped operating, completing the production of 500 doses of radiation-resistant agents. Next, what appeared on the conveyor were plates of white tablets. These tablets were slightly larger than typical cold medicine, with each plate containing 9 tablets arranged in a 3x3 grid. This was the radiation therapy drug that was originally scheduled to be released 6 months later. Mo had started mass-producing this crucial drug for survival in the apocalypse at the chemical workbench in the shelter 6 months earlier. Although the raw materials collected over the past few days were not abundant, this radiation therapy drug had still been produced in the thousands. According to Mo's calculations, the efficiency of the chemical workbench far surpassed that of manual labor. If a typical pharmaceutical factory were to manufacture these two types of drugs, the final quantity of finished products would likely be only half that of the chemical workbench. The raw materials extracted by the refining machine yielded more than 40% more materials than those obtained manually in his past life. Thus, the current refining machine and chemical workbench were undoubtedly akin to a game-breaking existence. With the utilization of the refining machine and chemical workbench, the energy issues that the shelter had been grappling with were once again brought to the forefront. During the weekly meeting at the shelter, when she once again proposed that the patrol team focus their searches on fuel-based energy sources, Wu Fei, who attended the meeting with injuries, stated that the patrol team had done their utmost. The fuel vehicles within the safe zone had already been drained using manual oil extractors. As for the only gas station in the safe zone, it had long been emptied by the crowds before the apocalypse.
At this time Zhang Ji proposed his own remedy. His plan was not to obtain more fuel but to dismantle some solar panels from the rooftops of buildings within the safe zone and install them on the rooftops of the dormitory and warehouse buildings. If his calculations were correct, the electricity generated from these solar panels could somewhat alleviate the electrical demands within the shelter. Another point was to dismantle batteries from the numerous two-wheeled electric vehicles scattered on the streets, then retrofit them to build a larger energy storage device to store the electricity collected during the day. Initially they had considered dismantling larger electric vehicles, but most of those high-end electric car batteries were one-piece designs. Once opened they would be rendered useless, making them less safe and reliable than the batteries of regular two-wheeled electric vehicles. Bai thought for a moment and decided to let Zhang Ji build the energy storage device first, while the collection of solar panels should also keep pace. Not only within the safe zone but also in the surrounding areas. As long as there were suitable solar devices, the patrol team could escort Zhang Ji's technical team to dismantle and bring them back. As for the numerous electric vehicles that seemed like waste, Bai decided to start dismantling them within the safe zone and feed them directly into the refining machine. This way he could obtain a wealth of metal, plastic and polymers, and most importantly a large quantity of lithium battery raw materials. If he accumulated enough bottle caps, Bai planned to upgrade the universal workbench again. At that time, as long as the materials were complete, he could manufacture high-performance lithium batteries himself. Lastly, regarding the fuel issue, Bai discovered that while the refining machine decomposed radioactive zombies, it produced biomass fuel which could also be supplied to fuel generators. However, since these generators were not specifically designed for biomass fuel, they might be damaged. Currently, Bai only had a few dozen kilograms of biomass fuel, which was not much. As for a dedicated biomass fuel generator, he could only hope for good luck in the next lottery. A few days later, a voice suddenly came through the intercom from the monitoring room. "Boss Missouri, come to the monitoring room, there's a situation." Upon arriving at the monitoring room, Zhang Ji pointed at the microphone on the control panel and said, "It's the patrol team's Hong Yi. They encountered a group of strange people who claimed to be merchants from the Baiguan market. Hong Yi is asking how to handle them." As expected, the system provided another prompt task: first merchant trading, complete the transaction, reward 300 bottle caps. Bai was somewhat surprised because Jin Guang had mentioned that they had seen merchants from Baiguan once, but it had only been a month since then and these merchants had returned. After some consideration, Bai decided to have Hong Yi bring these merchants to the East Gate. Firstly, it was closer to the warehouse, making it easier to transport any items if needed. Secondly, it was within the range of the shooting point on the roof of the distribution building, allowing him and Wu Fei to provide support from the rooftop if necessary. In less than an hour, Bai met this group of merchants from Baiguan at the East Gate. Behind the pickup truck was a silver trailer which had been stripped of most of its furniture and equipment mainly used for transporting goods. There were 3 such pickups in total and about 10 armed personnel, which was considered fully armed for a small merchant convoy of 3 vehicles. The team leader was a slightly plump middle-aged man with graying temples and bright keen eyes, clearly a seasoned veteran. As Bai assessed them, the middle-aged leader was also evaluating the manager of the shelter. He was particularly focused on the overall strength of this survivor shelter. The other party had a patrol team, albeit small, but after the apocalypse there were not many forces equipped with both long and short firearms. Moreover, judging by the solid iron gate and the armed personnel behind it, there were at least 15 to 20 armed personnel. This strength could match that of some medium-sized survivor bases with hundreds of people. After pondering for a moment, the leader decided to greet in accordance with the rules and be polite. "Hello, esteemed manager of the shelter. I am Lu Yu, a merchant from the Baiguan market. You might know Baiguan. Our trading team is among the first merchants with a Baiguan trading license." Lu Yu smiled and extended his right hand. Bai raised an eyebrow. Baiguan merchants were akin to semi-official traders recognized by the Baiguan authorities, having signed agreements with the Baiguan management to gather supplies while trading across various survivor bases. These merchants had a fairly good reputation even after the apocalypse, and it could be said that the trading market and material prices in the post-apocalyptic world were greatly influenced by them. Bai was not unfamiliar with Lu Yu in his past life. Lu Yu's trading team was one of the largest in Baiguan. Bai had engaged in several large-scale transactions with him, though that was over a year later. At that time, Lu Yu's convoy had 7 or 8 armored vehicles and dozens of large and medium-sized cargo trucks. Now Lu Yu's trading team should be responding to the Baiguan market's proposal to unite survivor bases and establish free trading routes by expanding their trade routes around Baiguan. If the last encounter with Jin Guan was the first time the merchant convoy set out after the zombie tide, then today's visit might very well be the second time, as at least one more pickup truck had been added to his convoy. Bai did not hesitate and extended his right hand as well. Their hands gently shook before they parted again, maintaining a certain distance from each other. "We are the main merchants from Baiguan, just starting to conduct trade between survivor bases," Lu Yu patiently explained. "Primarily we trade goods for goods, seeing what you need and what you can trade. If there are items you require that we do not currently have, we can take orders and deliver them to you next time." Lu Yu's words made Bai feel somewhat like he was listening to a TV shopping advertisement. Bai chuckled and directly asked, "Let's see what you have."
Lu Yu immediately signaled his people to unload various boxes from the pickup and arrange them in a line on the ground. Mo Bai approached to inspect them. First was food, while rice and flour were common. Canned goods and biscuits were considered hard currency. There were also vitamin-rich ketchup and concentrated fruit juices. Although these were all products nearing their expiration dates, they were indeed rare items in the apocalypse. The rest consisted of daily necessities, small canisters of gas and kerosene, all outdoor survival supplies produced before the apocalypse. Due to their durability, they were now in high demand. Not only that, Mo Bai also found gasoline and diesel packed in portable fuel tanks. He had not expected Lu Yu's trading team to have the capital to treat these supplies as goods, indicating they had a substantial reserve of fuel. At this point, Mo Bai also recalled that in his past life among the three major forces in Kyoto, the Baiguan market was known for its fuel. It was said that under Baiguan there was a national strategic oil reserve storage containing enough fuel for hundreds of thousands of people for a decade. Although the legend might not be entirely true, the cost-effectiveness of Baiguan's fuel was indeed very high. Most importantly, Mo Bai's shelter was currently lacking in fuel, and the fuel reserves were being economized barely enough for 3 to 4 months. Lu Yu's trading team had arrived just in time. Among the three major forces in the post-apocalyptic Kyoto, Baiguan relies on its fuel resources, while the airport town was the first to cultivate food in greenhouses during the apocalypse. There is also ample farmland near the airport, allowing for self-sufficiency in food production, which can also be sold to other forces in exchange for supplies. As for the most powerful Shishan-based city, it boasts the largest armory in Kyoto and the highest number of professional soldiers. They exchange arms and ammunition for necessary supplies with other survivor factions, and in the end there are more than 20 small and large factions struggling to survive between the three major forces. Mo Bai knows that his small shelter is weak compared to those factions with tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of survivors, yet he has his own secret strengths. Among the goods displayed, the smallest quantity is weapons, ammunition, and equipment. Baiguan lacks significant official forces with a pitifully small number of military and police. Overall, it can be better described as an alliance of many small and medium survivor factions. Although numerous, they lack armed strength compared to the three major forces, often relying on personal strength in close combat to eliminate zombies. This is also the reason why the first powerhouse in Baiguan, Baiguan Blade, is so formidable. Now, still in the first year of the apocalypse, the role of firearms clearly outweighs that of civilian weapons like knives and clubs. Thus, the weapons that Lu Yu's merchant team can offer are particularly limited, with only a few handguns and competitive hunting rifles being old models like the Type 54 and double-barrel shotguns. Mo Bai thought for a moment and selected several types of side products from the goods, such as ketchup, canned fish, and canned fruits, as his people needed to replenish vitamins along with fuel. "How much fuel do you have?" "I want it all," Mo Bai said, looking at Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked at Mo Bai with great interest. This young man clearly appeared very composed, unlike those motorcycle gang members. Moreover, the supplies Mo Bai wanted focused on fuel, indicating that his shelter was not particularly short on food and weapons, but rather needed fuel which seemed to be of ordinary use. This suggests he has a generator and likely has electric devices that require power. "A 10-liter fuel tank and 30 boxes. What do you plan to use for exchange?" Lu Yu asked with curiosity. Mo Bai picked up a walkie-talkie and the iron gate behind him opened. Jin Guang and two team members pushed out a small cart. On the cart were two small metal boxes and a large wooden box. The green paint and familiar scent of oil immediately brightened Lu Yu's eyes. Mo Bai opened the lid of the wooden box, revealing several uniquely styled rifles and handguns. There are 4 modified SKS rifles, each equipped with a 4-power scope, and 2 modified versions of the Type 79, both featuring fishbone rails and new folding stock, standard with a 2-power scope and 2 standard 20-round magazines. Mo Bai skillfully introduced the firearms in the box. There are also 4 Type 92 handguns along with 2 sets of Type 92 carbine modification kits. Mo Bai narrowed his eyes at the slightly stunned Lu Yu, smiling as he said, "Let's see how much you can trade." Lu Yu snapped out of his daze, swallowed hard. Having served in the military, he had a certain understanding of weapons. However, he was unaware that in this apocalypse someone had modernized these old weapons. If these modifications were not just for show, they would significantly enhance the weapon's performance and functionality, often allowing such weapons to be sold for 2 to 3 times their original price. Stepping forward, Lu Yu picked up an SKS, pulled the bolt and aimed, revealing that he must have been a soldier, as he was very familiar with this rifle, common in new recruit training. Lu Yu gently squeezed the trigger, listening to the sound of the clash within the receiver, then roughly checked the accuracy through the 4-power scope. Raising his head, he asked with gleaming eyes, "Do you have machinery and experts for modifying weapons?" He could tell that the modifications to this gun did not impair its original performance, rather these modifications had improved its efficiency. Mo Bai shrugged. "That's a secret. You wouldn't tell me where you got your fuel, would you?" Lu Yu's eyes flickered as he put down the SKS, looking at Mo Bai, and finally nodded. "These are all rare good items. Our 30 boxes of fuel can be exchanged for 4 rifles, 1 Type 79 plus 2 Type 92s and the carbine kits. We want the ammunition as well. As for the shortfall, I can exchange some side products. We'll give you 10 kilograms of ketchup, 1 box each of canned fish and canned tomatoes with 24 cans each."
Mobai calculated in his heart that 30 boxes of 10 liters of gasoline would be enough for about a month and a half, and with those side products he nodded in agreement. Next Liu Yu began unloading boxes of fuel from the vehicle and quietly asked, "Can you guarantee to provide similar weapons and ammunition every month? We can trade fuel and long-term cooperation can bring discounts." Mobai glanced at Liu Yu and smiled, "Of course, but we need more fuel. In the future you can come once a month. If you have weapons that need modification or repair you can bring them." Satisfied, Liu Yu returned to his vehicle. Seeing that everything had been unloaded, he had the selected weapons and ammunition loaded onto the vehicle, tipped his hat to Mobai, started the pickup truck and left. Mobai watched Liu Yu's convoy disappear into the distance, thought for a moment and called Jin Guang and the others to move the side products and fuel inside. Today's harvest was substantial, ensuring that the fuel depot and the shelter could maintain a supply for about 6 months. With the completion of the task, Mobai gained an additional 300 bottle caps, which was good news. At this rate he would soon be able to draw another lottery. The arrival of the merchant team was a novelty and joy for most residents of the shelter, as not only did they receive canned goods and ketchup to replenish their vitamins, but they also obtained much-needed fuel. Humans are social creatures who not only require the supplies necessary for survival but also need interaction with others of their kind to validate their existence. The arrival of the merchant team made the residents truly feel that there were other survivors like them in the world, not just dangerous zombies and plunderers. The merchant team also reminded Mobai that the shelter needed places to ease people's minds, prompting him to consider dividing the original public gym area on the first floor of the power distribution building into 2 parts, one part for the dormitory building's first floor and another for the public area on the second floor of the power distribution building, making it convenient for people to exercise. The newly vacated space on the first floor added a bar and a small water bar area. He selected a resident from the shelter who had previously worked at a bar to serve as the bartender, providing some alcoholic beverages and drinks after dinner every night. The shelter's warehouse still had some alcoholic beverages in stock. In addition to the whiskey and white liquor that Mobai had specifically stored, there were also numerous ordinary alcoholic drinks. Considering that alcohol was a popular item in the apocalypse, Mobai had hoarded several tons of various popular alcoholic beverages. Placing them in the newly opened bar could appropriately liven up the atmosphere of the shelter, providing everyone with a place to relax, chat and socialize. The opening of the bar unexpectedly received the favor of all shelter residents. The most obvious indication was a noticeable increase in the residents' happiness and loyalty levels in the system. Currently the loyalty of most residents had reached around 80, while the opening of the bar lifted the loyalty of those previously hovering around 70 like Jin Guang and others to 80. It seems that recreational spaces in the shelter are indeed necessary. Mobai's expansion plan for the shelter involved not only a small bar but also further adjustments to the buildings in the cultural park, and he began to implement renovations. First, the indoor studio that was often used as a shooting range was renovated and repurposed as the shelter's training center and exercise area. Even Hong Yi's close combat training was moved there, as the power distribution building had become somewhat cramped for the current shelter. Mobai planned to use the power distribution building as the command center of the shelter, while the ground buildings of the now safe cultural park could be utilized. Another area opposite the training center was the restaurant where Mobai first encountered the mutated dog. After several cleanings it had been thoroughly tidied up. As a fully equipped upscale restaurant, its glass outer walls were also very thick and sturdy, so Mobai decided to move the somewhat cramped kitchen and dining area of the power distribution building here. To provide power to the kitchen's cold storage, he even prepared an emergency generator for it. The spacious bright restaurant, combined with a comfortable dining environment and even high-quality tableware, allowed Wen Qi to work with the kitchen staff to enrich the residents' meal options, visibly increasing their happiness in the system. Mobai left a strong impression of his shelter's expertise in modifying firearms, with Liu Yu aiming to seize a small portion of the market before the arms and ammunition from Xishan Base City entered the market. Competing directly with a massive force like Xishan was impossible, but he still had confidence in grabbing a share of the market within specific segments. The first step was to increase ammunition production. Selling guns will never be as profitable as selling ammunition, as ammunition is an eternal necessity. Soon the patrol team included Zhang Ji and Song Lin Tao. Song Lin Tao was temporarily assigned to the patrol team to use his expertise to find more raw materials for gunpowder, while Zhang Ji's lucky attribute was particularly potent. Even though the odds seemed slim, every time the patrol team broke into a building to search, there was a chance to trigger something, leading to 1 or 2 fortunate finds during each patrol. This turned what was originally a small gain into a significant harvest. With a focus established, the mixed patrol team began to operate frequently. First, they swept through the surrounding safe zone, again searching every building that might contain chemical products, acquiring a considerable amount of materials. After processing at the chemical workstation and adding the previously made propellant, they had now stockpiled over a ton of propellant. Next came steel, copper and some fibers, all of which were stored in the storage warehouse and linked to the universal workstation. Thus shiny bullets began to emerge from the conveyor belt at the output. Mobai retained only half of the gunpowder as a reserve, using the rest of the materials to produce the currently most common ammunition, the 7.62mm rifle cartridges and 9mm handgun cartridges.
The charge weight for a 9mm cartridge is 0.36 grams, while that for a 7.62mm rifle cartridge is 1.6 grams. With 900 kilograms of single-base propellant, theoretically 1 million rounds of ammunition could be manufactured with half of each type, totaling 500,000 rounds. Using only half of the stock, MO by produced 500,000 rounds of ammunition within a week. The reason for not exhausting the entire stock was primarily that the copper in the warehouse had run out, necessitating a reserve of copper, which forced production to halt. Even so, the accumulated 50,000 rounds of both calibers still represented a significant quantity of ammunition. In addition to ammunition, during the intervals of production, Mobai also manufactured 10 SKS rifles and 10 sets of Type 92 carbine modification components at the workstation. He had a premonition that the demand for these two very common basic weapons in the apocalypse and their modification kits would be very high. However, he could not release too many of these modified guns just yet. One reason was that the situation in Bagwan was still unclear about how much inventory they could absorb, and another reason was not to raise suspicions regarding his production scale, as that could easily incite greed. With over 10,000 people in Bagwan, not to mention their management layer, even the small forces in the market likely had around 1,000 individuals. His own base with just 50 people was vulnerable to theft due to its wealth. Additionally, Mobai requested Wu Fei to begin training others in the shelter to participate in shooting and combat training once a week. Currently, the entire security team was rather stretched, whether for patrols or defense, and relying on just these 10-odd people could not cover the entire park in case of an attack. As for another matter, it was necessary to organize a transport team to move the supplies from the underground warehouse in Dingfuzwang back in batches through the underground passage. Since the warehouse building was already in use, it was best to transport the supplies back as soon as possible. Lately things have been busy, but the number of residents in the shelter is limited. However, if they wanted to expand the population, they needed to send out patrol teams to look for scattered survivors nearby. The areas within 3 to 4 kilometers had mostly been searched, so finding new people would only rely on two other methods. Mobai found Zhang Ji and asked him to figure out how to convert the original radio relay station into a transmission tower capable of broadcasting radio signals. However, after hearing Mobai's idea, Zhang Ji proposed another method. There was a radio transmission tower over 100 meters tall on the campus of the Communication University. Because the university had many courses related to signals and media, it had invested in building this tower, integrating both radio and satellite antennas. As long as the original equipment was modified and connected to the power, it would become a powerful transmission tower. Although it was uncertain what its broadcasting range would be under radiation influence, without testing it would definitely be much stronger than the previous signal relay station, which was mainly modified for intercom signals. Mobai immediately approved this plan and began implementation. The preparation work for the modification of the radio communication tower was surprisingly quick. Zhang Ji only took 2 days to gather the necessary equipment, including a generator. On this day, Mobai personally led the team, deploying both Hong Yi and Jin Guang's squads to load all the equipment and generator fuel onto electric delivery vehicles, setting off towards the Communication University. The Communication University was a familiar area, vast in size. Zhang Ji, accompanied by his subordinates, began installing the equipment while Jin Guang was responsible for security. Mobai, along with Hong Yi, had an additional task to locate the underground civil defense facilities of the university. Hong Yi suspected that the entrance to the civil defense facilities might be in the Communication Museum. They quickly arrived at the museum's entrance, surrounded by unexpected buildings. Across the main gate were several residential buildings. The patrol team had searched this area, deeming it safe, but Mobai still prioritized safety. The museum's main door was locked, but it was just a simple lock. Mobai skillfully opened it with a master key. This master key had become standard equipment for patrol teams on missions primarily kept by the team leader. Although the team members were curious about this shapeshifting key, they understood that they lived in an era of shapeshifting and memory metals, so they merely found it intriguing without further inquiry. The museum was neither too big nor too small. Besides the exhibition halls, there were several other units squeezed in. The space was ample, but there were more offices. Avoiding the complex office area, the group headed to the exhibition area. If Hong Yi remembered correctly, the entrance to the civil defense facility should be here. While wandering in the exhibition area looking for doors, Mobai heard a scream and rushed over to find it was Hong Yi, pointing at a puddle on the ground, exclaiming, "Boss, look at this." Mobai approached and saw what appeared to be a puddle of water. As he got closer, he realized it was some unknown viscous liquid emitting a faint stench. This liquid slithered along the floor, extending towards the other side and eventually disappearing into a half-open exhibition hall at the end of the corridor. System task activated: search the area and identify unknown dangers. Mobai frowned. The task didn't even specify a reward, indicating there was likely danger. He raised his hand to recall the team members and initiated a search along the trail of the viscous liquid. At the end of the corridor on either side of the exhibition hall door, Mobai heard a sizzling sound from inside, as if something was moving on the floor. The team prepared themselves. Hong Yi gently pushed open the half-closed door while a team member armed with a Type 79 submachine gun peeked in, pointing the gun towards the exhibition hall.
What they saw inside the exhibition hall made both the team members and Hong Yi gasp in shock. A giant snake as thick as a water barrel and several dozen meters long was coiled inside the hall, its dark layered scales slowly undulating. On its triangular head the size of a coffee table were a pair of blood-red eyes. Everyone froze, their hearts seemingly stopping, their body hairs standing on end from the eerie scene. Only Imobe's eyes narrowed, his innate calmness kicking in as he forced himself to remain composed. Raising his arm, he disengaged the safety on his Type 81 weapon, but instead of aiming at the giant snake he lightly bumped into Tian Chang, who was still in shock, with his shoulder. He then kicked the new team member holding the Type 79 submachine gun while retreating, taking a deep breath before speaking into the radio. Hong Yi, fall back. Hong Yi jolted at the sound in her earpiece, paused for a second and began to withdraw while the exhibition hall door she had propped open slowly began to close. Just as the door was closing, Imobe shouted, "Run to the entrance." The five of them turned and sprinted, with Hong Yi dragging along the new recruit who had already lost strength in his legs. System notification task changed: eliminate the level 4 mutated giant snake. Reward 500 bottle caps. As Imobe ran, he cursed inwardly, a creature this massive is a level 4 mutation. This was a setup for their annihilation. Level 4 mutated organisms, according to scientists' classifications, are entirely different from the previous 3 levels. The first 3 levels of mutated organisms and radiation zombies could all be killed by ordinary firearms. This meant that even an ordinary person with a firearm could theoretically kill a level 3 mutated organism. Of course, it was a fact that a legendary level 3 agile mutant wolf had slaughtered a search team. The dividing line for level 4 mutated organisms is that ordinary light weapons and small caliber bullets can no longer threaten them, nor can they penetrate their skin. This means that the presence of even a single such creature could annihilate a small survivor settlement. Imobe never expected that in less than a year of the apocalypse a level 4 mutated giant snake would appear near his shelter. This terrifying creature could swallow a cow whole, and if it had been a venomous snake in its former life, its strength could increase even further. Dealing with such a powerful creature would require at least a level 4 martial artist, a master of the 4th layer of the refining body technique. Currently Imobe had only achieved the 3rd layer of the refining body technique, and crucially he was training as a healer. As for Hong Yi, who advanced the fastest in the refining body technique, she had only reached the peak of the 2nd layer. Together they were no match for this mutated giant snake. Imobe did not look back. He heard the sound of the giant snake smashing through the door at the end of the corridor, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Determined, he charged forward, crashing through the glass door. He squatted down, raising his gun with both hands. Through the white light of the Type 81 sights he saw a massive figure swiftly moving down the corridor, its speed comparable to a car starting up. Meanwhile, Tian Chang and Wang Li burst through the door while Hong Yi was still dragging the new recruit, who was about 10 meters away from the door. The upper body of the mutated giant snake was already raised, signaling its imminent pounce. Without hesitation, Imobe fired, delivering a series of precise shots. The first shot aimed directly at the snake's eye, followed by 2 more shots aimed at the gaping mouth of the snake. Unexpectedly, the mutated giant snake sensed danger, its head swaying slightly, causing all 3 bullets to hit its upper body. The 7.62mm bullets sparked against the dark green scales, ricocheting off and flying up to the ceiling. Clearly enraged by the attack, the mutated giant snake coiled its body into a ball, its head turning to focus on Imobe, its long tongue flicking in and out and its blood-red eyes locked onto him. At that moment Imobe waited until Hong Yi exited the glass door before he quickly shut it. Tian Chang grabbed a chain lock from the ground and wrapped it around the door, twice securing it. Imobe knew the door likely wouldn't hold against the giant snake, but it was better than nothing. He immediately began to retreat, simultaneously grabbing the radio and shouting, "Zhang Ji, we have trouble. A giant snake is chasing us." They then sprinted down the street while behind them the mutated giant snake crashed heavily against the museum's glass door. With a thunderous crash, not only the glass door but the entire glass wall behind it was left with a white spider web of cracks. The 12cm thick tempered glass was on the verge of shattering after just one impact. Imobe and the others ran even faster. They were only a few hundred meters from Zhang Ji's signal tower, unburdened and moving swiftly under the threat of death. Before they could cover 200 meters, a loud bang echoed from the museum direction. The mutated giant snake's long tail had struck the glass curtain wall, which was already riddled with cracks, finally giving way and shattering with a deafening crash. The mutated giant snake broke free, letting out a roar in the direction of Imobe and the others as it twisted its body and chased after them. Looking back, Imobe saw the giant snake closing in. Just as he felt a chill, he heard the sound of staggering footsteps coming from the nearby residential buildings. Dozens of radiation zombies emerged from the apartments and shops on either side of the road, activated by the earlier commotion, instinctively heading towards the source of the noise. As the mutated giant snake advanced, it suddenly encountered this group of zombies. Feeling provoked, the giant snake halted, raised its front half and swallowed a nearby radiation zombie in one gulp. The sight of the giant mouth wide open and the zombie writhing in its belly sent chills down Imobe's spine. This horrifying scene was rare even in his past life. At that moment Imobe suddenly had a flash of insight. He realized that the mutated giant snake seemed not to be picky about its food. Radiation zombies didn't possess any particularly edible parts, so few mutated creatures would consume them. However, the mutated giant snake fed by swallowing and digesting its prey, showing no preference for taste or texture.
Anything that it couldn't digest would be expelled, making the giant snake one of the few mutated creatures that wasn't finicky about its food. Mo shouted stop.
And saw Hong Yi and Tian Chang both surprised looking at him.
Trusting in Mo, they ceased their escape. Give me the iron pipe bombs you have, Mo commanded. Hong Yi hesitated, saying your bullets can't penetrate its scales. The iron pipe bombs probably won't work either. Mo didn't explain directly, insisting no more talking, just give them to me.
The patrol team was equipped with a standard amount of ammunition. Each submachine gun and rifle came with 3 spare magazines, and half of the 5.6 had 6 10-round clips. Additionally, each member was given 2 iron pipe bombs which required a fuse to detonate and were relatively safe.
However, no one had used them up to this point.
Soon 10 iron pipe bombs were in Mo's hands. He pulled the fuses outward slightly. The original fuses needed to be inserted into the bottom of the pipes to prevent accidental pulling that could render them unusable, so the fuses were quite long. In fact, the fuses only needed to burn to the inside of the pipe to ignite, and the length of the internal fuse didn't matter. However, Mo now pulled out some fuse to extend the detonation time. He took 2 long zip ties and bound 3 iron pipe bombs together, also tying the fuses together, creating 2 simple cluster bombs. Then using another zip tie, he passed it through the bombs, waving for Hong Yi and the others to scatter. He pretended to search his pockets but actually retrieved a water bottle from the manager's badge storage which contained a small sealed vial. After opening the water bottle, he dripped some solidified liquid from the small vial onto the end of the iron pipe fuse. After shaking it slightly, he watched as the slightly yellow liquid began to dry on the fuse. Mo grabbed a set of iron pipe bombs and started to run back, astonishing Hong Yi, who was left dumbfounded as Mo suddenly dashed into the midst of the 20 or so radiation zombies.
Mo sprinted to a zombie, dodging its lunge, and quickly wrapped the iron pipe bomb around its neck with the zip tie. Then with a swift kick he sent the zombie staggering toward the mutated giant snake over 20 meters away. The giant snake, seeing dozens of indistinguishable food items in front of it, excitedly raised its upper body. As it hesitated over which one to eat first, one zombie stumbled right in front of it. The mutated giant snake wasted no time swallowing it whole before the zombie even realized what had happened. The snake's neck writhed as it struggled to swallow the zombie, and just then another zombie fell in front of it. The giant snake, having never encountered food that came to it, voluntarily felt a moment of confusion, but it didn't mind taking the easy route for a meal, so it swallowed again. As the mutated giant snake consumed another zombie with the iron pipe bomb around its neck, Mo turned and ran. The surrounding zombies lunged at him, but he narrowly avoided them. When he returned, several zombies were still chasing him. Gunfire erupted. A splatter of blood erupted from the head of a zombie behind Mo, which collapsed. Hong Yi continued firing her 92 carbine, taking out the zombies behind Mo by one. Then she turned and shouted, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Why are you running up there? Also, what did you put on the bombs?" Out of breath, Mo replied, "That's white phosphorus, the kind that ignites on its own." Hong Yi's expression changed as she yelled, "Find cover, take cover." The group hurriedly dove into a nearby house just in time to hear a massive explosion outside ringing in their ears. Before the ringing subsided, another explosion followed. Then came the sound of countless chunks of flesh falling to the ground, a cacophony of noise. Peeking out, Mo saw the coiled mutated giant snake, its upper body entirely gone, leaving only its lower half still coiled and a massive snake head that remained, its eyes wide open as if in disbelief. Most of the surrounding zombies had been blown to bits, with only a few radiation zombies still confusedly wandering in circles, oblivious to what had just happened. Mo let out a long sigh of relief as he stepped out of the house. Hong Yi, Tian Chang and the others followed suit, equally shocked at the bloody scene in the street. The previously 100-meter-long level 4 mutated giant snake had been blown into a pile of meat, and Hong Yi still couldn't believe her eyes. Mo thought to himself, luckily it was a non-picky giant snake. If it had been a mutated wolf, it wouldn't have touched the zombies at all, no matter how tempting the bait. Today was truly a stroke of luck. System notification task completed, reward 500 bottle caps. Mo searched the remains for the giant snake's head, using his dagger to probe around until he found a gelatinous substance the size of a pigeon egg, which he pocketed. At that moment, a group of people came running from a distance. It was Zhang Ji's construction team and Jean Guang's escort team. Everyone stared in shock at the gruesome scene of blood and flesh scattered everywhere. The next tasks were rather troublesome. First, there were the remaining zombies to be cleared away. Then, using the newly constructed radio tower, contact was made with the shelter, requesting them to mobilize more than just the security team and to bring all available electric delivery vehicles to the Media University. First, the bodies of the zombies were loaded back into the refining machine, then came the corpse of the mutated giant snake. Although most of the snake had been blown to pieces, the larger fragments were still recoverable. This snake meat was actually edible compared to other mutated creatures. Most of the meat on the giant snake was non-toxic. However, after witnessing the giant snake devour zombies, Hong Yi and the others had lost their appetite for it. Nonetheless, Mo collected all the recoverable snake meat and sent it back to the shelter's ice storage.
Even though the residents of the shelter might not favor snake meat, it could serve as a good trading item for the merchants from the northern pass. In the apocalypse, fresh meat was extremely scarce and the edible parts of mutated creatures were often less than 1/3 of their total body mass, making meat a luxury item, hence the high prices. The collected snake meat could be made into canned meat, which would be profitable whether consumed personally or sold to merchant caravans. The collected pulverized snake meat weighed several hundred kilograms, and there lay half of the complete lower body of the giant snake, which weighed tons. Furthermore, the skin of this level 4 mutated giant snake was exceptionally tough, with scales impervious to blades. Ultimately, the only way to peel off the skin and scales was to extract them from the inside out. Mobai understood that both the skin and scales were excellent materials for armor. In the apocalypse, using materials from mutated creatures of level 4 or above could yield named equipment provided there was a skilled craftsman. However, Mobai was unsure whether his refining machine and universal workbench could handle such materials. This level 4 mutated giant snake was a treasure trove. Even its blood was a significant tonic in traditional Chinese medicine and could be refined into components for enhancing potions. Mobai recalled that the blood of a level 4 mutated snake was a primary material for powerful recovery potions, and its value was indeed astronomical. As for the snake bones, they were light yet strong, with exceptional toughness and numerous uses. The snake eyes, once dead, would solidify into a crystal-like substance similar to amber, and the exceptionally sharp fangs were also rare materials for equipment. Lastly, the snake gallbladder and heart were top-notch materials for detoxification potions, equally valuable. A group of over 30 people worked from noon until evening to process the entire giant snake and drag it back to the shelter, even collecting over 50 liters of snake blood. To prevent attracting other powerful mutated creatures, they had to use disinfectants and cleaning agents to thoroughly clean the street before returning to the shelter. After a long day, the residents of the shelter returned to rest, leaving only a small portion of the patrol team discussing in hushed tones at the newly established bar about Mobay's astonishing act of sending zombies with bombs to feed the giant snake. The most animated storyteller among them was surprisingly Tian Chang, who usually had a simple demeanor. Not far from the bar, their captain Wu Fei quietly sipped from a bottle of beer. At this moment, Mobay stood before the refining machine. He had just poured a bottle of snake blood into it, and the screen displayed level 4 mutated snake blood intermediate material, excellent quality, can be synthesized into tier 3 enhancement potion or used to craft advanced recovery potion. Then came an A4 sheet carrying the snake scales and skin, level 4 mutated snake skin, excellent quality, can be used to make excellent lightweight leather armor. Level 4 mutated snake scales, excellent quality, can be used to make excellent scale armor. Mobai could see that the refining machine had skipped the tanning and drying processes, maximizing the benefits of these mutated giant snake materials. However, it appeared there were no blueprints yet, so he couldn't produce finished products. But that was not an issue as long as he found a good tanner later and used other snakeskins to craft a nice set of leather armor. Scanning the finished product would yield the basic B. With this thought, Mobai took out a pair of crystal clear blood red eyes from the manager's badge in his pocket, the crystallized snake eyes radiating a mesmerizing hue. Mobai gently placed one snake eye onto the refining machine and watched as it entered the machine. Remarkably, after 10 seconds the machine spat it back out. Mobai was taken aback. The refining machine couldn't process this snake eye. Upon closer inspection, the system showed level 4 mutated snake eye, fine quality, rare material, specific uses unknown. Comparing this processed snake eye with the other one he hadn't put into the refining machine, the processed snake eye was noticeably smaller but had a more brilliant sheen, and there seemed to be a blood-colored glow swirling within it, which was quite extraordinary. Mobai placed the other snake eye into the machine as well and obtained another identical refined snake eye. However, he was unclear as to why this one couldn't be stored in the refining machine's inventory. Could it be that the intermediate refining machine couldn't store fine-grade materials? Next, Mobai tossed in a pair of snake fangs along with the gallbladder and heart and received similar materials of level 4 fine quality that couldn't be stored in the inventory, while the batch of snake bones yielded excellent quality materials that could be stored in the refining machine. The high-power radio tower at Media University had begun operating its signal far stronger than the original relay station. According to Zhang Ji's estimates, the broadcast's reception range could reach 10 kilometers even in heavily radiated urban areas. The newly set up shelter broadcast had started to loop, primarily welcoming survivors lacking shelter, food, and security to come to the new shelter, effectively serving as a recruitment advertisement in the apocalypse. Of course, the broadcast didn't explicitly state the shelter's location but provided a rendezvous point where patrols would visit daily at noon. If any survivors heard the broadcast and arrived, efforts would be made to bring them back. If there were nearby raiders, hidden cameras would detect them and the shelter would dispatch reinforcements to capture these raiders. The recruitment of new survivors was a long-term endeavor that had just begun. Mobai had 2 more tasks ahead of him. The first was to resume the exploration of the underground civil defense facilities at Media University, which had been interrupted by the mutated giant snake. He planned to craft some new equipment in a few days and try again. The second task was to visit the Northern Pass Market. Now that the snow had melted and the roads were clear, he just needed to spend some time finding a pathway from the main road. An easier method would be to wait for the merchant caravan from the Northern Pass to pass by and join them, ensuring safety while benefiting from their established trade routes. One task at a time. In the underground second level of the shelter, Son Lintao was leading a team to create a new weapon designed to combat mutated creatures of level 3 and above.
Mo Bai had 3 plans.
The first was a large-caliber heavy sniper rifle which would have great power and penetration with a caliber of over 12.7 mm, likely capable of penetrating the scales of level 4 mutated giant snakes. However, there were many issues. First, he lacked the relevant blueprints and had no samples of large-caliber sniper rounds for replication. Given his current abilities, he might be able to create a smoothbore large-caliber rifle, but it would be of little significance. The second option was the classic RPG rocket launcher, which had a good chance of being produced since Son Lintao knew how to make rocket propellants and the structure of the RPG was very simple and easy to construct. The third option was a high-power grenade, an enhanced version of the pipe bomb requiring a higher detonation speed and larger range to inflict sufficient damage on level 4 mutated creatures. After discussing with Wu Fei and Son Lintao, they decided to pursue the second and third options. First was the high-power grenade. With Son Lintao's assistance, they successfully manufactured detonators, eliminating the need for fuses in the new pipe bomb.
Instead, they used standard pull-string detonators with a detonation time set to 10 seconds.
To increase explosive power, Son Lintao mixed an accelerant into the new explosives, a type of additive that could enhance explosive power in localized areas. Next, they crafted a thin iron shell to encase the pipe and filled the gaps between the pipe and shell with over 105 mm bearing steel balls to enhance shrapnel damage. They also extended the length of the pipe by 5 cm to accommodate more explosive material. Overall, this new pipe bomb was over twice as powerful as the previous model, and at close range it could inflict considerable damage on level 4 creatures. As for the RPG rocket launcher, Mo Bai initially wanted to directly replicate the world's most famous Russian RPG-7.
However, after consulting with Son Lintao, he deemed it unnecessary.
First, the power was excessive. The RPG-7 was designed to combat armored vehicles and light tanks, while the defensive capabilities of level 4 mutated creatures were roughly equivalent to level 3 bulletproof vests. Using an RPG against them was indeed unnecessary, plus rocket launchers generally had a short range and low accuracy. If they replicated it themselves, the accuracy would likely be even lower. Thus, Son Lintao proposed creating a small caliber rocket launcher with a launch tube diameter of 30 mm and a rocket diameter of only 50 mm. In terms of data, this was comparable to the first generation RPG developed by the Soviet Union after World War II, perhaps even slightly smaller.
Son Lintao believed the scaled-down RPG would be sufficiently powerful. Theoretically, a 50 mm rocket could penetrate at least 150 mm of ordinary steel plate.
In terms of penetration power, this was actually lower than the RPG ancestor Iron Fist used by the German army during World War II, which had a penetration depth of 200 mm. However, due to different combat targets, the penetration depth of 150 mm was often deemed excessive. By reducing the explosive charge and diameter, the overall size and weight of the rocket launcher were significantly decreased. Their improved simplified RPG rocket launcher measured only 70 cm in length after loading with a diameter of 30 mm, and the rocket had 6 tail fins to maintain a stable trajectory. Due to the overall reduction in the weight of the rocket, its flight was much more stable than initially expected. At Media University's sports field behind a makeshift barricade made of sandbags, Wang Li was nervously preparing for the launch, as he was the only one in the armed police force who had ever used a rocket launcher. The newly manufactured rocket launcher appeared much smaller, featuring a handgun-style grip and a slender body made of seamless steel tubes with a round stylish bell-shaped vent at the rear.
The length of the TUSA's smaller rocket was only 25 centimeters.
He inserted the rocket into the launcher and twisted the locking pin. With that, the launch preparation was complete. After releasing the safety, Wang Li could aim using the 2x scope mounted on the left side of the rocket launcher. To simplify matters, this scope was identical to those found on semi-automatic rifles mounted via a rail. It must be said that the way the rocket was mounted made it look much more modern. Wang Li suppressed his nervousness and aimed at a target 100 meters away, which were 2 large garbage bins tightly packed together filled with earth and stone. He placed the crosshairs on the center and squeezed the trigger. A 50mm rocket flew toward the target, leaving a trail of smoke.
Surprisingly, it hit the target directly in one shot, creating a loud bang.
Through Mo Bai's binoculars, he saw a 20-centimeter wide hole appear on the front of the garbage bin filled with earth and stone, and the back was also penetrated, indicating that the power was sufficient. Wang Li was equally astonished. The recoil of this rocket launcher was much less than he had imagined, and the rocket's trajectory was very stable, showing almost no drop over a distance of 100 meters. Additionally, the lightweight rocket traveled faster than anticipated, indicating a high hit rate.
At Mo Bai's request, they launched another rocket. This time, even at a range of 150 meters, it still hit the designated target, exciting everyone.
In facing mutated creatures, the biggest issue was not the firepower of the weapons at hand, but that high-powered weapons often struggled to hit agile and rapidly moving mutated creatures. For example, the classic RPG-7 rocket launcher had a slow flight speed, and while it was adequate within 50 meters, it relied on sheer faith for longer distances. Thus this new small-caliber rocket launcher proved highly practical, especially against individual high-level mutated creatures. Of course, to deal with ordinary mutated creatures, Song Lintao also manufactured a batch of simpler grenade-type rockets, primarily using shrapnel for lethal effect with slightly greater power than the new pipe bombs, essentially serving as large grenade launchers with an explosive radius of about 10 meters. Once finalized, the small-caliber rocket launcher was crudely dubbed RPG Type 1, mainly because in everyone's mind it would instinctively be called an RPG rather than any other name. Using the Universal Workbench and Chemical Workbench, Mobi quickly produced 4 30mm rocket launchers and 20 armor-piercing rockets along with 50 grenades. Since the entire rocket launcher system only weighed 5 kilograms, the overall burden was not an issue. The outgoing patrol team would carry 2 launchers, and each patrol member would assist the rocket launcher operator by carrying 1 rocket. Adding the 3 rockets carried by the launcher operator, they had a total of 10 rockets, sufficient to handle most situations. Moreover, the shelter had 2 spare launchers, effectively increasing the firepower of the shelter's defense team. Even when encountering lightly armored enemies, they would have corresponding firepower. With the new equipment in place, a new exploration team was reorganized. This time Mobi personally led the team, accompanied by Zhang Ji and Wu Fei, while the remaining members were the disgruntled Hong Yi and Wen Qi. In addition to the 3 of them, the team consisted of 5 of Wu Fei's teammates and 2 subordinates of Zhang Ji. To be cautious, they also brought along oxygen cutting tools. Wen Qi dispatched 4 logistics personnel, and they prepared 3 flatbed trucks. As they walked through the corridors of the museum, the remnants of the level 4 mutated snake from a week ago were still vividly etched in their memories. To be on the safe side, Wu Fei stood outside the museum entrance with a ready RPG-1 rocket launcher, establishing a defensive position. Mobi felt relatively calm. Level 4 mutated creatures had become quite rare just 1 year after the apocalypse. It takes time for mutated beings to evolve further and increase their levels, similar to human cultivation. It was nearly impossible for such an evolution to happen overnight. The presence of a level 4 mutated snake within the Media University was completely unexpected. The probability of encountering similar level 4 mutated creatures in the same location was essentially 0. Moreover, the higher the level of the mutated beings, the lower the likelihood of them living in groups. Their territorial awareness would also be stronger, making it difficult for them to accept the presence of similarly ranked mutated creatures in their territory. Therefore, Mobi did not believe he would encounter similar dangerous creatures during the upcoming exploration. As a team member gently pushed open the dilapidated exhibition hall door, the scene inside came into view once again. The exhibition hall was in disarray, with display cases and decorations scattered across the floor. The pungent odor had not dissipated even after a week. Mobi waved his right hand forward, signaling the team to move along the wall into the interior. The hall was large, and the group moved cautiously, progressing deeper while calling out safe as they reached the back of the exhibition hall, where the situation left them astonished. Next to the stairwell at the back, a massive hole in the sturdy wall was clearly a result of a violent impact from the inside. Beside the hole was a very familiar sealed steel gate. A few of them turned to look at Mobi, clearly indicating that the level 4 mutated snake had emerged from the civil defense facility, and rather than using the door, it had directly broken through the wall. Mobi frowned and picked up the walkie-talkie, instructing Wu Fei to lead the team inside. Soon Wu Fei arrived next to the hole, carrying the rocket launcher, visibly shocked by the sight. Wu Fei carefully inspected the hole, shining her flashlight into the dark underground passage. After several meters, she saw no signs of abnormality. She turned back and said this should be the entrance to the underground air raid shelter. However, it's unclear why that mutated snake came out from here, and we don't know if there are other mutated creatures inside. Mobi pondered for a moment before replying there shouldn't be any higher-level mutated creatures. If there were other creatures, the large snake would have eaten them already. It's likely that the snake had to break through from underground due to a lack of food. Wu Fei agreed with Mobi's deduction. Given that snake's appetite, if there were other creatures underground, they would likely have been consumed long ago. Mobi decided to continue the exploration. After setting up the lights, the group began entering the underground passage. The inclined passage was steeper than those they had encountered before, and after a short distance they arrived at a relatively spacious underground cave, somewhat resembling the structure of the basement level of the power distribution building. Under the beam of the strong flashlight, this place was slightly lower than the basement level of their shelter. The area featured 5 different passageways, one of which was locked by a steel door, while the other 4 had originally been secured with large iron gates. However, now the iron doors were askew, clearly damaged by the powerful body of the mutated snake. Mobi and the others began searching each passageway one by one. The first passage led to a warehouse where the shelves and supplies were toppled and scattered. Many food items and storage boxes had been destroyed, with rice and flour spilling everywhere. Clearly the mutated snake had foraged here, but aside from a few cans, the warehouse lacked meat, leading to a chaotic mess. Mobi observed that the supplies here mainly consisted of long-term storage food. Although they had suffered considerable losses from the snake's rampage, about a third of the food appeared to be intact. Mobi instructed Wu Fei to contact the shelter and send a logistics team. Since the main routes were within the safe zone, they were allowed to drive the Dongfeng flatbed truck parked in the warehouse area, which had a cargo capacity far exceeding that of the electric delivery vehicles.
Next was the second warehouse, which had also been visited by the snake. Due to the lack of food, the snake likely just took a cursory look around. Although many shelves were knocked over, the goods and supplies were relatively well preserved. This warehouse mainly contained daily necessities such as industrial soap, detergents, tents, and folding double-layer steel frame beds. In one corner of the warehouse they found a dozen barrels of various oils, half of which were kerosene for lighting. As for the third passage, it led to a series of rudimentary rooms that had been destroyed by the snake. This area appeared to have once served as a medical room, a security room, and a small machine shop. The small machine shop turned out to be an unexpected find, with most of the equipment dating back to the 1990s, yet they were well maintained. Moby discovered that most of these machines did not require electricity and were primarily manual tools, making them well suited for the resource-scarce apocalypse. Fortunately, the equipment here was not large. With the small forklift from the power distribution building, they should be able to transport it out. Although these machines were not as versatile as the universal workbench, the workbench consumed a lot of electricity, so using these non-electric devices for processing simple tools and parts was more appropriate. In the gun cabinet of the security room they found 5 M4 rifles and a box of ammunition, along with 2 shotguns and 100 sealed bullets. As for the rest, there were only a few police equipment and signal flares. There was nothing significantly different from other civil defense facilities, which left Moby somewhat disappointed. However, these supplies still enriched their stockpile. As their broadcasting station began to broadcast, it would likely attract more survivors to join, leading to increased consumption of various resources, so stockpiling more was undoubtedly a wise decision. In the fourth passage, Moby and the others finally encountered something different, a site littered with debris and a dark hole in the ground. Moby shone his flashlight into the hole, revealing damp soil below, and faint sounds of water could be heard. It was likely an underground river. The mutated snake had emerged from there. The level 4 mutated snake was originally a water snake. Moby sighed and helplessly instructed Wu Fei to prepare explosives to seal the hole after their departure. As for what lay beyond this passage, it appeared to be a parking lot-like area with a route leading upwards for a truck, likely towards the underground parking lot of the residential complex. The overall structure was similar to that of the underground parking lot of the power distribution building. As for the last passage with a steel gate, Zhang Ji approached with his flashlight. Under the light, a red national emblem was prominently displayed on the steel door. Moby and Wu Fei exchanged glances. This was a military insignia. At that moment the system popped up a notification. Zhang Ji's skill luck activated, discovered a hidden military facility. Moby's eyes twitched involuntarily as he suppressed the urge to speak, thinking, what the heck is Zhang Ji's talent being used like this? Upon inspection, it turned out that unlike the civil defense facility's 5-angle rotary lock, the steel gate required a 12-digit mechanical password in addition to the rotary lock to open. Wu Fei stepped forward to try it but indicated that she couldn't do it. Such mechanical locks were designed to preserve supplies for long periods during wartime. Even with explosives, the steel gate would only lock tighter. It was impossible to open without the password. Moby circled around the steel door and suddenly shifted his gaze to the passage leading to the parking lot next to it. The entire passage had been tampered with by the snake, with impact marks visible on the sides. It was clear that behind the concrete wall there should be a brick wall. Moby had someone bring a measuring tape and found that the thickness between the driving passage and the sealed door was only a little over 3 meters. Wu Fei was also pleased and then found Song Lin Tao asking, "Do you know about directional blasting?" Song Lin Tao was stunned for several seconds, finally grasping Wu Fei's meaning. He thought for a moment. "I'm not a professional demolition expert, but I know the principles of directional blasting. We have enough explosives, we just need to calculate the yield. After all, we are underground and using too much explosive could cause a collapse." Since the explosives they carried were definitely insufficient, Moby instructed Song Lin Tao to return to the shelter for adequate explosives. Meanwhile, the others began transporting supplies. Since there was now a passage for vehicles to enter and exit, they simply opened the gate leading to the underground parking lot of the Media University and drove the Dongfeng flatbed truck directly into the civil defense facility. They then used a forklift to begin loading. To improve transportation efficiency, the 5 Wuling vans and pickups parked in the warehouse parking lot across from the shelter were also brought out for use as trucks. The Media University was only a kilometer away from the shelter, so the vehicles made quick trips back and forth. However, the transporting took quite some time. When she was busy to the point of her feet smoking, as all supplies needed to be stored. The original basement level could no longer accommodate the supplies, so this batch would be directly driven to the underground second level for temporary storage to be sorted later when they had time. After Song Lin Tao retrieved the explosives and generator, he began using an electric hammer to open a hole in the wall, then placed the cylindrical explosives inside and sealed the hole with clay. Once prepared, there was a loud explosion. The sound was not as loud as expected, and a large hole about 1 meter deep was blasted in the wall. Song Lin Tao explained that this was to avoid causing a collapse from excessive explosives. Another blast should penetrate through. Soon another directional blast occurred. The group ventured into the smoke and dust to check, and sure enough, the wall had been breached. The electric hammer was soon deployed to enlarge the original opening until it was big enough for a person to pass through. Mo Bai and Wu Fei squeezed into the cave, which was a passage less than 2 meters wide. Not far inside was a barred door locked with thick iron chains. A metal sheet was affixed to the door bearing a warning against smoking and fire. Behind the barred door, boxes covered with canvas were vaguely visible. Upon inspection, Mo Bai recognized the warning signs of an ammunition depot. But why would a military ammunition depot appear in the underground civil defense facility of a university was beyond comprehension. Perhaps it was just Zhang Ji's talent that caused this ammunition depot to appear here. Using a universal key, he quickly unlocked the iron lock. Upon entering, it was a relatively small underground space about 500 square meters with a height of about 6 meters. Unlike the militia's ammunition depots, the boxes here were tightly stacked together. Mo Bai stepped forward to lift a piece of canvas, revealing large plastic storage boxes beneath the numbering of which Mo Bai had never seen before. Based on his knowledge, these boxes certainly did not contain firearms or ammunition. Wu Fei stepped forward using a crowbar to pry open the wire seal on one of the boxes. She then pushed the box open. What came into view were rectangular objects wrapped in oil paper, neatly arranged like bricks inside the box. Tearing open a corner of the oil paper, it revealed a gel-like substance resembling dough and glass mud. Mo Bai glanced at the label on the oil paper and immediately gasped in shock. It was an entire box of C4 plastic explosives. Stepping back to look around, the entire room was filled with identical storage boxes. Could it be that this place was entirely filled with plastic explosives? Was this a military explosives depot? Wu Fei was also dumbfounded. As a trained police officer, she was no stranger to plastic explosives, but the C4 she had seen in her life was merely a small piece used to breach doors or windows. She had never encountered an explosives depot stacked to the ceiling like this. Slowly recovering from the shock, Mo Bai called over Song Lin Tao to inspect the explosives depot. Upon seeing the mountain of C4 explosives, Song Lin Tao was similarly left speechless for a long time. After a few minutes of sorting and categorizing, Mo Bai found that the explosives here were not just C4 plastic explosives. It could be said that around 40% were of this type, while the rest included about 10 boxes of detonators, wires and fuses. They even found a batch of wired and wireless detonators for triggering the explosives. In addition to C4 plastic explosives, they also found some general TNT and octogen. Octogen is a high-efficiency explosive with performance significantly better than TNT, but it is relatively expensive and typically used in the warheads of missiles and torpedoes. While rummaging through the boxes, Song Lin Tao unexpectedly found a box of precious explosive CL-20. He proudly showed off this crystalline explosive cut into the size of soybeans and encased in a gel-like packaging. Our country is the third in the world capable of producing this super explosive with a detonation velocity of 9,600 meters per second and explosive power dozens of times that of TNT. Moreover, we are also the second country to produce CL-20 explosives that meet stability standards. I was once a member of this project group, Song Lin Tao lamented. Unfortunately, by the time our country developed this explosive, I had already been reassigned to the Rocket Propellant Research Group. Carefully holding the crystalline explosive sealed within the gel-like sphere, Song Lin Tao said, "This explosive is typically unstable, but we have altered its crystalline structure to ensure sufficient stability. To be on the safe side, we usually store it in this shockproof and high-temperature resistant gel. Of course, detonating it requires specialized detonators." He then proudly waved the set of 6-sized batteries he held in his other hand. One must say this was a very well-equipped military explosives depot. In addition to the explosives-related items, Mo Bai also found a weapon box on the ground near the fence gate, which was sealed and contained 5 Type 95 small-caliber rifles, each equipped with 6 magazines and a spare barrel. As for the ammunition, there were only 2 boxes containing 4,000 rounds of 5.8mm bullets. This was also the first time the shelter received Type 95 rifles. Although this military service rifle with decent accuracy was being replaced by the newer Type 20 series, its vast number of existing units still held significant importance domestically. Seeing the familiar rifle, Wu Fei was naturally very happy. This type of rifle was roughly the same length as a submachine gun, compact and easy to carry with high precision and firepower that far exceeded that of submachine guns firing pistol ammunition. Of course, there were also numerous issues with this rifle from the 1990s. The high sightline, lack of rails, difficulty in attaching accessories, low human-machine efficiency and slow loading speed were just some of the many small drawbacks. In contrast, the export version Type 97, after several improvements, was much more modern than the original Type 95. Mo Bai was not worried. He had several improvement plans for the Type 97 on his computer. As long as he scanned the structure of the Type 95, he could produce modified parts. It would not be difficult to retrofit an advanced modified Type 95 rifle. What was troubling now was how to deal with such a large batch of explosives. They definitely could not be left here. Anyone could enter through the blasted hole. Careful arrangements were necessary to transport everything back. Mo Bai and Song Lin Tao discussed and decided to use an electric courier vehicle to transport the explosives, which could carry 3 boxes at a time. The courier vehicle was not fast but very stable, making it more suitable for transporting these dangerous materials than a freight truck. As for the storage location, they could first place them in the original owner's accommodation area on the second basement level.
Most of the people in the shelter lived in the dormitory building above ground, so the accommodation area on the second basement level was empty and all the rooms could be locked. It was quite suitable to temporarily store the explosives there. After counting, there were approximately 5 tons of C4 explosives stored here, along with a roughly equal amount of ordinary TNT and about 2 tons of other explosives. As for the super explosives that Song Lintao had been dreaming of, there were only 2 boxes each containing only 50 kilograms. Unfortunately, these explosives aside from TNT were not suitable for processing into propellant, meaning they could not be made into bullets. However, pipe bombs could be mass-produced. Due to the large number of resources, even with several heavily loaded trucks dispatched, they were busy until dark to finally transport most of the essential supplies back to the shelter. Especially the explosives under Song Lintao's instructions were all safely stored in the second basement and the doors locked. The remaining supplies would need to be moved gradually over the next few days. After all, most people, including the patrol team, had their own daily tasks to attend to. Mo Bai was also not idle. He directly moved various explosives one box at a time to the 3rd floor. He tested it, and surprisingly, all these explosives could be stored as materials in the storage compartment of his workbench. This meant that as long as he wanted, his versatile workbench could directly mass-produce various types of bombs. Moreover, these explosives were much safer stored in his storage compartment than in the explosives depot. A few days later, the duty officer Wen Chi came to the 3rd floor to find Mo Bai happily announcing that the first batch of survivors attracted by the broadcast station had been picked up by the patrol team and was on their way back. Mo Bai was somewhat surprised by this news. To be honest, he did not have much hope for the automated broadcast that only covered a radius of several kilometers. Once the radiation's impact on radio signals decreased further in half a year, the effective range of the broadcast station would increase exponentially, and various strongholds and factions' broadcast stations would emerge one after another. He was just taking an initial position and could only rely on luck to see how many people would come to seek refuge. Not only did Wen Chi come over, but Wu Fei also rushed over from the training ground. She had already learned some specific details through the radio. This batch of survivors coming to our shelter consists of only 5 people, and they are all from the same family. Among them is a couple along with their parents and a grandson. Today Hong Yi is leading them, and she has asked detailed questions about their situation. Wu Fei was clearly very detailed in her requirements for the patrol team and receiving survivors, which was also to prevent undercover raiders from infiltrating the shelter. This family owns a grocery store in a southern farmers market, and they live in the market. They are quite fortunate because there is a sturdy warehouse underground in the market and there is no shortage of food inside. So why did they escape and come to us? When she asked, as if the other party had enough food and a safe refuge, there would be no need to risk coming to rely on others. Hani asked, and they said that they live too close to the nuclear blast zone and the radiation sickness on them is getting worse, especially for the child. Wu Fei glanced at Mo Bai and continued, their health condition is not optimistic. Without medication to eliminate the radiation, they are likely to die in the basement of the farmer's market in a few months. Mo Bai nodded. He knew that the medical room contained some preventive and therapeutic radiation medications he had stored before the apocalypse. However, those medications were only moderately effective, and now with the number of people in the shelter exceeding 50, the stock had already been consumed significantly. Both Wen Chi and Wu Fei were aware of this. That's why they were observing Mo Bai's expression whether to use the limited stock of medication to treat the newly arrived survivors. This was a very realistic issue. Mo Bai did not explain to them that his chemistry workstation could actually synthesize new formulas for anti-radiation agents and radiation treatment agents. He planned to announce this secret after the formula was published in the Shishan base city, as it would be easier to explain. Otherwise, how could he have obtained the top-secret formula from Shishan? Not long after, the patrol team escorted a passenger and cargo vehicle to the east gate, from which 4 survivors wrapped in bedsheets got out. Just from their pale faces it was evident that they lacked blood and were constantly coughing, accompanied by slight spitting of blood. Their bodies were extremely weak with bleeding from their gums and facial features, and they were experiencing severe hair loss. Mo Bai had already prepared the medical room and added 2 single beds to accommodate them. It was clear that they were very weak, and among them one woman was holding a child who looked to be about 10 years old with a frail little body trembling constantly. The mother's gaze toward Mo Bai was filled with despair, only seeming to show a flicker of hope upon seeing the medical room. When she first distributed potassium iodide oral anti-radiation tablets to them and prescribed some medications to enhance hematopoietic function and combat inflammation based on their condition. To be honest, they had stayed too long in an area with severe radiation dosage, and their bodies had likely undergone pathological change, especially that little boy who remained in a semi-comatose state and could not even swallow the medication properly. Seeing this family tormented by radiation, Mo Bai waved his hand to have Wen Chi take them out first. He stayed in the medical room. The husband among the 5 lay on the bed weakly, stating, "I know your medications are also very precious. You may choose not to give us any, but please, you must save my child. We have a large stock of food hidden underground in the farmer's market along with other supplies. If you can save my child, I will give you everything." Mo Bai looked at this family, and among the 4 adults only the father had the strength to speak. The other 3 merely looked at Mo Bai with pleading eyes.
Even the iron-hearted Mo Bai felt a twinge of compassion. He glanced at the door to the treatment room, gently locked it, and when he turned back he was holding a gun-shaped syringe and a box marked with a green radiation symbol. Mo Bai softly said, "I have a new drug for treating radiation sickness that is still in the experimental stage, but this is your last glimmer of hope. Each of you will receive this medication. If it is successful, I hope you can keep this medication confidential for the time being." The father did not hesitate and nodded vigorously. Mo Bai continued, "Your child is still too young. The medication will take effect but will also consume his limited vitality. I need to use my chi to protect his body and unlock his internal potential." He pulled back the rear of the handgun-shaped syringe and loaded an anti-radiation medication into it. This medication would greatly enhance their body's resistance to radiation and significantly reduce the side effects of radiation sickness. As the medication was injected into the boy's bloodstream under high pressure, his body slightly trembled and then his previously weak breaths gradually stabilized in the astonished gazes of his parents. Mo Bai put away the syringe, took out the box of radiation treatment tablets, dissolved it in a spoon to create a liquid medication, and then fed it to the child. After confirming the boy had swallowed it, Mo Bai gently placed his hands on the boy's chest and abdomen, allowing a faint stream of chi to seep into his body. Through the inner vision technique he could clearly feel the condition inside the boy. As expected, the boy's meridians had begun to bleed and wither. Mo Bai's chi gradually poured in, and as it slowly circulated throughout the boy's body he suddenly discovered that there was a faint sense of chi emerging from the boy's lower dantian, which was actually an innate chi produced by a boy who had never practiced before. Astonished, Mo Bai observed carefully. This faint innate chi was weak yet resilient, and it was circulating through the boy's meridians along with Mo Bai's chi nourishing every chi channel in his body. Surprisingly, this faint and small chi was activating various acupoints throughout the boy, and these acupoints were also generating grains of innate chi to join the small circulation. Mo Bai quickly realized that the circulation of this child's chi was being guided by him into a complete small circulation. If this continued, the innate chi in his body would gradually stabilize within this cycle. This was similar to his initial success in chi circulation without body refinement, where the growth of chi meridians exceeded that of his physical body, ultimately forcing him to become a healer. However, unlike Mo Bai, this boy was still in his childhood and his body was still growing. This could be seen from his innate chi. After all, even at a young age, those discovered to possess innate chi were exceptionally rare geniuses. As long as he practiced the body refinement technique as soon as possible, his physical fitness would quickly catch up. If he completed the first stage of body refinement technique before reaching the third stage of chi circulation, he could avoid the issue of excessive chi meridians. Most importantly, this child's innate chi was the best inner energy for practicing external chi. Watching the boy gradually calm down, Mo Bai felt much more relaxed. He again took the syringe and administered an anti-radiation medication to the boy's parents and grandparents, and finally fed each of them a radiation treatment tablet. It must be said that they had absolutely no resistance to this medication. The two types of medications worked synergistically, showing immediate effects, and soon their bodies felt noticeably lighter. Mo Bai was delighted that the medication was working. Watching them gradually fall asleep under its effects, he put away the syringe and medications into the storage space, then opened the door to let the caregiver in, instructing him to hang up anti-inflammatory and nutrient-replenishing glucose 4 drips, followed by quiet rest. Unlike Wu Fei and Hong Yi, who had already gone off to attend to other matters, when she keenly noticed that just a short while later the 5 survivors in the medical room had shown significant improvement. Even though she was not a medical professional, she knew that such results could not be achieved merely by taking a couple of potassium iodide tablets. Mo Bai did not say much, he only instructed them to take good care of the boy and ensure that nutritional medications were administered on time. In the blink of an eye, another half-month had passed. Under careful nurturing, this family of 5 had gradually improved. The husband and wife could now move normally, albeit still feeling a bit weak, but they could assist others with some tasks within their capability. Their parents were also not very old, just over 50, and in good health, recovering even better than their children. Their elderly parents had previously run a restaurant and surprisingly cooked very well, quickly becoming the main chefs in the kitchen. As for their son Xinlian, Mo Bai did not treat him with any special privileges. Instead, once he was able to get up, he encouraged him to practice the body refinement technique together with his family. Indeed, although Xinlian was young, he had a high aptitude for cultivation, no less than that of Hong Yi, and he progressed rapidly in the body refinement technique. Moreover, the child was very resilient and not overly playful, which was quite rare at his age. Among the people in the shelter, only Wu Fei noticed the effort Mo Bai was putting into the boy, so she also spent more time coaching Xinlian. At just 12 years old, in addition to practicing the body refinement technique, Wu Fei also arranged extra physical training and reaction training for him. Such small classes were extremely rare. On the 3rd floor of the power distribution building, with a beep the iron door opened and Hong Yi swiftly arrived at Mo Bai's workstation. Mo Bai was sketching, and the modifications for the Type 97 components were more complex than he had anticipated, especially the feature that allowed the operating lever to switch between left and right hands. He drew inspiration from the Israeli Taver assault rifle, which required corresponding slots to be cut on both sides of the upper receiver. Fortunately, the composite material he was using was synthesized at the workstation, otherwise the ordinary domestic firearms would not have been suitable. Hong Yi watched Mo Bai busily with great interest. After about 5 minutes it was Mo Bai who lifted his head to ask, "What did you come up here for?" Only then did Hong Yi remember, "Oh right, when she asked me to inform you that the 3 new survivors who joined us in the 3rd batch have already been arranged. He told you not to worry, the dormitory building has 5 floors and aside from the 1st floor it can accommodate around 200 people. Currently only over 60 people are living there, so there are plenty of vacant rooms. Oh, and one more thing, we have established contact with the Baiguan merchant convoy on the designated radio frequency. They are already on their way and will arrive here in half an hour." Mo Bai put down the part in his hand and patted Hong Yi's head. This girl truly did not understand what was important. He took off his work clothes and changed into a jacket. The temperature had warmed up to around 10 degrees, which was not warm but no longer required the use of the heating boiler. Thus, aside from lighting, the largest fuel consumption had been saved. Wu Fei had taken the patrol team out in the duty room of the maintenance room. Hong Yi's squad was on duty. They were already prepared, indicating that Hong Yi had given instructions before going upstairs. Currently the shelter had 3 armed squads. The patrol team executed patrol missions, the security team guarded the shelter, and the training team rested. Each squad was equipped with different firearms based on their tasks. For instance, the patrol team primarily faced lurking radiation zombies and mutated animals while out, so their weapons mainly consisted of Type 79 submachine guns and Type 56 rifles, complemented by newly produced small RPGs and pipe bombs for fire support. The security team mainly guarded against possible raids by looters, so in a 6-member squad 4 were equipped with modified Type 81 rifles and Type 56 rifles. The 7.62mm bullets fired by these 2 types of rifles could penetrate most police bulletproof vests, making it difficult for looters to withstand their power even if they obtained some bulletproof vests. As for their captain, Wu Fei personally preferred the familiar JS-7 submachine gun and the Type 95 rifle, while Hong Yi liked the carbine version of the Type 92. As for Jin Guang, he was a firepower supremacist and the Type 81 was his favorite. Behind Mo Bai were 2 full teams, each armed with automatic weapons, wearing tactical vests with ballistic plates. They were fully armed and there were 2 Type 56 rifles providing support from the rooftop, so there was no need to worry about safety. Therefore he only hung a carbine version of the Type 92 in front of his chest and carried a Colt at his waist. Why so cautious? One reason was that Mo Bai didn't fully trust the Baiguan people. In this apocalypse, any merchant convoy that seemed friendly could easily turn into marauders. Another reason was that the convoy led by Lu Yu was much larger than the last time, with not only 2 pickups but also 4 medium-sized box trucks. The carrying capacity of these trucks was several times that of pickups, and the number of escort members had doubled to over 20, all well-equipped. It was evident that Lu Yu's business was thriving, as evidenced by the equipment on his escorts. The Type 56 SKS and modified Type 79 rifles he bought from Mo Bai were all used on his escorts. Lu Yu's tactical vest even had the same carbine version of the Type 92 as Mo Bai, indicating his fondness for this carbine, as he had added a laser sight and a mini flashlight to it. Seeing Mo Bai come out with over a dozen well-armed gunners, Lu Yu laughed in surprise. "It seems your shelter management is quite good and the number of people is increasing. Indeed, in the apocalypse people seek stability. It's not that here we can afford to support people," Mo Bai replied with a smile. "Well said. Come take a look at the good stuff I brought this time, there must be something you like." Inside the side-open box truck was an array of various goods. "First, here are the fuel supplies you need, mainly diesel and kerosene, along with 2 tons of nitrocellulose." Lu Yu smiled like a cunning old fox. Mo Bai was a bit surprised. This guy actually found nitrocellulose, and it was 2 tons, which was a hazardous material strictly prohibited from circulation in the past. It seemed that in just a month Lu Yu's merchant convoy was developing even faster than his shelter. Additionally, there's a batch of seamless steel pipes and high-quality lightweight aluminum alloy materials, all great for making firearm components. Lu Yu proudly patted a batch of metal ingots. "Did you get this because you noticed our needs?" Mo Bai was genuinely surprised this time. "There's a metal material market to the east of Baiguan where there's a survivor camp. Those people sell steel as scrap, so I collected a batch and brought it over to you." Lu Yu's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Mo Bai nodded. These were indeed the items he needed. Metal materials for firearms and gunpowder for ammunition would always be scarce in the apocalypse. In addition, there were quite a few food items and daily necessities. Mo Bai asked Wen Qi to take people to check the food and other supplies while he went to one side. Lu Yu opened the rear door of another truck, revealing boxes of firearms. 50 Type 56 rifles, 30 Type 81 rifles and 50 Type 92 pistols. Lu Yu said with a serious expression this batch of firearms was commissioned by the Baiguan Market Management. "If you can modify all of them, you may keep 10 of each type for personal use as payment." "Isn't the reward a bit low?" Mo Bai looked at the mountain of weapon boxes before him. "It is a bit low, but I recommended you to the Baiguan management. If the finished products are satisfactory, a batch will be sent every month. At that time we can easily negotiate the rewards, whether you need food, gasoline, raw materials, or even." Lu Yu's gaze held something mysterious as he whispered the last item, "even people I can help you find." Bai looked at Lu Yu, whose expression seemed natural, but a chill crept into his heart. Was this guy really involved in human trafficking? Although it was the apocalypse, how could someone who lived in prosperity a year ago have fallen so quickly and adapted so easily? Lu Yu sensed that Bai might have misunderstood something and explained with a wry smile, "It's not as you think. Our caravan also has tasks from the Baiguan management which involve finding scattered survivors without a stable residence and bringing them back to Baiguan. However, not everyone is willing to go to Baiguan. What I mean is, if you are willing to continue recruiting, I can direct those who don't want to go to Baiguan but need a place to stay to come here and try." Only then did Bai breathe a sigh of relief. To be honest, he really didn't want to deal with people involved in human trafficking, yet Lu Yu was currently his only option. The transaction between both parties went smoothly. Lu Yu dropped off over 20 weapon boxes while trading 10 Type 56 SKS rifles and 5 modified Type 79 submachine guns in exchange for fuel and some food. However, they did not procure any ammunition, indicating that the ammunition supplies on the Baiguan side were relatively stable. Judging by the firearms they brought, they should have also obtained a batch of militia weapons. While chatting with Lu Yu, Bai gained some information about the Baiguan area. Currently, the Baiguan market is a gathering place for hundreds of thousands of survivors centered around Baiguan, and the management is rather chaotic. The so-called management team is actually composed of former government officials, businessmen, and leaders of a few militia. Among them, the number of businessmen is the largest. Former officials control the secrets of underground fuel in Baiguan, and the militia provide security for the Baiguan market. These three groups constitute the current power structure of Baiguan. Lu Yu's merchant convoy is one faction within the business community. He advocates uniting other survivor factions through trade and exchanging what they lack. The faction of officials, however, advocates establishing a light industrial zone capable of producing its own materials. Meanwhile, the militia is the target of both factions, and they are also developing their own armed forces. Just like Lu Yu's own merchant convoy's escort team. The biggest incident prior was the zombie tide 2 months ago. Hearing this, Bai couldn't help but lower his head. He didn't want people to know that he had once flown that drone, which could lead to a big trouble, explaining. 2 months ago, the Baiguan management discovered that a zombie tide was approaching. After discussion, most people chose to hide in underground air raid shelters and civil defense facilities, while some sealed off the lower halves of high-rise buildings, taking refuge inside. Lu Yu sighed and continued, "However, we still underestimated the number and power of the zombie tide. For a full week there were 200,000 survivors in Baiguan and surrounding strongholds, and a quarter of them disappeared forever. The overwhelming tide of zombies swallowed everything. Once the sealed areas were breached by the zombies, the entire survivor gathering place would fall in an instant, with resistance as futile as a lifebuoy in a tsunami." It seemed that the Baiguan management had received the information he sent out via drone, but they did not announce the source. They hurriedly decided to hide underground. Bai thought for a moment. It seemed that his information had not been without effect. In his past life, less than 100,000 survived the zombie tide in the Baiguan market, so at least this time about 50,000 less died. That could be considered a stroke of luck amid misfortune. Continuing the conversation, Bai learned that before the zombie tide, Baiguan had already established contact with Airport Town, and there had even been a small-scale exchange of merchant convoys between the two. However, this was interrupted due to heavy snow and the distance. Now, however, the snow had melted, and another main merchant convoy from Baiguan had cleared the road to Airport Town last month. The two sides had officially begun trading, with a preliminary trade agreement stating that each month a large merchant convoy would be sent to each other's gathering place for a 3-day barter market. Many small and medium merchant convoys would follow the large convoy, making Baiguan the largest trading hub in the surrounding area. Bai knew that in his previous life it was precisely the format of such large trade fairs that made Baiguan the largest and most comprehensive material trading place in the Kyoto region. Even the transactions between the two major forces of Shishan Base City and Airport Town would choose to take place in the Baiguan market. This also represented a recognition of the strength of a third-party neutral area. Bai directly asked, "When is the next trade fair?" Lu Yu smiled, "Are you interested?" "Welcome, it will be on the 15th, half a month from now. I believe that with your shelter's mechanical processing strength you should be quite popular, but I hope you can complete our orders from Baiguan first." "Can I hitch a ride with your convoy to the trade fair? After all, I'm not familiar with the route." Lu Yu thought for a moment. "Our convoy only goes out twice a month, and the next route won't pass by your place. But that's okay, I can give you a map with the routes we frequently take, which are relatively safe. If there are gathering places along the way, I'll mark them for you. You can also stop by and take a look." Bai was delighted. Maps were valuable items, especially city route maps. In his previous life he was familiar with the areas near Airport Town, but was completely in the dark about the nearby urban areas. Soon the transactions on both sides were completed. Lu Yu's convoy continued on the road, emitting black smoke, while Bai began to tally his gains upon returning to the shelter. 500 liters of various fuels, over a ton of food products like seaweed and noodles, and even 2 boxes of sour and spicy soup seasoning packets. The nitrocellulose and metal materials had already been stored. Most of the remaining weapons were placed in the warehouse, while the rest were transported directly to the 3rd floor.
If the dimensions were the same as before, Mo-Bai only needed 3 days to produce the necessary components for the modifications. At that time he just needed to have Zhang Ji and others assemble these parts. Although these technical tasks weren't particularly difficult, they still required experience. Mo-Bai trained 4 or 5 individuals and they had some understanding of assembling weapons, but they needed time to improve their proficiency. Moreover, more personnel needed to be trained for this work, as it was foreseeable that with more frequent transactions with the Baiguan market, the modified weapons and produced ammunition would become more sought after, necessitating preparations to increase production. Mo-Bai's workstation could not only produce modification components but could also directly manufacture finished weapons as long as the materials permitted. The prerequisite, however, was that he must first have a finished product to use for scanning. Mo-Bai looked at his system, realizing he had accumulated nearly 1,500 bottle caps. Most of them were rewards from defeating the mutated giant snakes, and it was time to draw a prize. As the lottery wheel came to a stop unexpectedly, it was not the advanced universal workbench that Mo-Bai had been hoping for, but rather a brand new device. A tall 3-meter vertical machine case had a feeding port on the side and a 1-meter wide discharge port below, along with a standard storage compartment interface at the back. Looking at the vending machine-like operation window, Mo-Bai fell into deep thought. This was a mid-tier Arkham ammunition production device, essentially a machine that could automatically produce bullets as long as the raw materials were sufficient. Unlike the chemical workbench used in the previous shelter to produce gunpowder and the universal workbench that created bullet heads and primers before assembling them, this Arkham ammunition production device directly combined gunpowder and metal to automatically manufacture ammunition, eliminating the need to separately create bullet heads and primers. If connected to a storage compartment, it could also automatically store the produced ammunition. Mo-Bai placed the ammunition machine directly on the 3rd floor. The Arkham ammunition production device was not large and there was enough space to accommodate it. He connected the power supply and loaded in some metal materials, gunpowder and propellant. After a series of operations at the window, Mo-Bai discovered that this Arkham ammunition production device could produce any known type of ammunition in the world. For example, it could manufacture standard 9x19mm Luger rounds, specialized armor-piercing rounds for the Russian-equipped Python pistol, or hollow-point rounds aimed at ordinary people, and even specially designed pineapple bombs to harm large creatures. Moreover, the bullets produced by this device were all of excellent quality, first-class ammunition. Additionally, Mo-Bai found a category for enhanced bullets in the ammunition options, causing his heart to skip a beat. In his previous life, enhanced bullets were the favorites of all heat weapon users. Enhanced bullets were produced by ability users specialized in modifying ammunition with power far exceeding that of normal bullets, even giving weapon operation ability users a fighting chance against martial artists and energy-type ability users. However, there were very few craftsmen who specialized in ammunition manufacturing, making these bullets extremely rare. This indirectly led to weapon operators relying primarily on heat weapons facing limitations as martial artists and energy users distanced themselves in later stages. Among the top 10 experts in Kyoto, later half were martial artists, 4 were energy manipulation users, and 1 was said to be from a mysterious faction whose abilities matched his enigmatic identity. People only knew of his existence, but no one knew who he actually was. Mo-Bai looked at his remaining bottle caps, still over 600. He decided to draw a few mid-tier prizes. Although the rewards from the 1,000 caps high-tier draw were indeed practical, mid-tier draws also offered excellent items. In the continuous draw option, the first will stopped at an appealing icon Galil ACE-31, an automatic rifle of excellent quality with added abilities including increased armor-piercing effectiveness. Mo-Bai thought this was pretty good, as excellent quality was the minimum level for named weapons which could add a special ability. The added armor-piercing effectiveness was particularly useful. If he faced a level 4 mutated giant snake, this rifle should be able to penetrate the snake's scale defenses. As for the damage, Mo-Bai didn't believe the rifle could inflict enough damage on a giant mutated creature like the snake. However, for small and medium high-level mutated creatures, this armor-piercing rifle would be much more practical. The Galil ACE-31 displayed before Mo-Bai was an improved short-barrel version of the Galil rifle produced by Israel's IMI company. Compared to the original Galil, it featured excellent modernization and ergonomics, using the same 7.62mm bullets as the Type 81 rifle with compatible magazines. Weighing less than 3 kilograms, it could be considered lightweight and sturdy with precision comparable to the Type 81, and its continuous fire capability was outstanding. For Mo-Bai, this rifle was quite good, featuring a simple structure, easy maintenance and interchangeable ammunition and magazines, and after scanning it could be produced in small batches. Picking up the Galil ACE-31, he pulled the bolt lightly. It responded quickly with a comfortable sight alignment and stock. The key was its lightweight, making it effortless to operate. Satisfied, Mo-Bai tossed the rifle onto the workbench for scanning, and the next round of draws would continue. A blueprint glowing with blue light appeared before Mo-Bai, astonishing him as it was the first time such a blueprint had appeared to him. Light armor blueprint, excellent quality. In addition to the basic materials, special materials can be added to enhance the armor, and the quality of the special materials affects the final product quality. The blueprint was automatically integrated into the newly added blueprint library in the shelter system. Mobai browsed through it. Now all the blueprints for equipment that the shelter could produce were stored inside, including various firearms and the drug formulas from the chemical workbench.
Need special materials.
It seems the mutated snake skins and scales in the inventory will come in handy.
Continuing the draw, he got 2 more blueprints. Protective goggles blueprint, excellent quality.
In addition to the basic materials, special materials can be added to enhance the goggles, and the quality of the special materials affects the final product quality.
Combat dagger blueprint, excellent quality.
In addition to the basic materials, special materials can be added to enhance the combat dagger, and the quality of the special materials affects the final product quality.
Mobai finally understood mid-tier draws offered various recipes and blueprints in addition to equipment and device upgrades.
However, the last 2 draws were different. Biological enhancement agent primary green item can enhance basic abilities of living beings including humans.
The same level of agent can only be injected once. Multiple injections are ineffective.
Intermediate healing agent primary green item can continuously heal internal and external body injuries, can be injected multiple times. This was also a type of agent obtainable in the mid-tier draw. While Mobai was still considering who to use, the body enhancement agent he had drawn for the system suddenly prompted a message. By accumulating a total draw consumption of 5,000 bottle caps, the shelter system store would be unlocked, allowing the use of bottle caps to purchase items in the store.
All items drawn would automatically be available for purchase in the system store. Mobai quickly found a large store interface within the system.
It was clear that the product categories were also very obvious. The first page included weapons, armor, and healing supplies, while the second page featured basic shelter equipment, vehicles, and repair parts, with the last item being shelter divisions. Mobai easily understood most of the items, but what were the shelter divisions? Upon clicking, he found the 3-dimensional effect diagram of the current shelter, including the garage on the first underground floor and the civil defense facilities on the second underground floor. The areas already in place were marked in green. Clicking on an existing division such as the garage on the first underground level would show options for upgrades along with the effects of the upgrade and how many times it could be upgraded. Currently, the underground garage was level 0. Upgrading to level 1 would increase the length and width of the garage by 5 meters each, while the height would increase by 1 meter. This meant an increase of 1,300 square meters in area, and if the original height of 6 meters was raised by 1 meter, it equated to an overall height increase of more than 1/6. Thus, the total volume of the underground garage would increase by at least a third. Most importantly, this upgrade from level 0 to level 1 only required 500 bottle caps. Looking further, upgrading from level 1 to level 2 would require 1,000 bottle caps. Even so, this upgrade was a significant improvement for the current shelter. Moreover, the shelter had functional divisions that could be expanded. For example, on the second underground level, the original 3 functional areas were accommodation, storage, and administrative areas, each less than 3,000 square meters. However, the transfer area on the second underground level had 2 walls without passages or divisions, and the system showed that there were actually 3 blank areas that could be opened up. It only required 1,000 bottle caps to clear these 3 blank areas, effectively doubling the area of the second underground level. The most crucial part was that these newly created areas could be directly divided by function. Clicking on a blank division would immediately bring up several functional division descriptions. Power equipment area, which comes with 2 high-power fuel generators and can use gasoline or material functions, featuring power generation that adjusts itself. Storage area, which includes large shelves and security doors plus 2 small electric forklifts. Food storage area, which includes shelves, a cold storage room, and a temperature control system requiring a power connection. Ammunition storage area, which includes gun cabinets and shelves with security sealed doors. Personnel accommodation area, which includes several double and 4-person rooms with basic furniture included requiring a power connection. Water purification area, which includes a large water purifier requiring a power connection, filter replacements, and radiation elimination agents, which can be purchased in the system store. Air circulation area, which includes a large air circulation filter device requiring a power connection, filter replacements. This was just the basic divisions. There were also vertical options like the automated factory area, gym area, entertainment area, and even a swimming area that Mobai noticed. This made the corners of Mobai's eyes twitch. Was this system really a shelter system and not a community celebration system? However, it was worth being happy about that these divisions nearly all came with basic equipment, especially the water purification area and air circulation area, which both included purifiers and filters. Once these areas were opened, they could be put into operation immediately. However, there was currently no need to open new divisions as the current manpower barely occupied half of the dormitory building. Next, Mobai found some good items in the equipment procurement area and the blueprints area. Nutritional agent recipe, which only required entering raw materials in the chemical workbench or food manufacturing machine to produce the corresponding nutritional agents. The simplest way was to enter protein to obtain the nutritional agent, which had a texture similar to jelly. A single 250 milliliters unit could provide a person with enough sustenance for a day. However, this item was only for survival. To be active or work, one would need at least 2 units a day. Mobai thought about the bodies of the radiation zombies he had collected. A single zombie corpse could provide 500 units of protein. According to the machine's capabilities, a similar number of nutritional agents could be produced. Although the thought of food derived from zombies made MO feel a bit nauseous, it should help save many people in the food scarce apocalypse. Seeing that it only required 100 bottle caps for purchase, MO decided to buy the recipe directly from the store this time. In fact, looking at the system, if he built a new food processing division, he would actually receive a food manufacturing machine as a bonus, which seemed even more cost-effective. In the system store there were too many desired items. MO forcibly suppressed his restless heart and decided that earning bottle caps quickly would be his primary goal for the foreseeable future. There were mainly two methods to earn bottle caps: completing daily tasks such as routine patrol missions and material search tasks, as well as eliminating radiation zombies and mutated creatures, which would all reward bottle caps. According to the results of the tasks, the rewards of bottle caps varied. For example, patrolling in the Media Cultural Park only rewarded 10 bottle caps, while the patrol tasks in the safe zones within 1 kilometer rewarded 20 bottle caps. This meant that the larger and more dangerous the patrol task, the more bottle caps would be rewarded. However, considering the current shortage of personnel in the patrol team, it was already quite good to be able to arrange daily patrol tasks in the safe zones. More distant exploration tasks could only be organized once a week. The same patrol range could only receive one reward, and if we counted the security patrols in the cultural park, one could earn only about 30 bottle caps a day. As for the material search and supply tasks, they depended on the value and quantity of the materials. Currently relying on the existing personnel of the patrol team and material search team, they could only obtain about 1 to 2 tons of materials daily, with bottle cap rewards ranging from 10 to 20. Regarding the radiation zombies and mutated creatures eliminated, the first level reward was 2 bottle caps, the second level 5 bottle caps, and the third level 10 bottle caps. As for the previous level 4 mutated giant snake, due to it being the first task reward, it directly granted 300 bottle caps. In the future, if he killed level 4 creatures again, the reward would be 100 bottle caps. Overall, after working every day, he should be able to earn around 100 bottle caps, which could be considered a guaranteed income. In addition to this, there were also predictable task incomes such as triggering exploration tasks in civil defense facilities or areas with dangerous creatures, and opening new maps would also yield bottle cap rewards. Just like the issue with the patrol team, conducting such predictable tasks required a large number of personnel. Currently, the shelter had about 80 people, with approximately 20 trained individuals suitable for combat tasks. Wu Fei was selecting from the remaining individuals again, hoping to pick out around 10 more for basic training. However, this was already the current limit. Having 40% of a shelter's population trained as armed soldiers was still too high a ratio, so under conditions allowing for resources, more personnel were needed. Currently, there are several tasks given by the system that can still be completed. The first one is to explore the Baiguan market, which rewards 500 bottle caps. The second task is to explore the underground shelter of the Shihui subway station with a reward of 800 bottle caps. Clearly, the second task is significantly more dangerous and requires crossing a highly radioactive area, so MO is not considering it at the moment. As for the first task, it is precisely what MO wants to do. He needs to establish a closer relationship with the Baiguan market, exchanging some of the supplies and weapons produced in the shelter for raw materials and consumables such as food. Moreover, although these two transactions are not tasks, MO has observed that the traded goods come with bottle cap rewards. Although the amount is minimal, with only 2 to 3 bottle caps for every ton of traded goods, combining this with the rewards from his own resource search tasks means that acquiring a batch of goods, processing them, and then selling them amounts to 2 times the bottle caps earned. Thus it is quite profitable, and most importantly, the bottle caps earned from such trades can continuously increase with the volume of trade. Since he received the route map from Luyu, he decided to set off for the Baiguan market as soon as possible. Before leaving, he needed to stabilize the internal situation. After several internal meetings, MO made the following adjustments. All armed personnel were merged into a unified security team led by Commander Wu Fei and Deputy Commander Hong Yi, with 3 tactical squads of 6 members each and 2 5-member guard teams from the shelter. The tactical squads mainly perform patrols in safe zones, exploration, and other external combat tasks, while the guard teams are responsible for security patrols within the cultural park and the security of the power distribution building. Wu Fei is responsible for training the 2 new guard teams, selecting Tian Chang and Wang Li from the tactical squad to serve as squad leaders. Additionally, 2 individuals were selected from the newly trained members to supplement the tactical squad. Wen Shi was appointed as the logistics supervisor, overseeing the management of the cafeteria, bar, and warehouse. Zhang Ji is responsible for the security system and maintenance of the shelter's equipment, as well as managing the supply transport team. After the meeting, the divisions of labor were once again clarified and everyone had tasks to accomplish. Mo decided to set off for Baiguan the next day, planning to take only Han Yi with him, while Wu Fei, Wen Shi, and Zhang Ji would be responsible for the daily affairs of the shelter's management. If any issues arose, the 3 of them could hold a meeting to resolve them. As for this trip to Baiguan, Mo made thorough preparations. Baiguan is approximately 30 kilometers in a straight line from their shelter, and the safe route provided by Luyu requires a detour, making their total journey around 50 kilometers. Before the apocalypse, it would have taken just half an hour by car.
However, in the current apocalyptic world, if they were to walk, they would encounter wandering zombies and mutated creatures everywhere, making it likely that it would take them 2 days to arrive. Therefore, they still needed a means of transportation, specifically one that could nimbly avoid the abandoned cars and obstacles scattered everywhere. At this moment, the maneuverability of electric scooters became remarkably significant. They are very agile and can navigate through various complex terrains. Moreover, electric vehicles are extremely quiet, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Of course, the downsides of electric scooters are also quite evident. Their range is insufficient, only about 100 kilometers, and it's challenging to find charging stations in the apocalypse. Another drawback is their very low carrying capacity. Even having one large backpack fixed to the bike is already at its limit. MLB spent half a day modifying 2 electric off-road scooters. First, he installed 2 fixed racks on either side of the front frame to carry 2 additional spare lithium batteries. Then he secured a medium-sized package on the upper part of the scooter's frame which could hold some necessary supplies. To be safe, he packed a small outdoor tent and the corresponding tools inside. The other electric off-road scooters package contained a week's worth of food and outdoor cooking utensils. As for their personal items, MLB and Hong Yi both donned a brand new set of lightweight armor. The main difference with this armor, based on the 6094 tactical vest, is that it was crafted by MLB using the skin and scales of a giant snake. This tactical vest, made from high-strength nylon and canvas with snakeskin added, features a core ballistic panel crafted from the scales of a giant snake. Overall, this tactical vest weighs less than half of the standard weight but offers protection exceeding level 4, meaning that even a 7.62mm machine gun bullet would be unable to penetrate it. Moreover, it is fireproof and bladder-resistant, truly a remarkable piece. In addition to the Colt that he always carries in a thigh holster, MLB also has a carbine version of the 92 model strapped to the side of his tactical backpack, while prominently displayed on his chest is the newly acquired Galil ACE-31 with only 3 spare rifle magazines prepared to lighten his load, as he still needs to carry 3 additional extended magazines for the 92 model. Lastly, a survival knife is sheathed on the left shoulder strap of his vest. In contrast, Hong Yi's equipment is much simpler. She only carries a 92 model and a carbine version of the 92 model which can swap magazines and share the same ammunition. However, upon closer inspection, one can notice that the arm of Hong Yi's windbreaker can be torn away, revealing her set of elegant flying daggers which are even more powerful than rifles at close range. Most importantly, Hong Yi has now officially upgraded her body refining technique to level 3, becoming equal to MLB. This means that even though MLB has received 2 injections, he is no longer a match for Hong Yi in close combat. MLB even suspects that there might not be anyone capable of defeating Hong Yi at the Baiguan market. As for the tactical backpack on their backs, it contains some spare loose ammunition, 2 steel pipe bombs, 3 days worth of food and water supplies, and a first aid kit for each of them. Unknown to anyone, MLB's shelter administrator badge also has a carefully selected set of equipment and supplies stored within, but due to limited capacity he only brings the essentials. Early that morning, just as dawn broke, the 2 electric scooters silently left the underground garage of the power distribution building, embarking on their journey to Baiguan. MLB wore a tactical helmet, and unlike Hong Yi, the tactical goggles he wore flashed with electronic signals invisible to outsiders. In the view of the goggles, a mini electronic map in the upper right corner displayed the surrounding situation. Although there was no satellite positioning, MLB could still determine his current location by recognizing the surrounding landmark buildings, which would also be marked on the display. The buildings and surrounding objects seen through the front of the goggles appeared somewhat dim, but the occasionally appearing small animals were highlighted in bright colors. This is the most important function of the goggles' infrared thermal vision. Indeed, these new goggles were made from the eyes of a level 4 mutated giant snake, featuring not only the basic electronic map display but also an added infrared thermal vision function. MLB still needed to adapt to the new features of these goggles, but the current situation already satisfied him greatly. The 2 electric off-road scooters maneuvered along the bicycle lane beside the green belt, skillfully weaving through abandoned cars and obstacles. As for the shops, residential buildings and commercial structures alongside the road, most had long been dilapidated. It appears that the shockwave from the nuclear explosion caused significant damage to high-rise buildings. The 2 of them kept a distance from these buildings, unwilling to approach. It is daytime now, and among the dangerous creatures in the apocalypse, the most numerous are the radiation zombies, which naturally dislike sunlight, so they stay indoors and in basements during the day, only coming out to roam at night. A considerable number of the mutated creatures also dislike sunlight. However, it is essential to be cautious of some ordinary animals that have evolved into mutated beings, such as cats, dogs, or avian mutants, which show no fear of sunlight and maintain their original habits of hunting during the day and resting at night. The route provided by Lu Yu is merely relatively safe. There are still an endless array of dangerous creatures on both sides of the road. For instance, MLB spotted a black leopard-like creature about 3 meters long on the roof of the Shuangqiu Wanda Plaza. It seemed to lazily bask in the sunlight on the rooftop, merely glancing at MLB with one side of its eye, sending a chilling sensation down his spine. The sense of danger it exuded was even greater than that he felt when encountering the level 4 mutated giant snake. Fortunately, that black leopard seemed to have had its fill and was resting, showing no interest in MLB and Hong Yi, who were hundreds of meters away on the road. The 2 were able to quickly leave that area. The initial stretch they traversed was primarily the main road of the Jingtong Expressway.
Although there were many abandoned vehicles, there were still plenty of gaps to pass through. Additionally, Lu Yu's merchant convoy was equipped with trailers which would clear out excessively congested areas to ease future passage, thus indirectly benefiting Imobai and his team. After passing Guanzhuang, Imobai and his companion turned north onto the Tongyan Expressway, which was quite complex. Not only were there abandoned vehicles everywhere, but scattered radiation zombies also appeared, likely remnants from the last zombie wave. This area mainly consists of highways, and these zombies had no place to go, merely wandering among the abandoned cars on the expressway. Hong Yi looked at the expressway filled with vehicles and the wandering zombies, complaining, "How are we supposed to get past this? Is the route given by Lu Yu's merchant convoy correct?" Imobai glanced at the map and sighed, saying, "The route should be correct, but we should be on the auxiliary road beneath the expressway, not on it. Let's see if we can find a way down. If not, we can carry the bikes down to the road." Fortunately, not far ahead there was an overpass. They descended the stairs from the elevated bridge, and upon reaching the ground they found that this elevated bridge, which stood dozens of meters above the ground, remained remarkably intact despite the backdrop of nuclear war. However, countless vehicles had been destroyed on both the main road above and the auxiliary road below by the shockwave. The advantages of the electric off-road scooters were fully utilized by Imobai and his companion. Although Hong Yi was still young, it was unexpected that her motorcycle skills were quite proficient. Upon inquiry, it turned out she was part of the Wildfire clan back in her hometown, which is essentially a motorcycle racing group. However, her parents strongly opposed it and even sent many students from their martial arts school to demand an explanation, forcing Hong Yi to reluctantly give up this hobby. As for Imobai, motorcycles were merely a small hobby for him. Coming from a wealthy family, he had his own tricycle with a Jing'e license plate right after graduating from high school, which was something his parents secured through connections from the military committee's compound, making him the envy of his college classmates. The two of them navigated between the sidewalk and the roadway, dodging left and right. Fortunately, these electric scooters operate very quietly, otherwise a swarm of radiation zombies might emerge from the buildings on the roadside to block their way. After about an hour of progress, during which they maneuvered cautiously, Imobai stopped again to check the map, then lifted his head to confirm with a nearby road sign. They had reached Baiguan Bridge. Baiguan Bridge. "Mo Lauda, does that mean we've arrived?" Hong Yi exclaimed happily as she removed her windproof glasses. Imobai did not deny it and replied, "We can only say that we have entered the Baiguan area. There should still be more than 2 stops to the Baiguan market, approximately 3 to 4 kilometers away." As he folded the map and prepared to start the electric scooter, they suddenly heard gunfire resembling frying beans coming from not far ahead. Imobai and Hong Yi exchanged glances and immediately grabbed the firearms hanging on their chests, loading bullets with a click. At this moment, Chongqing was regretting deeply. He had brought over 20 people with him, nearly all the manpower he could gather, thinking that exploring an underground warehouse in a business building would be a sure thing. Unexpectedly, this warehouse turned out to be a nest of mutated rats containing over 100 bloodthirsty mutated mice. Half of the temporary exploration team had only a mishmash of firearms, with the best equipped person having only a Type 79 rifle. Faced with the swarm of over 100 mutated rats, the 20 or so people only fired a few shots before collapsing. Most of them were ordinary people who had only eaten relief food in the Baiguan market. They had never fought against mutated creatures. Soon the slower members were tackled by the mutated rats. After a series of chilling screams, only half of their bones remained. The remaining survivors, witnessing such a gruesome scene, knew only to flee. Their minds were filled with a single thought: as long as they could run faster than those beside them, they would be fine. Some even injured the people next to them, hoping to divert the bloodthirsty mutated rats behind them. Unlike those hastily recruited individuals, Chongqing still had a few reliable companions, and he was familiar with the roads. As long as they reached the main road, they could find a way up to the elevated highway. It was noon now, though the hazy sky had sunlight. The mutated rats disliked it. If not for the abundant food attracting them, they generally would not stray far from their nests. Hence, once they climbed the overpass, most likely these rats would not pursue them. Chongqing turned to see dozens of mutated rats persistently chasing after them. These mutated rats were nearly a meter long, with sharp teeth stained with blood and their red eyes reflecting nothing but madness. With gritted teeth, Chongqing fired a burst of bullets backward. The 9mm round struck the mutated rats, creating splashes of blood. 2 of the mutated rats screeched and fell to the ground struggling, but their kin pounced on them, launching an attack against their injured companions. The sight of their own kind turning against each other sent chills down Chongqing's spine. He urged those around him to. Within just a few breaths, the bloodthirsty rat swarm had completely devoured their 2 companions, still hungry and now fixated on Chongqing and the others. The speed of the mutated rats was incredibly fast, far surpassing human running speed. Chongqing and his group could only take turns firing their guns to keep them at bay, as the innate nature of rats is to fear loud noises. Although their shooting skills were poor, the gunfire still managed to instill some fear in the pursuing rats. The main road was just ahead. As Chongqing turned back to fire again, he heard a light click from his Type 79 rifle. He had run out of bullets. Meanwhile, the rat swarm was less than 10 meters behind them. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets whizzed past Chongqing's ears.
A dark-furred mutated rat leaped from the top of a car behind him, aiming for the back of his neck. A bullet flew through the rat's open mouth, shattering its spine and exiting through its waist, leaving a fist-sized hole in its lower back. Chang Qing's entire body went rigid. The bullets that grazed his face and the clear sound of the mutated rat screeching behind him caused all his nerves to freeze, rendering him unable to hear even the terrified shouts of those beside him. In his peripheral vision, he spotted a soldier standing atop a dilapidated SUV across the street, clad in a tactical jacket and vest with a helmet and goggles. The rifle in the soldier's hands kept spitting fire, the crisp gunshots forming a continuous string. Beside the vehicle under the soldier, another similarly equipped female soldier was also shooting at the swarm of rats behind Chang Qing. Moments later, the gunfire ceased. Chang Qing finally snapped out of his frozen state and collapsed onto the ground, surrounded by panting people, all of whom wore expressions of disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. On the road they had just crossed, over 30 dead mutated rats lay in various positions, creating a gruesome scene. Gazing at the pile of rat corpses before him, Chang Qing finally reacted and hurriedly turned to look in the direction they had just come from. A soldier in a dark green tactical jacket was removing the magazine from his automatic rifle. He checked the remaining bullets, inserted the old magazine into his chest pouch, pulled out another full magazine, loaded it, and with a light click of the bolt caused Chang Qing to shudder. Chang Qing took a deep breath, preparing to rise to his feet with trembling legs, when a loud screech pierced the air. A massive mutated rat darted out from behind a car, moving with alarming speed, its razor-sharp teeth aimed at the soldier who had just released the trigger. Before Chang Qing's scream could escape his lips, a shiny knife struck the mutated rat's head, pinning it down without a sound. The rat went limp midair, and as its body fell, the soldier firmly grasped its neck fur. "This one is quite plump, isn't it?" Mo Bai remarked, inspecting the mutated rat in his hands. Mutated rats were omnivorous creatures and among the edible types of mutated beings with a decent taste. Hong Yi stepped forward, extending her small gloved hand to gently remove the flying knife, wiping it on the rat's belly before returning it to her arm sheath. "I hate rats and won't eat them," she said with a frown. Mo Bai shrugged, asking, "Are you afraid of rats?" "It's not fear, I just won't go easy on killing them. I simply dislike these furry, repulsive creatures." Hong Yi's face was a picture of disdain. Mo Bai indifferent shrugged again and turned to Chang Qing, smiling, "It's time for us to have a chat." Within minutes, Mo Bai had learned about the unfortunate individuals who had been chased by the mutated rats. Chang Qing was a vendor at the flea market in Baiguan. The Baiguan market is divided into the commercial area and the flea market. As the name suggests, the commercial area serves the management and large merchants, primarily engaging in wholesale and high-value goods. The flea market, on the other hand, is a gathering place for small vendors and scavengers, often referred to as the Sunday market. Chang Qing was somewhat well known in the flea market, mainly purchasing goods found by scavengers, refurbishing them and selling them to others. From small electronics to pharmaceuticals and firearms, there was no business he wouldn't engage in. Due to his fair pricing, his business had gained a bit of influence within the flea market. The day before yesterday, he received news from a scavenger about an underground warehouse in the commercial building on the outskirts of the Baiguan market, which might contain a stash of tea leaves. Tea leaves were a valuable commodity in the apocalypse, depleting rapidly with every batch consumed. The price of tea leaves increased as time went on, igniting Chang Qing's greed. Following his usual business practice, he would hire an exploration team to venture into a target area, and the obtained goods would be divided based on what was acquired. Generally, he would take 30 to 40%, while the rest would go to the exploration team, as they bore most of the risk and danger. However, the profit from this batch of tea leaves was too substantial. Chang Qing had gathered a small team of reliable individuals and only needed to recruit a few more scavengers to monopolize the tea leaves. If successful, he could even rise to the commercial area and become a respected figure. The allure of enormous profit often leads to irrational decisions, and thus Chang Qing recruited over a dozen scavengers at high pay, organizing this expedition with his trusted aides. The outcome was as expected. It was almost a total loss. Chang Qing gritted his teeth, vowing to tear apart the scavenger who falsely reported that the underground warehouse was filled with tea leaves. This time, not only did he lose over a dozen newly recruited individuals, but several of his trusted aides also perished. By the time he returned, the compensation he would need to pay to the families of the deceased would bankrupt him. Thinking of this, Chang Qing felt an overwhelming sense of pain. "Do I need to compensate for my dead subordinates?" Mo Bai curiously asked Chang Qing. It turns out that the Baiguan market has relatively strict regulations. If someone dies in the course of direct employment, their families must be compensated, typically equivalent to 6 months' salary of the deceased. While this approach places a price on human life, it also ensures the rights of the hired individuals. One must admit that the Baiguan market does a commendable job in terms of human resources. This isn't to say that there aren't those who exploit loopholes. In the Baiguan market, there are still individuals who privately hire people for scavenging and exploration. Those who risk their lives for a meal often disregard any rules, let alone sign contracts with their employers. When such individuals die, no one usually cares, so the issue of working off the books is rampant in Baiguan. The management can't oversee everything meticulously, often turning a blind eye. However, all of Chang Qing's people had signed contracts. If they died, compensation was required.
Even if there were no relatives to inherit these compensations, the Baiguan market would collect them as taxes.
They even taxed the dead. Mo Bai was quite astonished.
Just as Chongqing calmed down from his earlier excitement of surviving the aftermath of the failed mission left him deeply troubled. He consulted with a few of his surviving subordinates for a while before approaching Mo Bai. He didn't dare to be negligent in front of the two soldiers who had saved him and clearly possessed formidable strength. He respectfully said, "Gentlemen, here's the situation. I must provide compensation for the other casualties and my assets have been drained due to these compensations. However, I also must repay your life-saving grace, so after discussing with them I decided to compensate you as follows."
The compensation Chongqing proposed surprised Mo Bai.
It turned out that in the flea market of Baiguan most stalls are set up along the roads in pre-planned areas without any fees. However, surrounding the flea market is a ring of established shops. These shops, superior to street stalls, have prime locations, larger spaces, and their own small warehouses. Most importantly, these shops are accessible only to those with a certain level of credibility and strength recognized by the flea market's managers, meaning a fee is required to enter. Chongqing had a 3-month agreement with the market managers, and this lease along with the store still held a certain value. Chongqing was willing to offer the shop as compensation to Mo Bai and Hong Yi as gratitude for their life-saving assistance.
Mo Bai showed little interest in the shop.
His focus was on the merchants in the commercial area with substantial strength. The flea market was not his concern. As for Hong Yi, she was even less interested, only requesting Mo Bai take her to explore the so-called flea market. Mo Bai thought for a moment and decided not to give an immediate answer to Chongqing.
He promised to return to find them before leaving Baiguan.
Chongqing assumed Mo Bai looked down on his shop and could only lament that if he were to sell the shop in the market, those unscrupulous merchants would definitely drive the price down, leaving him with very little.
Mo Bai didn't care about this. He was more interested in the warehouse Chongqing had been duped into.
His system had given him a new task: search the underground warehouse occupied by mutated rats and reward him with 100 bottle caps. Since there was a task and a reward, it proved that there must be something valuable in that warehouse. Chongqing was taken aback. He hadn't expected Mo Bai to be interested in that warehouse. He frowned and said, "We were attacked by the swarm of mutated rats as soon as we entered the warehouse.
At first we managed to hold our ground in the narrow underground passage, but after the first person was dragged away and killed by the rats, the timid newcomers panicked. We couldn't even get a look inside the warehouse to see if there were any tea leaves. I think I might have smelled the scent of tea leaves mixed with the rat stench, but at the time I was too scared to think much about it," one of Chongqing's subordinates hesitantly remarked. So there might actually be tea leaves. Chongqing's eyes brightened. Perhaps he wouldn't go bankrupt after all. Mo Bai glanced at the time. It was just before noon.
After a short rest, they would go check out the underground warehouse. One could not help but notice how thoroughly Chongqing's group had fled, leaving behind everything they had. Mo Bai had to share the clean water and food from his backpack with them. The 7 survivors, having narrowly escaped, devoured the compressed biscuits voraciously, and seeing them almost choke, Mo Bai rummaged through his backpack and surprisingly found the nutritional supplement he had just created, made from the protein extracted from radioactive zombies. After all, this nutritional supplement contained moisture, making it much easier to digest than compressed biscuits. Unexpectedly, Chongqing, who had eaten it with a puzzled expression, revealed a look of delight, declaring that the nutritional supplement tasted excellent. This surprised Mo Bai. It turned out that Baiguan also enforced a food rationing system where ordinary people received only a few hundred grams of food daily, mostly tasteless paste with unknown additives. Over time, this paste became exceptionally hard to swallow and few were willing to eat it unless it was for survival. In contrast, the nutritional supplement had a jelly-like texture with a hint of sweetness, making it far more palatable than the paste found in the market. Moreover, it was easy to digest, far better suited for the current lack of drinking water than the dry, bland compressed biscuits. Mo Bai and Hong Yi nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the nutritional supplement they had considered to be mere emergency rations might surprisingly open up a new avenue in Baiguan market. With little time for chit-chat, after hastily eating a bite, Chongqing led the way. They strung together the dozens of mutated rat corpses with discarded wires to bring back. Most of the meat from the mutated rats, except for the internal organs, was likely edible. Bringing them back to Baiguan market would be a significant gain. On the way back, they occasionally came across human remains gnawed by mutated rats. With Mo Bai's consent, Chongqing wrapped these corpses up and locked them in the trunk of a roadside vehicle, preventing them from being eaten by other mutated creatures. While it may not be possible to give them a proper burial in the apocalypse, at least finding a metal shell for them to rest in was a decent gesture. The group quickly arrived at the commercial building where 5 or 6 corpses of members from Chongqing's team lay. Similarly, at the entrance to the basement staircase, they found dozens of mutated rat corpses. In fact, the fighting ability of mutated rats ranked among the lowest of all mutated creatures. A normal adult armed with a suitable weapon, even a steel pipe, could challenge a mutated rat alone. Unfortunately, mutated rats are pack animals. When their numbers reach a certain threshold, they can be quite terrifying. Unless your team has strong firepower and remains calm, a swarm of over 100 mutated rats could easily wreak havoc, resulting in heavy casualties even among a dozen or so people caught off guard. Mo Bai, wielding his gallo rifle, sat on a derelict vehicle with Hong Yi watching Chongqing and the others clean up the battlefield. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the warehouse. Instead, he took out a nearly empty magazine from his backpack and began loading it with loose 7.62mm rounds. Soon after burying their fallen comrades and clearing up the mutated rats, Changcheng approached Mobai with respect, stating that the area outside the warehouse had been cleared and they could enter. Mobai jumped off the vehicle and walked down the staircase to the warehouse door. A wave of the stench from the mutated rats wafted out as he opened the iron door, forcing him to put on his breathing mask and pull back the gun's bolt to chamber around. Hong Yi, holding a 92 carbine, followed Mobai closely, her gaze scanning the sides of the passage. After multiple dangerous encounters, the two had developed a tacit understanding. The underground warehouse was unexpectedly large, with storage rooms on either side of the main passage separated by brick walls. The warehouses weren't particularly spacious. The smallest was about 30 square meters, while the largest probably didn't exceed 100 square meters. Most of the warehouses had been ravaged by mutated rats, with goods scattered everywhere. Most of the items were office equipment such as printers and laminators. At the end of the corridor in front of one warehouse, Mobai halted. This warehouse was one of the few that had not been devastated by the mutated rats. He sniffed lightly. A faint aroma mixed with the smell of rats filled his nostrils. Indeed, it was the scent of tea. Excitedly, Changcheng pried open the warehouse door with trembling hands. Inside, the floor was piled high with stacks of cardboard boxes. He hurriedly opened one, revealing a box divided into 12 sections containing cans of tea leaves, each weighing 500 grams. At a glance, this warehouse held over 100 boxes of tea leaves. Struck by a mix of emotions, Changcheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry at having survived and struck it rich. Finally calming down, Changcheng approached Mobai, his expression complex but resolute as he said, "The discovery here was entirely thanks to you two gentlemen. Without you we would never have found these tea leaves. Therefore, how we should handle these tea leaves, I humbly seek your guidance." Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around them, Changcheng continued, "Having been in business for a few years, I have a bit of self-awareness. A batch of tea leaves this large will attract a lot of attention. With my current strength, I cannot protect these goods. Rather than risk it, I would prefer to give them all to you gentlemen. I believe with your strength and backing, safeguarding this batch should be a trivial matter. As for us, simply keeping our lives would be enough satisfaction." At this point, his subordinates understood that if Mobai and Hong Yi were greedy, it would be a piece of cake for them to eliminate everyone here. Most importantly, seeing the fully armed and well-equipped duo, it was evident that they had a considerable force backing them. Such a power was something small vendors like Changcheng could not afford to offend. Realizing they couldn't afford to offend or overpower them, and with their lives at stake, they decided it was better to cooperate and seek protection, perhaps even attach themselves to a powerful ally. Having come to this conclusion, Changcheng's subordinates stood behind him, expressing their willingness to serve the two and keep their secrets. Mobai and Hong Yi were genuinely surprised. They hadn't expected to discover a batch of high-value tea leaves and gain a group of small followers, turning out to be an unexpected gain. Mobai did not consider the loyalty of Changcheng and the others. He simply thought that he and Hong Yi could not possibly transport these tea leaves. Moreover, this place was too close to Baiguan, and if left here unattended, it wouldn't take 2 days for scavengers to leave them with nothing but the scraps. Since they had temporarily taken in Changcheng and his group, the subsequent matters became simpler. Just a street away, Changcheng and his companions brought 4 wooling vans. Although the tea leaves appeared to fill large boxes, most of the bulk was just outer packaging. By transferring the iron cans into other cardboard boxes, they could free up quite a bit of space. All the tea leaves only filled 2 wooling vans, while the remaining van contained some items found in other underground warehouses, such as dozens of boxes of printing paper along with some ink cartridges and toner boxes. Although these supplies were not very valuable, they would always find some use, and keeping them would allow for gradual sales. Since there wasn't much cargo, Mobai even shoved his electric motorcycle into the van while Hong Yi and Changcheng squeezed into the last wooling. The group followed the familiar path that Changcheng knew, heading directly to the Baiguan market. The wooling van navigated flexibly through the small paths. This road had clearly been specially cleared by Baiguan, as most of the abandoned vehicles along it had been dragged aside to the roadside, and in some areas 2 lanes could even run parallel. Soon this small convoy arrived at an intersection where the vehicles halted. Ahead were several towering reinforced concrete buildings. Surprisingly, these buildings were largely intact, with most of their glass surprisingly unbroken. Such a situation was extremely rare in the apocalypse. Changcheng smiled and introduced, "Welcome to the western district of Baiguan. This area, surrounded by these several high-rise buildings, is the most populous section of the Baiguan market and also the location of the flea market." Hong Yi curiously observed the area, while Mobai remained silent, as he had indeed been here in his past life. The western district of Baiguan was originally a commercial residential area centered around the Zingguangda Center, with new malls and commercial centers on the lower levels, while the higher levels primarily consisted of commercial apartments over 30 stories tall. After the apocalypse, this commercial residential area had unexpectedly remained well preserved. Most importantly, as a crucial part of Baiguan subway station, the underground here also served as the largest civilian air raid shelter in the area, capable of safely sheltering tens of thousands. Additionally, to the west and north of this area lay major roadways, while the east and south were surrounded by the Beitong River and the Tonghui River, forming a natural safe zone. Not only that, but after the apocalypse, the local government designated this place as one of the primary evacuation centers, stockpiling a large amount of supplies here. Moreover, the buildings in this area were constructed to withstand a magnitude 9 earthquake, making them some of the few high-quality structures built to this new seismic standard, ensuring that the numerous apartments and residences remained well-preserved, capable of accommodating a large number of people in need of refuge. The underground of the western district of Baigwan consists of 5 levels, 3 of which are underground parking lots, while the lowest 2 levels serve as air raid shelters interconnected with the subway station, making it exceptionally sturdy. Before them across the road, the entire complex of interconnected commercial buildings had the lower 3 levels blocked off with various construction materials and reinforced concrete. The thickness of these fortified defense layers was astonishing, averaging over 5 meters. Furthermore, on the platforms above the third floor, robust fire support points had been constructed where several dual-mounted 14.5 mm high-velocity machine guns were visibly protruding from the windows. Such heavy firepower is nearly invincible unless faced with tanks, making it a formidable defensive position. Moreover, surrounding the base of the high-rise shops was a complex defense system with countless defensive works and both open and concealed fire points embedded within this intricate architectural structure. Not to mention radiation zombies and mutant creatures. Even the professional soldiers from the Shishan base city who outnumbered them shook their heads and refused to assault such a fortified stronghold after witnessing its internal defense systems. The Baigwan market's ability to maintain its neutral commercial status amidst the apocalypse is closely tied to its solid defensive core. If it had ever suffered a breach, it would be the one time during the first zombie tide in Kyoto 2 months ago. During that tide, one side of the defenses which had not been fully completed was toppled by the horde, leading to the tragic consumption of tens of thousands of civilians. That was also Baigwan's darkest and bloodiest moment. Since then, Baigwan prioritized its defense above all else, and regardless of how frequently the upper management changed, efforts to strengthen their defensive facilities have never ceased. Mobai referred to this obsession as a sort of fixation of the people of Baigwan. However, Mobai was not entirely satisfied, as the place he wanted to go was not the western district of Baigwan but rather the true center of Baigwan, located to the north of the intersection of the Tonghui River and the Beidong River, an area surrounded by water which was the core safe zone of Baigwan, where the power plant and key factories were also situated. In addition to the populous western district and the island-like eastern district industrial area, Baigwan also has a southern district which is separated by the Tonghui River from the Shihai Park and a large shopping mall. The southern district is the main base for the Baigwan militia, reportedly because the underground of Shihai Park houses the main militia arsenal of Tongzhou. Mobai knew that having just arrived in Baigwan, it was impossible to enter the military stronghold of the southern district, and the eastern district was similarly hard to access. It seemed he still needed the help of Chongqing and the others. The entrance to the western district of Baigwan is located in the narrow part between 2 tall buildings where the original commercial building had been opened up. The entrance was secured with a gate full of thorns and iron spikes. After Changqing submitted his identification and access permit, he filled out a form detailing the casualties and the types of items collected. However, Mobai noticed that the form did not include a section for the quantity of supplies collected, which was likely to avoid overly sensitive information. Changqing was also very cautious, writing office supplies as the main items collected, while tea leaves were merely listed as secondary items in the inventory, allowing them to gain entry. Changqing explained going out to search or explore within Baigwan requires obtaining a permit that indicates the destination and the approximate findings. This information will be marked on the central map in Baigwan's information hall. Baigwan's caravans or exploration teams can acquire this information for a small fee. Although much of this intelligence may lack timeliness or accuracy in the apocalypse, it still provides very useful references for most teams setting out to explore the surroundings. Mobai understood the advantages of this method very well. As time progressed and Baigwan's caravans and exploration teams expanded, their grasp of the entire Kyoto area would undoubtedly be the most extensive and detailed in the region. Such valuable intelligence was truly something that money couldn't buy. Their convoy of vans quickly entered the inner part of the western district of Baigwan, where towering high-rises loomed and sheets and clothes hung out to dry from the windows. Between these clustered high-rises were temporary shelters constructed from steel frames. People were coming and going within these houses, and numerous small restaurants and shops, even a dumpling restaurant with a sign, could be seen. More were roadside vendors. The crowded streets were filled with survivors sitting on the ground. Unlike the survivors outside, the people here, while looking somewhat haggard and showing signs of malnutrition, seemed to care more about being well-fed and warm now that the safety issues had been resolved. The van convoy entered at the entrance of an underground parking lot, arriving at the first basement level. Clearly there was a large underground parking area here. After the convoy parked, some workers with nameplates pushed flatbed carts over. After negotiations with Changqing, these workers began unloading goods from the vans onto the carts, and Changqing's subordinates followed the workers, escorting the goods away. Changqing approached a person who appeared to be in charge and pulled out a bag from his pocket, inside which were strings of coins, yes, coins, rare formal currency, including 1 yuan, 5 jiao, 2 jiao and 1 jiao coins. Upon seeing this, Han Yi's eyes widened. It was her first time encountering the formal currency of Baigwan. Mobai was well aware that in a place like the Baigwan market, circulating tokens were necessary even in the apocalypse. Bartering was certainly possible, but while small transactions could be managed, larger ones were more difficult.
Not all goods could be exchanged at equal value, so the existence of a token was essential. In this context, coins that had become scarce in circulation were once again utilized by Bhagwan's management.
They sought out these coins from abandoned banks and used Bhagwan's machinery to create a hexagonal hole in the center of the coins along with a circle of numbers stamped around them, thus producing the first commercial tokens after the apocalypse. Moreover, these tokens had just been issued within Bhagwan, and if Mo's memory served him right, they had only been issued for a month. The bag held mostly 1 yuan and 5 jiao coins. He carefully counted out about 100 1 yuan coins and over 45 jiao coins to pay the person in charge, then explained to Mo that the rolling vans they had rented were from the Bhagwan parking lot and needed to pay for the rental and fuel costs based on time. Seeing the curious expressions on Hong Yi and Mo, Changqing continued to explain that renting a rolling van for exploration costs 20 yuan of Bhagwan coins per day, while fuel costs are paid according to consumption, with 92 gasoline priced at 5 yuan per liter. To compare prices, Changqing informed them that the most common grain price in Bhagwan was 5 jiao per pound of rice. This price gave Mo a basic understanding of Bhagwan's market. Changqing told them that the most expensive items here were weapons, ammunition and medicines, followed by food and side dishes, then fuel and daily necessities. In both the western and eastern districts, small workshops had been established specifically to refurbish items found from outside or produce new goods ranging from food processing to various clothing and small items. The Bhagwan market was transporting these rudimentary goods to surrounding survivor gathering points through various caravans. Although it was still in its infancy, now this advanced commercial awareness and small industrial model suited to the current apocalyptic situation would give Bhagwan the greatest advantage in becoming the largest commercial power in the Kyoto area 2 years later, alongside the Shishan base city and airport town, forming one of the 3 major forces. Mo knew from his previous life that the upper management of the Bhagwan market had excellent capabilities in this regard. However, what puzzled him was that the upper management was the most low-key among the 3 major forces. They claimed to have a Bhagwan management company based on a shareholding system where all members' voting power was determined by their proportion in Bhagwan market business. As for how many members the so-called board of directors had and the exact shares each person held, it had always been a mystery. The upper management figure Mo was most familiar with from his previous life was none other than Bhagwan Blade Guanyi, one of the 3 masters at that time. He had once asked Guanyi about the position of their influence in the Bhagwan market, and Guanyi had a rather strange expression as he used a metaphor in Bhagwan: "I am like the manager of a courier agency." Mo speculated that as the top master of Bhagwan, Bhagwan Blade likely served a role similar to that of a mercenary or security company, with the Bhagwan market hiring him and his subordinates paying him a high salary and covering all his expenses. However, Mo had never understood how Bhagwan managed to firmly bind a master and armed force leader like Bhagwan Blade to theirs. Of course, speculation remains speculation. The relationships within Bhagwan were intricate, and even with his past experience he dared not make any major decisions. Following Changqing, they passed one side of the parking area and arrived at another underground space that had been transformed. This area was originally part of the underground section of a mall, featuring relatively spacious space and higher ceilings, clearly designed as a storage area with armed personnel guarding the entrance. Mo glanced at these armed personnel dressed in 56-style chest racks, a militia attire with old-style 56 chest racks paired with 56 semi-automatic and 56 assault rifles. Notably, on top of the guard booth at the warehouse entrance was a sandbag enclosed position equipped with a 56 light machine gun. After Changqing paid 10 1 yuan coins, he placed the tea leaves and other goods directly into the warehouse. Changqing explained that he couldn't store so much cargo in his shop, and most warehouses of shops in the western district of Bhagwan were centralized here. With keys and documentation, they could retrieve goods from this location secured by fully armed militia, making it much safer than storing them in his own shop. Next, Changqing indicated that he needed to deal with the compensation for the deceased subordinates as well as the issue of compensating the scavengers who had died at the hands of mutated rats. He suggested that Mo wait for him in his shop while Mo expressed his desire to stroll around the western district and visit the flea market. Changqing respected Mo's decision and handed him a string of coins on a nylon rope consisting of 10 1 yuan coins and 10 Favigio coins for purchasing items at the flea market. Changqing also assigned a small-statured subordinate to accompany Mo as a guide. The guide's name is Li Qin. He is not very tall but appears quite astute, claiming to have been around here for a time, second only to Changqing, making him a local authority. He respectfully led Mo and the others to the flea market located in the heart of the western district. Although called a flea market, the official name in Bhagwan is the Sunday market, which Mo feels is not much classier than a flea market. The Sunday market is quite large, occupying 2 entire floors of the original shopping mall in the western district, each floor measuring over 10,000 square meters. Most vendors sit on the ground along the marked paths, displaying their goods in front of them. The number of vendors is quite significant, especially along the main passage, bustling with activity as Mo and Hong Yi followed Li Qin deeper inside. Li Qin hesitated for a moment and whispered to Mo and Hong Yi, "Please, esteemed sirs, remove the magazines from your weapons. There are rules here. Apart from the militia maintaining order, no one else is allowed to have bullets in their guns, and it is best not to display weapons too openly or the patrolling militia might intervene." Mo glanced at Li Qin and noticed a bead of cold sweat trickling down his cheek. It seemed he was indeed a bit nervous, as Mo Bai and Hong Yi were certainly individuals who would kill without a second thought. Asking such dangerous people to remove the magazines from their weapons could easily provoke them. After contemplating for a moment, Mo Bai extended his left hand, removed the magazine from his ACE and placed it in his tactical vest. Seeing this, Hong Yi followed suit, pressing the button to remove the magazine from her 92 carbine. Next, both of them also took off the magazines from their handguns and placed them in their pockets. At this moment, Li Qin wiped the sweat from his forehead, smiling as he continued to lead them forward. The Sunday market is vast and has basic zoning. For instance, Area 1 mainly sells various homemade foods or food items from the old era, with the old era foods primarily consisting of snacks like biscuits, candies, rice flour and seasonings. Homemade foods are quite diverse, including common items like steamed buns and baked cakes, as well as cake spreads and French loaves, along with homemade pickled vegetables, pickled radishes and roots from unknown plants dug up from the ground, among other peculiar foods. There are also dried or cured meat products, mostly from mutated beasts hunted in the wasteland, with the most common being mutated mice and rabbits, which are remarkably numerous and prolific in the apocalypse. When they gather in hordes, they can be a deadly challenge for inexperienced exploration teams like Changqing's. Li Qin explained that there are also butcher shops here that specifically handle the meat of mutated creatures, charging a fee to help you remove the inedible parts from captured mutated mice, with the remainder processed into various semi-finished products according to customer needs, such as dried mouse meat or canned mouse meat. Area 2 is the daily necessities section, selling small appliances, furniture, kitchenware and more. Area 3 is the miscellaneous zone, filled with items that are either useful or useless in the apocalypse, such as fire extinguishers, various storage boxes, bottles for holding water buckets and even bonsai gardening supplies. Mo Bai also saw vendors selling pet cats and dogs. It is worth noting that many of the pets here are of unusual size and shape compared to ordinary creatures. A noticeably mutated large dog measuring over 2 meters in length is locked in an iron cage, growling quietly at passers-by. Li Qin mentioned that many of the creatures here are captured mutated beings, most of which are relatively docile and can be tamed. There are even employers who hire teams specifically to capture these mutated creatures. It is said that there are specialized institutions in Xishan base city and the airport town to purchase them. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Mo Bai's eyes and a surge of killing intent surged forth, triggering unpleasant memories. He lowered his head, adjusting his mindset, forcefully calming his emotions, while behind him Hong Yi noticed something unusual about Mo Bai, her expression briefly showing surprise. Going further in, they reached the final Area 4, which is the most core zone of the entire Sunday market. Unlike the other 3 areas, this one does not restrict the types of goods that can be traded, but one must pay a management fee to gain the right to set up a stall, somewhat similar to the difference between Taobao and Tmall. The stalls in Area 4 are half the number of those in the other 3 areas, but there are many more basic storefronts surrounding it. Now, unlike the other 3 areas where anyone with goods can sell, the vendors here, even if they are street vendors, possess a certain level of strength. Consequently, the goods traded here are noticeably of higher variety and quality. First of all, this is the only area allowed to sell firearms and ammunition. Surprisingly, there is also a rare blacksmith shop that has a sign indicating that it accepts custom orders for various cold weapons, which caught Hong Yi's strong interest. Led by Li Qin, Mo Bai and Hong Yi entered this blacksmith shop, which is relatively large compared to other stores around. The front part is for product display, while the back houses a forge equipped with a high-temperature electric furnace. The front and back of the blacksmith shop are separated by a green curtain, and the sound of hammering can be heard from behind. On the green curtain, serving as a partition, a strange red bird is embroidered. Hong Yi curiously asked, "What kind of bird is this? A peacock or a phoenix?" However, Mo Bai was surprised yet pleased, because if he remembered correctly, the owner of this blacksmith shop was an acquaintance from his past life. At that time, when he met this person, it was in the eastern district of Baiguan, and he was a highly sought-after master craftsman, creating items that had gained fame in the apocalypse. Mo Bai explained to Hong Yi in a peculiar tone that is neither a peacock nor a phoenix, it is a bifong with one leg, green feathers and red hair. Suddenly, the hammering sounds from behind the green curtain ceased, and a low, hoarse voice yet clear rang out. Few people know of the bifong these days. Following that, a figure pushed aside the curtain and stepped forward. The person before them was a girl slightly over 1.60 meters in height. At first glance, she appeared petite and delicate, but her sun-kissed copper skin and slightly charred yellow short hair, paired with her exquisite yet robust facial features, create a striking contrast. It is evident that the girl's muscles are very well developed, and even Hong Yi, who has been practicing combat for years, is somewhat inferior in comparison. With such a healthy and strong physique complemented by yellow dreadlocks and bright, determined eyes, this image of gentle strength embodies a strikingly androgynous appearance, akin to a popular saying, "She may not charm men, but she will undoubtedly captivate women." Even Hong Yi, being a girl herself, had her eyes gleaming, eager to rush over and greet her. Mo Bai sighed, inwardly pulling Hong Yi back as she attempted to approach, and said to the girl, "I apologize, I am not strict enough in my discipline." The girl was initially startled by the energetic and bouncing Hong Yi, but soon relaxed, aware of the allure her appearance had on other girls. She smiled wryly and said, "It's all right, I'm used to it. Allow me to introduce myself, I am the owner of this blacksmith shop, Li Shifeng. You can just call me Shifeng." Mo Bai continued to firmly hold onto Hong Yi's arm, replying, "I am Mo Bai." Looking at Hong Yi, who was being restrained by Mo Bai, the girl smiled and shook her head.
Just as she was about to speak, she noticed the blade of a hidden knife on Hong Yi's arm, which was partially exposed under her clothing, and her eyes lit up as she eagerly asked, "Sorry, may I see the blade on your sister's arm?" Hong Yi shrugged off. Bai's hand leaned toward Shifang and pouted, saying, "Just so you know, Bai is not my brother. If you wish to see my flying knife, you need my brother's permission, as it's a gift from him." Upon hearing that it was a gift from Bai, Shifang looked at him in surprise. After receiving Bai's consent, Hong Yi said to Li Qin, "You can step outside." Once the visibly awkward Li Qin left the blacksmith shop and closed the door, Hong Yi rolled up her sleeve, revealing the leather guard beneath and the 3 flying knives inserted above. Li Shifang's eyes immediately brightened upon seeing the flying knives, and she reached out her small hand to gently draw one from the leather sheath, running her fingers along the sharp blade, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Then she smiled at Hong Yi and said, "This Mr. Bai must treat you very well. This set of flying knives is indeed a rare gem, typically consisting of 6 in a set." Moreover, Shifang's gaze turned to Bai, smiling as she added, "It should even have a hit enhancement effect, right?" This left Hong Yi surprised, as recognizing that there are 6 knives in the set is no small feat. The fact that she could tell there was a hit enhancement just by feeling one is remarkable. Who was this cool androgynous girl? Bai, however, was not surprised at all. As a master craftsman named Bai Feng who would rise to prominence with his forging skills a year later, how could he lack such discernment? He just hadn't expected her to still be running a blacksmith shop within the city of Baiguan. Li Shifang examined the flying knife repeatedly in her hands before returning it to Hong Yi, and then said with deep gratitude, "Thank you for allowing me to examine such a precious item. It will greatly help me improve my skills. As a return, I can craft a custom piece of equipment for you in the future." Hong Yi found this a bit puzzling, saying, "Just for touching it you want to make me custom equipment? That seems unnecessary." Shifang smiled and replied, "I have a talent for customizing cold weapons and armor at my family's blacksmith shop since I was young. Anything cold weapon or equipment that I have seen and touched I can replicate exactly. Once I improve my skill further, I can even create something better than this set of flying knives." This truly shocked Hong Yi. "You can create something better than the flying knives Bai gifted me?" She genuinely found this hard to believe. Firstly, the flying knives Bai gifted her were incredibly precious, and secondly, could such an impressive piece of equipment really be replicated so easily? Bai, standing nearby, had no doubts about Shifang's abilities. In his past life, she was the first master craftsman, achieving the first level 9 in the craftsman profession, having crafted countless renowned items. The familiar copper rod that Bai used in his previous life was made by Shifang. It took Bai half a year to earn back the crafting fee he paid her. Among the new humans in the apocalypse, craftsmen are considered a unique group. Most of them were engaged in cold weapon manufacturing or related handicrafts before the apocalypse, and in this new world they have gradually mastered more esoteric forging and manufacturing skills, allowing them to enhance certain attributes of weapons or grant these equipment new abilities. This crafting ability is classified by scientists in the evolutionary sequence as a form of enhancement and empowerment, truly remarkable. Shifang looked at the skeptical Hong Yi and said with a smile, "I know you don't believe me, but there's no way for me to prove anything right now. The materials in the shop are lacking and I can't create anything even if I wanted to." Hong Yi pouted, clearly thinking Shifang was boasting. Bai, however, had a thought and asked, "What materials are you lacking?" Shifang replied, "It's hard to explain, just some rare materials. After the apocalypse, some original metals or other materials might undergo changes due to radiation or other factors. For instance, a batch of aluminum alloy might have some pieces that change under these conditions, resulting in significant differences in strength, hardness, or even size. To create special weapons and equipment similar to Hong Yi's flying knives, these materials are necessary." Continuing, Shifang hesitated for a moment before saying, "The bodies of mutated creatures outside, especially those of more powerful ones, might yield some special materials. These mutated materials combined with those special metals could produce superior items compared to ordinary equipment." Shifang pulled out a long knife from her counter, a double-handed weapon with a thick and slanted blade. This is a horizontal knife, a type of tang knife. Holding the knife in one hand, Shifang used her other hand to pull out a shiny steel ingot from below the counter. The heavy steel ingot was 4 to 5 centimeters thick and weighed at least 20 pounds. However, Shifang held it as effortlessly as if it were a bar of soap. As the steel ingot reached its highest point in the air and was about to fall, Shifang held the knife with both hands, positioning herself sideways, and with a swift downward slash the light of the blade flashed. The ingot split cleanly in half, landing with a thud and creating 2 small dents in the ground, with the cut surface smooth as a mirror. This astonished not only Hong Yi but also Bai. He knew Shifang was a master craftsman, but the way she executed the horizontal knife technique so skillfully clearly indicated her mastery. If she could cut through an ingot with such ease, then even someone wearing the thickest bulletproof armor would not withstand such a strike. Shifang exhaled softly, slowly sheathing her knife, and then gave a slightly embarrassed smile to Hong Yi and Bai, saying, "I apologize for showing off. I see you two are also formidable individuals, so please don't take offense." At this point, Hong Yi's mouth was agape, large enough to fit an apple. She blinked her eyes and exclaimed, "So amazing, Shifang. Can you teach me that technique?" Shifang awkwardly replied, "Everyone's martial skills are different. You see, you're leaning towards close combat, and that set of flying knives is just a supplement.
What suits you better would be boxing gloves, arm guards, or a pair of short sticks.
Mobai was almost ready to applaud. Shirfan could instantly see Han Yi's characteristics, demonstrating that her insight as a master craftsman was indeed remarkable. After considering, Mobai stepped forward and inquired, "May I ask what equipment would suit me?" Shirfan looked at Mobai, hesitating for a few seconds before saying, "Mr.
Mo seems to be situated between close combat and ranged combat, and judging from your equipment you appear to be a person of high standing. If I may suggest, a good set of armor would suit you better. After all, very few people can surpass someone like Han Yi in a fight."
Mobai nodded.
He was well aware that Shirfan was right. As a healer and a manager, it was indeed unnecessary for him to carry too much aggressive equipment. Distributing it to his subordinates might enable them to unleash their true potential. Mobai turned around and opened his backpack, actually retrieving several items from the manager's badge and placing them into the bag. When he turned back again, a box and 2 small metal ingots appeared in his hands. Shirfan was taken aback, although she didn't know what was in the box. The 2 metal ingots were anything but ordinary in her eyes.
"What is this?" "Reinforced metal."
Shirfan explained, "This is the code I assigned to materials that have been enhanced due to environmental changes. Reinforced metal or reinforced plastic."
Mobai chuckled and nodded.
What he didn't mention was that these metal ingots were a change he discovered after upgrading the refining machine to intermediate level. When processing various materials, there was a small chance that some materials would improve in quality. Originally, most materials entering the refining machine were of gray inferior or white ordinary quality, but the current situation was different. A very small portion of materials would improve in quality after passing through the refining machine, meaning that gray inferior materials would become white ordinary materials, and white ordinary materials would have an even smaller chance of improving to green excellent. What he showed Shirfan was a steel ingot that had been upgraded to excellent quality. Shirfan happily accepted the steel ingot and said, "Such reinforced materials are extremely rare. Even in tons of steel you might only find a few hundred grams. You have 2 pieces weighing 5 kilograms each, and I'm willing to purchase them at 50 yuan per kilogram." Looking at the surprised Mobai and Han Yi, Shirfan didn't hide anything. "To forge a reinforced version of that horizontal knife I need at least 20 kilograms of reinforced steel ingots, which amounts to a cost of 1,000 Baiguan coins. Such a horizontal knife can be sold for 2,000 Baiguan coins in Baiguan, and only I can forge such a powerful weapon here."
Han Yi's eyes lit up. "So what you're promising to make for me must be very valuable as well." Shirfan smiled and said, "Not exactly. The reinforced glove steel arms or short sticks suitable for you require less than half the amount of reinforced steel as this horizontal knife, only about 1,000 Baiguan coins. However, 1,000 Baiguan coins is not a small sum in Baiguan right now.
If converted to food, it could ensure daily meals with me for at least a year."
Mobai calculated that 1 Baiguan coin could be exchanged for 2 kilograms of rice, which was roughly 2 days' worth of life-saving rations for one person. Adding a bit of meat, 2 yuan a day, could make someone a middle-class individual in Baiguan. This meant Shirfang's price for crafting an item was indeed not low. However, Mobai knew that a year later, if he wanted to hire Master Bai Fong to customize a weapon, the cost would far exceed 2,000 Baiguan coins. His refined copper staff was already considered a high-tier weapon priced at 200 kilograms of refined copper plus 50,000 Baiguan coins to persuade Li Shifeng to make a move. Since he had met Bai Fong, Li Shifeng in advance, he should build a good relationship and ideally secure a few promises for customization. Selling favors in the future could also bring in substantial profits. Thinking of this, Mobai asked, "I wonder how much demand you have for such reinforced steel." Li Shifeng's eyes turned from your tone. "Do you still have a supply of this reinforced steel, and in considerable quantity?" Mobai nodded. "You could say that.
I have channels through which I can continuously acquire such reinforced materials, not just the ones mentioned earlier. I also have similar quality refined iron and refined copper.
If needed, I can supply them regularly."
Li Shifeng looked at Mobai with doubt.
This reinforced steel could be described as something hard to come by. Could he really have a continuous supply?
Seeing Li Shifeng's skepticism, Mobai said, "How about this? I'll use materials to customize a set of equipment for you, and you fulfill your promise to make Han Yi a pair of arm guards.
Lastly, you can bring a person or an agent to my shelter to pick up the goods.
If you're not satisfied with the goods, you can refuse to deliver the customized equipment, and the materials given to you will be considered compensation."
How does that sound?
Li Shifeng blinked. This method of transaction indeed had little risk.
However, she shook her head. "I won't take advantage of you. Customization is customization, business is business.
You'll make the arm guards for the young lady first. Let me take her measurements and you can come to pick them up tomorrow.
Oh, by the way, you can leave these 2 steel ingots as the craftsmanship fee." Mobai smiled, tossing down the reinforced steel ingots and the iron box.
Li Shifeng carefully measured Han Yi's arm with a tape measure, asked her a few questions about usage, nodded and gestured for Mobai and the others to leave.
Han Yi followed Mobai out of the blacksmith's shop, asking, "What's in the box you left behind?" Mobai replied, "The fangs of the level 4 mutated giant snake."
At this moment in the blacksmith's shop, Li Shifeng looked at the snake fangs in the box, her expression becoming increasingly serious. These fangs were clearly from a high-level mutated creature and were excellent for making daggers and short swords. Leaving her these fangs also proved Mo Bai's trust in her craftsmanship, but completing a pair of such daggers was still a challenge for her at present. While wandering in District 4, Mo Bai encountered a number of local militias or adventurers, and as expected the weapons carried by these militias were mostly discarded by regular troops. Weapons like the Type 95 rifle were quite rare, while adventurers' weapons were even more varied, with many using cold weapons. This reflected the fierce spirit of the North Quan marketplace, where battling against radiation zombies and mutated creatures with cold weapons even with a strong physique was laden with danger, yet they still bravely charged in. This also indirectly revealed that despite the large population in the North Quan marketplace there was still a severe lack of weaponry. This was also a necessary condition for blacksmiths like Li Shifeng to rise. While wandering, Mo Bai saw Changqing hurrying over with people from the other side. When Changqing spotted Mo Bai, his expression brightened. He led Mo Bai into his shop, glanced at the neighboring stores and then closed the door. Mo Bai looked around Changqing's shop, which was a typical grocery store. It had everything, but all the items were polished very cleanly and the signs beneath the goods indicated performance and price. Even equipment like generators had warranty periods marked, which was rare in the apocalypse. Almost half of Changqing's store consisted of various clothing, mostly sturdy work clothes and canvas-made jeans, with a small amount of tactical vests such as the Type 56 chest rig and police waist holsters. Changqing instructed his subordinates to watch the door while he pulled over a small table and a few chairs to sit with Mo Bai and Hong Yi, sighing as he recounted his recent experiences. It turned out that Changqing had registered his situation at the management office in the West District and then went to report the deaths of several of his subordinates and scavengers, even paying the promised compensation. This money had almost drained his urgent funds, but thinking of the newly arrived tea leaves in the warehouse, Changqing still mustered the spirit to prepare to return to the shop. At this moment, a subordinate who stayed behind at the camp to avoid the adventure reported that one of Changqing's rivals was drinking in a tavern with his subordinates, claiming to celebrate the Memorial Day of Changqing and his group in advance. Changqing was shocked to hear this because it meant that the rival probably knew about the large number of mutated mice in the warehouse he visited and was sure he wouldn't return alive. Further speculation suggested that the scavenger who sold him the warehouse information was most likely arranged by that rival. Upon hearing this news, he quickly went to find the scavenger who sold him the information, only to discover that the scavenger had unexpectedly been found dead in a dark alley north of the West District shortly after leaving North Quan. Changqing, both shocked and angry, did not lose his temper due to frustration. With almost half of his men gone, he no longer had the strength to confront his enemy, let alone that his rival's original power was greater than his. After much thought, he decided to consult Mo Bai first. After listening, Mo Bai contemplated for a moment. Given the complex personnel and fierce competition in Baiguan, such incidents were not surprising. This also indicated that Changqing's business was growing larger and beginning to affect the vested interests of some people. Of course, strictly speaking, Changqing was still just a small trader who was beginning to grow and was not at the same level as merchants like Lu Yu, who had their own armed forces and heavy vehicles. Thus his rival also only had a small gang of dozens of people with a few stalls in the market. Seeing Mo Bai still lost in thought, Changqing knew that his life and death might very well depend on this person he had just allied with. Mo Bai remained silent for a moment before saying, "You have a few options. The first is to abandon this shop and bring your people to follow me. I have a shelter that can accommodate you, and your life there will be better than it is now." Changqing's expression was conflicted. He simply could not let go of his business, which had just shown a bit of promise. After working so hard for so long and finally seeing a glimmer of hope only to be undermined, he was understandably unwilling. Mo Bai could tell from Changqing's face that he was unwilling, so he continued, "The second option is that I can support you with weapons or even manpower to eliminate those who oppose you and take over their territory." Changqing's expression brightened. He knew that Mo Bai and his companion were formidable fighters and that they had a strong shelter behind them. If they could eliminate those people, he could regain what he had lost and establish himself in the West District. However, he feared that he would no longer be able to leave this man in front of him afterward. Mo Bai smiled slightly. "There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. To get something you must pay. Moreover, what I want isn't much. You can be my agent in Baiguan and I will provide you with goods of which you will keep 30% of the profits." Changqing looked up at Mo Bai. "What exactly are your goods?" Mo Bai pointed to the tactical vest he was wearing and the rifle hanging on his chest, smiling like a cat. Changqing frowned and said, "Only merchants with managerial backgrounds can sell weapons in Baiguan. I don't have the qualifications to sell weapons. If you have weapons, you can only sell them to the upper echelons of Baiguan." Mo Bai smiled and said, "It's not weapons but weapon modification parts. For example," he handed Changqing the 92 carbine that Hong Yi was carrying. "This 92 carbine kit can be directly installed on the original 92 model. There are also other modification accessories like scopes, rail stocks and so on. Besides that, we have tactical vests, bulletproof plates, walkie-talkies, helmets, tactical boots and training frog suits. We have almost all tactical gear." Changqing's mouth dropped open in shock, and after a few seconds he took a deep breath. "This is indeed an interesting business. The weapon controls in Baiguan are strict, but modification parts and professional combat gear are quite scarce, especially since no specialized tactical goods stores have been discovered nearby. Moreover, militia personnel usually only have a Type 56 chest rig at most.
Providing them with more professional tactical gear would definitely be welcomed. Most importantly, the militia is one of the three major forces in Baegwon. If he could get close to them and build relationships, no one would dare to touch his store in the future. Mobai was very pleased with Changqing's thinking. Such a person had a quick mind and didn't even want to mention revenge. As long as their business grew and they built good relations with the militia, their former rivals would avoid them. With the direction set, the two began discussing specific matters. Mobai asked, "Do you know Liu Yu?" Changqing was taken aback. "Liu Yu? Are you talking about the owner of the East District Liu Yu Merchant Group?" Mobai nodded. Changqing said he knew, stating Liu Yu is one of the first 8 merchant groups established in Baegwon after the zombie tide. He has a very strong backing and is one of the more powerful merchants in the group. He has 3 merchant groups under him, dozens of vehicles, and his influence is still expanding. 3 merchant groups. I didn't expect Liu Yu to be even more formidable than I imagined, Mobai remarked. "Check if Liu Yu is in the market. If he is, I'll go meet him with you." Changqing exclaimed in surprise, "Someone of Liu Yu's status isn't someone we can meet just by wanting to. Unless. Do you know Liu Yu?" Mobai nodded. "I've dealt with him a few times. This time I came to Baegwon, he also provided me with the map." Changqing happily said, "That's great. Liu Yu's status is considerable. As long as he speaks a word, at least no one in the market will dare to casually target us. Moreover, his merchant group is very strong. If you want to transport goods from your shelter to Baegwon, it would be much safer to use his merchant group for escort. Of course, you will have to pay him for transportation." Mobai didn't mind the transportation cost. What he needed was to establish a safe trade route between the shelter and the North Gwon marketplace to transport goods produced in the shelter for sale in Baegwon and to bring back raw materials and food supplies. Thus he needed a fixed agent in Baegwon. In addition to tactical gear, Mobai also planned to launch a highly profitable business in Baegwon in the future, which was the nutrient solution that could be mass-produced at the chemical workstation. This nutrient solution requires almost no cost other than electricity, and as the stock of food in various survivor gathering places gradually depletes, the coming year will be a year of food shortages. The demand for large quantities of inexpensive nutrient solutions is expected to be very high. After waiting for Changqing to finish his tasks, Mobai and the others decided to find a place to spend the night. Changqing excitedly suggested taking them to the only upscale hotel in Baegwon, which had just opened. This hotel was located above the Sunday market in Baegwon, covered with rare greenery on the upper floors of the 3-story commercial building. To their surprise, there was even a beautifully designed fountain on the flat lawn in front of the hotel, making Hong Yi marvel at the luxurious scene that seemed only possible before the apocalypse. Changqing proudly introduced it as the largest hotel in Baegwon Market, the City Hotel. The hotel itself offered luxurious rooms, 24-hour hot water for bathing and dining services, and featured exquisite restaurants, bars, and a cigar lounge, even boasting a temperature-controlled swimming pool and gym. This was a unique and rare indulgence in the apocalypse. It could be said that as long as one could afford Baegwon currency, they could enjoy services here that were unavailable in other gathering places. As the three entered the hotel, there was a security checkpoint inside a typical X-ray scanning area where a polite waiter dressed in a tailcoat approached to explain the procedures. Before entering the hotel, guests were required to store all hot weapons, and any cold weapons longer than 1 foot also needed to be. The hotel guaranteed that no one would engage in violence or murder inside its premises, showing a clear concern for its reputation, as evidenced by the attire and equipment of the 8 security guards stationed at either side of the hotel entrance. This was vastly different from the Baegwon's main armed force, the militia, which primarily utilized civilian weapons. The security personnel at the City Hotel all wore black suits, a rare uniform in the apocalypse. After the end of the world, people's fashion sense leaned towards practicality and functionality, with tactical jackets, work uniforms, military attire, and camouflage being the most common clothing, while many began to adopt retro punk styles with homemade leather and armor. Suits which lacked functionality were not the first choice. Moreover, all these security personnel wore bulletproof vests under their suits and were equipped with standard-issue Type 92 handguns. From their physical build and demeanor, it was evident that most of these individuals had undergone rigorous training with tactical skills far surpassing those of ordinary militia. Additionally, the fundamental and most distinctive feature of the City Hotel was its security service, with strictly trained armed security and surveillance facilities on each floor. Coupled with the strict prohibition of firearms within the hotel, the sense of security here was indeed substantial. Security was, after all, one of the most precious commodities in the post-apocalyptic world. People were willing to pay a price for that sense of security. The City Hotel was the favorite spot for merchants and adventurers in the Baegwon region. As long as one paid enough, they could safely enjoy everything here, along with the privacy and security necessary for business discussions. However, Mobai was not surprised at all. In his past life, the City Hotel was one of the most well-known establishments among the various forces in Baegwon Market. Unlike other factions in Baegwon, the City Hotel did not operate a merchant convoy, engage in production, or embark on treasure hunts. They were solely dedicated hotel management personnel. The City Hotel had a prestigious reputation in the apocalypse, known for its high prices but excellent service. The most crucial point was that within the jurisdiction of the city hotel, acts of murder and robbery were strictly prohibited and violators would be hunted down by the hotel. In the 9 years since the hotel's establishment, no one had violated this rule and lived for more than a week. Over time, no one questioned the hotel's credibility. Mobai was intrigued. It was evident that the city hotel was still in its early stages. Despite its somewhat rigid service-first style, the staff and security still appeared somewhat inexperienced, suggesting the hotel had only been established for a month or two. When Mobai inquired about the prices, Changqing's face twitched slightly and he quietly informed Mobai a standard room costs 50 yuan per night. Hong Yi gasped in surprise. Her astonishment was justified. After all, in Baiguan a liter of oil cost only 5 yuan, and 5 yuan could also buy 10 jin of rice, meaning it would take 100 jin of rice or 10 liters of oil to stay here for a night, not including food and drinks. Mobai was not surprised when he visited Baiguan in his past life. It was the 3rd year after the apocalypse and he stayed at the city hotel as well. At that time, the price for a room had already reached over 200 Baiguan coins, which was 4 times the current price without considering inflation. At the spacious front desk of the city hotel, a hostess in formal attire warmly welcomed the three of them. After Changqing paid for one night's stay, they took the elevator to the 12th floor. The main building of the hotel had over 20 rooms arranged in a circle, and at every elevator and hallway corner there were pairs of armed security personnel. As they swiped their key cards to enter their room, Hong Yi couldn't help but ask, "This hotel has armed security everywhere? They're really attentive to safety." Mobai hung his tactical vest and jacket on a hanger in the wardrobe, turning to reply, "Did you not notice? With 4 corners and 8 security personnel plus the 2 in front of the elevator, that makes 10 armed guards on each floor. From the elevator I can see that the hotel has 24 floors. Excluding the 3 lower floors of the commercial area, that means there are 21 floors, which means their security team has over 200 fully armed personnel on each shift." Hong Yi gasped. That meant if they operated on 3 shifts there would be almost 600 security personnel in this city hotel. Was it a hotel or an army? No wonder the room rates were so high, otherwise they couldn't possibly afford to maintain so many people. Mobai instructed the curious Hong Yi to take a shower first. Although this standard room was the cheapest in the city hotel, it still spanned about 30 square meters, complete with luxurious facilities, indicating that the hotel owner had put a lot of thought into this aspect. Picking up the phone on the bedside table, a gentle and humble voice came through. "Dear guest, how may I assist you?" Mobai said, "Please help me contact Mr. Liu of the Liu Yu Merchant Group and let him know that Mobai wishes to meet him at the hotel. Please ensure he responds." "Thank you." The voice on the other end was calm and warm. "I will convey your message to Mr. Liu, but I cannot guarantee he will meet you. Of course, leaving messages and communication services are subject to a fee, which will be included in your bill when you check out of the city hotel. Also, we can provide a private meeting room for guests in need. If you require it, please call the front desk." Mobai hung up the phone, and indeed the city hotel's message-taking and appointment service was still so courteous. Half an hour later, a flushed Hong Yi walked out of the bathroom in her bathrobe. She shyly glanced at Mobai and softly said, "It's your turn to wash," before blushing and diving into her own bed. Mobai felt a bit awkward. Since his rebirth he had not been in close proximity to any woman. The only time he had such close contact was when Wu Fei was injured and he treated her. However, his feelings for Hong Yi were more akin to admiration and a brotherly concern. If he wanted to elevate their relationship, Mobai instinctively felt a reluctance to act due to familiarity. Was he really a straight man? Not really. In his past life he had not been this conservative. Living on the edge of life and death where tomorrow was uncertain, most people did not care about such matters, and instead they would directly express their feelings to those they liked. Letting the hot water wash over him, Mobai relaxed his nerves. The mirror in the bathroom reflected his well-proportioned physique. After this period of training, his body had become healthy and welcomed, distinctly different from the robust muscles of a martial artist in his past life. A healer focused more on the internal flow of qi and the capacity of the qi, which reflected in a steadier demeanor and a graceful aura. Mobai extended his right hand with his index and middle fingers held together like a blade. She flowed into his fingers, condensing and projecting outward as the gradually brightening qi resembled a thin knife encasing his fingertips. As Mobai moved his fingers, they brushed against the roll of toilet paper hanging by the sink, and with a barely audible slicing sound the white paper fell away. His fingers separated and deftly moved, causing several flashes of light to crisscross in the air as a small cluster of paper scraps floated down like early winter snow. Mobai slowly dispersed the blade-like qi in his hand, exhaling a breath of stale air, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The technique he had just used was a rare offensive qi application skill in the healer profession known as the healer's scalpel. Originally intended for healers to use when surgical instruments were unavailable to open wounds and extract bullets or debris, it was also a rare self-defense capability for those in the healing profession. The qi cultivated by healers differs from that of other practitioners. It undergoes a marvelous transformation outside the body. The condensed qi becomes razor-sharp with slight pressure, making it exceptionally effective against flesh and blood, though it may not be as effective against metal. The strength of the qi forming a fine blade could even decapitate a mutated bull. MOBI was currently aiming to break through to the fourth level, which involved the first level of body forging, the second level of chi circulation, the third level of internal chi circulation, and the fourth level of external projection, which allowed the chi within the body to be projected outside, enhancing the surface of the body or weapons and armor. In this stage, fighters among martial artists would experience a significant surge in combat power as internal chi flowing through the meridians bolstered their strikes, while externally projected chi enhanced their combat abilities, akin to donning a Saint Seiya's armor, greatly increasing both attack and defense. Other martial artists would also channel their internal chi into their weapons, multiplying their destructive power. Hence, many believed that only those at the fourth level could truly be called martial artists, marking a distinction between combat and weapon styles. The chi cultivated in the healer profession is quite special. If it merely enhanced the body or surface, the increase in offensive power would not be substantial and defense was only at an average level, primarily providing some protection for the internal organs. However, the externally projected chi was as sharp as a blade, which was truly exceptional. Moreover, the chi blade was flexible and unpredictable. MOBI believed that besides serving as a scalpel, this chi blade could potentially astonish people in close quarters combat. Thus, after his rank up, he had been diligently practicing this technique. Among the numerous residents in the shelter, more than half had already broken through to the first stage of the body forging technique, resulting in an overall improvement in physical fitness. In the second stage of chi circulation, around 30 individuals had developed a sense of chi. As for the third stage of internal chi circulation, there were now 3 individuals: Hong Yi, Wu Fei, and Zhang Ji. What surprised MOBI the most was Jin Guang, the punk from the motorcycle gang, who surprisingly possessed talent comparable to Hong Yi's. Although he had been training for the shortest duration in the shelter, he had already reached the pinnacle of the second stage, and he was likely to break through to the third stage within a week. As for the heavily irradiated Xiaoshan, he was still stuck at the first stage as his physical condition was too poor, needing more time to complete the body forging process. MOBI knew very well that cultivating was best done early, especially for early stage practitioners who often widen the gap with latecomers in subsequent processes. 5 years later, although the number of practitioners would increase significantly, the early-stage strong practitioners would still account for the vast majority, and this gap would continue to grow. The greatest asset of MOBI's shelter lay in the fact that the residents had started their training about a year earlier than in his past life. If they trained effectively during that year, they could create a gap of about 3 stages. Furthermore, as long as they were arranged to fight zombies and mutated creatures, they could rapidly enhance their combat experience and easily rank up. When the nationwide cultivation period arrived a year later, everyone might have similar training methods, but how many would have the opportunity to battle mutated creatures? The reason MOBI was fortunate enough to be listed among the strong in his past life was closely related to his position as the leader of the main adventure team in Airport Town. It was through frequent battles during each adventure that he was able to grow step by step. The body forging technique he implemented was an excellent cultivation method that could be practiced up to the 4th stage. Beyond that, it depended on individual choices by then practitioners would have enough experience and a variety of cultivation paths to choose from, marking a period of simultaneous advancement in numerous professions. After turning off the shower, drying off, MOBI stepped out of the bathroom in his pajamas, only to see Hong Yi clutching another pillow fast asleep. Her serene little face was adorned with a smile, slightly flushed, as if something delightful was happening in her dreams. Fortunately, she was asleep, otherwise MOBI would have felt quite awkward. Looking at the pillow Hong Yi was hugging and the quilt she had kicked off, he caught a glimpse of a long straight thigh peeking out from under her sleepwear. The healthy and well-proportioned leg made MOBI's heart skip a beat. He forced himself to calm down, pulling the kicked-off quilt over Hong Yi's body. Sitting on his bed, MOBI shook his head vigorously, trying to dispel those chaotic thoughts. Lying back, he thought, sleep is the best. The sky was already bright and the gray clouds high above relentlessly attempted to block the sun's rays. Inside the hotel, the air was recycled and all the external windows were sealed. Breathing the outside air for an extended period was still harmful to the body. Inside the western district of the Baiguan market, there was a homemade air exchange device that could filter the radioactive dust contained in the air. The filtered air still had a certain level of radiation, but it was barely breathable. What needed to be worried about was that even so, over time, one of the most common diseases in the radioactive wasteland was various illnesses related to the respiratory system. MOBI was wandering around the market wearing a breathing mask. This time he did not let his subordinate Chan Qing lead the way. Instead, he explored the western district himself, contemplating how to gain more resources and even influence through trade in this neutral zone of Baiguan. Currently, his trading goods mainly consisted of various weapon modification parts and accessories, followed by customized firearm upgrade services. If it weren't for his concern about attracting too much attention given the capabilities of the current workstation at the shelter, he would have been able to produce a complete set of weapons on a small scale. The main body of the firearms and all their components could also be manufactured at the workstation, though the process of making each part was tedious. However, if each component were to be produced in batches of hundreds, he could assemble all the necessary parts to build 100 Type 81 rifles within a week. As long as there were enough hands, assembling these 100 rifles would only take 2 or 3 days, and these brand new rifles could definitely fetch a good price. However, this method would have significant repercussions. While modifying the Type 81 rifles was manageable, if he were to produce a batch of brand new ones, it would be challenging to explain their origin.
Moreover, while the Type 81 was decent, producing new firearms would be better than the Galil ACE he had just acquired, as this rifle had fewer parts, advanced performance and strong versatility. The reason he refrained from doing so was his fear of unnecessary attention. After all, processing some weapon parts and modification pieces was nothing compared to being able to manufacture brand new firearms. If Liu Yu knew he could manufacture high-performance firearms, he might bring hundreds of people to his shelter and turn into raiders. When one's strength is insufficient, it is wise to develop quietly and make money. In the Sunday market area 1, it was not sparsely populated. In the morning, at least over 1,000 people were bustling about, haggling with vendors. Surprisingly, most of the street vendors here still traded using barter, as Baiguan's own currency had only been issued for less than 2 months. Mo Bai was not surprised. Wrapped in a canvas cloak to conceal his equipment and clothing, he had several neatly arranged blocks of compressed biscuits, 2 cans of snake meat produced by the shelter, and a dozen nutritional supplements laid out on the canvas spread in front of him. These nutritional supplements were labeled with their contents: protein, sugar, vitamins. This was the shelter's new nutritional supplement version 2.0, which included a small amount of sugar and vitamins. The source of the vitamins was unexpected. Before clearing the warehouse, when she suggested trying to refine the abundant mutated plants growing in the grass before the warehouse, and the result was that these radioactive mutated weeds contained not only the anticipated plant fibers but also a certain amount of vitamins. This discovery was fantastic. After comparison, the mutated plant with the highest vitamin content was named Vital Grass, and it had a very short growth cycle. Once the seeds were sown, they would flourish abundantly within a week. The most valuable aspect was that when harvesting this grass, only the root system below ground needed to be left. The next batch would only take 5 days to grow, providing an endless source of vitamins. With a stable source of vitamins established, Mo Bai conveniently concocted a new beverage at the chemical workstation by adding sugar and some flavoring to the vitamins and finally carbonating it, resulting in a pleasant-tasting, refreshing sparkling water. Using old mineral water bottles for packaging, the shelter quickly introduced a new daily beverage. Mo Bai even set up a simple can production line with 2 designated workers capable of producing 200 bottles of sparkling water each day. This was specifically for the residents of the shelter. Interestingly, due to this initiative, the overall satisfaction and loyalty of the shelter residents increased slightly. In the trading area of Baiguan Market, Mo Bai had already been there for an hour. The 5 blocks of compressed biscuits at his stall had sold out, and he traded them for 2 reusable 18,650 batteries and 2 bamboo scratching tools. Speaking of these scratching tools, they were surprisingly sought after in the shelter, as bathing was considered a luxury in the apocalypse and most people's hygiene levels were not good. Mites and fleas were also quite common. This made scratching tools surprisingly popular. Zhang Ji had even asked Mo Bai to find one for him when he went to Baiguan, and as luck would have it, he was able to trade for 2. As for the snake meat canned goods produced by their shelter, after opening a can for a customer to smell, the customer decisively purchased it. Unexpectedly, the payment was made in Baiguan coins, 1 can for 1 coin, which was a decent price equivalent to a kilogram of rice. Many passing survivors and residents of Baiguan showed interest in his nutritional supplements, but they lacked trust in this homemade product that looked similar to jelly, and in the end he couldn't sell a single one. As noon approached, Mo Bai simply packed up his stall. The temporary setup was also to understand the prices and demands in Baiguan. He had arranged to meet Liu Yu for lunch. Yes, Liu Yu. The service desk at the city hotel had called Mo Bai's room this morning, informing him that Liu Yu had returned to Baiguan with the merchant caravan. Upon learning this, Mo Bai agreed to have lunch with Liu Yu at the hotel restaurant at noon. The restaurant of the city hotel was located on the 2nd floor, luxuriously decorated, though the drawbacks were evident. The original glass exterior walls had all been replaced with decorations. Mo Bai was aware that the 2nd floor's exterior was mostly reinforced concrete and steel plates, and the apocalypse safety remained the most important value. The restaurant's environment was commendable, but the menu was quite limited. The specialty dishes were roasted rat and tomato soup. The roasted rat was unremarkable, but the tomato soup was truly a surprise. Being able to grow tomatoes in such a radioactive environment, even if they were small ones, was an extraordinary feat. Liu Yu calmly introduced this as the first batch of produce grown in Baiguan's indoor greenhouse, available only to the management and the city hotel. You won't find it in the regular market. Mo Bai agreed, acknowledging that it was indeed rare to eat fresh tomatoes. Today Liu Yu looked different from the last time they met. He was no longer dressed in tactical gear and work pants, but in a sleek black casual suit paired with a white shirt, appearing both relaxed and competent. Let's talk business, Liu Yu said, still speaking gently and without wasting words. Mr. Mo, you arrived in Baiguan yesterday and met Chang Cheng, who reportedly saved your life. I assume you have some plans for Baiguan now. Mo Bai admired Liu Yu's directness. Having been here for 2 days, I have a preliminary understanding. Baiguan has indeed developed impressively, and it is rare to do business with a capable and trustworthy merchant like you, Mr. Liu. I plan to collaborate with Chang Cheng to open a store in the Western District that mainly deals with weapon accessories. Mo Bai continued, looking into Liu Yu's eyes. Liu Yu seemed unsurprised. Mo Bai connecting with a local figure like Chang Cheng was the most normal choice. As for the business project, it was clear he was avoiding weapon trading since the main trading goods between Bai and Luyu were modified finished weapons. If only parts and modification services were provided, it would avoid conflict between both parties, not affecting their current collaboration. Luyu said, "I certainly welcome your store's operations in Baiguan and I hope to further strengthen our cooperation." After a pause he continued, "The next time the trade route passes your shelter we will bring 200 weapons that need to be modified within a month."
Can you manage that? Bai was taken aback. This meant doubling the previous transaction amount.
This was not impossible, but the information revealed that Luyu seemed to have a rapidly increasing demand for weapons. Seeing Bai's thoughts, Luyu explained, "There is currently a conflict between the Baiguan management and a group of raiders occupying the steel market to the east. The raiders are numerous and well-equipped and we urgently need a batch of cost-effective weapons to arm the militia against them. If you can expedite the work we can raise the price by 20%. Bai knew there were raiders in the steel market but hadn't expected them to have a conflict with Baiguan so soon. "Our shelter still has limited manpower, but for you, Mr.
Lu, we can put in extra effort. To show our sincerity we can allocate a batch of modified weapons from our inventory to you." Luyu's eyes lit up. "What do you have?"
Bai replied, 20 modified SKS rifles, 10 Type 81 rifles, 20 modified Type 79 rifles and finally 30 sets of 92 style carbine modification kits.
Luyu nodded. Although the quantity was not large, these were all finished products.
Coupled with the previous order, he would have nearly 200 modified weapons in storage by next month, which would basically allow him to outfit most of the frontline militia. "I also need some scopes. The newly trained militia's proficiency is lacking. If there are suitable scopes, it should enhance their combat capability." Luyu had additional requests.
Bai nodded. 50 sets of dual light scopes, a very practical model. Both parties were very satisfied in the end.
Luyu felt fortunate to have discovered Bai's shelter, which in a certain sense was an excellent source of valuable materials in the apocalypse, continuously producing precious resources. Finally, Bai and Luyu agreed on the arrival date of the caravan, facilitating the organization of production for the shelter.
Lunch concluded in a pleasant atmosphere.
Returning to the hotel room, Bai pulled Red Yi, who was still stretching on the bed, and the two headed to trading area 4.
In the Baifeng shop, Li Shifang was evidently already waiting for Bai.
In a rectangular wooden box, a pair of grayish steel arm guards lay quietly on a black cloth. Li Shifang gently picked up the arm guards and helped Red Yi put them on one by one. The inner lining of the arm guards is padded with cowhide and rubber to prevent chafing.
The outer shell is made of reinforced steel, sturdy yet flexible.
Both ends have sharp spikes that can be concealed and deployed. The front is sharp while the back has a thicker blunt edge, Shifang patiently explained. Red Yi lightly clenched her fist and the front of her arm guard extended a blade resembling a short sword, thick on both sides with only a small sharp edge at the front. Sister Hong Yi is skilled in Baji Quan. The heavy blade at the front is designed to suit her close combat style. The blade is short and sturdy, ensuring it won't break even when colliding with heavy weapons. The blunt edge at the back is reinforced to complement her elbow strikes. Shifang clearly understood Red Yi's needs. On the inner side of the arm guards there are 3 leather slots for throwing knives on each arm, allowing her to store them. When needed they can slide into her palm from the arm guards and be thrown with a flick of her wrist. Red Yi attached her throwing knives and with a slight tremor of her arm one knife slid into her palm. With a quick flick of her finger she threw it and the knife firmly lodged itself in the concrete beam ahead. The 2 arm guards clashed, producing a light metallic sound, and Red Yi was evidently very satisfied. Li Shifang finally said, "These arm guards are primarily made of reinforced steel with a small amount of fine copper added to increase flexibility. They also have their own enhancement properties, making them sturdy enough to withstand heavy weapons and even suitable for breaking walls. This is very suitable for Sister Hong Yi's close combat style of striking fast against slow opponents and breaking defenses." Bai looked at the smiling Red Yi, equally satisfied. Now she had 3 decent pieces of named equipment: Yali's throwing knives, a snakeskin vest, and this pair of steel arm guards which Red Yi had just named Breaking You. With such a combination of offensive capabilities, long-range shooting and adequate protection, even if Bai faced Red Yi in combat at this stage he no longer had the confidence to win against her. After leaving the Baifeng, Bai went to the 4th trading area where he found Changcheng. Upon seeing Bai, Changcheng happily informed him that Luyu had just purchased a batch of tea leaves from him at a good price.
Bai was somewhat surprised to hear this.
The merchant Luyu was indeed sharp. Buying this batch of tea leaves not only would leave a good impression on Bai but also help strengthen the relationship with Changcheng, Bai's agent in Baiguan. Furthermore, this batch of tea leaves was a profitable deal, achieving 3 goals with 1 action. Changcheng mentioned that he had already received the payment and planned to take over the smaller shop next door, aiming to transform it into the largest store in the 4th trading area.
With Luyu's support in Bai's goods he was confident about making it a success.
Now he was most concerned about when Bai's goods would arrive. Bai calculated the time and informed Changcheng about the departure time of Luyu's merchant team, suggesting they could discuss the specifics with Luyu. He left all his nutritional agents and several cans of snake meat with Changcheng, asking him to reach out through other channels to see if anyone was interested in these goods. After tidying up, Bai decided to set off with Hong Yi back to the shelter as soon as possible. At that moment one of Changqing's subordinates hurried in from outside and whispered something in Changqing's ear, causing Changqing's expression to change abruptly. After pondering for a moment, Changqing approached Mo Bai and whispered a few words to him. Mo Bai listened, a smile creeping onto his lips. Half an hour later, Mo Bai and Hong Yi retrieved their electric off-road motorcycle from the parking lot. Indeed, the service at Baiguan's parking lot was commendable and the motorcycle's battery was fully charged. As they left the exit of Baiguan, Mo Bai's system prompted again: explore the Baiguan market, task completion rate 41st stage complete, reward 300 bottle caps. Mo Bai recalled the route he had taken and still had the map of the Baiguan area that Changqing had given him, so after navigating through the streets they arrived at the main road, still a distance away from where they had rescued Changqing and his group. The electric motorcycle maneuvered through the streets filled with abandoned vehicles. Soon they reached the junction where they could turn onto the elevated bridge. Once up there they could follow the familiar road back to the shelter. At that moment a roar of engines erupted from the adjacent street as two pickups and a van surged out, directly blocking the path behind the motorcycle. Simultaneously several people emerged from the abandoned vehicles at the junction, all armed, subtly surrounding Mo Bai and Hong Yi. The side door of the van swung open and a middle-aged man stepped out, dressed sharply in a white suit. He wore sunglasses, clearly distinguishing himself from the gang of armed henchmen behind him. After stepping out of the white suit he adjusted his collar, removed his sunglasses, revealing a deeply scarred face. He let out a cold snort and said, "So it was you two who disrupted the trap I set. If Changqing had died in the warehouse I wouldn't have to go to such lengths. Were you the one who fed false information to Changqing, leading him to his doom?" Mo Bai realized this man must be Zhao Hu, Changqing's arch-nemesis. Scarface Zhao Hu sneered, his scar twitching, making his smile appear sinister. "The information was not false, I merely omitted the detail about the nest of mutated rats that the beggar scavenger discovered. I originally intended to save some effort, but you two showed up and ruined my plans," Zhao Hu asserted. "If it were just that I could let it go, bad luck on my part. But with so many people dead because of Changqing, he will surely retreat from the market. However, you two helped him connect with Lu Yu, facilitating the sale of the tea leaves. Now that Changqing has stabilized his position in Baiguan, I have no choice but to kill you." Mo Bai observed Zhao Hu and cast a sidelong glance at his henchmen, who numbered around 20, armed primarily with handguns and homemade shotguns. 7 or 8 of them carried submachine guns and Type 56 rifles, their armament slightly superior to Changqing's. However, Mo Bai remained calm. He removed his helmet and placed it on the motorcycle's rearview mirror, raising both hands to signal for Hong Yi to do the same. "Don't be agitated. I can connect Changqing and Lu Yu, and I can also connect you with Lu Yu. Besides, I have plenty of resources for collaboration. Since you are stronger than Changqing, it's only natural for me to change my partner," Mo Bai said with a smile. Zhao Hu hesitated for a moment but then snorted coldly, "Do you take me for a 3-year-old? If I let you go, how can I be sure you will keep your word?" Mo Bai pointed at Hong Yi, saying, "I can leave my woman as collateral with you to collaborate against Changqing. Once Changqing is dead you can release her. What do you think?" Zhao Hu was taken aback. Although Hong Yi was well covered and wore sunglasses and a dust mask, her slender and proportionate figure suggested she was undoubtedly a beauty. Zhao Hu's eyes flickered as he beckoned to Hong Yi, "Come here, let me see what you look like, miss." Hong Yi turned her face towards Mo Bai. Even with the sunglasses, Mo Bai felt her fierce gaze, causing him to shiver involuntarily. When did this girl become so fierce? Hong Yi raised her hands and stepped forward. Under Zhao Hu's unrestrained gaze and the laughter of his henchmen, she positioned herself between Zhao Hu and Mo Bai. At the moment Hong Yi blocked Zhao Hu's line of sight, Mo Bai lowered his hands and grasped the Galil ACE rifle hanging in front of him while crouching down. Zhao Hu's henchmen noticed Mo Bai's movement. Their first instinct was not to shoot but to look at their boss Zhao Hu, and only then did their bodies react. In that instant Mo Bai had already raised the rifle, its muzzle flashing as 7.62mm bullets erupted. Simultaneously Hong Yi also dropped her hands, swinging her arms outwards. Several bright flashes emerged, followed by muffled grunts. Zhao Hu's nearby armed subordinates clutched their necks simultaneously before collapsing to the ground, their fingers still on the triggers, the safety catch not disengaged. The gunfire was short and powerful. The muzzle suppressor on the Galil rifle caused the muzzle to rise slightly. Mo Bai's rapid fire allowed him to unleash 6 shots in 2 seconds, taking down 6 armed men on his left, temporarily sparing 3 who wielded short axes and knives based on their threat level. Across from Hong Yi, 5 fell directly. Only Zhao Hu looked on in shock at Hong Yi, his arm protecting his chest as a flying knife embedded itself. At that instant Zhao Hu instinctively took a half step back and raised his arm to shield himself, successfully blocking the flying knife aimed at his heart, indicating that Zhao Hu was also quite skilled. In his rage and shock, Zhao Hu shouted, "Killed him." At that moment the dozen or so henchmen who had just come to their senses raised their weapons ready to fire, but were met with a barrage of gunfire from behind. A series of sudden bullets struck them from behind, their bodies jolting and dancing like puppets in response to the impact before collapsing to the ground riddled with holes. Zhao Hu's eyes widened in horror. What was happening? Before he could comprehend, several crisp gunshots rang out and the last of his remaining henchmen fell. Imobai put away the automatic rifle and looked up across the street where shadows emerged from a dilapidated building revealing 7 or 8 armed figures led by none other than Chongqing. Before Imobai left, Chongqing had received news that Zhao Hu and all his henchmen had disappeared from Baiguan. Concerned that Imobai might be ambushed by Zhao Hu, he intended to warn Imobai to take a different route. However, Imobai saw this as an opportunity to take Zhao Hu down once and for all, preventing future disruptions to their business or trade routes. By capturing Zhao Hu and his men here, they could significantly reduce future troubles. At this point, only Zhao Hu remained standing. He clutched his right hand pierced by the flying knife, his eyes filled with despair. Then with a bang, a bullet struck him in the forehead and he collapsed. Chongqing, gritting his teeth, approached and fired the 92 pistol until he emptied the magazine. Taking a deep breath, Chongqing approached Imobai and respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Imo, for your assistance in avenging my grievances. From now on, Chongqing will do everything possible for you." Imobai nodded, calling for Hong Yi, who was pulling a flying knife from Zhao Hu's body. The two then hopped on their motorcycle and sped away. In the shelter on the 3rd floor, Imobai had just come back from the maintenance room below, where he had a meeting with Wenqi Wufei and Zhang Ji for an hour. They finalized various trade agreements with Baiguan and work arrangements, the main task being to find an intact tow truck and start hauling back the abandoned vehicles from the road, disassembling them to feed into the refining machine for steel and other materials. The agreement with Baifeng required refining a large amount of metal material to obtain reinforced materials. Personnel were to be drawn from the transport and logistics teams, but the shortage of manpower still had not been alleviated. Feeling awkward under Hong Yi's murderous glare, he sneaked up to the 3rd floor. Imobai understood Hong Yi's temper. It was just about those 2 sentences he said when he offered her to Zhao Hu. He knew that was merely to deceive Zhao Hu and that it would be fine in a few days. The busy work began the next day. Finding a tow truck was manageable. Among the various abandoned vehicles on the streets, it was always possible to find a few capable of towing. While professional municipal tow trucks might be harder to find, pickups and SUVs equipped with winches were relatively easy to locate. Though these vehicles had been abandoned for over a year, their engines and mechanical structures were mostly intact. Even if the vehicle's electronic systems had been damaged by nuclear explosions, Imobai had some spare parts in his warehouse. The most important thing was that their goal was to get the vehicles running, not to restore the navigation systems or tablets. Moreover, among the residents of the shelter, 2 had previously worked in auto repair shops. While their skills might not be sufficient for complete engine disassembly and repair, getting these reasonably intact vehicles running again was not particularly difficult. They quickly found a municipal tow truck and 2 Ford pickups with good power from the nearby safe zones. After simple maintenance and modifications, they could be used as tow trucks, and soon the vehicles on the surrounding roads were being towed one by one to the cultural park's parking lot. The most challenging part of this work was actually disassembling the cars. Removing the doors and trunks was straightforward, but the chassis and main framework required specialized tools such as pneumatic cutters. Imobai had 2 in his warehouse along with a decent stock of cutting blades. However, pneumatic cutters were only suitable for cutting ordinary cars with relatively softer materials. For sturdy off-road vehicles, large SUVs and trucks, the chassis and frames were quite thick, making cutting considerably more challenging. Imobai also wanted to find plasma cutters and large extruders, but those were too specialized and could only be found in dedicated scrapyards, which were not within tens of kilometers of reach. So for now they could only start with electric vehicles and regular family cars, as these were the most abundant. As for larger vehicles they couldn't tackle, they would temporarily park them on the roadside, effectively clearing up the surrounding road surface. Watching the electric screwdrivers spin, residents dismantled the doors and external components of each car piece by piece, leaving only the empty shells behind. The pneumatic cutters would then come in to cut the vehicles at the calculated positions, segmenting the car bodies into suitably sized parts. Currently, as long as it could fit into the refining machine, it was acceptable. The inlet size for the medium refining machine was 3 meters by 2 meters. Theoretically, any small car could be forcibly pushed in after removing the tires. However, to make it easier to fit, it was better to cut them, otherwise it would be too difficult to load them manually. They had added a winch at the inlet to assist. Additionally, to reduce weight, the engines and battery compartments were also removed. If the engines and batteries were in excellent condition, Imobai considered keeping some of the well-preserved engines and lithium batteries from electric vehicles in the warehouse, as they would be useful in the future. If not, they could be sold in Baiguan. Initially these wouldn't be in high demand, but as more vehicles were scrapped, the number of intact engines and batteries would dwindle. As various vehicle components continued to be fed into the refining machine, a steady stream of materials was expelled from it. Surprisingly, the largest share of materials wasn't steel but rather plastic and composite materials, followed by steel, aluminum, magnesium alloys and others. Additionally, there was a significant amount of carbon fiber in some vehicles. Imobai was not worried about the lack of use for these materials. The weapon modification parts he was producing in bulk relied primarily on plastics and composite materials. As for other needed materials like glass, they were also available in the cars. Therefore, disassembling these old vehicles was a highly profitable endeavor. As for reinforced steel and other reinforced metals, since only the main components and chassis contained these materials, their total quantity was not large. Nevertheless, with so many vehicles on the streets, there was no need to worry about sourcing, resulting in a substantial accumulation of steel. According to estimates, about 5% of that was reinforced steel and other reinforced metal materials. Moreover, MOBI discovered during the disassembly and refining process that plastics and composite materials, even carbon fiber, could also yield reinforced grade materials, albeit at a slightly lower production ratio. However, due to the large base number, he still managed to obtain several tons of reinforced plastics and other non-metal reinforced materials. To store these reinforced materials, MOBI had to exchange the bottle caps he had just earned from the task to obtain matching storage compartments. At 200 bottle caps each, he exchanged for 2, placing them at the refining machine and chemical workstation while the original storage compartment was installed on his workbench. The busy 2 weeks quickly passed. The work of dismantling vehicles and collecting scrap had become a routine task. The only difference was the gradually decreasing number of personnel responsible for this work, as there were still many other tasks to be done. In addition to dispatching patrol teams for safety inspections, there was also a dedicated exploration team responsible for searching the surrounding buildings and environment for supplies and materials. In the end, there were only about 20 people left to continue this work, most of whom were engaged in dismantling tasks. The towing of scrap vehicles was specifically assigned to the transport group, which was also very busy. Not only did they have to drag a certain number of scrap vehicles back to the dismantling team every day, but they also needed to cooperate with the patrol and exploration teams to recover any supplies and the bodies of mutated creatures that could be found. Consequently, the vehicles they were equipped with had changed from small battery-powered delivery vehicles to medium-sized electric tricycles and passenger cargo vans, along with 2 pickups and a trailer. Currently, the small parking lot in front of the warehouse building was almost full of vehicles from the transport group, aside from the scrap vehicles to be dismantled. Therefore, MOBI had to stipulate that no more than 6 scrap vehicles could be towed at a time, as there was no space to accommodate more in front of the parking lot. Another point to note is that the first floor of the warehouse building is primarily used for refining machines and chemical workstations, while the remaining part is also used for parking. The dozen or so small warehouses on the second floor are used to store materials that cannot fit inside the refining machines, such as various metal ingots and other materials. At the same time, the chemical workstations produce a portion of nutrient solutions daily. These nutrient solutions are packed into boxes produced by the multifunctional workstations and stored in the warehouse, waiting for the next merchant convoy to arrive. Currently, the only working group that could compare in number to the dismantling team and the patrol was the newly expanded assembly team. This work team requires skilled workers, but there are simply not enough available personnel. They can only bring in people from the maintenance and electrical teams who are not on shift. The full-time workers work for 10 hours while the part-time workers only work for 2 hours. The dismantling team members find their physical work too exhausting, so they are not allowed to come help after their shifts. Thus, the issue of manpower shortage has become pronounced. During the weekly meetings, Wu Fei and Zhang Ji often have debates over this. Wu Fei believes that the focus should be on training armed personnel, as both the patrol team and exploration team require trained armed personnel. In a post-apocalyptic world, having more people who can shoot is definitely not a disadvantage. Zhang Ji, on the other hand, hopes to concentrate the main workforce on finding supplies and manufacturing products, obtaining more resources through trade with Baiguan. It is worth mentioning that in the past half-month, another batch of 6 survivors came to seek refuge, which barely supplemented the insufficient manpower. MOBI had previously entrusted Changqing and Luyu to find survivors willing to work long-term at the refuge in Baiguan, but both indicated that such individuals were likely scarce in Baiguan. In a place like Baiguan with abundant people and job opportunities, even those who choose to lie flat and beg can occasionally receive the aid distributed there, allowing them to survive. Most importantly, Baiguan as a major stronghold provides a sense of security that other smaller survivor bases and refuges cannot offer. MOBI could only state that the treatment here, including food distribution and benefits, exceeds the general standards of Baiguan. In fact, this is true. A typical survivor in Baiguan can barely eat enough after working for a month. Bathing is considered a luxury, and having a shower once a month is already quite good. In contrast, the bathing facilities in MOBI's refuge allow women to bathe every Monday, Wednesday and Friday, while men can do so on Tuesdays, Saturdays and Thursdays. The patrol teams and those needing to go out can bathe daily. Just this aspect already surpasses the market in Baiguan. Regarding food, the restaurant with 2 professional chefs offers a relatively rich selection of staple foods and dishes daily, including meat, soup and staples every day, along with some canned food and pickled vegetables. The staple foods of steamed buns, noodles and rice are also significantly better than the coarse pancakes and hard rice in Baiguan. Whether these conditions can attract new residents to MOBI's refuge remains uncertain. Following the recent busy period, MOBI has already seen dissatisfaction regarding overtime in the resident sentiment column of the refuge system. Therefore, he plans to moderately relax the work hours, reducing daily working time from 10 hours to 9 hours starting next month. Additionally, he may consider allowing patrol team members to assist the transport and dismantling teams for 2 hours if they are not deployed. In fact, the residents of the refuge do not have to work long hours within the 24-hour day, as most do not have opportunities to go out and can only stay within the refuge or at most within the park. The restaurant and the bar and the power distribution building are the only places where residents can relax and entertain themselves. Mobai is well aware that people cannot be too idle outside of work. Aside from sleeping and eating, there are about 6 hours of free time that need to be filled with entertainment. First, in a large room on the first floor of the dormitory building, a mini cinema was born featuring a projector and a screen in a room with sealed windows. Mobay's hard drive array contains tens of thousands of movies and TV shows along with a considerable number of variety shows. When she compiled a playback list with several different style films played regularly outside of working hours along with set times for serials. This initiative was welcomed by all residents of the refuge. Simultaneously, the original large photography studio No. 3, which was used as a training ground for the security team, has now been opened for training for all residents of the refuge. Anyone can apply to receive training here, and those who perform exceptionally well can join the security team. The final change involves the formal renovation of a guesthouse located in the northern part of the cultural park. The interior of this guesthouse is quite upscale. Although most of its glass was destroyed in last year's nuclear explosion, the internal hardware is still well equipped. As long as new glass is installed and the internal furniture and bedding are organized, it can serve as a good accommodation. Mobai plans to move some residents into the guesthouse, which has 40 rooms and can accommodate about 60 residents comfortably, offering a much better living environment than the 4-person rooms in the dormitory. Mobai decided that after renovating the guesthouse it would be designated as a comfortable accommodation area where only residents who have made certain contributions would be approved for residency. At this point, the refuge system issued a mainline task: again establish an internal currency trading system within the refuge rewarding 1,000 bottle caps. This was indeed a good task, primarily pointing Mobai in the direction for future development. After considering for several days and discussing with Zhang Ji and Wu Fei multiple times, Mobai finally came up with a plan. He proposed to implement a new credit point system within the refuge based on the currency system in Baiguan. Of course, the internal currency of the refuge would also differ completely. Firstly, the credit points are completely virtual electronic currency. Earning and spending credit points require an electronic wristband. This new electronic wristband was just discovered by the exploration team in an underground warehouse of an electronics mall with thousands of brand new well-packaged electronic wristbands. The original main functions were for sports assistance and health monitoring. Under Mobai's direction, Zhang Ji modified the electronic wristbands, removing most of the functions that are no longer useful after the apocalypse and adding a simple basic electronic currency function. Starting next week, everyone will earn these electronic currency credit points according to their workload. Typically, a resident working a normal 8 to 9 hours in the refuge can earn about 10 credit points, which also includes attendance bonuses. Additionally, residents can choose to work overtime or assist others in different departments, which will also earn them overtime credit. Overall, each resident can earn about 10 credit points daily. Meanwhile, a salary grading system for residents is officially being implemented. Residents will be classified into temporary and official residents with different income levels based on their positions. Generally, if the income of an average resident is 10 credit points, a deputy leader earns about 11, a leader earns 12, while mid-level team leaders and deputy team leaders earn between 14 to 15. Above the team leaders are the senior management who oversee the entire refuge. Currently, aside from the highest manager Mobai, there is the security department led by Minister Wu Fei, the internal affairs department led by Minister Wen Qi, and the logistics and production department led by Minister Zhang Ji. In addition, there are also directly affiliated technical teams led by Captain Song Lin Tao and mobile teams led by Captain Li Hongyi. Their daily salaries are around 15 to 20 credit points. Mobai also plans to gradually expand the organizational structure of the refuge once the manpower increases, but for now the focus is on streamlining. As for spending credit points, they can first be used in the cinema bar and the internal supermarket of the refuge. Personal daily necessities that were previously provided for free, such as toilet paper, clothing other than work uniforms, and other living supplies, will now be purchased using credit points in the supermarket. To enrich the inventory of the bar and supermarket, Mobai took out the various living supplies he had accumulated for a long time. Additionally, the refuge's restaurant will begin to use credit points for meals. A standard meal only costs 1 credit point, making it very cheap and practical. You can also use credit points to purchase extra canned food and nutrient solutions. If you are willing to spend credit points, you can even treat yourself to a bowl of beef noodles or a delicious pizza. It must be said that among the various supplies Mobai procured before the apocalypse, there are indeed many strange but practical items, such as some small appliances, handheld gaming consoles, a PS5, as well as numerous snacks, candies, chocolates, lollipops, and even a considerable amount of sunflower seeds. These goods, along with the useful items found by the exploration team during their outings, have filled the supermarket located on the underground level of the refuge to the brim. Especially after Mobai directly compensated each resident of the refuge with a month's worth of credit points, everyone's pockets became significantly fuller, with the least amount being around 300 credit points. Using credit points is also very simple. A card swipe point is set up at places of consumption like supermarkets and bars. After purchasing items, residents swipe their electronic wristbands to deduct the credit points directly. The credit points earned from daily work will be reported based on attendance and workload from various sections and will be deposited into all residents' electronic accounts at midnight. What remains hidden is that the electronic wristbands themselves are also locators. Although there are no satellite signals, it is relatively easy to confirm the location of individuals wearing electronic wristbands within the cultural park using signal relays. Clearly, once everyone had credit points and places to spend them, the work enthusiasm among all residents surged. By simply working a few extra hours or saving up for a few days, they could buy a new pair of jeans or enjoy a delicious meal from the internal supermarket. This expectation and satisfaction are something that most residents of the refuge are very willing to accept. What MOBI needs to do is to ensure that the residents of the refuge always have things to spend their credit points on.
Achieving this is certainly not easy.
MOBI had to personally rejoin the exploration team to explore previously unvisited areas in order to gather more consumable goods and supplies for everyone.
Task completed. Reward